This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Binding System. The scorching sun hangs in the sky, burning the ground. Eggs can be fried immediately after being cracked. It is really hot this day. Passers-by hold umbrellas and wear sun protective clothes for fear of being sunburned. Jeong-joon, however, lies very comfortably in his 70 square meter shop, eating ice cream and leisurely watching the workers passing by on their way to work under the scorching sun. This resentment can be felt from a distance. It is more comfortable to be your own boss. You can decide when to open the store. You don't have to be exploited by the boss. If you don't talk about how cool it is to be a boss, don't say it. She is really happy now. Meow. Welcome. The call of the lucky cat sounded, and a male customer in a black vest walked in. He said, "Take a pack of yushi and a lighter." Jeong-joon got up and took the cigarettes and lighter from the cigarette cabinet and put them on the glass counter. Old customers know the price. The next second, the sound of WeChat payment was heard. The male customer paid, but did not leave. His black vest was soaked with sweat. He hurried to the air conditioner and blew it on his back. After feeling the cool breeze, he finally felt alive. It's over 40 degrees today. I'm almost exhausted, Jeong-joon said. Who said it wasn't? It's really miserable. I remember it was fine a few days ago. Why did it suddenly get warmer? This weather is really weird. Maybe it's the greenhouse effect? The male customer laughed at himself. I'm not an educated person. Who knows what the greenhouse effect is? Jeong-joon was not an educated person either. He went to high school because he was poor when he was young. And he spent his days eating and waiting to die. He finally saved enough money and opened a small shop in his hometown to support himself. She had heard about the greenhouse effect all day, but she didn't know what it was. So she just chatted with him. The male customer looked around Jeong-yeon's shop. You know what? Your room is really cool, Jeong-yeon said with a worried look on her face. This coolness costs money. No one comes into the store without the air conditioner. And we can't make any money. After the two chatted for a while, the male customer was in a hurry to go to work and didn't stay for long, selling cigarettes and water sporadically in the morning. She only made enough money for electricity. Fortunately, this house is her own, so she doesn't have to pay rent. Otherwise she would lose a lot of money. At noon, Jeong-joon was ready to close the shop and take a nap. She was so unrestrained when opening a shop. She would open it when she wanted to, and close the shop to sleep when she was tired. She would never wrong herself. There were two small rooms behind the 70 square meter shop. One was a simple toilet, where she usually washed and brushed her teeth. The other small room was where she lived. It was filled with stored goods, cooking tools, and a single bed. The place was small, and she had to make do with it. She was used to hardship, and did not feel that the small space was oppressive. The goods bought into the store were neatly stacked in the corner of the room. Jeong-joon walked around the goods, took out vegetables and meat from the small refrigerator in the house, made a simple meal, filled her stomach, and washed the dishes and put them in the cabinet. Jeong-joon wiped her wet hands and took a nap on the 1.8-meter folding bed next to her. She had to eat and sleep well, so that she would have the energy to do business at night, or else she would not last until 12 o'clock at night. Zizi. Jeong-joon frowned and looked around, and then reached out to pick her ears. Tinnitus? It seems that she has been staying up too late recently, and her body is not feeling well. She should go to the hospital to have a doctor check it out when she has time. The ZZ sound like electricity echoed in her ears, making her very annoyed, and she lost all her sleepiness, and now she just wanted to beat someone up. ZZ. Link successfully bound to the host. She half closed her eyes, looked around. She was the only one here. Then where did this strange and cold mechanical sound come from? It even reached her brain directly. She asked tentatively, "Who is here?" "Hello, host. Welcome to Bind to the Doomsday system. Host's death time is September 13th, 2035, age 27, cause of death, cardiac arrest. There are 8 days left before the host's death. Host is willing to sign an agreement with the system. The system can help the host prolong his life." Jeong-joon heard this strange mechanical voice saying that she was about to die, and her mood was very complicated. When she wanted to die before, she relied on a spirit of not admitting defeat to hold on until now. Just when she had some expectations for life, a strange system said that she was about to die. She couldn't help but suspect that this was a prank against her. She said, "You're not mistaken. I'm dying? I'm still so young." Not even 30 years old. I don't have any diseases. How do you know I'm going to die? The cold mechanical voice of the system said. According to the system scan, your heart will stop beating at around 3 p.m. on September 13th, 2035. The specific reason is unknown. The medical level in your world cannot detect heart problems. Please don't be lucky and try to escape. If the host is willing to bind, you can get life points as long as you complete the task. The system paused for a moment and said, this system does not have any forced behavior. If the host does not want to bind, the system will not make it difficult. Please decide whether to bind with the system and sign an agreement. Jiang Jun did have some thoughts about binding. When she was young, she liked exciting things. She used to be a good student in school. Now she is running a small shop. And gradually she has lost her thoughts. Since he was going to die anyway, it was no loss. If he completed the mission, he would get his life extended. If he failed to complete the mission, he would not lose anything. Living a few more days would be a gain. Jiang Jun was very open-minded and agreed without much hesitation. The system received the message. The agreement is being prepared. Please read the content of the agreement carefully and sign your name below. Jiang Jun looked at the paper that appeared out of thin air and glanced at this special agreement curiously. The content inside was very humane. It took into account the interests of Jiang Jun as the host. The system and the host helped each other and completed the mission together. If the system was partial to others and violated the law, the host could report it. The mission costs life points. If the mission fails, life points will be deducted. When the life points are deducted, the host will die. Therefore, the mission must be completed seriously, and it is forbidden to be passive. There are 3 pages in total. Jiang Jun read them quickly. According to her education level, she did not find any problems. She took the pen given by the system and signed her name on the last page without hesitation. When she signed, the agreement disappeared in front of her, and her personal information appeared in the air. Host name, Jiang Yun. Level, 0. HP, 8. Points, 0. The system reminded, the host is about to enter the novice area. Here I remind the host that this system is a Doomsday system. The survival difficulty is high. Please make adequate preparations. As a novice tasker, the system has applied for a big gift package for you. The specific items are 2 L of mineral water, 5 portions of bread, 1 portion of bread can be used for 1 day, a sustainable lighter, and 1 square meter of space. Mineral water, a lighter and bread suddenly appeared in Jiang Yun's system backpack. The space was not large. She tried to collect them with her mind. After mastering them, she thought that the novice gift package was not bad. It was equivalent to a small portable space. Mission, survival in the tunnel. Survival time, 10 days. Difficulty, novice level. Opening time, 2 p.m. on September 5th, 2035. Reward, 100 points. Jiang Jun glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 1:15 p.m. and there was still 45 minutes of preparation time. She glanced at the small space she was carrying and prepared to fill it up. Without much thought, she went into the store. She took 20 packs of compressed biscuits and stacked them in the corner of the space. She also filled 15 bottles of 500 milliliters water, fruit knives, kitchen knives, and sharp knives for emergencies, packaged instant noodles and barreled instant noodles, as well as soda crackers, and dozens of bags of want snow cakes. She saw that there was still room. She took a small packet of salt to replenish salt, Nestle chocolate to replenish sugar, antipyretic and inflammatory medicines were indispensable. She put all the necessary medicines at home in. She saw that there was still some space, and stuffed a thin blanket and long-sleeved clothes. Luckily, the store often had power outages. She prepared a lot of flashlights and long candles in her store. The flashlights were old-fashioned and could be installed with batteries. She took one and stuffed a lot of matching batteries. She also took a bag of candles next to it and threw them in. The tunnel is very dark, so lighting is essential. There is still half an hour left. Jiang Jun is going to lie down on the bed for 15 minutes to rest and recuperate. Otherwise, she will be exhausted and it will be difficult for her to complete the task. Time passes by. Jiang Jun is ready. The system makes a sound. Time is up. Please prepare yourself. The task is being transmitted. As soon as the system finishes speaking, Jiang Jun's eyes are completely dark. Then, what appears in front of her is no longer her own shop, but a bus. Jiang Jun sat in the back seat. She was holding a backpack in her arms, and a bus card in her hand. She took it and looked at it. It said Himeng, Blue Star University of Science and Technology. She unzipped the backpack in her arms, which contained some clothes and food. Jiang Jun took out her mobile phone and unlocked it with fingerprints, and opened it easily. It was a conversation between the original owner and her mother. Mom, Meng Meng, tell Mom when you get to school. Meng Meng, don't worry. Mom. After integrating all the information, she should be on her way to school now. Survival in the tunnel. These words clearly hinted at what was going to happen next. She looked up and looked outside. Under the dim reflection of the street lamps, the walls on both sides were receding rapidly. The bus had already entered the tunnel. It was impossible to return the same way. The lights in the car alternated between bright and dark, and the light fell on the few passengers. Young students lowered their voices to gossip with friends. The uniformed staff planned the next trip. The middle-aged man carrying luggage looked ahead expectantly, as if he would meet his long-lost relatives at the next stop. People were immersed in the joy, sorrow, and excitement of this second. No one could guess what would happen in the next second. Jiang Jun thought for only a minute. And then the ground shook, and the passengers swayed back and forth with the vehicle. Boom! A violent sound. The deafening sound came from above, and suddenly hit the top of the bus. The passengers on the bus screamed. The bus driver controlled the steering wheel, stepped on the brakes, and tried his best to control the extent of the bus's tilt. But it was useless. The bus flipped over, and all the passengers were thrown to the right. The car window shattered instantly, and the glass shards pierced into the bodies of several passengers. Some died directly, some cried out in pain, and some climbed up in pain to escape. In the chaos, Jiang Yun tightly grasped the seat in front of him, and pulled a woman who was about to hit the seat. The rocks above the tunnel fell to the left side of the bus, and instantly smashed a hole in the left side of the car. The rocks penetrated the glass and hit a middle-aged man. His flesh was splattered all over the bus, and blood was splashed on everyone's face, hands, legs, or shirt. Such a tragic murder scene makes the timid scream, as if they want to scream until their throats break. The piercing screams instantly awakened everyone. After the vibration disappeared, they hurriedly fled out of the car, passing over the passengers who died tragically, and ran out of the car without looking back. Jiang Jun hid in the corner, protecting her head with her backpack, holding the back of the car seat tightly. The back of her hand was scratched by the broken glass, but she didn't care. When the tunnel vibration disappeared, some people hid in the bus and didn't dare to go out. Everyone waited for the next vibration to end without breathing. I don't know how much time has passed. In the darkness, someone turned on the screen of his mobile phone, illuminating a small corner of the bus. A young man curled up in the corner, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Is there anyone else? His suppressed and trembling voice showed that he was not calm inside. After one person spoke, others began to respond slowly. Someone here. My legs are being pressed down. Someone come to save me. Everyone tried their best to suppress the fear in their hearts, and cried for help to the people around them, praying for a little help. Jiang Yun sat in the corner by the back door. After her retina had adapted to the dark environment, she climbed out of the top window with the help of the weak light. After getting off the bus, Jiang Yun saw a lot of people gathered in an open space outside. The open space was about 100 square meters, with 7 or 8 cars parked sparsely, and the front and rear entrances of the tunnel were all blocked. Jiang Yun didn't think much, put on her backpack, and joined the rescue team. Those who were not seriously injured also came forward to help. They put all the patients, who could not move, in an open space. Some people pulled down the car seat cushions, spread them on the ground, and let the patients lie on them. The light of the mobile phone was too weak, and some people took down the cartons in the car, gathered together, and lit a small fire, illuminating the dark tunnel. But soon, they were asked to extinguish it immediately. Chapter 2 Trapped. Someone stood up and said, "Don't light the fire. There is no ventilation here. Lighting the fire will consume a lot of oxygen. We won't even have enough to breathe." Everyone remembered this at this moment. Their bodies, which were warmed by the fire, suddenly felt like they were falling into an ice cellar. Another person said in a deep voice, "If we don't light the fire, how can we illuminate the room?" The person pointed to the car next to him and said, "Let's see if there is a car that can still start. We can use the car lights to illuminate the room. We don't need to consume oxygen, and we don't need to worry about the darkness around us." Everyone thought this was a good idea, and they checked the cars one by one. They really found a car that could still start. After starting, the low beam of the vehicle instantly illuminated the entire tunnel, allowing people to see clearly the current situation of their being trapped. On the other side, Jiang-jun squinted his eyes slightly, tilted his head, and shielded the dazzling white light with his left hand. He put his hand down after he got used to it. Jiang-jun treated the wounds on her body. She stopped the bleeding of these small wounds, and tore a piece of clothes to cover the wound on her forehead. Fortunately, the original owner was wearing jeans and long sleeves, and there were not many cuts on her body. While she was treating the wounds, someone came over. She sat next to Jiang-jun and thanked her. "My name is Yu Jingmu. Thank you for holding me in the car. If you hadn't held me back, I might have fallen in the car and been hit by the boulder." Yu Jingmu was about 30 or 40 years old. Her face was full of fatigue, and there were scabs on both sides of her cheeks. Her beautiful clothes were also blackened, mixed with some blood stains. Seeing Jiang-jun injured and treating the wound, she hurriedly said, "I am a nurse. I can treat some wounds. Can I help you bandage it? There are professionals here." "Of course. It is better for professionals to handle it." Jiang-jun nodded. "Sorry for bothering you. There is no medicine now. Just bandage it casually." After a pause, she introduced herself. "My name is Himing. I am on the way back to school." Yu Jingmu was familiar with the technique, and bandaged it in a short while. "I am going back to the hospital. Now the tunnel has collapsed. I don't know how long it will take to wait for rescue." After saying that, she sighed. The two chatted about the current situation. After a while, Yu Jingmu was called away by others. There were a total of 21 people in the tunnel, including the injured. Most of the others died under the rocks in the tunnel and the overturned car. Even the bus driver was killed by the falling rocks. As a nurse, Yu Jingmu was called over to help treat the wounds of other patients after helping Jiang-yun treat the wound. The only survivor was Yu Jingmu, a nurse. There was not even a doctor. Moreover, the medicines that could be used were all found in the car. There were 6 cars, 3 of which had no survivors, and 7 people were found in the other 3 with the help of the survivors. In one of the cars, except for the boy, all his parents died. In another car, the father and baby were lucky enough to be fine, but the mother was seriously injured in order to protect her child. Her abdomen was pierced by the sharp iron sheet of the car, and she is now unconscious. The last car was 3 brothers, 2 of whom were seriously injured. One had his leg crushed, and one had his arm broken. If it had been a little more off, it would have been split in half. Only the person in the passenger seat was protected and only suffered minor injuries. Of the original 20 or so passengers on the bus, only 13 survived. In addition to Jiang-yun and Yu Jingmu, there were 3 male college students and a couple. The boy who spoke for the first time, the middle-aged man who suggested turning on the headlights, and the remaining 2 elderly people. There were also 2 seriously injured people, one with a leg injury and the other with a broken head. Yu Jingmu was helping them stop bleeding, trying to delay some time. If the wounds were not treated in time, they would probably die of infection or excessive blood loss. After treating the wounded, the survivors who were not seriously injured gathered together to discuss the next countermeasures. "Do you have a signal on your cell phone? Can you contact the police?" "No. My cell phone has no signal. Mine doesn't have any signal either. What should I do?" They are now trapped in the tunnel, surrounded by reinforced concrete. No matter what signal, even a cell phone with satellite function can't contact the outside world. Unable to contact the outside world. Unable to get rescue. They are trapped here. While everyone was silent, Su Jihu, who proposed to use a car for lighting, stepped forward first. The situation is still uncertain, and no one knows whether rescue will come. In order to survive longer, I propose to gather all the food together and distribute it daily in quantity. Not many passengers on the bus brought food with them. They were basically on a short ride. So how could they bring food with them? Su Jihu got on the bus empty-handed, and had no food in his hand. Otherwise, he would not be willing to share the food. Others who also did not bring food, all agreed with Su Jihu's words, and wanted to share food with those who brought food. But the survivors who brought food were unwilling to do so. Why should they give it up? They didn't have much food to begin with, and if they shared it with others, they would definitely not survive to the end. The baby's father said in a roundabout way, "Look, we still have children. The adults are fine after the food is taken out, but we can't ignore the children. The adults can't snatch food from the children. Look, in their trunk, There was not much food, but there was a lot of milk powder. The baby's family bought a batch of nutritious milk powder from overseas, and it happened to be all in the car. Their food could be shared, but milk powder was impossible. The children were young and couldn't chew food, so they could only rely on milk powder to feed. The baby's father made up his mind that he would never share the nutritious milk powder. Not only for others, but also for his children and wife. Not to mention that his wife was still unconscious. Everyone at the scene was silent. Most of them still had a conscience, and were unwilling to compete with the baby for food. So no one refuted the baby's father. In the silence, Jeong-jun suddenly said, "Aren't there a few scrapped cars? Let's look for them first. Maybe we can find a lot of food. We will discuss the matter of dividing the food later." Everyone noticed the female college student at this time, and cast their eyes on her. She was wearing blue jeans and a white shirt, and her waist was outlined to be extremely slender. Although the white shirt was stained with blood and her face was scarred, it still did not cover up her own style. Everyone just looked at Jeong-jun in amazement, and then retracted their eyes. Yes, there might be some food in the cars next to her. The tunnel collapsed at noon. They looked at their mobile phone screens, and saw that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. They were all exhausted from saving people and moving things. They just hoped to find something to eat as soon as possible, fill their stomachs, and have a good rest. After a good sleep, rescue might come the next day. After Jeong-jun finished speaking, many people stood up and started to move. They ran very fast, fearing that the food would be eaten by others in an instant, while others were turning over the car. Jeong-jun went to the overturned bus on the side. She quickly found a suitcase, which contained some clothes and some food. It was a student's suitcase. He should be returning to school like the original owner, but the difference was that Jeong-jun survived by chance, while the student died in the tunnel. She dragged the entire suitcase out of the side skylight and threw it in an open space. Besides Jeong-jun, there was also Yu Jingyu on the bus. There were not many people on the bus, and taking a bus was not taking a coach, so the passengers did not carry much, except for the suitcase, and then there were a few bags of bread hidden in the driver's seat. Jeong-jun reached in again, and found that there was still half a box of mineral water. After searching every corner of the bus, there was no more food to be found. Jeong-jun and Yu Jingyu gave up. Others also came back, and gathered around the food pile. Someone even ate a sausage in the chaos, and no one scolded him. Except for the baby's milk powder, the owners of the other 3 cars were willing to share the food, and the food was piled in the center. This food pile was like a small mountain, including a box of instant noodles, 24 bags, and 10 scattered barrels of instant noodles, a box and a half of mineral water, 36 bottles, a box of small bread, 5 bags of biscuits, and 4 bags of sausage, as well as beef jerky, bread, boxed pure milk, etc. in the suitcase. Jeong-jun frowned as he looked at the food in front of him. Excluding the baby, there were a total of 20 people. Even if the seriously injured fell into a coma, they would still distribute food to each other. But this food was definitely not enough. She might be able to survive for 10 days if she saved some, but if the others had to rely on this food to survive until rescue arrived, it would be dangerous. One of the 3 college students stood up and said, "Let's divide the food equally, and then each of us saves some. Maybe we can wait for rescue." These college students are used to staying at home. These foods should be able to last for a long time if they save some. Jeong-jun has more than they thought. If there is no rescue by then, I'm afraid. Jeong-jun hid the emotions in his eyes, and just lowered his head to look at the food on the ground. Finally, Suji came out and divided the food into 20 portions, including the injured. Others did not give up their ideas, which made the people lying on the ground feel relieved. Everyone held the food in their hands, and quietly stayed in the corner, under the light of the car lights. Their chewing sounds echoed in the tunnel, like mice stealing food. They were silent, and swallowed the food silently. Jeong-jun ate a little, and her stomach was about half full. Then she pulled the suitcase she found on the bus, and came to the seat she chose. The seat she chose was far away from others. Yu Jingyu followed her because of her life-saving grace. Jeong-jun took out clothes from the suitcase, handed them to her and reminded her, "The tunnel is cool at night. Put on these clothes." Yu Jingyu took them and said gratefully, "Thank you, little girl. I didn't think of this." Jeong-jun waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. She had done all kinds of jobs in the past to make money. No one knew better than her how cold the tunnel was at night. Sure enough, by midnight, everyone was awakened by the cold. They rubbed their goosebumps. Some people searched for clothes in the car, and some people simply took clothes off the dead and wrapped them around themselves. They didn't mind the blood stains and the fact that they were worn by the dead. Some people even endured the blood stains in the car and ran into the car to sleep. Time passed day by day, and everyone was waiting for rescue. But they didn't hear any sound. Jiangyun was not a person who would sit and wait for death. She couldn't put all her hopes on the rescue team. These days, she often walked around the tunnels, observing every tunnel. The fallen rocks fell at the entrance of the tunnel, forming a barrier, trapping people in endless darkness. Jiangyun came to a place with smaller gravel, and slowly moved the stones, trying to break through from the inside, in order to survive. Others saw Jiangyun's actions and persuaded her, "You will have to work like this until the end of time. It is better to wait for rescue." Jiangyun just smiled, and did not stop moving stones. Yu Jingmu also persuaded her, and when she could not persuade her, she joined the team moving stones. In the next few days, Jiangyun moved stones every day when she woke up. As the days passed, everyone began to panic. Some people gradually joined her team, and some people were reluctant to move, thinking that rescue would come soon. 4 days passed, and the food was consumed bit by bit, but there was no sign of rescue. The fear of approaching death made everyone anxious all day long. Others could no longer sit still, and they all stood up and followed Jiangyun's actions to move stones. 4 days later, everyone discovered the most terrifying thing. The car, which had been lighting up, suddenly flashed twice, and then went dark. The surroundings were suddenly plunged into darkness. The gasoline had run out, and the generator could not be started. Even the battery connected to the low beam in the car was exhausted. Someone took the battery from another car, and after some tinkering, the lights came back on. They were relieved when they saw this, and at the same time, a sense of urgency came over them. If they didn't get out, they would never get out again when the oxygen in the tunnel ran out, and it was pitch black. The survivors were suddenly restless, and they did not rest. They walked forward to move stones with Jiangyun and others. The tunnel collapsed on the 6th day. The battery could not last long. In less than a day, the lights went out again. No matter how hard they tried, they could not turn on the lights. In the endless darkness, it seemed that a devil had invaded people's hearts. The reduction of food, the hungry belly, and the despair of not seeing the sun magnified the evil thoughts in people's hearts. Jiangyun moved the stones as usual. At the moment when the lights went out, she used the darkness to transfer the food in the space into the backpack, and then made room to move some boulders secretly with the help of the power of space. A roar suddenly rose in the darkness. "Fang Zhang, what are you doing? Give me back my food." The only sound heard was the sound of pushing and fighting coming from Jiangyun's right, and then the sound of stones hitting each other, as if someone was smashing something, and the sound of muffled noises and screams resounded throughout the tunnel. The crazy voice was faintly mixed with cruelty. "I'll let you snatch it. Ha ha, I'll let you snatch it." This movement shattered the shaky peace among the crowd, and only screams and panicked cries for help could be heard everywhere. Jiangyun protected the backpack on his chest, and held the fruit knife in his right hand tightly. Someone in the dark turned on the light on the mobile charger, and instantly illuminated the entire tunnel. Chapter 3 Tough. In the corner, the male student huddled against the wall with hatred on his face. When the light came on, he looked at everyone with vigilance, and held the bloody stone tightly with both hands. Looking to the side, there were 2 people lying beside him. One of them had a hole in his forehead, blood was gushing from the wound, and there was blood all over the ground, which showed how ruthless he was. The other one looked similar. The stone that the male student swung around made his head bloody. These 2 people were classmates of the male student by the wall. On the other side, the place where the patients were placed was in chaos. Almost everyone took advantage of the chaos, and wanted to take advantage of the situation to grab the food. The first to suffer were the people who were about to die. The lights did not stop these people from doing what they were doing. Instead, they sped up their actions. Su Jihu snatched the food from the unarmed patient. The patient let go of the food without struggling. The patient lay on the seat on the ground. The bandaged wound split open, and blood gradually seeped into the clothes and the seat. He was determined to die, and refused help from others. The couple also joined in, but they robbed the baby's family. The baby's father yelled, "You even robbed the children and the injured. You beasts." The couple retorted, "You have the most food. What's wrong with sharing some? You're not afraid of dying of bloating, if you eat so much by yourself?" The baby's father roared. "That's for the child. Give me back the milk powder." Tears kept flowing down the baby's mother's face. The baby next to her was awakened by the quarrel and cried faintly. The baby's mother ignored the injury in her abdomen and hurriedly crawled to her child, wiping her tears and coaxing the child. 2-1. Even the strong father of the baby could hardly protect all the food, and he watched helplessly as they took away the few biscuits and a can of milk powder. The father of the baby cursed loudly, but he did not dare to compete with them. He had to protect his wife and children first. If he had an accident, the whole family would have to die here. They had to get out alive. The father of the baby stopped cursing with a tired face, wiped the water stains on his face, returned to the mother of the baby, touched the bulge beside her, and breathed a sigh of relief. The baby's father touched the child carefully and said with a firm look, "Our family will definitely get out." The baby's mother nodded with tears in her eyes. The old couple kept the 7-year-old boy by their side because he was alone. Seeing this scene, they sighed in their hearts. It would be dangerous if they couldn't get out. They were old and young. How could they protect the food? Although the old couple were covered in dirt and they didn't talk on weekdays, they could guess from their temperament that they were of extraordinary origin. Seeing the boy's frightened expression, the old lady touched his head soothingly, looked at the chaotic scene around her, and turned to look at her wife next to her. The old grandfather felt his wife's mood and held her hand tightly. The darkness came again, and everyone was protecting the food in their hands in panic, fearing that they would be the next one to be snatched away. Yu Jingmu whispered in a trembling voice, "If this continues, everyone will go crazy." Jiang Jun frowned. The situation became serious, and she now had nothing except the food in the space and the biscuits left by her frugal life. She had to remove rocks every day, which consumed a lot of energy. If she didn't replenish her food, it would be difficult for her to survive until the last few days. She squeezed her scarred and stinging palms. Yu Jingmu didn't expect Jiang Jun to reply after she finished speaking. She patted Jiang Jun, as if to convince herself, "Keep moving. Maybe there is an exit ahead." But everyone knew that there was little hope. Jiang Jun patted her backpack, felt the remaining food, walked to Yu Jingmu's side, and said calmly, "Sister Yu, I feel that the rescue team can't come, and we have to rely on ourselves next." Yu Jingmu suppressed her emotions and said, "What can you do?" Jiang Jun told Yu Jingmu his plan, and the two of them discussed the feasible plan in a low voice. The tunnel that had just experienced a dispute was a little noisy, and no one noticed the conversation between the two. After everything was ready, Jiang Jun took out a flashlight from the space with the help of her backpack. She pressed the switch and pushed it upwards. A beam of light shot straight forward, illuminating the entire tunnel. The light instantly attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned their heads to look at Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun took the lead in walking towards the couple, and took out a fruit knife from her backpack. The blade reflected a beam of light from the flashlight, and was reflected on the wall. "Brothers and sisters, let's return the things to them. We are all trapped here, and it is fate. Why do we have to rob them? Don't you think so?" She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were full of threats and warnings when she looked at the couple, as if they didn't agree, the knife would stab them. The man glanced at the knife in her hand, and said warily, "Who are you? I told you not to meddle in other people's business, or you might lose both the wife and the army." He also used his eyes to signal Yu Jingmu, who was following behind her, and the backpack in her hand. The woman unwrapped the biscuits, and was about to stuff them into her mouth, when she looked up and saw Jiang Jun's beautiful face. She immediately said sarcastically, "Are you trying to use the beauty trap? If you want to eat, just say so. You are so pretentious. I am ashamed for you." Jiang Jun didn't care about what they said, and still advised in a gentle voice, "Return the things. Otherwise it will be difficult to end later." The man looked at Jiang Jun provocatively, and laughed, "What? Do you want to teach us a lesson?" The woman also looked at Jiang Jun with disdain. Jiang Jun looked at their stubbornness, sighed softly, and then dodged. When the couple man relaxed his vigilance, the fruit knife was already against his neck. Jiang Jun said helplessly, "I told you to return it. Why are you so disobedient?" As she spoke, she cut a wound on his neck with the knife in her hand without hesitation. It was not deep, but the pain instantly brought the couple man back to his senses. He immediately stopped his movements, not daring to move, and begged for mercy in a trembling voice, "Sister, be careful of the knife. We will return it. We will return it right away." When the couple woman saw her boyfriend being held hostage, she immediately looked at Jeong-joon with hatred in her eyes. She wanted to get close to Jeong-joon, but with every step closer, her boyfriend's wound deepened. In the end, she could only return the food in her hand. Jeong-joon didn't want to hurt anyone, but the current situation didn't allow her to have a conscience, so she had to resort to such strong means. She saw the food being returned, and heard the baby's father's thanks. So Jeong-joon let go of the couple. The next second, the couple turned around and attacked Jeong-joon. She dodged the attack by turning sideways, and then pressed her heels against the ground. When the opponent's fist came, she stabilized her lower body, grasped the opponent's wrist with both hands, turned around and pressed the opponent to the ground. And with a click, her right hand was dislocated. "Ah! You damned woman!" The angry voice of the couple behind him. Jeong-joon held the other's soft and powerless palm. She just squeezed lightly. The other person felt pain. Then Jeong-joon shook her arm away. The other person collapsed to the ground, looking at her with horror. Jeong-joon no longer paid attention to the two people. She cast her eyes on Soo Ji-hoo, who was watching the fun on the side. The other person immediately raised his hands in surrender, then returned the food in his hand to the injured person, and retreated to his position little by little under Jeong-joon's gaze. The middle-aged man Soo Ji-hoo is an office worker. It is not easy for him to exercise on weekdays. Just now, I saw Jeong-yeon's skills. It is obvious that he is practiced. If he doesn't know the situation, he will be injured later. There are two injured people now. One is the mother of the baby, the other is the man with a leg injury, and the two seriously injured brothers died on the third day. The male student, the old couple and the boy, the couple, the middle-aged man, the only survivor among the three brothers, the baby's family, the man with a leg injury, Yoo Jing-mu and herself. A total of 14 people, 8 of them can work. Jeong-joon spoke again in silence. I think rescue is not coming. We can only rely on ourselves. I suggest digging from the inside to the outside. We work day and night, and we can get out eventually. Then he said with a cold look in his eyes and a raised mouth, I believe you can see that I have some strength. If you don't believe it, you can try to go against me, as long as you are not afraid of offending me, in order to get out alive as soon as possible. My suggestion is to hand in all the food, and then give priority to those who work. Does anyone have any objections? After Jeong-joon said this, because of her shock, no one spoke to refute. Jeong-joon said frankly, I also want everyone to survive. In this situation, only this method is the most effective. I was forced to do this. Then give the food to Sister Yu, the one next to me. Jeong-joon made way for Yoo Jing-mu to stand in the middle. After a while, the first to stand out were the elderly couple. They took the boy and put the food in Yoo Jing-mu's hands. We are also old and will not live long. With these foods, you can last a few more days. Then came the man with minor injuries. He had the most food. His two brothers died in the end because they were not treated in time. They left all the food to him. The man who was originally in a daze was awakened by Jeong-joon's words and remembered his brother's last words, and he wiped his tears and handed over the food. As everyone came forward, Yoo Jing-mu's food increased. Biscuits, bread, water, there were still some left. The baby's family also handed over their milk powder, and everyone was determined to climb out of this desperate hole. Jeong-joon asked Yoo Jing-mu to collect the food, and then asked the young and middle-aged people to gather in the middle, analyze the tunnel for them. I have carefully observed the structure of the tunnel in the past few days. This tunnel is built underground, which means it can lead to the top, but digging directly upwards will definitely cause a second collapse, so we have to take a detour. Jeong-joon explained her plan. They dug upwards in an oblique manner, trying to avoid a second collapse, and asked them to look at the place she dug. Although some people have dug in the past few days, no one has dug upwards in a planned way like Jeong-yeon. When the light was turned on, it was obvious that the place she dug had already tilted upwards by 3 or 4 meters. Moreover, Jeong-yeon had a good control over the surrounding stones. The hole was very stable, and would not collapse even if someone stood on it. This gave hope to everyone who saw the scene. Under Jeong-yeon's command, everyone started digging the hole. Jeong-yeon stood in the hole and tested every movable stone. Then several people lined up to carry the broken stones by passing them. In the following days, almost everyone worked hard, not knowing the time. Day and night. Jeong-yeon secretly took out the water in the space and mixed it in, without anyone noticing. She usually ate the bread in the space, one for a day, and no one noticed her actions. Although Soo Ji-hoo and the baby's father handed over the food, They were still a little dissatisfied in their hearts. And they were also afraid that Jiang Yun would eat all the food alone. They stared at Jiang Yun every time they ate. So when they found that Jiang Yun only ate a little every day and did the heaviest work, they felt very complicated. And even the previous dissatisfaction disappeared. The couple was the laziest in the whole team. In order to punish them, Jiang Jun let them not drink any water for the whole day, and starved them for the whole day. After that, they behaved well. The 8th day in the tunnel, Jiang Jun dug out a truck in the tunnel. The truck was loaded with food. It should be a delivery truck. There was no way to get into the truck. But the food in the truck jumped out of the truck due to the collision. Although the food was smashed to pieces and scattered on the ground, it still made everyone feel like they were injected with chicken blood, and instantly had the motivation to live. The 10th day in the tunnel. Jiang Jun's mission time has come, but she did not choose to leave immediately, and the system did not force her to leave, so she continued to dig upwards with these survivors, looking for hope of life. Since she said she wanted them to survive, she would definitely be able to do it. During this period, the man lying on the ground with a leg injury died on this day because of a virus infection and a high fever. The 12th day in the tunnel. Their tunnel finally leaked a gap, and saw a ray of light, and everyone's eyes were filled with tears, and everyone in the cave was shedding tears of joy. Jiang Jun looked at this scene, and his eyes were full of smiles. Air finally entered the narrow space, and everyone took turns to breathe fresh air, because the oxygen in the tunnel was almost gone, which made everyone's chest feel very uncomfortable. They were trapped in the tunnel for 13 days, and finally escaped from it. Yu Jingyu was crying excitedly, and her trembling hands tightly grasped Jiang Jun's arm. "We are out. We are really out." Su Jiu had a complicated expression. He glanced at Jiang Jun and thought, "We are out. We are really out. And all this is thanks to this little girl." Everyone looked at the long-lost sunshine. Tears welled up in their eyes, and wept bitterly, as if they wanted to vent the pain in the tunnel. Jiang Jun looked at the bright sunshine, and then looked at everyone's back, and finally called the system and chose to leave. Chapter 4. Leaving the Novice World. Leaving the Novice World, please prepare the host. After a dizzy spell, Jiang Jun returned to his small shop. System settlement in progress. Mission: Survival in the Tunnel. Completion: S level. This mission was completed perfectly. Reward upgrade. Congratulations to the host for winning 1,000 points and a lucky draw. It was detected that the host successfully escaped from the tunnel and rescued 12 people. As the first tasker to complete this achievement, the system hereby rewards the host with a lifetime opportunity to bind an item under his name. Jiang Jun looked at the opportunity to bind an item under his name and asked, "Bind an item under your name? Can anything be bound?" The system said, "Yes." Jiang Jun touched his chin and thought for a moment, anxiously asked, "System, do you have any suggestions?" The system's serious voice came. "No, this kind of reward has never appeared in the mission world. The system does not know how to use it. Please explore it by yourself." Jiang Jun's mind flashed, then she took out her treasured property certificate from her treasure box, then excitedly said, "Can you see if it can be bound?" She spent all her savings to buy this store at that time. If it can be bound, it will definitely be the first choice, and she will have to rely on this store for her retirement in the future. Jiang Jun looked at the system expectantly. Then the real estate certificate in Jiang Jun's hand disappeared under a beam of light. Check whether it can be bound. Checking. Checking completed. Found the Star House. Binding. Binding successful. Star House? Jiang Jun was stunned to hear this. The introduction of the house immediately appeared in front of her. Star House is produced by Star. It is absolutely worthy of your trust, and it is also an absolute quality guarantee, and it is your most loyal home. Name: Zhang Shop. Level: LV2. Owner: Jiang Yun. Area: 70 square meters. Other functions to be developed. Jiang Yun did not expect that the house she picked at random turned out to be an interstellar product. She bought the house because it was cheap, although the house looked very old. She had been wandering outside for a few years and wanted to own a house of her own when she returned to her hometown. So she spent the money she had saved for many years to buy it and started a small business. Jiang Jun looked at the introduction below. Zhang's store has been wandering for a long time, and its energy has been exhausted. It eventually fell in the flow of time and is now in a dormant state. The next second, Jiang Jun felt the house under her feet trembling slightly. She hurriedly assisted the wall beside her to stabilize her body. The system panel flashed a red alarm in the air, and the sound of beeps kept ringing. Please pay attention. John's store is waking up. Please give energy as soon as possible. Please give energy as soon as possible. Beep. Energy is found. And it is being consumed. In Jiang-jun's surprised eyes, her points were instantly reset to 0. She watched her hard-earned points disappear just like that. Jiang-jun raised her eyebrows. Just as she was about to ask, her score jumped from 1 to 2, and then increased slowly. As she watched the change, a strange thought suddenly occurred to her. It was like a child who took someone else's things and was found out and asked to return them. The other party knew that he was in the wrong and could only return them reluctantly with great heartache. In her complicated emotions, her score gradually returned to 100, and then flashed more than a dozen times, as if to tell her that it was gone, and she couldn't pour it out, as if to compensate Jiang-yun. The other party changed the store under her feet rapidly. There was suddenly a warehouse area in the store. The goods in her bedroom and the unopened beverages and other goods piled up in the store were all moved inside, and they were classified according to the living area, food area, tobacco and alcohol area, and arranged neatly. Her bedroom was divided into 2 small rooms. They were the kitchen and the bathroom. Considering that she lived alone, they made full use of every space and arranged a room for one person. There's a bed in the bedroom, there's a cabinet next to it, and the kitchen and bathroom are on both sides. The utensils in the kitchen are neatly arranged, and all the dirt and stains are cleaned up instantly, just like a brand new one, and the bathroom is the same. The room is no longer cramped, and it is clean and tidy. Jiang-jun is in a good mood immediately, and no longer cares about the points spent on the house. She looked up at the light screen, and the introduction of John's store was updated, and 2 functions were added. Name, John's store. Level, LV5. Owner, Jiang-jun. Area, 70 square meters plus invisible small warehouse, upgradable, function introduction 1. Time pause, the flow rate in the room stops, and any items except humans will pause time. Function introduction 2. Adequate water and electricity, energy activation is required. Points redemption standard, 1 point for 1 year. Jiang-jun looked at these 2 functions, and had a plan in mind. Since time has stopped, she can put some cooked products, and then she will no longer have to worry about food spoilage, which is very beneficial to her. The store has enough water and electricity, so she no longer has to worry about paying for water and electricity, which really reduces her burden. She put the store aside, and clicked on her personal page. Host name, Jiang-yun level, LV1 HP, 38, 8 plus 30, points, 100 reward, 1 lottery. 1 HP represents 1 day. And now 30 days have been added. Now she has 1 more month to live. Jiang-yun reached out and clicked on the lottery. Using up the lottery opportunity, a virtual turntable suddenly appeared in the room. After 30 seconds, it stopped spinning and the arrow pointed to a stone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Universal Stone tool. Jiang-jun picked up the stone floating in front of her. The stone was round and smooth, like jade. The words Universal Stone tool were engraved on it. Its function also emerged clearly in her mind. Universal Stone tool can be transformed into stone products at will, just by the imagination of the maker. As long as you can think, I can change. Note, don't look down on this small stone. It has great potential. It is useless if it is broken. Please use it with caution. She spread her palm and put the Universal Stone tool on it. Then after a twist, the stone turned into a fruit knife. It was the fruit knife that Jiang-jun had placed in the space before. Its appearance was exactly the same as the original one. She then experimented on the cabinet, gently scratched the cabinet surface, and saw a mark left on it. The blade was extremely sharp, sharper than the fruit knife. Jiang-jun held a transformed knife in her hand with a look of surprise, and then transformed the sword and other weapons one after another, and found that although it was made of stone, it was as sharp as iron. She put the Universal Stone tool into the system's portable space, and then studied the system carefully. She found that there were also system malls and Doomsday Square, but Doomsday Square can only be entered when the player level reaches LV10. She glanced at the locked Doomsday Square, and then turned her eyes to the system mall. Perhaps because of her low level, most of the goods were locked. She also saw the full-bellied bread in the novice gift package before, 1 point per piece, very affordable. She placed an order to buy 10, and casually put them in the store's warehouse. When the store was upgraded, she found that she could sense every corner of the store, and the items inside could be moved at will. In the mall, except for some basic survival supplies. The prices are very cheap. But the prices of high-tech products and weapons such as guns are very expensive. After a round of shopping, there was nothing I wanted to buy. And I couldn't afford what I wanted to buy. So Jiang Jun closed the panel. She looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And when she came back, she found that the time had not changed. As if she had never left. According to the system, after completing this mission, she will have a week of rest time. And it will inform her in advance when the mission is released. Jiang Jun walked from the bedroom to the storefront. The place where unopened drinks, cigarettes, alcohol and food were piled up suddenly became empty, making the whole store look particularly empty. She sighed in her heart. It seemed that she would have to redecorate it later. She didn't know if she had enough money. Jiang Jun opened the locked store. A gust of hot wind swept across her face. The dazzling sunlight seemed to want to penetrate her. Of course, the air conditioner had to be turned on in such hot air. Another expense was spent. Oh, she remembered that her shop's water and electricity were paid for by herself, and she had already directly spent 10 points to pay for 10 years of water and electricity. Thinking of this, she felt happy instantly. As soon as she opened the shop, someone came in. It was the owner of the fruit shop next door. He looked at the shop that had changed drastically and said in surprise, "Did it get robbed?" Jiang Jun took out his usual cigarettes from the cigarette cabinet behind him and put them on the counter and replied casually, "How could it be robbed? I had nothing to do at noon, so I moved everything to the back and planned to find time to redecorate it." The fruit shop owner took the cigarettes and scanned the QR code to pay with his mobile phone and said with a smile, "If you don't know, you would think you got robbed." He remembered this. Jiang Yun bought the house in full. Thinking of this, he sighed and said, "This house has been around for a long time. And you are the only one who bought it. I think the landlord is just fooling you, saying that it will be demolished soon. It sounds good, but I think there is no hope of demolition here. There is nothing to build in a small county like ours." Jiang Yun smiled and said nothing. At that time, she just saw that the neighbors were harmonious. The environment and transportation were convenient. And she decided to buy it. It was not all that the landlord said, that the house would be demolished soon. She echoed the words of the owner of the water and electricity shop, and did not refute. She knew that the other party was enthusiastic, and could not bear to see her being cheated again. So she would bring up this incident every time to make her be more careful. After sending the fruit shop owner away, she sat at the counter and started to purchase goods, calling every supplier. Ice drinks sold the fastest in hot weather. Jiang Jun ordered nearly 2,000 drinks, including Nongfu Spring, black tea, green tea and other popular drinks. It happened that today was also the day for ordering cigarettes. She ordered all the cigarettes that usually sold well, and also ordered a few cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, and spent another 20,000 yuan. Next came some bread, snacks such as spicy strips, and daily necessities such as shampoo, shower gel, etc. She also sold some student supplies in her store, and bought some notebooks, books, etc. She also bought 3 shelves, because the space in the store was expanded. Jiang Jun wanted to fill it up after seeing it. Her small store has a huge capacity, and it has all kinds of things, so the surrounding communities basically come to her store to shop, because there will be unexpected gains. Although it is not as good as those large supermarkets with various brands. Her store is small, but well equipped. Jiang Jun also wanted to test how big the invisible warehouse was. So the shopping trip made her wallet quickly empty. She originally had a balance of 200,000 yuan. But now she spent 80,000 yuan. She suddenly felt that the money was really not spent easily. Chapter 5. In a week, Jiang Jun renovated the entire store, added 3 large goods, replaced a new counter, and installed cabinets on the wall. The layout of the store was done by Xiao Bai. That's right. Jiang Jun gave her small store a name. In order to make all the modifications reasonable, she also arranged a series of decoration staff on the surface, and after they left, she asked Xiao Bai to redecorate it. With the help of Xiao Bai, this expert, the whole store suddenly looked brand new. The 70 square meter shop has a 50 square meter sales area. The shop is painted with off-white dye, which is particularly soft under the light. The simple and elegant shop conforms to Jiang Yun's aesthetics. The cash register is on the left side of the entrance, and on the right are 2 large refrigerators, which contain beer and beverages of various styles. After passing the refrigerators, you will enter the interior. Looking inside, You can see neat and uniform white iron shelves, which are filled with goods, which are dazzling and overwhelming. The edges of the shelves are labeled with eye-catching labels. Food area, living area, other areas, and then the orderly goods are displayed on them. Food area, rice, noodles, seasonings and other daily necessities, instant noodles, ham sausage, pure milk, bread, snail noodles and other fast foods, and snacks such as spicy strips, small squid, chocolate bars, etc. Life area, toiletries, toilet paper, mosquito repellent, sheets and towels and other industrial products. Other areas, some products collected by Jiangyun, such as large backpacks for survival in the wild, tents, sleeping bags and other items, as well as strange student supplies, books and notebooks and pens. The shelves look small, but they can hold so many things. Jiangjun praised Xiaobai's storage skills. Her walls were not empty. Xiaobai built a wine cabinet and a cigarette cabinet, which contained all kinds of wine and cigarettes. Jiangjun looked at the brand new store with satisfaction. She spent 20,000 yuan on the purchase of tools, hiring workers to decorate the store, and other processes. This was because the prices in the small county were low. Before she opened the door for the first time after the renovation, she received a notice of task delivery. Mission: monsters are coming. Survival time: 3 years. Difficulty: general level. Opening time: 2 p.m. on September 12, 2035. Reward: 1,000 points. When the system issued the task, Jiangjun stood in the hot sun, waving her hands, instructing the deliverman to quickly unload the goods to the open space of the store. The goods she bought some time ago finally arrived. Because she was busy with decoration, she kept delaying the delivery time, and finally delayed it to today. Because of the extremely hot weather, she was wearing shorts and a shirt, and her long legs were exposed, and there was a scar on her knee. She was open, and didn't mind others seeing and pointing at her. The deliverman put down the goods, looked up and saw the brand new store, and teased, "Boss Jiang has made money recently? I think the decoration cost is not low." Right? The deliverman is an old employee, and he often goes to Jiangyun's house. After a while, the two of them became familiar with each other. Jiangyun ignored the sound of the system, took the bill from the deliverman without changing his expression, and said self-deprecatingly, "How much money can this small store make? It's good enough to support me. My decoration is not expensive. If you want to decorate in the future, just contact me. I will help you contact people, and maybe I can help you get a discount." The deliverman smiled and replied, "Okay. I will leave my decoration to you in the future. Everyone can brag." Jiangyun said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." After sending this deliverman away, there are several more suppliers coming. Jiangjun ignored the system for the time being. She sat in front of the cashier, cracking melon seeds, waiting for other goods to be delivered. When all the goods arrived, she closed the door and went to the fitness club. Today is September 11th, which means that the mission will start tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the end of the world. She is not in the mood to sell goods. She left the house to Xiaobai and went to the club to exercise. Jiangjun practiced martial arts and boxing when she was young. She was quite strong. She went to the club to exercise every now and then. The coaches in the club all knew her. Entering the club, Jiangjun raised his hand and greeted the girl at the counter. The girl at the front desk was beautiful. Her bright eyes blinked, and she winked at her and whispered, "Coach Feng is in a bad mood today." Jiangjun understood immediately. Coach Feng is a famous boxing coach in the club. His teaching is strict on weekdays, and when he is in a bad mood, he is even more demanding. He even has to go on stage to fight with every student. The atmosphere of the club changes with Coach Feng's mood. When he is in a good mood, the atmosphere of the club is relaxed and happy. When he is in a bad mood, the atmosphere of the club is terrifying and wailing everywhere. The receptionist remembered Professor Feng's sullen face, shrank her neck, cast a look of hope to Jiangjun, and quickly stuffed the training suit taken from the counter into her arms. Jiangjun changed into the training suit and came to Coach Feng's training ground. The sandbags covered with marks were being hammered vigorously by a sweaty middle-aged man. The dull sound of the sandbags resounded throughout the training ground. There was a scar on the side of the man's face. Sweat flowed along the scar to his jawbone, and then dripped onto the flat rubber floor. The middle-aged man Feng Guangtao came back to his senses from the intense exercise. His chest kept rising and falling. He looked up and saw Jiangjun. He reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. "Let's go. Let's fight on the ring." Jiang-jun didn't say much, and followed him directly to the ring. When the people around saw the two of them on the ring, the originally depressed training ground suddenly became excited. "Today I actually caught up with the two of them fighting. Come on. Sister Jiang and Coach Feng are sparring. I must steal some skills today. Sister Jiang's wild skills are strong. Want to learn? I'm afraid it will be very difficult." The ring was suddenly surrounded by people, and there were different opinions on who would win and who would lose. On the ring, Feng Guangtao's fierce punches came from all directions. Jiang-jun did not dare to take it lightly. She clenched her fists to fight back. Her punches revealed a fierceness, and were very wild, and specifically targeted people's pain points. Someone next to him covered his abdomen, whispered, "It hurts. Every time I see Sister Jiang's attack, I feel a pain in my body. I don't know where Sister Jiang learned the moves from." The person next to him nodded in agreement. He said he had a deep understanding. The fight between the two became more intense. Jiang-jun's moves were difficult for even boxing champion Feng Guangtao to deal with. After the two fought back and forth, Jiang-jun was finally defeated by Feng Guangtao. His head was clamped by his legs, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Jiang-jun admitted defeat. After the fight between the two ended, the audience was still not satisfied. Some people were still discussing the moves of the two, the power of the attack, and the reason why Jiang-jun lost in the end. Feng Guangtao and the other person went down from the ring, making way for others. They sat in the audience chairs next to them, and were silent with each other. Jiang-jun didn't dare to speak casually, fearing that she might accidentally touch the other person's sore spot. She unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped down half a bottle of water. Jiang-jun had just swallowed the water in her throat when she heard a distressed voice beside her. "What do you think women like? You are also a woman. Do you know what women usually want to write?" Jiang-jun heard this question and raised her eyebrows and said, "Let me answer this question." Feng Guangtao then remembered that Jiang-jun was not an ordinary woman and could not be confused with his wife. With Jiang-jun interrupting, Feng Guangtao was no longer embarrassed. He clenched the bottle of mineral water in his hand and said, "Your sister-in-law said that I don't understand her and wants a divorce. I don't agree. I have been busy with this matter these days." He remembered the venting during the match just now, and bowed his head to apologize. "I used too much force in the ring just now. Please forgive me. We married people have a lot of family conflicts." He also sincerely suggested to Jiang-jun, "You must think carefully before getting married in the future." He patted her shoulder. "Be careful. Be careful. Be more careful." Jiang-jun immediately rolled her eyes at him. She is still young. Feng Guangtao was amused by Jiang-jun, and his face was no longer full of melancholy. Instead, he smiled and changed the subject. "What have you been busy with these days? Why haven't you come to the club? I wanted to find you to practice a few days ago." Jiang-jun followed the topic and said, "I've been busy with decoration these days. The house is a bit old, so I thought about renovating it. Maybe it can attract more business." Feng Guangtao instantly remembered Jiang-jun's store. It was not old, but extremely old. It looked like an ancient building from a distance. It was a miracle that it could survive until now. Speaking of which, Jiang-jun came to this small county town a few years ago, saying that she was visiting her relatives, but she didn't see anyone interacting with her in the end. When he first met Jiang-jun, he was shocked by this thorny girl. In the past few years, the thorns of the little girl have been worn away by this county town, and she looks approachable. However, as Jiang-jun's opponent in the ring, Feng Guangtao knew that it was not that the thorns were worn away, but that people had grown up and learned to disguise. He didn't know Jiang-jun's previous experience, and he never asked, but just hoped that everything would be sweet after bitterness. Feng Guangtao was in a trance for a while, and then he came to his senses and advised her, "Your house may collapse at any time. Why are you adding money to it?" He sighed and said, "You are really stupid. You can't make money or lose money?" Jiang-jun humbly accepted the criticism and joked, "Maybe my renovation will turn my luck around and my business will be booming." Feng Guangtao saw that she was unrepentant, and didn't discourage her. "Then I'll borrow your good words." The two chatted about trivial things in life, looking at the children in the training ground, and the light shone on them, witnessing their friendship. The next day, half an hour before the mission started, Jiang-jun filled the space. The shop was in order. She herself was not sure about this official mission. She was ready. The mission was about to start. Mission transmission in progress. Enter the mission world. Monsters are coming. Arrival time is 3 days before the end of the world. Please host survives safely for 3 years. Zhang's shop is being launched. Ding. Launched successfully. Chapter 6 Monsters are coming. The sound of reciting lessons rang out in the early morning. Students who were earlier than birds squinted their eyes sleepily and mumbled words. Jiang Jun climbed up from the table with a splitting headache. She looked at the youthful students with a nostalgic look. She seemed to have not been to school for more than 10 years. The scene of skipping school and fighting seemed to be vivid in her mind. She came back to her senses from her memories and touched her forehead with the back of her palm. It was hot. She was having a fever now. No wonder she felt weak all over. Amid the sound of reading, a notebook was thrown from behind her and hit her head accurately. Jiang Jun felt a pain on the back of her head, and the hand that was supporting her cheek slipped off, and the notebook on the other side bounced off her head and onto the ground. She looked back and saw the beautifully dressed little girl in the back row raising her eyebrows at her, her eyes full of contempt. The little girl was furious when she saw that she didn't pick up the notebook timidly as before, and dared to look back at her. She frowned and stared at Jiang Jun, with a sneer on her lips. "What are you looking at, you fat pig?" She stared at Jiang Jun with cold eyes, pointed at the notebook on the ground and said, "If you don't finish it for me before class today, I'll let you taste the smell of the toilet." The little girl seemed to remember the scene of the fat pig shivering and screaming a few days ago, but her rosy lips spit out the most vicious words. "Did the toilet water taste good yesterday? I don't mind letting you taste it again." She also looked up at the followers behind her, and the smile on her face became more charming. "Don't you think so?" The people around her echoed. "That's right, Chenling. While there are still a few minutes left in the morning self-study, hurry up and copy the homework, otherwise." The rest of the words are naturally threatening her. Jiang Jun raised her eyebrows and watched the scene. As a school bully for many years, she was only concerned with finding people to fight with and showing the prestige of our school. But she is not ignorant. When she was in school, she encountered countless scenes of school violence, but most of them were suppressed by her and could not cause any waves. It is said that the principal of that year was impressed by the unusually honest students of that class. Now, as a victim of school violence, Jiang former school bully Yun feels very novel. If it were in the past, she might have appreciated what tricks this little gangster would have. Now as a patient with a high fever, she is very irritable. The little gangster's voice is like a buzzing fly, but the other party is not aware of it at all. Jiang Jun's forehead was bulging with veins. She suppressed her emotions, picked up the notebook on the ground, and strode towards the little girl. She chose an extremely humiliating behavior. Before the little girl could react, she took the notebook and slammed it on her face. It didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting. "Didn't your mother teach you not to be too arrogant? Didn't your mother teach you to do your homework by yourself? Didn't your mother teach you not to offend your classmates at school? Your mother may not have taught you that you will be punished for doing wrong things. Look, it's here." A series of questions from your mother confused the little girl and her group. When the little girl was talking, the recitation gradually faded, and at the end, after Jiang Jun asked a series of rhetorical questions, the class fell silent. The little girl felt a stinging pain on her face. Jiang Jun had used enough strength. Maybe in a few days, her face would be as swollen as a pig. She covered her cheek with her hand and screamed angrily, "Ah! You bitch! You hit me in the face!" Just as the little girl stood up and wanted to fight back, the table in front of her suddenly fell towards her, and the books in the drawer on the table fell on her, because she wanted to take revenge on Jiang Yun. The little girl didn't notice the collapsed table. Just like that, after being hit by the book, she happened to fall off the chair and her legs were just under the table. In this coincidence, the little girl's legs were hit directly. The severe pain instantly made her face hideous, and then her screams resounded throughout the teaching building. The followers behind her were also frightened and froze in place. Jiang Yun, who was hiding her merits and fame, quickly adjusted her expression before the teacher came. In fact, her pale face did not need to be disguised at all, and it naturally formed a kind of protection for her. The monitor of the class had already called the teacher. Accompanied by the screams of the little girl, the head teacher arrived in time. The head teacher looked at the miserable scene in front of her with a headache, and quickly arranged for someone to help the little girl to go to the hospital. She called Jiang Yun, the monitor and the followers to the office again, and asked about the whole story. The head teacher adjusted his eye sockets, and looked at Jiang Yun with a serious expression, As the protagonist of the incident, you should explain what happened first. Jiang Yun said innocently. I just asked a few questions, and then her desk fell down by itself, and then her leg was injured. The head teacher turned to look at the monitor and asked, Is that so? The monitor looked at Jiang Yun with complicated eyes, and nodded at the head teacher's question, and affirmed Jiang Yun's words. The attendant next to her was anxious. It's not like that. It's obviously Chen Ling. It's obviously Chen Ling. The words were on her lips. But she couldn't say a word. Jiang Jun did say a few words. And the table fell down by itself. But the attendant felt something was wrong. And she didn't know where to start. Just as she hesitated, Jiang Jun spoke. She said in a faint voice, Teacher, Zheng Zixuan locked me in the toilet yesterday. And then poured water all over me. Which caused me to get sick and have a fever today. And she didn't repent. Today. She even asked me to help her with her homework during the morning self-study class. And threatened that if I didn't do it, she would lock me in the toilet again. Zheng Zixuan was the little gangster girl. And Jiang Jun saw her name in her notes. She pointed at the followers beside her. And then coughed weakly and said, They are also accomplices. Then she bowed to the teacher and said, Please help me. Teacher. Her bloodless lips and shaky body showed that what she said was the truth. After hearing Jiang Jun's words, the head teacher was furious. And with the affirmation of the class monitor, she glared at the followers on the side. She didn't expect that in her career there would be school violence. And it happened in her class. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. The head teacher first went forward and touched Jiang Yun, and found that her hand was burning hot, and was immediately shocked, and quickly asked the monitor to send her to the infirmary. Before Jiang Yun left, she assured her, Don't worry, I will definitely take care of you, and will not tolerate this kind of school violence. Infirmary. Jiang Yun was sent here by the monitor, and was put on in 4 drip. She looked at the busy and enthusiastic monitor, and bowed her head to thank him. Thank you, monitor. Although the monitor was not very beautiful, but her bookish temperament, and her gestures, all showed her upbringing. Although Jiang Jun herself is not a cultured person, she still likes people like the class monitor. The class monitor said him, pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, Don't indulge them like before when you encounter such things in the future. They bully you unscrupulously just because you are afraid. Jiang Jun heard the concern in the other party's words, smiled and nodded, and responded, Thank you for your concern, class monitor. I won't do it again in the future. The class monitor arranged Jiang Jun. And seeing that there was a school doctor here, he said hello to Jiang Jun and returned to the class. Jiang Jun rubbed her stiff face, and felt that one should not judge a person by his appearance. The school bully back then also learned to act, and got a new skill. She lay on the bed in the infirmary, and began to receive the original owner's memory. Unlike the novice mission, the formal mission would have the original owner's memory, which would ensure that she had a clear understanding of the world she lived in. The original owner was called Chen Ling, an ordinary female student. Half a year ago, her parents died in a car accident, which filled her life with despair. After a series of blows, she suffered from school violence. In the end, she died in this ordinary morning self-study because of a high fever. The Doomsday system does not have the status of depriving others of their lives. The people they inhabit are all dead, and the system will take over the body and continue their lives only after it has won the approval of the original owner. So Jiang Jun does not need to worry about whether she has taken away other people's lives. She first figured out her current situation, and then remembered her shop and followed. To be honest, Jiang Jun was shocked. Although it was bound to the shop, it could still follow her into the mission world, which really opened her eyes. Then she felt the location of the store, and realized that the store was safe. And she felt relieved. At this moment, her tense brain finally relaxed, and her body, which was exhausted by the high fever, began to repair itself. Jiang Jun fell asleep in a peaceful infirmary. When she woke up again, the needle in her hand had been removed, and the high fever had subsided. It was already noon, and her stomach had been howling for a long time, and she wanted to eat. She said hello. Jiang Jun went from the infirmary to the Zichelania restaurant, and she took out the meal card from her pocket, and bought a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded pork with green peppers, and a bowl of rice. After filling her stomach, she went back to the dormitory and packed her luggage. She wanted to ask for leave. There were still 3 days before the end of the world. Why would she go to school? Jiang Jun got the 3-day leave slip smoothly. The original owner had an aunt, who was her guardian, and usually cared about the original owner. But after careful consideration, Jiang-jun was not going to go home. She avoided the camera and found a secret alley. There was no one around. The next second, she disappeared. Jiang-jun appeared in the store out of thin air and scanned the goods in the store. It was no different from the past. People were coming and going in front of the store, and no one seemed to notice the store that appeared out of nowhere. After some research, Jiang-jun finally figured it out. The system was already very troubled by the store's binding, which was equivalent to cheating. It originally wanted to block the store from the task. But who would have thought that the store would find loopholes and force its way through with the help of Jiang-jun? Others would shine with a little sunshine, but the store would run wild with a little energy. Xiaobai, proud. This store is so awesome. In desperation, the system can only impose restrictions on the store. The store must be open for 2 hours every day. Since it is a store, it must be open. Goods must be sold every day. With so many things in stock, can the system let you take advantage of it? Sell as much as you can. Sell out everything for me. Of course, the store came through with its own strength. And although it used a tiny amount of power from the system, it can be ignored. Therefore, the system does not actually have much power to restrict the store. And then considering the harmfulness of the store, it prevents others from offending the store and causing the store to disrupt the entire mission world. The system thoughtfully added camouflage and defense to the store, making it impossible for anyone to enter the store. Of course, the above is all Jiang-jun's guess based on the system's words, and combined with Xiaobai's swaggering gestures. Since no one can come in, Jiang-jun had to let Xiaobai open a window on the wall, similar to the ice cream window at KFC. Above the window is a piece of serpentine wood, a brown square board fixed to the wall, with 4 dragon flying and phoenix dancing brush characters written on it. Zhang's shop. The red letters on the brown background are particularly eye-catching, and every stroke shows the unrestrained style of the shop. When opening the shop, just push it outward from the top of the window. The wooden board is 90 degrees to the wall, and then put the goods on the wooden board for passers-by to choose and buy. When closing the shop, just pull it up to close the shop. She opens a window, puts some drinks and snacks, and lets passers-by scan the code to pay by themselves, as long as the system requirements are met. Now the most important thing is to stock up quickly. Although the original owner is underage, she has been spoiled since she was a child. In order to compensate her, her aunt specially opened a bank card for her, which has about 50,000 yuan in it, all for her pocket money. After Jiang-jun thought about it, she set off directly. Chapter 7. After leaving the store, Jiang-yun went directly to the grain base. First, she rented a warehouse. She ordered a large amount of rice, corn flour, grains, and rice produced all over the country. She specifically picked grains that are very filling. Grains of the same price are cheaper than snacks, which is why Jiang-yun stocked up so much. Her first choice is items with strong practical value. Vegetables can be stored in the store, so Jiang-yun ran to the suburban vegetable farmer base early the next morning and bought a large amount of vegetables. She bought 3 trucks of fresh vegetables and put them in Xiaobai's warehouse. Jiang-yun bought all the seasonal vegetables that month and let the vegetable farmers think that she liked vegetables and forced her to give them several packets of vegetable seeds. Jiang-yun looked at the packet of vegetable seeds in her hand and then spent another 2,000 yuan to buy vegetable seeds. Finally, Jiang-yun remembered to stock up on some instant noodles, ham sausage, biscuits and other snacks, and bought more than a dozen boxes of ice cream, which she might not be able to eat in the future. She also bought common medicines and oil. Because they were limited, Jiang-yun could not buy too much. After spending all the money, Xiaobai's warehouse was finally full. Jiang-jun thought it would never be full. She looked at the full warehouse and was shocked. She didn't expect that she had stockpiled so many things. The main reason was that food and vegetables were cheap and in large quantities. She bought a truckload of them at a time. She felt that with these things, she would not have to worry about the next 3 years. No wonder the system said that Xiaobai was a cheating tool and added many restrictions. Even so, she was not at a loss. The original owners, Aunt Hong, called once in the middle to ask about Jiang-jun's situation. It should be the class teacher who informed her about her niece's experience at school. Chen Hong's tone was full of annoyance, shouting, "It's all Aunt's fault. Where are you now? Aunt will find you. Let's go to school together." When she thought of her niece being bullied at school, she really wanted to fight with that person. She became more and more angry. Xiaoling, let's go to school. And we'll support you. Don't be afraid. Jin Hong picked up Jiang Jun from the address given by Jiang Jun and went straight to school. With everyone stunned, Jin Hong directly confronted the school leader without giving him any face. After that, she went to find the parents of every student who bullied Jiang Yun and started to fight with them, without giving them a chance to apologize. After half a day, Jiang Yun fully understood this hot-tempered aunt. She felt that if Qinling learned a little bit of her aunt's temper, she would never be bullied by the little girls in school. Jiang Yun quickly became famous within a day, because her aunt's great deeds spread throughout the campus in a short time. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, a post suddenly appeared on a well-known forum in Xia country, ranking first on the hot list. I'm spreading the Doomsday experience to you. You dare not come in? I'm talking to you. Why don't you get in now? The title is arrogant, the post is weird, and it has always been at the top of the list. The post contains a series of long articles, including wilderness survival skills, boxing skills, food storage, and other information. It also marked the air raid shelters in each city, and even detailed the countryside. Some people clicked on it with curiosity, wanting to see where the air raid shelters in their hometowns are. This is the location of the air raid shelters that even the locals may not know. This post was hung high on the forum homepage and hot list. No matter how the technicians cracked it, they could not delete it, which caused the technicians to work overtime overnight. The post remained high for 2 consecutive days, and some netizens found something wrong, which immediately caused heated discussions. What's going on? This weird post has been on the top of the list. Is the end of the world coming? You see, that post is so detailed, I'm scared. What end of the world? I'm afraid it's just a prank by the technicians. Anyway, I followed the advice above and stocked up. Please call me a good baby, doghead. The above. I stocked up too. That post was a bit weird. I just believed it. Whispering, I suspect it's a national warning. You see, the higher-ups didn't come out to delete the post. Yeah, generally, such posts don't survive for long, they're deleted by the higher-ups. You see, it's been alive for 2 days. The government is speechless. It's really hard to say, can't they delete it? They can't delete it. This post disappeared on the 3rd day after it was posted, but it still left a deep impression on everyone. As for Jiang Jun, she asked the system to remove the post. She spent 20 points to pin the post, which made her already poor family even worse off. The system does not allow taskers to reveal information about the Doomsday. But Jiang Jun took a roundabout way and only posted survival tips online, and stayed at the top of the list for 3 days with the help of the system. This loophole made it impossible for the system to refute it, and it could only charge money to do the job. As the Doomsday approached, the system's prompt sounded. There are 2 hours left until the Doomsday arrives. Please prepare yourself. Jiang Jun glanced at the time, and then called Chen Hong. After the beeping sound of the mobile phone lasted for 30 seconds, the call was answered, and a slightly tired female voice came from the microphone. Hello, Xiaoling. How have you been resting recently? Jiang Jun nestled in the soft sofa, holding an ice cola in his hand, with full momentum. But his tone was very aggrieved. Aunt, my leg is injured. There is no medicine at home. Can you go home for a while? Chen Hong's niece's depressed voice came from the mobile phone next to her ear. If you are too busy, then don't bother, Aunt. Qinling's hand that was flipping through the materials paused, and hurriedly said, Xiaoling, wait for me for a while. I will go home soon. Jiang Jun hung up the phone, then drank the cola with a gulp, squeezed it with his right hand, and threw it into the trash can. While Chen Hong was still not home, Jiang Jun quickly collected the takeout boxes on the table, and even went downstairs to throw away the garbage to destroy the body. During the whole process, he moved freely, and did not look injured at all. On the other side, Chen Hong's leader approved her leave, and she immediately drove home and rushed all the way home. As soon as she entered the house, she saw the crowded door. Chen Hong was stunned on the spot. She looked at Jiang Jun, who was moving freely, and wondered, Xiaoling, why did you buy so many things? She had not been home for 2 days, and the living room was filled with all kinds of food. She glanced at Jiang Yun's intact legs again, and said with a twitch of her mouth, Xiaoling, isn't your leg injured? Jiang Yun said confidently, if you don't come back, how can I finish sorting these things? Chen Hong looked at the food on the floor, and then looked at her beloved niece. and finally could only sigh heavily. She didn't blame her niece for deceiving, but resigned herself to rolling up her sleeves, putting on an apron, and carrying the things in the living room into the storage room. Chin Hong did not blame her for wasting money, but asked, "Why did you think of buying so much food?" Jiang Jun wiped the sweat from her forehead, walked up to Chin Hong, and explained proudly, "I have been browsing my phone these days, and everyone is saying that the end of the world is coming. I have nothing to do at home, so I stocked up some food, just in case." Chin Hong has been so busy these days that she did not pay attention to the disputes on the internet. After hearing what her niece said, she believed it. She didn't know whether it was the end of the world or not, but as long as her niece's mood could improve after buying these things, it would be worth it. "But there are so many things," she said worriedly. "These are enough for us to eat for half a year. If your doomsday doesn't come, we will have to give these things away. Otherwise they will be wasted after the expiration date." Jiang Jun said reluctantly, "Okay then." Chin Hong didn't notice that Jiang Jun's unusually calm eyes were staring straight at the sky outside while carrying the box. At this time, the system sounded again. Ding! Doomsday has arrived. On the street, the sky was clear. Suddenly, the sky began to darken, and countless black dots appeared in the air, and then quickly fell to the land. Bang! 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 The black dots fell to the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground, and knocking down the people around them. They looked at the black dots that continued to fall from the sky, and their eyes dodged in fear. They climbed up from the ground with weak legs and feet, and fled with screams. The black round object stretched its body, first revealing its claws, which were covered with green viscous liquid. As the claws stretched out, the green liquid fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. The fish-like head stretched out, the sharp teeth opened ferociously. A howl came out of its mouth. Such a strange shape made everyone even more terrified. The monster that fell to the ground climbed up from the ground, about 2 meters tall, waved its claws to attack the surrounding humans. Before people could react, they were already swallowed by it. The chaos began from this moment. Chin Hong covered her mouth and looked at the chaotic crowd and the ferocious monster below. The horrible scene made her collapse to the ground. Jiang Jun calmly looked at the monster on the ground, constantly analyzing the characteristics of the monster, watching the monster being stabbed in the abdomen and then falling down. She clearly saw a red crystal in the monster's abdomen. When it was shattered, the monster fell down. She thought, it turned out that was their weakness. Such a striking weakness gave Jiang Jun the confidence to defeat the monster. Jiang Jun turned around and saw Chin Hong sitting on the ground with tears on her face, and comforted her. "It's okay, we are on the 4th floor, they can't climb up." Chin Hong came out of her panic, looking at the calm Jiang Jun, feeling a little complicated. She didn't expect that her niece, who had always been weak, would comfort her. First reaction when she saw such a terrible scene. She wiped the tears from her face and regained her composure. She instructed Jiang Jun to lock the door and prop the door against the table. The monster couldn't come up now, and who knew if it would come up later. Luckily her niece bought so much food, which allowed them to survive. They stayed at home for the next few days, waiting for national rescue. Chapter 8. Inside the community. The peace of the past is gone. There are only wandering monsters, and screams coming from the community from time to time. Looking from the upstairs, I saw the monster devouring human bodies, and the blood from the mutilated corpses dyed the ground red. Chin Hong came back to her senses from these scenes, suppressed the fear in her heart, and cheered up in front of her niece. She also forced a smile and joked, "You said the end of the world is coming a second ago. I didn't believe it. Look. You are slapped in the face now." She looked at the food in the living room and said to herself, "Fortunately you bought these foods." She continued the work that was interrupted just now, and asked her niece to move the bags of rice, flour, oil, and boxes of instant noodles, bread and other foods in the living room into the storage room. The house they lived in had 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, and was about 120 square meters. This house was left to Chin Ling by her parents after they died. After her parents died, Chin Hong moved from her house, where she lived alone, to take care of Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun had 1 bedroom, and Chin Hong lived next to it, which was the room where Chin's parents lived before. The other room was used as a storage room to store items. The two moved the food piled up in the living room to the storage room. Chin Hong returned to the living room and turned on the TV, wanting to find a little comfort from the sound and drive away the fear in her heart. She turned the channel to the news channel, hoping to see news about the country. But the chaotic studio and the absence of the host made her restless. Chin Hong forced a smile and said, "It's a rare day off. Auntie will make you some braised pork that you like. I remember there is some pork at home. If you don't eat it, it will be gone." Chin Hong walked into the refrigerator and looked at the full freezer. The panic in her heart was briefly filled with abundant food. When people are busy, they will forget a lot of things. Chin Hong kept turning herself, as if only in this way could she get out of the panic. Jiang Jun watched her turning back and forth non-stop. In order to ease her restless mood, she helped on the side. 2 o'clock in the afternoon was the time when the doomsday would come. Now the sun was gradually setting. The setting sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the ground. The beautiful scenery of the past could no longer attract the audience. Their dinner was ready. The first meal after the doomsday was still delicious food. The braised pork that melted in the mouth and the fragrant and delicious pork rib soup. After the two enjoyed this dinner, they went back to their rooms to rest tacitly. Overnight, the world ended. Even the strong-willed Chin Hong had to take some time to adjust. Jiang Jun did not disturb her. At night, these new monsters roamed in the dark corners from time to time, with their dragging footsteps and hissing sounds coming from their throats. They were extremely hungry and were looking for food. Jiang Jun moved from the bedroom of the apartment to the store, took out the universal stone tool in the space, transformed it into a sharp tang sword, and then looked at the monsters wandering outside through the glass window. She decided to test the monster's power when the monster first came. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. This also applies to these monsters. She saw the rugged and ugly monster outside. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. It was her first time to encounter it. But she always remembered that she would live here for 3 years. It was inevitable that she would encounter such things. She was not a person who would avoid things. She would have to face monsters sooner or later. She would rather face them earlier. That's why she chose to go out hunting at night. Besides, she still has the store as a backup. When in danger, she can teleport to the store. Compared to other people, she is already very lucky. Zhang's store is located in the suburbs, next to the industrial park. During the daytime, there are few people working, and few people come, but it is really lively at night. But now the industrial park has become a playground for monsters. Fish-faced monsters can be seen everywhere, shaking their heads, climbing on the ground, looking for the next food. Green sticky liquid flows from the corners of their mouths, and as they walk, it drips on the ground, forming a clear mark. Broken bodies and pieces of flesh were everywhere. The blood splattered on the wall had dried up. Jiang Jun followed a fish-faced monster silently. She held her breath and approached step by step. According to Jiang Jun's observation, the fish-faced monster seemed to have lost its sense of smell and relied on its keen hearing to hunt humans. Suddenly, the fish-faced monster in front stopped. Jiang Jun's face changed. There was a sudden sobbing sound from the building behind her, which attracted the attention of the fish-faced monster. Before the fish-faced monster turned around, Jiang Jun took the lead in attacking. Her tang sword fiercely stabbed into the fish-faced monster's abdomen. Before it screamed, the red crystal in its abdomen had been knocked off from behind by her. The red crystal fell to the ground, and a crisp sound was heard. Jiang Jun quickly picked it up, and then wanted to evacuate before other fish-faced monsters arrived. But the faint sobbing sound disappeared, and was replaced by a cry for help. "Save me! Please save me!" In a clothing store, a man and a woman stood up from the counter. The woman quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with both hands, and said anxiously, "Please save us. As long as you can save us, we are willing to give you all the money." The man next to her was obviously injured, and his face was pale, and he leaned against the wall. And he kept echoing. Jiang Jun did not answer them, but reminded them, these fish-faced monsters have very sensitive hearing, and any small sound can attract them. The two people's faces turned pale instantly, and they covered their mouths instantly. Jiang Jun continued, "But it is very simple to kill them. Just take down the red crystals in their abdomens. My ability is limited, and I can't save you. It's up to you now." She brought a backpack with her before going out, as a tool for concealment, but she didn't expect it to come in handy. She took out 5 bags of instant noodles from the store with the backpack behind her, and threw them to them. The next second, Jiang Jun left quickly. That was all she had to say. She had helped as much as she could, and there was nothing she could do after that. Jiang Jun left too quickly, and the two men disappeared before they could stop her. They did not dare to shout loudly, and could only stand there anxiously. The sound of the fish-faced monster dragging its feet came from the surroundings, and the two were immediately shocked and quickly squatted down to hide. Even though they were in tears and terrified, they did not dare to make a sound. Besides, after Jiang Jun used the teleportation to return to the store, she soon found an opportunity to go out again. Although there were many fish-faced monsters at night, they did not roam in groups, which gave Jiang Jun a good opportunity. She held the handle of the knife tightly in her hand, took advantage of the weakness of the fish-faced monsters, and killed the monsters that fell behind without making a sound. She pierced the opponent's abdomen with a knife, hitting the red crystal that fell in the abdomen, and then washed the red crystal and put it in her backpack. She planned to study this red crystal later. Jiang Jun usually kills with one strike. If she cannot kill with one strike, she will fight with the fish-faced monster for a while. When she cannot deal with it, she will run away. Jiang Jun is not stupid enough to challenge a group of monsters directly. Instead, she constantly trains and improves herself by killing one lone monster after another. Even so, Jiang Jun is inevitably injured. Her shoulder is scratched by the sharp claws of the monster. The fish-faced monster is extremely powerful, and even Jiang Jun finds it difficult to deal with it. Moreover, she had been concentrating on controlling the angle for a long time, in order to kill the fish-faced monster perfectly, which caused her to consume a lot of physical and mental energy. In a moment of carelessness, she was injured by the fish-faced monster. She endured the pain and finally killed the fish-faced monster, and then quickly returned to the store. Jiang Jun hunted in the store until midnight. After treating the wounds on her body and covering up the smell of the potion, she returned to the apartment exhausted and fell asleep. In the next week, Jiang Jun often returned to the store at night to hunt monsters, and returned to the apartment at midnight. During this period, her skills in killing fish-faced monsters became more and more sophisticated. In the middle, she also discovered the function of the red crystal. It seemed to be an energy crystal core. Somehow, it appeared on the fish-faced monster. Xiaobai seemed to be able to absorb this energy. Although it was not as good as the energy provided by the system points, it was better than nothing. Therefore, Jiang Jun gave all the red crystal cores she had hunted to Xiaobai to absorb. She also saw the effect. In just 1 week, as Xiaobai absorbed energy, the space of the warehouse gradually expanded. Although the increase was not much, Jiang Jun was still very satisfied to see the effect. One morning a week later, the sun shone sparsely on the ground. The streets were empty, but there was a fish-faced monster wandering around. Chenhong did not sleep well this week. She looked pale and was a little listless. She lay on the soft sofa, as if she wanted to catch up on some sleep. She lay in bed in fear these past few nights. The dark night made all her senses extremely sharp. She could hear the heavy footsteps of the monsters, and she could also hear screams from afar from time to time, which caused her to hardly close her eyes all night. Jiang Jun changed her clothes in the bedroom. She was wrapped in a black jacket. Her hair was tied up high. She held an axe in her hand. Chenhong was lying on the sofa and saw Jiang Jun dressed like this. She hurriedly got up from the sofa and ran to her and said, "Xiaoling, are you going out?" When she saw Jiang Jun nod, she said without thinking, "There are monsters outside. If you go out, you will become their food. Right? You are going to die." After that, she said to the ground, "Pooh, pooh," and slapped her lips and said, "Don't say such unlucky words." Jiang Jun explained helplessly, "We can't stay at home all the time. Besides, what will we do when the food is gone? While there are fewer fish faces during the day, I will go out to find some food." She looked at Chenhong's somewhat moved expression, and then advised, "Aunt, you see, we still have electricity and water now. But in a short time, maybe even electricity and water will be gone. What will we do then?" Chenhong wanted to keep her niece at home, but she also knew that what her niece said was right. They couldn't stay at home all the time. What would they do when the food was gone? Chenhong thought for a moment, and made up her mind. "Wait a minute. I will go with you. I can't let a child as young as you go first." Chapter 9. Chenhong controlled her fear and stepped out of the unit door. Jiang Jun explained the fish-faced monster to her, and told her that the fish-faced monster's weakness was in its abdomen. Chenhong looked at her niece in surprise. Although she knew that Jiang Jun stood on the balcony and looked out every day, she didn't expect that she actually observed so carefully that she knew the weakness of the fish-faced monster clearly. She thought to herself, she couldn't be worse than a child. She didn't fight for a bun, but for her dignity. She clenched the axe in her hands with both hands, and her eyes became more determined. Jiang Jun handed the axe to her, while she herself took the dagger transformed from the universal stone tool. Although the Tang sword was more convenient to use, it was not the right time for her to take it out. The sound of the two people walking attracted the fish-faced monster in the distance. It was seen shaking its body and climbing on the ground. The sound of its claws scratching the ground and the friction of its footsteps showed its eager mood at this time. Jiang Jun assisted Chen Hong on the side and did not intervene much. Her main purpose of coming out was to train Chen Hong's ability. Now that the end of the world has come, if you live in your comfort zone forever, you will die in the mouth of a monster sooner or later. Since Jiang Jun has received Chen Ling's body, he will naturally take care of the only relative of the original owner. It was not smooth at the beginning. When Chen Hong saw the fish-faced monster, she had to overcome her inner fear and ignore the fish-faced monster's terrifying and weird shape. Their plan to go to the supermarket had to be put on hold for the time being. Jiang Jun accompanied Chen Hong to hunt fish-faced monsters near the unit door for several days. Chen Hong went from vomiting after killing a fish-faced monster at the beginning to vomiting while killing, and then to swinging the axe to kill without changing her expression. The two of them had been killing monsters for 3 consecutive days. Fortunately, Jiang Jun was there to accompany them. Otherwise, Chen Hong would have been injured. Even so, Chen Hong's progress was still rapid. Half of Chen Hong's progress was due to Jiang Jun, because on the first day, she saw her niece, who was a little weak in the past, stumble from the beginning to be able to do it easily in the end. Seeing her niece's rapid progress, Chen Hong was also inspired. In order not to hold Jiang Jun back, Chen Hong held on to her last bit of strength and killed the fish-faced monster. In this way, Jiang Jun's excellent acting skills completely stimulated Chen Hong's ability. On the 4th day of hunting the fish-faced monster, Jiang Jun took the already skilled Chen Hong to the supermarket. The supermarket is located on the commercial street, and the commercial street is a building on the right side of the entrance to the community. The apartment where Chen Hong and her friends live is usually not far from the commercial street. But now they have to pass through 3 or 4 buildings in front, and be careful that the fish-faced monster will hear the noise and come over, which is a big challenge for the two. The two carried light blue travel backpacks, with some food in them, then they armed themselves, and prepared to go to the commercial street. The two did not make much noise along the way, but the screams of the fish-faced monsters still attracted some fish-faced monsters. The number was not large, and the two could handle it. The journey was originally just a few minutes, but the two hit all the way, and it took nearly an hour to finally reach the destination. There were more fish-faced monsters on the commercial street than before. Jiang Jun guessed that there should be a lot of people gathered here. Otherwise, it would not attract so many fish-faced monsters. The two were now hiding in a building not far from the commercial street. They stood on a high place and looked inside, and saw densely packed fish-faced monsters blocking the outside. They were now standing on the rooftop, and could overlook the area below. Jiang Jun ran to this building because it was high up, and could see the commercial street. The commercial street in the community was square-shaped, and it was connected in all directions. The vendors were basically all inside. According to the time when the monster appeared, the doors that should have been open were now tightly closed. There should be people inside, and quite a few people. It seemed that they were trapped inside, and the people inside could not get out, and the people outside could not get in. It seemed that they had to think of a new way. At this moment, 5 young men rushed out of the fish-faced monsters in a miserable state. They were covered with green blood and struggling with wounds. They looked at the fish-faced monsters that kept coming out, and their faces were full of despair. Jiang Jun and Chen Hong both saw this scene. Chen Hong looked at their appearance and said anxiously, "Let's help them." Jiang Jun did not object, and the two of them went downstairs quickly. Sheng Xiang saw the endless stream of fish-faced monsters, and he regretted it in his heart. If he hadn't asked to go to the supermarket, they wouldn't be like this now. He looked at his brothers who were constantly injured, and he was extremely anxious. Among all the people, Sheng Xiang was more powerful, so he was the first to bear the brunt of these fish-faced monsters. Sheng Xiang protected a brother who was about to be attacked by a fish-faced monster. He pushed him to the side of others and faced him with a mace in his hand. Even though he was powerful, he still could not escape from the fish-faced monsters that attacked from both sides. The sharp claws of the fish-faced monster attacked from the right, and there was another claw on the left that wanted to tear his body apart. Sheng Xiang killed one of them, but could not avoid the attack of the other one. When his companions behind him were fighting against the fish-faced monster, they turned their heads and saw this scene. They panicked and said, Brother Sheng, be careful. At the critical moment, Jiang Jun killed the fish-faced monster. When the monster looked ready to die, he shouted, Hurry up! What are you standing there for? Sheng Xiang looked at the black-clothed girl who suddenly appeared. She waved the not-so-short dagger in her hand and easily stabbed it into the fish-faced monster's abdomen. Before anyone could react, the fish-faced monster had already fallen to the ground. He heard the other party scolding, and quickly came back to his senses, and quickly killed another fish-faced monster that pounced on him. Everything had to wait until he survived. And the most important thing now was to break through the siege. With the two powerful fighters of Jiang Jun and Chen Hong, they were much more relaxed. The 5 teenagers watched Jiang Jun and Chen Hong knock the fish-faced monster to the ground with one knife after another, and they immediately admired them. Jiang Jun took them back to the building where they had stayed before, and everyone entered the unit door, and she quickly closed the door. All of them collapsed to the ground in a moment. After experiencing life and death, these teenagers seemed to have grown up. Sheng Xiang looked at Jiang Yun and the other two, then got up from the ground and thanked them sincerely. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, all of us might have become food in the mouths of monsters. The others heard Sheng Xiang's words and also stood up to thank the two. Jiang Yun didn't react at all, but Chen Hong looked at them with red eyes. The teenager who was supposed to spend money recklessly suddenly grew up. She looked at the children and said hurriedly, It's okay. It's okay. Sit down quickly. Don't wait for the wound to get infected. Thinking of their wounds, she sighed again. There is no medicine now. Stop the bleeding first. Their age was similar to Jiang Jun. Chen Hong's attitude towards them softened a little. Seeing their rough bandage method, she hurried forward to guide them. Jiang Jun talked to Sheng Xiang on the side and learned from his words that they were also going to the commercial street. Jiang Jun reminded, the commercial street is full of fish-faced monsters, and the front and back doors are all locked tightly, making it extremely difficult to get in. Sheng Xiang said with a pale face, We have run out of food, and we can only go to the commercial street to find food. Jiang Jun learned their current situation from him. They originally skipped classes to go to Sheng Xiang's house for a party. But who would have thought that a monster would come? They relied on the leftover food from the party to survive for more than a week, and they had no other choice. So they thought of leaving home to look for food outside. There were originally 8 of them, 2 of whom died in the monster's mouth. When Sheng Xiang thought of those 2, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. When the others heard what Sheng Xiang said, their eyes also turned red. Those who were closer to him immediately shed tears. Jiang Jun let them vent. And after they calmed down, she asked, What are your plans next? Sheng Xiang, we are going to break into the commercial street. Jiang Jun nodded. That's right. We are planning to do the same, she said, although the doors are blocked. We can go in from other places. There is a shop that leads to the interior of the commercial street. Chen Hong told Jiang Jun this because she often went home from there. As long as you go in through the back door of that store, it will be easy to enter the commercial street. When Jiang Jun looked down from the rooftop at the place Chen Hong pointed out, she found that there were the least fish-faced monsters in that place. Jiang Jun told the 5 of them about her discovery, and they immediately smiled. She reminded them, although there are few, it is only relative to other places in the commercial street. Don't take it lightly. Sheng Xiang pondered for a moment. Just go in from there. We will go with you, and we will help you from behind. With 5 young men helping, Jiang Jun was happy to accept it. She suggested taking a day off today. Although their injuries were not serious, it would still affect their plans. They should wait until tomorrow when they were full of energy to set out for the commercial street. Jiang Jun discussed tomorrow's plan with them first. After ensuring that there were no problems, she found an empty house in the building and broke in. The room was in a mess, which showed how hurried the owner was. The building was very close to the commercial street, so they should have taken the commercial street. This was inevitable. Modern people basically did not have the habit of storing food. They would buy more food after eating a meal. So they all ran to the commercial street as soon as the accident happened. Moreover, half a month has passed, and there are even fewer people with food in stock. Several people found a place to sit down in the house, and then took out the food they brought with them and finished the meal. Sheng Xiang and his friends didn't bring much with them. Each of them had a bag with only a little food in it, which was not enough for 5 people. Chen Hong felt soft-hearted. Seeing their pitiful appearance, she took out a few loaves of bread from her backpack and handed them to them. This was because her niece had foresight. At that time, she thought that it would not take much time to go back and forth, and stuffing things into the backpack would take up space. Who knew that Jiang Jun must have stuffed enough food for 2 or 3 days in her bag before she was willing to stop. Otherwise she would not have any extra to give them. Chapter 10. The next day at noon, the sun was at its hottest. The scorching sun shining on the body was the most uncomfortable, but this was also the time when the fish-faced monsters were the rarest. The few people were ready. Jiang Yun and the other 2 led the way in front. Sheng Xiang and the other 5 followed behind to protect the 2. At the beginning, there were not many fish-faced monsters, but as they went deeper into the commercial street, the number increased, and it became more and more difficult for the few people to deal with them. Fortunately, when everyone was about to collapse, Jiang Yun found the back door of the store that Chen Hong mentioned. But the shutter blocked his way. Under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, Jiang Jun took out a piece of wire, and then squatted down. In less than a moment, with a clatter, the shutter opened. Chen Hong looked at Jiang Jun, who was skilled in the operation. In surprise, she didn't know when her niece had unlocked the lock-picking skill. Jiang Jun, don't ask. Asking is because of life's pressure. Seeing the open door, several people no longer hesitated, quickly dealt with the fish-faced monster beside them, then hid inside the door, and closed the shutter. The shutter door was hit by the angry fish-faced monster outside. Fortunately, the door was strong. Seeing that there was no prey, the fish-faced monster left in a short while. The hearts of the people finally fell. Jiang Jun and others packed up and walked forward. Who knew that they saw people coming from not far away after a few steps. The leader was wearing a security uniform and holding an electric baton in his hand. He walked towards Jiang Jun and others with a serious face. It seemed that he was coming with bad intentions. The security guard opened his mouth and scolded, "Where did you come in from? I don't know that there are a group of monsters outside now. You come in casually like this. What if you bring monsters in? You young people just don't take other people's lives seriously. Have you ever thought that everyone here will suffer because of you?" The few people following him also echoed behind him, blaming their behavior. The other party's attitude of asking for an accusation immediately caused dissatisfaction among Sheng Xiang and his companions. "What do you mean? They can't come in yet? Is this their territory?" The young and energetic guys couldn't stand it immediately. Sheng Xiang's brother Lu Hong retorted, "What's wrong? Is this yours? Don't say it's not yours. Even if it's yours, you still want to occupy such a big place by yourself? Dream on. People outside are almost starving to death. You guys are enjoying a good life inside with the door closed. I don't know if you still have a conscience." After saying that, he pouted. The security guard's face suddenly darkened. The people behind him suddenly fell silent. They looked at each other and stopped one by one. "Hong Zhuang, you are such a fool. I have fought so hard to get out of the monsters. And just after entering the door, you are using chicken feathers as a sword. How can you think you are the master of the commercial street?" Another man in security uniform came from behind, and his words were full of irony. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Zhuang looked at him with resentment. He looked at the person next to him, and could only grit his teeth and swallow, without saying anything. The security captain came from a distance, and stood by, with a helpless look on his face. "Okay, Xiqing. You should say less. The most important thing now is the situation in the community." Sure, Xiqing curled his lips. He just couldn't stand Hong Zhuang's smug look. After no one spoke, the security captain walked up to Jiang Yun and the others and said, "You were able to come in from outside, which means you are all powerful people. We have been trapped inside, and we don't know what the situation in the community is like." When the monster came, the security captain led a group of people to maintain order in the commercial street. At that time, there was an event in the commercial street, and it was inevitable that accidents would occur with people coming and going. Who knew that nothing happened in the commercial street, but black spots fell from the sky. And then the monsters climbed up from the ground and attacked the people passing by. He was also a veteran. He immediately returned to the commercial street and ordered all the doors to be closed. However, the ceiling of the commercial street was made of glass, and the monsters still broke in. In the panic of everyone, he immediately led the security guards to kill the monsters. Then he found that they were trapped in the commercial street. Jiang Jun and others were the first group of people to come in from outside. He hoped to get some news from outside. After Jiang Jun learned about their current situation, he told him that the outside world had become a hell, and monsters were everywhere invading human homes. They were lucky. At least they could get enough food. But people outside were not so lucky. They were always facing food shortage. Jiang Jun said, "Take us for example. We ran out of food, so we ventured to the commercial street." The security captain looked at the others, and saw Xingxiang and the others nodding. So he temporarily suppressed his speculation and suspicion. He looked at the tired appearance of Jiang Jun and the others, and invited them to the supermarket for dinner, and talked about other things after dinner. Jiang Jun followed them. As they walked further in, more and more people came, because they were the first to arrive in the commercial street after the disaster. Everyone looked at them curiously, and some people anxiously wanted to ask them about what happened outside. But they were stopped by the security guards. The security captain ordered a few bowls of instant noodles for them. Seeing Xingxiang and his friends wolfing down the noodles, the suspicion in his heart was also reduced. Jiang Jun looked at the crowds of people in the commercial street. She lowered her eyes to hide the emotions in her eyes, picked up the noodles with chopsticks, and put them into her mouth, and said directly without beating around the bush, "Brother, what are you going to do next? Are you going to go out or stay here?" Seeing their indifferent look, Jiang Jun reminded them, "When we came in, this commercial street was already surrounded by fish-faced monsters. It is only a matter of time before they will be conquered. I advise you to make plans early." When the others heard Jiang Jun's words, their faces changed immediately. Shi Zhiqing immediately asked, "Is the commercial street surrounded?" Jiang Jun said, "Yes. They have been trapped in the commercial street. Even if there are windows, they can only see part of the area clearly. They don't know that the entire commercial street is surrounded by fish-faced monsters." Thinking of the entire commercial street being surrounded by fish-faced monsters, all of them changed their faces suddenly, and they no longer underestimated these people. Since they can break through the siege, they must have some confidence. The security captain asked solemnly, "What suggestions do you have, little girl?" He saw that these people were centered around Jiang Jun, so he asked her for her suggestions directly. Jiang Jun didn't waste any words. "I suggest that you organize people to hunt the fish-faced monster outside as soon as possible. As long as the fish-faced monster outside is not eliminated, your situation will become more and more difficult." She threw the suggestion to them, and it depends on whether they have the ability to organize people. If they want to take this step, it will be extremely difficult. After listening to Jiang Jun's suggestion, the security captain turned around and left after thinking for a moment. Before leaving, he asked Jiang Jun and others to rest here for a while, and they could just take whatever they wanted. Jiang Jun didn't say anything polite to him, and took Xingxiang and others to start sweeping the supermarket. Jiang Jun heard the news the next day, because everyone in the commercial street was shocked and was talking about it. Chapter 11. News about the siege of the commercial street was posted everywhere in the commercial street. For a while, there were many different opinions and endless disputes. When everyone calmed down, the security captain gathered everyone in the central area of the commercial street. He said, "Everyone knows that the news brought back by the people from outside is that we are trapped. There are monsters outside, so no one can save us." As soon as the voice fell, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, the originally quiet crowd continued to talk. In the panic of the crowd, he said again, "I won't talk nonsense. We can't stay here. Otherwise we will be conquered by the monsters outside sooner or later. From today on, gather people and clean up the monsters. Except for the old, weak, sick, disabled and young, everyone must participate in this action. If you don't participate, there will be no food supply." Under the strong suppression of the security captain, all reluctance disappeared. Before the cleanup began, Jiang Yin informed the security guards of the fish-faced monster's weaknesses. Her selfless dedication earned them their trust again. Jiang Yun and his 2 companions, and Xingxiang's 5 companions also joined the team. They were quite capable, and stood out from the crowd. The security captain looked at Jiang Yun and his companions, who handled the situation well, and his eyes were full of admiration. The cleanup lasted for half a month, during which dozens of lives were lost. Finally, most of the fish-faced monsters outside the commercial street were cleared. After this hunt, the people who had been at ease suddenly woke up. They clearly realized that the world had changed. The security captain relied on his previous combat experience to command the team in the past half-month. When the fish-faced monsters in the commercial street were cleared, everyone was filled with emotion. After leaving the commercial street, there were fewer fish-faced monsters in the community, and it was easier to clean them up. After seeing the light of day again, everyone was eager to return home and see their relatives after some sorting. After returning home, they realized how lucky they were. Unlike them who were trapped in the commercial street with abundant supplies, the people who stayed at home guarded the food at home and eventually starved to death at home. Some people wanted to fight to the death, but they died in the monster's mouth. Some people got reunion, and some people got the death of their family. The day after Jiangyan saw the fish-faced monster in the commercial street, she returned home with Chen-hong. As soon as she came back, she went into the bedroom. Chen-hong saw this and thought that her niece wanted to rest, so she didn't care. These days, the sleep in the commercial street was not as good as at home. Lying on the hard floor all day, the whole body was sore. Jiangyan returned home and went directly back to the store. Because there were people all around the commercial street, it was not convenient for her to come back. She has not been back for half a month. Even without Jiangjun, the commercial street has been running. Shops are open every day as usual. Xiao Bai is in charge of the business. As for whether the goods can be sold, she has no choice. There is no one here. It is natural that they cannot be sold. Even if the system requires the goods to be sold every day, there is no one here. How can they be sold? Jiangjun bargained with the system and changed the original opening hours to 4 hours. As for selling things, it did not force it. The system burst into tears. Too humble. The industrial park is still the same as before, with monsters everywhere. But in this desolate land, there is a small base, and Sunny Cheng is a member of the base. Before the monsters came, Sunny Cheng rented a house in the industrial park because the housing prices were low. Who knew that the monster suddenly came and trapped him at home? When the food ran out, he was forced to go out and form a team with others to hunt monsters and find food. Sunny Cheng and his teammates went out to find food, but they were separated and chased by monsters to a deserted street in an industrial park. There used to be prosperous shops here, but with the development, it was gradually abandoned. The further he ran, the fewer monsters there were, which made him feel very strange. But he had no choice. He hid in a dirty shop. After being separated from his teammates, he ran out of food and was seriously injured. He was in urgent need of food and medicine. But in this wilderness, where monsters were everywhere, there would be no such things. Just when he was full of despair, he found that a small window opposite him was actually filled with food, and on it were the words Zhang's shop. He did not notice this window when he first came in, although he realized that it was a bit strange. He did not care so much. Just like seeing water in the desert, he rekindled his hope and walked towards the shop with all his strength. He dealt with the 1 or 2 monsters, and came to the window, wanting to take the food on it, but was blocked by an unknown force. His near-collapsed state made him want to grab this life-saving straw, and he automatically ignored this weirdness. Finally, he saw the words written on the wooden board next to him. Pay first, then take the goods. There were only the monster's red crystals in his backpack, and he quickly poured the only 5 red crystals on the wooden board in front of the window. The red crystals disappeared out of thin air, and he quickly reached out to get the food and stuffed it into his backpack. On it were placed 5 packs of instant noodles, 2 breads, 3 bottles of mineral water, and even luckier, anti-inflammatory drugs and painkillers. In the end, Sunny Cheng relied on these foods and drugs to make it back to the base. When his teammates saw him return safely, they all looked at him in shock. Zhang Fu looked at the disheveled and blood-stained Sunny Cheng in shock, and was very excited. Old Sun, you are still alive. Seeing Sunny Cheng, who was seriously injured behind him, his teammates hurried forward to support Sunny Cheng and brought him to the room. They originally thought that the lost Sunny Cheng was in danger, and no one thought that he could come back. The surviving Sunny Cheng was immediately surrounded by his teammates. Under the care of his teammates, Sunny Cheng told his story. When he talked about the window called Zhang's shop, he did not hide it. A month of life and death friendship made him trust his teammates. After listening to him about encountering Zhang's shop, Zhang Fu was the first to ask in surprise, Zhang's shop? There are food and medicine? Sunny Cheng was afraid that his teammates would not believe it, so he took out the remaining medicine from his backpack. Look, this is the medicine I got from there, and I ate all the other food. Not to mention that his teammates couldn't believe it. Even Sunny Cheng felt incredible when he thought about it now. If it weren't for the food and medicine he got, He would have thought that encountering Zhang's shop was fake. Although his teammates trusted Sunicheng, they still had reservations about such a strange thing. In order to make his teammates believe him, Sunicheng took his teammates to the abandoned area again after his injury healed. Unfortunately, Sunicheng never saw the window with Zhang's shop for several times, as if it was a flash in the pan. After being dragged by Sunicheng to go there several times, his teammates found nothing and lost interest. Only Sunicheng refused to believe in it. That afternoon, after Sunicheng and his teammates cleaned up the fish-faced monsters around, they happened to pass by the window. He stubbornly wanted to take a last look. Fortunately, his teammates had nothing to do, so they followed him. The wasteland, as the name suggests, is a desolate and abandoned place. They had been here before, and they killed the fish-faced monster with ease, took the crystal, and followed Sunicheng to the destination. Zhang Fu was fiddling with the things in his backpack, wanting to get some food to fill his stomach. He was tired and hungry after a day, and then he accidentally bumped into his teammate. He covered his head and cursed, "Old Song, why did you stop?" He looked up and saw Song Yi staring at the front in amazement. He was puzzled, and looked forward along his line of sight. A window actually appeared in the ruins. Above the window were the words Zhang's shop written in a flamboyant style. On the wooden board of the window were bread, mineral water, and dry food. Zhang Fu was shocked. Fuck! It actually appeared. The others woke up instantly, and looked forward with surprise. Old Sun, you didn't lie to us. What a ghost in broad daylight. It's actually a shop. Sunicheng raised his head and said, "See, I didn't lie to you." The group of people lost their usual calmness and talked about the window in front of them. When they came back to their senses from the shock, the place that they had cleaned up had attracted a few scattered fish-faced monsters again because of their screams. The crowd quickly dealt with the fish-faced monsters and ran towards the window of the Zhang's shop. The window was not big, but it was filled with food and medicine that the base urgently needed. When they saw the medicine, they were very excited. The industrial park was remote, far from the city center, and there was only one hospital. Although there were many medicines in it, a small team like them could hardly get any medicine. The pharmacies they saw on weekdays had already been looted. Therefore, seeing these medicines unexpectedly was enough to make them excited. No one acted rashly. They turned their heads to look at Sunicheng, because he had been here once. Everyone looked at him first. Sunicheng felt the eager eyes of his teammates. He suppressed his excitement and took out the red crystals that had been prepared in his backpack with trembling hands. Like last time, he counted 5 crystals and poured them on the wooden board. Unlike last time, the crystals did not disappear, and they could not take the things away. What's going on? Is it not working? Should I give more? Sunicheng's teammates looked at the unresponsive crystal with doubts in their hearts. Some tried to touch the object, but were stopped by a transparent film. Just as a group of people were arguing, the window that was originally closed was slowly opened from the inside. Everyone immediately became alert and held their weapons tightly. As long as there was something wrong, they would launch an attack. A person came out from inside. She was wrapped in a black robe and a hat. On the face that was covered, a scar could be seen faintly from the forehead to the jawbone. The blue pupils were particularly eye-catching. Chapter 12. Jiang Jun was originally putting things away in the house. She happened to hear the noise outside, so she took the beauty contact lenses and other makeup tools from the bedroom and disguised her face. Now she was standing in front of the window in a black robe and asked mysteriously, "What do you want?" Sunicheng and others looked at the black-robed woman who suddenly appeared with vigilance, while Zhang Fu saw the full of goods behind her and lost his caution at that moment and hurriedly asked, "Are you selling the things behind you too?" The teammates also saw the countless food behind her at this time and were stunned in place. Jiang Jun, of course. As long as you can pay enough. Sunicheng interrupted, "How about metal gems?" Jiang Jun nodded, "Yes. Barter is also fine. As long as I want it." Sunicheng and his friends gathered together to discuss, and everyone rushed to express their opinions. "Is that cigarettes? I haven't smoked for a month. And I feel itchy. I saw wine. I really want to taste it." Slurp. As the captain, Song Yi was the calmest. He said calmly, "The most important things now are medicine and food. And we can talk about other things later. Let's take out all the valuables first, and see how much we can exchange." They didn't bring much this time, and no one expected to actually run into a store that was still selling goods. Song Yi's team didn't get much from this patrol. although they had gold, silver and gems. They were all in the base. In this way, they barely collected 189 crystal cores. Song-yi put the crystal cores on the wooden board. 189 crystal cores. All need medicine. Jiang-jun glanced at them and said, "Do you have any requirements for medicine?" Song-yi, "Try to use medicine for treating injuries and diseases. And it's better to have more anti-inflammatory medicine." Jiang-jun handed the medicine prepared by Xiaobai to Song-yi. The quantity was not large. About a dozen boxes. Song-yi and the others looked at the medicine in the bag with joy. It was great for them to exchange these crystal cores for so many medicines. The function of the crystal core is still unknown. So although they kept the crystal cores out of interest, they were actually useless to them. Jiang-jun looked at the excited team and interrupted them. "Do you have anything else to sell? If not, I will close the store. The business hours are over." Song-yi, "Boss, when will you open next time?" Jiang-jun, "It depends." Song-yi choked. "What if we want to trade?" Jiang-jun said again, "It depends." She added, "The opening hours are uncertain, and the transactions are not always successful. So I don't want to make a wasted trip, and try to come as little as possible." She is not a philanthropist, and the system does not require her to sell things. Although she has a lot of things in stock. Who knows what will happen next? So she won't sell them if she can. It was the first time that Song-yi saw a boss who advised people not to buy things. And he was a little uncomfortable with it. After Jiang-jun finished speaking, he directly took away the goods on the wooden board and closed the window and door in one go. With a bang, Song-yi and others were awakened instantly. Zhang Fu coughed dryly. "We can understand that. After all, supplies are scarce now. If they don't want to sell, we can't do anything." Suni Ching also nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. Maybe they sold us these medicines because of my face." Zhang Fu immediately turned his head and glared at him. "Why do I rely on you?" Suni Ching proudly said, "It was when I first came here that the boss felt sorry for me. Otherwise, why would he use 5 crystal cores to exchange for so many food and medicines? I think you made the business because of my face." Suni Ching's proud look made everyone's teeth itch. Zhang Fu laughed and scolded, "You kid. You really don't care about your face." Several people left the desolate street playfully. Jiang-jun took out the crystal core in her hand and saw the red crystal turned into starlight, which melted into the store. Then the warehouse became larger, expanding by about 2 meters. She had been collecting crystal cores for a long time, and even Chen Hong knew about it. Whenever she saw them, she would give them to her without asking her what they were for. The security captain noticed that she was collecting crystal cores and tried to test her for the purpose of these crystal cores. She said good looking to deal with him. Even so, he did not give up the idea and started to collect them like her. With her unremitting efforts, the warehouse grew by a quarter, and Jiang-jun was very satisfied with it. Jiang-jun had just returned to the bedroom from the store, and she heard Chen Hong calling her to eat outside, and she quickly responded. The living room was full of buckets, and it was difficult to move. She carefully crossed the obstacles and reached the dining table. These days, the water and electricity in the community have been cut off. Fortunately, Chen Hong had foresight. She got some empty buckets from somewhere and took about 20 buckets, filling the entire living room. There was no natural gas, and Jiang-jun took a can of gas from the space and told Chen Hong that she found it in other empty rooms, which temporarily solved the dining problem. Chen Hong cooked all the meat left in the refrigerator. There was no electricity, and it couldn't be stored for long. Some of it was made into jerky, and some was cooked and eaten directly. It happened that they were cleaning the fish-face monster during this period, and both of them were hungry and thin. The pork rib soup cooked by Chen Hong, the refreshing meat aroma floated in the air, and even the meat inside was stewed to melt in the mouth. In order to prevent being hated by others, Chen Hong also closed the doors and windows tightly. She hurriedly urged Jiang-jun, Shaoling, "Eat quickly. You are exhausted these days, eat quickly. It's not enough, there is more in the pot." Jiang-jun, "Aunt, you should eat quickly too." This delicious pork rib soup instantly reminded Chen Hong of the past. Before the monster came, you could drink this soup whenever you wanted. But who would have thought that, when the end of the world came, this pork rib soup would become a luxury? Chen Hong's eyes instantly turned red. But she quickly controlled her emotions, and didn't let Jiang-jun see it. She still had Shaoling. Shaoling was young, and she had to rely on her. She had to be strong and not drag Xiaoling down. After adjusting her emotions, she suddenly remembered something and quickly put down her chopsticks and said, Xiaoling, I heard that there is a base in Sea City that specifically accepts survivors. What do you think? Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows. And wants to go to the base? Chen Hong nodded, although the community is safe now. It is not a long-term solution after all. Besides, there are troops stationed in the Sea City base. Which is safer? Jiang Jun swallowed the meat and said, Then let's take a look at the situation first. And then find someone to go with us. This way, it will be relatively safer on the road. Chen Hong nodded and said no more. After Jiang Jun finished dinner, before he had time to deal with the matter, Sheng Xiang and his friends came to the door. As soon as Sheng Xiang and his friends entered the door, they smelled the refreshing aroma of meat, and their mouths watered immediately. But no one asked, because everyone knew that supplies were in short supply and meat was scarce. Someone swallowed his saliva, and the loud voice woke Sheng Xiang up. He immediately turned around and glared at the other person, and then looked back at Jiang Jun and his face flushed. Sister Chen and the others were able to eat meat because they were capable, and they would be able to eat it in the future. So they suppressed the thoughts in their hearts and prepared to discuss business with Jiang Jun. Chen Hong and Sheng Xiang and others often went out together to kill fish-faced monsters. They developed feelings for each other after a long time. Seeing that they clearly wanted to eat, but sensibly suppressed their desire, she felt sorry for these children. There was still some left in the pot, which should be enough to share. She and Jiang Jun looked at each other, and seeing that her niece agreed, she said, It's just right that you are here. I still have a little left in the pot, which I reserved for you. There is not much meat, so you can only drink some soup. Sheng Xiang and others blushed and quickly declined. After hearing the news, they were excited to find Jiang Jun to discuss things. Who would have thought that it was just the other party's mealtime? The group of young men were immediately ashamed. Finally, under Chen Hong's warm hospitality, the 5 of them drank the delicious pork rib soup. Several people secretly made up their minds that they would repay Sister Ling and Aunt Chen in the future. Finally, it was time to talk about business. Sheng Xiang said straight to the point, Sister Ling, I wonder if you have heard about the Sea City base. We want to ask if you are willing to go with us. Jiang Jun nodded, and seeing their surprised looks, he asked, When are you going to leave? Sheng Xiang thought, I think it's better to leave as soon as possible. Recently, the security team has become more and more reckless. They want to seize the bulk of the supplies by relying on their strength, and ask the people living here to hand in a portion of food every day, which makes Sheng Xiang and others very angry. Jiang Jun also knew their situation and difficulties, then pack up and leave in the next 2 days. Also, don't reveal any information. Otherwise the security team will not let us go. Sheng Xiang nodded seriously. After everyone discussed it, they went back to pack their bags. In 2 days, they moved all the food to the trunk of the car. It was the buckets of water in the living room that made Chen Hong very sad. Their car couldn't hold so many things, so Chen Hong gave some of the water to Sheng Xiang. They had 2 cars, and there was a lot of space. They took advantage of the night, when no one was around to move the supplies. Fortunately, no one was alerted. The next day after packing up, they drove out of the city on a mission. When the security team found out, it was too late. They followed the map, which Jiang Jun downloaded before the end of the world. Almost all the maps in the country were downloaded by her, which made their journey easier. They met a gas station on the way. Jiang Jun accidentally found a lot of gasoline in the warehouse, and moved half of it to the store while no one was paying attention. In this way, Jiang Jun walked and stockpiled, and filled up the store's warehouse along the way. They walked during the day and rested at night. Finally, they arrived at the Sea City base 10 days later. The first thing that caught their eyes was the majestic city wall. There were soldiers guarding the city gate, and there was no fish-faced monster around the city wall. It seemed that it had been cleared out. When everyone saw the scene, they immediately put aside their worries, and their eyes were full of hope for the future. They paid the fee at the city gate, 5 kilograms of rice or flour per person. As their first entry fee, they must show proof when entering the base in the future. Otherwise they will have to pay again. Sheng Xiang put the card with his name printed on it into his arms, like a treasure. Wow! It was worth 5 kilograms of rice. Fortunately, they collected a lot of supplies on the way here. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get in. The gatekeeper next to him said impatiently, Hurry up. There are people waiting behind. Jiang-jun handed over the rice and successfully entered the base. They drove inside, and Jiang-jun's eyes swept around. There were tents stationed at the outermost edge. Most of them were ragged and haggard, but because their safety was guaranteed, they all had a little hope on their faces. They looked greedily at the people who had just entered the city, their eyes staring straight at the trunk of the car. But they were just looking, because they knew that once a robbery or a fight occurred in the base, regardless of right or wrong, they would be expelled. Going inside were some residential buildings, and they found the house sale office smoothly according to the instructions of the city guards. Chapter 13. Jiang-jun rented a room with 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom for 100 kilograms of rice, and the lease term was 3 months. In order to save some food, Sheng Xiang and others paid 5 kilograms of rice each, and lived in a large bunk bed. About 10 people could live in a room, and several people happened to be assigned to one room. After completing the check-in procedures, Jiang-jun and others moved the things in the car into the room. After tidying up the room, Chen Hong, who had been exhausted from the journey, finally relaxed at this time. She simply washed up and fell asleep on the bed. Jiang-jun was in good spirits, so she prepared to go out and take a look around the base. Without disturbing Chen Hong, she went out with a tang sword on her back. She took out the transformed tang sword on the way here, which made Sheng Xiang and others envious. But no one doubted it. The room they lived in was on the 3rd floor. As soon as Jiang-jun opened the door, she saw a team coming out from the opposite side. The leading man raised his eyebrows and looked her up and down. New here? Jiang-jun nodded slightly. We just moved in today. As neighbors, we will have to take care of you in the future. He glanced at the tang sword behind Jiang-jun, put away his frivolous look, and introduced himself. Wan Qing, Flying Tiger Squad. He pointed at the people behind him. These are all my teammates. He looked at Jiang-jun's sword with an ambiguous look, and invited, do you want to join our team? Although our team is small, our strength is pretty good. The teammates behind him looked at their captain in surprise, and then they formally looked at the person standing opposite them. They saw that the woman was carrying a sword on her back. Although it had been sheathed, they could still feel the extraordinariness of the sword. They instantly understood the captain's thoughts. If they could get such a master, their team would be even more powerful. Jiang-jun declined. Wan Qing looked at Jiang-jun's back with a look of pity, and didn't know which team she would join. Wan Qing retracted his gaze and continued the previous topic. Xiao Zhao, find someone to follow the Doomsday squad. The people below said indignantly, Captain, are we just going to let them go? The Doomsday squad that appeared out of nowhere in the base, although it was powerful, was arrogant and reckless. They often snatched other people's mission targets outside. This time, they snatched the targets from their Flying Tiger squad. What was even more annoying was that they could only swallow their anger. Wan Qing thought of what the other party had done, and a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, there is someone behind them, but I don't think it will last long. Wait, the good show is about to start. Jiang-jun came out of the house and ran into Sheng Xiang, who was looking for her. Sheng Xiang came to Jiang-jun with an excited look on his face, and said happily, they are all resting in the room. I thought you must want to go around here, so I came to find you. Sister Ling, should we go to the mission hall over there to take a look? Jiang-jun, then let's go over there and take a look. Sheng Xiang has been excited since he arrived at the base. This place is completely different from the community. He told Jiang-jun the news he knew. This base was converted from a military base. It was previously occupied by soldiers, so they reacted immediately after the apocalypse, cleared the surrounding monsters, and established a base. The difference between the Sea City base and other bases is that it accepts all kinds of people, and those with strong abilities can also form teams, become mercenaries, and fight with the army. Sheng Xiang became more and more excited as he spoke. He said, the largest team here is the Tinglong team. They have outstanding abilities and strong strength. It is said that they can fight 10 people at once. Next is the Doomsday team, the Flying Tiger team, and the Falcon team. When mentioning the Doomsday team, he paused for a moment and whispered, it is said that this Doomsday team, although small in number, is unusually strong. It has the support of the army behind it, and acts recklessly on weekdays. When we first arrived, I heard that this Doomsday team and the Flying Tiger team had a conflict. Jiang-jun raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to hear the Flying Tiger team again. Team, She asked, what caused the conflict between the two teams? Shang Xiang scratched his head. He didn't expect Sister Ling to be interested in this. Luckily, he had inquired about the news before coming. So he said, the two teams went on a mission together. When they encountered a supply point, they should have divided the supplies equally. Who knew that the Doomsday team would take all the supplies without any notice? I also heard that everyone in the Doomsday team seems to have a special ability, which is the space described in the novel. Jiang Jun frowned. Space? Shang Xiang looked at her puzzled look, and then said, it is space, which can hold all things out of thin air. It is said that the weapons are also very strange. Some of their weapons can directly spray fire, and the bullets in the wooden warehouse are endless. What he said made Jiang Jun feel more and more strange. She secretly asked the system, is there a tasker like me in this world? The mechanical voice of the system came, yes. Host. This mission is multiplayer survival. She decided to focus on this Doomsday team. The two chatted and arrived at the mission hall. The front desk was at the entrance. There was a female employee standing inside, constantly explaining the rules of the mission hall to the newcomers. The three walls of this hall were covered with papers, which should have written various task requirements. And in front of them were all kinds of people. The noise seemed to take them back to the end of the world. The young and energetic Shang Xiang looked at the hall and felt a surge of ambition in his heart. Shang Xiang brought Jiang Jun to the front desk. He looked at the female employee with shining eyes. Under the other party's puzzled eyes, he said loudly, we want to build a team. Shang Xiang and Jiang Jun discussed and decided to build a new team. The female employee's mouth twitched. Okay. Fill in the application form here. Shang Xiang took the form and wrote it online. Captain Chen Ling. Team member Shang Xiang. Chun Hong. But he looked at Jiang Jun with some hesitation about the team name. Jiang Jun lowered his eyebrows and smiled and said, just fill in any one. Don't worry so much. Shang Xiang wrote with a big stroke. Monster Killing Team was concise and to the point, fully showing the style of their team. They just kill monsters. Monsters. And monsters. After receiving the form, the female employee reminded them, we must cooperate with the army once a month to help them perform tasks. This will be arranged by the army and cannot be refused. You are a small group, so you have to think carefully. Jiang Jun nodded, no problem. Please register for us. The female employee operated the computer for a while, and then handed them the cards with their team names printed on them. There are 7 cards in total. Please save them. The task hall is a points system. The more tasks you complete, the more points you will get. Points can be used for consumption, such as purchasing supplies, paying rent, etc., and you can consume directly from it. This card is different from the residence card. The points in the residence card are based on labor income, so the supplies purchased every day are limited. This mercenary card is calculated based on the number of monsters you hunt and the commission for the mission. Jiang Jun understood. The base encourages everyone to join the team and go out to hunt fish-faced monsters. Otherwise, if everyone stays in the base's combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 2 points, and 2 points can buy a steamed bun. As long as you kill a monster, you will have food. But many people would rather stay in the rear than go to the front line. Jiang Jun suddenly asked, do you sell the crystal cores here? The female employee was stunned. And then she realized yes. But they must be exchanged at an equal value. These crystal cores are basically useless and have been piled up in the warehouse for a long time. If they are sold, someone might resell them to earn points. So if someone wants a crystal core, they must exchange it at an equal value. But no one is stupid enough to spend points to buy such useless crystal cores. Therefore, the crystal cores in the warehouse have become a burden in the base. And the base manager is worried about so many crystal cores. Jiang Jun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them went back, waiting for everyone to wake up tomorrow. And then, they would discuss taking on the mission. After forming a team, they began to earn points, going out early and returning late every day, and sometimes staying overnight. Under Jiang Jun's guidance, Chen Hong's strength began to grow continuously, and Shang Xiang would shamelessly ask her for advice every time he saw her. Jiang Jun would occasionally go with a team to kill monsters during the day, and would check the store in her free time. The store was still as bleak as before, and only Songyi and his team would often patronize it, buying some food and medicine. If there was a lot of inventory, Jiang Jun would give them more. During a month, She secretly observed the Doomsday team full of taskers. They did have weapons produced by the system. And they also had space. Because the army seemed to be afraid of them, they became more and more reckless. Fighting for supplies was a small matter. And sometimes they would kill others at will. Of course, Jiang-jun also met other more friendly taskers. Because they hated this team. They left the team. And feared retaliation from the other party. So they left the Sea City base directly. Jiang-jun then realized that taskers could kill each other. And after killing each other, their items would fall and belong to the killer. This message was told to her by the system. She always felt that when the system told her this message, it wanted it to get rid of this Doomsday team. Because she had recently disliked this team. And she wanted to find a chance to get rid of them. But now was not the right time. The team was thriving. And the base was gradually filled with hope. Everyone thought that the Doomsday was about to end. And the monsters were about to be killed. Even Jiang-jun thought so. Until one day, the monsters came down from the sky again without any warning. That day, the weather was fine and sunny. If there was anything unusual, it was probably the unusually hot weather. Jiang-jun had been in this world for 4 months. It was March when she first arrived. It was spring, and the weather was cool. She was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden arrival of summer. When she and her teammates were still lamenting how hot the weather was, the sky suddenly changed. A yellow vortex was seen circling in the air, and countless black spots appeared around. The fish-faced monsters around them stopped moving. They raised their heads and roared at the sky one after another, which was deafening. Their roars resounded through the entire land. The people in the base heard the strange roar, looked at the yellow vortex in the sky, and the countless black spots. Everyone felt a chill. They could not forget this scene. This was a sign of the arrival of the initial monster of the Doomsday. Jiang-jun also realized what was going to happen. She remembered Shenhong, who was still in the base, and immediately stood up and shouted, "Pack up your things quickly and go back to the base." Her words woke everyone up. They quickly packed their bags and returned to the base. They were not far from the base, and it should be in time to go back now. As they ran madly towards the base, the black spots in the sky fell from the sky. The Doomsday is coming again. Chapter 14. The sky was no longer blue. It looked like it was splashed with ink, and spots covered its color, as terrifying as a dark cloud covering the city. Jiang-jun looked at the monster that fell from the sky. His face suddenly changed. Before the monster reached the ground, they successfully entered the city. The next moment, the iron door was locked tightly. Fortunately, they came back early, otherwise they would have been locked out. Bang! Bang! The monster fell to the ground, shaking the entire ground. Some of them fell on the building, some fell on the rooftop, and some fell on the ground. All the soldiers and squads who were ready for battle, after hearing the horn sounded, immediately launched the attack. At this moment, there were no more disputes or conflicts, only sharing weal and woe and helping each other. Jiang-jun drew out his tang sword, and slashed the sharp blade at the monster with a horse body, a snake head and a fish tail, and immediately cut off its snake head. But with its painful scream, the horse legs still ran towards it, and the snake head fell to the ground with a hissing sound. Jiang-jun's face was solemn, and she quickly dodged to the right, avoiding the opponent's attack, and she followed with another knife, cutting off its fish tail, and cutting its body in half. Even so, its vitality was extremely tenacious. It was not until a yellow light flashed before her eyes that she noticed a yellow crystal core at the junction of the opponent's fish tail and horse body. She instantly thought of the fish-faced monster's weakness, and stabbed it without hesitation. As the crystal core shattered, the monster finally fell to the ground. Jiang-jun hurriedly shouted to Sheng Xiang and others, "Their weakness is at the junction of the fish tail and the horse body. There is a yellow crystal core there. Smash it." After Sheng Xiang and others received it, they did not dare to hesitate, and immediately cut off the fish tail and smashed the crystal core. Jiang-jun and others quickly told the news to others, and the news spread from 1 person to 10, and then to 100. In a short while, everyone in the base knew how to fight against monsters. They were no longer confused, nor afraid, and all threw themselves into the battle. The monsters in the base were solved bit by bit. On the morning of the second day, everyone dragged their exhausted bodies, and finally cleared the monsters in the entire base. The sleepless battle made everyone fall asleep. With the hissing of the monsters outside the wall, they slept peacefully on the ground. No one disturbed them. At this moment, they were all heroes of the base. Jiang-jun was worried about Shenhong. so he did not rest, but went home to look for Chin-hong, and finally found her in the open space near the residence. At that time, Chin-hong had collapsed on the ground, still holding the axe tightly in her hand, as if she would get up and continue fighting as long as she was attacked. Jiang-jun looked at the direction where she fell. Her head was facing the door of the house, and it seemed that she fell on the way home. She squatted on the ground and carried her upstairs. During this time, Chin-hong was awakened, and when she saw that it was Jiang-jun, she closed her eyes in relief. After Jiang-jun put her on the bed, he went out to help clean up the battlefield. Although she was seriously lacking in energy, facing the temptation of crystal cores all over the ground, she perked up and prepared to collect them, which might be good for Xiaobai. Ruan Qing, the captain of the Flying Tiger squad, saw Jiang-jun cleaning the battlefield and was surprised. "Why didn't you go to rest? Are you still cleaning the battlefield?" He yawned as he spoke. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he was exhausted. Jiang-jun was familiar with him. The two teams often did tasks together. So he replied, "Brother Ruan is back. You should go back and rest quickly." "I'm not too tired. I'm going to go back after working for a while." Ruan Qing looked at Jiang-jun's energetic appearance, patted her shoulder, and said enviously, "It's good to be young. I'll go first then." Jiang-jun used the work of cleaning the battlefield to successfully come into contact with the broken crystal core. She transferred the crystal core to the store when no one was paying attention. And then she saw the crystal core shining into the store. It seemed to be effective, and Jiang-jun was relieved. She dealt with the corpses of the monsters, and quietly collected the crystal cores into the store. Even if Jiang-jun did not collect them, the fate of these broken crystal cores would be thrown into the incinerator along with the corpses. After collecting most of the broken crystal cores on the ground, in order to avoid attracting attention, Jiang-jun immediately stood by the incinerator. And while the crystal cores were not yet burned, she directly turned her mind back to the store. As the crystal cores were collected bit by bit, Jiang-jun's tired spirit gradually felt a little comforted. After collecting them, she did not look at the store, but went directly home, snoring, as if she wanted to sleep forever. While Jiang-yun was dreaming, her interstellar store had undergone drastic changes, and all this would only be revealed when she woke up. When Jiang-yun woke up, it was already the next night. The smell of food and the wailing of her hungry stomach woke her up. After a day and a night of sleep, her originally weak spirit finally recovered. She cleaned herself up and went directly to the living room. Chin-hong looked at Jiang-yun with surprise, shouting, "You finally woke up. Auntie made you delicious food." Jiang-yun saw the extremely rare piece of meat on the table, and she raised her eyebrows and looked at it. Without her asking, Chin-hong explained with a happy face, "This is from the base breeding farm. It is said to be a comfort gift. As long as everyone who participated in the battle that day, it will be distributed. You should sit down and taste it to see if my cooking skills have deteriorated." Jiang-jun picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and praised, "Aunt's cooking skills are getting better and better." Chin-hong smiled proudly. After the two finished this dinner, Chin-hong went back to her room to rest. Jiang-jun was very excited because she had slept all day. In addition, she was also thinking about the situation of the store. She changed her mind and went into the store from the bedroom. As soon as she returned to the room, she found that the store was brand new again. Chapter 15. Jiang-jun stood in the bedroom and looked around blankly. She saw that her bedroom was no longer as crowded as before. The space had doubled. The originally narrow bathroom was not only doubled, but also formed into a room with two doors, which could be entered from the bedroom and the corridor. That's right, there was an extra corridor out of thin air, which surprised Jiang-jun. Not only that, there were 6 doors on the wall of this corridor, and these 6 doors just corresponded to the shop, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, warehouse, and a newly opened room. In order, the entrance hall on the right side of the corridor is the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and the left side is the shop, warehouse, and unknown room. There is also a door in Jiang-jun's bedroom. She initially thought it led to the bathroom, but there was a row of buttons next to the door. Each button was marked with a shop, warehouse, etc. As long as you press the red button, the door will lead to that room. Jiang-jun looked at such a novel door with interest. After trying it back and forth, she stopped with a sense of satisfaction. Then she turned her attention to the unknown room. There was a button with the words Interstellar Simulation Room written next to it. After the button turned red, She pushed the door open and entered. The room was empty, but there was a display screen on the left side of the door, with the words virtual training on it. Jiang Jun clicked on it, and it showed gravity training, woodcutter shooting training, war simulation, etc. She tried to click on gravity training, and the sudden pressure almost knocked her down. She tried to feel it, and soon realized that her strength would be greatly improved by training in a gravity environment. She then tried other types. The shooting training not only had high-quality teaching videos, but also various woodcutter shooting equipment, some of which she had never seen before, which aroused her strong interest. The visual effects of the war simulation were as if you were actually there, as if a bomb was about to hit you in the next second. There were also NPCs inside, who would react differently to her responses, just like real people. There were also some learning simulation rooms, with all kinds of teaching videos. What surprised her even more was that there was a simulation production room, which taught the production methods of various high-stunt products. She thought to herself that she must learn it when she had time. Ever since she saw those high-tech energy cannons, she had been itching to imagine what it would feel like to touch them in real life. After being shocked in the simulation room, Jiang Jun looked around the store, warehouse, etc., and found that the space inside had doubled. In order to avoid suspicion in reality, she asked Xiaobai to use the extra space in the store to expand the warehouse, and told it to do the same in the future. By the way, Xiaobai can now talk to Jiang Jun, although he could only suspend words in the air. But it is also very good. However, this requires her points, and 100 words cost her 1 point. So Jiang Jun told her not to type, otherwise her points will soon be cleared. Fortunately, Xiaobai is not a chatterbox. After a tour, she opened the shop panel to check the new features of the shop. Name, Jiang Shop Level, LV10 Owner, Jiangyun Area, 150 square meters. Function 1, Time Control, Upgraded Version. The flow rate of time in the room can be controlled by yourself. Function 2, Sufficient water and electricity, energy activation is required. Function 3, Cook, delicious dishes are waiting for your development. Function 4, Instant transfer, consume energy, and you can transfer the shop. She raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that the function could be upgraded. If the flow rate of time is controlled, she can try to adjust the flow rate of the simulation room later, so that she will have more time to study. Instant transfer. As the name suggests, you can move the store. I didn't expect it to be so advanced. You can also get out of the system control and change the place at will. This is really convenient. What interested her most was the cook. There was a humanoid machine in the kitchen. Its delicate features were eye-catching, but the stiff smile on its face was a bit weird. But Jiang Jun didn't care, because she was going to have delicious food. The instructions said that the cook knew the food preparation methods of various eras, and the activation method could be points or crystal cores. Jiang Jun used the crystal core decisively. After having the cook, Jiang Yun asked it to make the stored ingredients into cooked food, and put them in boxes, so that she could eat them at any time. If she had known earlier, she would have bought more fresh-keeping boxes, and then placed them in the warehouse where time stopped, so that it would be more convenient. No one thought that the store would have this function, which was a mistake. It seems that the previous owner can't cook like her, and in the end, she got the advantage, which is really great. Jiang Yun looked at the newly changed store with satisfaction. Jiang Yun, who was in a good mood, decided to light up the breakfast shop the next day. She wanted to show off her cook, her delicious food. The next morning, the gray sky just dawned. Jiang Jun asked the cook to make all kinds of meat and vegetable buns and a treasure porridge. Because the store was relatively remote, she didn't want to waste energy to move the store, so she didn't prepare much. If she couldn't sell it, she would eat it herself. She enlarged the sales window a little. There was no steamer, but there was a new rice cooker in the store. She used it before it was unpacked. The steamers were stacked together, and it looked like the steamers in the breakfast shop. She placed the fragrant treasure porridge in the pot on the wooden board in front of the window. Business is open. Chapter 16. Coda Base. The morning sun fell on the ground, and the pits mixed with blood and mud reflected the light, and through the light came the chaotic base. The second monster came without warning, and the base was severely damaged. They wanted to get up from the ground exhausted, and picked up the remains of teammates or relatives, and then wrapped them in bags, and found a place to bury them, and that was considered a burial. The people in Coda Base looked numb and hopeless. The monsters were like boulders, and crushed them to the ground. Suddenly, A scent floated around the crowd. Some were puzzled. Some ignored it. Some were excited. And some were disgusted. Do any of you smell it? Someone said disgustedly, I smelled it a long time ago. Those leaders of the base only know how to eat, drink and have fun all day long, occupying a lot of supplies. Now they may have fish and meat. What does this scent mean? No, it's not coming from the building, but from the opposite side. Why do I feel like it's the smell of meat buns? When he thought of meat, tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Fragrant meat. I didn't know how to cherish it before, and now it's so hard to eat it, damn it. Eating meat early in the morning? Do you want to make us hungry to death? The people cleaning out the bodies in front of the base smelled the fragrance, and their stomachs began to protest, one after another, continuously. Like a piece of music with different pitches. They haven't eaten much since yesterday. The upper management of the base withheld food, causing them to be extremely hungry, and not only did they not give them something to eat early in the morning, but they were also forced to deal with the bodies. This life is really unbearable. One of them has a bad temper. When he smelled the smell, he was so greedy that his temper flared up. He turned around and picked up his sickle and stood up. He was going to see which bastard was eating meat buns so early in the morning. It was so unfair. A few people around him tried to persuade him to calm down. When they couldn't persuade him, they said, you can just scold him, don't fight him. The others just watched his figure gradually fade away, following the faint fragrance, and left. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. 40 minutes passed. Someone worriedly said, will they fight? That's not good. Let's go and check. They decided to send one person to follow the scent and call the person back. More than 10 minutes passed, and neither of them came back. This made everyone anxious. Maybe something big had happened. Then one after another left to look for people, but in the end, none of them came back, until there were corpses all over the ground. And no one was left in the square. An hour and a half later, some people came back. They licked the oil on the corners of their mouths, smacked their lips, and said with emotion, amazing? The taste is amazing. This bun is so damn delicious. That's why they say the early bird catches the worm. I have to go back quickly, get more crystal cores, and let my wife line up. If it weren't for the limited number of people, I would have eaten it all by myself. Someone whispered, keep your voice down. Remember not to publicize it. Just tell people you have a good relationship with quietly. Don't let the upper level know. Otherwise you won't be able to eat meat. Others nodded quickly. How could they not know? Those people in their base would rob the boss's shop. Where would they eat in the future? They had asked. And they said it would be open tomorrow. A few people started to take action. They told their relatives and friends the news. But they all doubted that they were starving. In desperation, they threatened to die. And they dragged them there. It was not until they ate the delicious meat buns that they came back to their senses, as if they were in another world. They stared at the soup in their hands in disbelief. Fortunately, they brought lunch boxes before coming. Otherwise, they would not be able to drink this bowl of porridge. They looked at their relatives or friends with gratitude. And this admiring look made the first group of people who ate the meat buns feel proud. If they hadn't worked hard early in the morning and found this shop, they might not have been able to eat meat buns. The news of meat buns was passed on again by relatives and friends. Everyone tacitly chose to trade in secret, and to keep the news from leaking. They would never leak it except to the closest and most trusted people. Within 2 hours of Jian Yun's breakfast shop opening, the number of people increased, and the queues became longer and longer. No one and no monster could stop them from wanting to eat meat. The monsters leading from the base to Zhang's shop were almost cleared. This kind of foodie deserves admiration. Song Yi greeted Li Cheng early in the morning. The other party dragged him into a room, like a thief, and locked the door from the inside. He was not a thief, but he was better than a thief. Song Yi's mouth twitched and said, Captain Li, how can you have the leisure to come here? Li Cheng thought, if you don't want to eat meat buns, who would want to come to you? You are always cunning. He coughed lightly and said, I have a piece of news to sell you, but you have to give me half of it later. Seeing that the other party was indifferent, he reduced the price with a heartache. 30% is fine. It still didn't work. He was shocked and said, you are so greedy. 20% should be fine. Song Yi watched the other party lower the price on his own, and said helplessly, you didn't say what it was. How can I agree? Li Cheng thought so too. He first looked Song Yi up and down, thought about his credibility, and felt that this person was not bad. He cleared his throat and said, There is a store that sells things. I won't tell you what it sells. You have to agree to give me 20% before I tell you. Li Chung looked at the other party, who was not surprised at all, as if he had known it for a long time, and immediately squinted his eyes and said, "Don't tell me. You already knew about it." He sighed again. "Hey, I should have guessed it long ago. You must have received the news about this meat bun shop." Song Yi asked in surprise. "Meat buns?" Li Chung nodded, and then reacted, and turned to look at Song Yi. "You don't know? Then why weren't you surprised at all just now? As if you already knew about this shop." After he said this, he paused immediately, and then remembered the sudden abundance of supplies and Western medicines in Song Yi's team, stared at Song Yi with suspicion, and then said, as if he had discovered a big secret, "Old Song, did you buy all your supplies from that shop?" Li Chung thought of the goods in that shop and the medicines on the display cabinet, and suddenly felt that he had found the truth. "You can't do that. You actually hid this important matter from your brother. And you didn't even know to share the good news." Although he said it was a blame, there was a hint of smile in his eyes, because he knew in his heart that one must be on guard against others. He understood Song Yi, and if it were him, he would not tell anyone. Song Yi did not refute, but said, "What's the matter with the meat buns?" Li Chung no longer covered up, and said directly, "This morning, the store in the wasteland started selling meat and vegetable buns and treasure porridge. And you must bring your own lunchbox. Otherwise you won't be able to drink the delicious porridge." Thinking of the taste, it was really the most delicious food he had ever eaten. Even better than the chef before the end of the world. The two discussed Zhang's shop together. They didn't know what the purpose of this shop was, but they were the ones who benefited from it. So for the sake of Zhang's shop and for them, they decided to suppress this matter as much as possible. Li Chung got some news about Zhang's shop from Song Yi and left with satisfaction. There was a long queue at Zhang's shop, and everyone was looking forward to it. When they saw the cook stopped her action, everyone immediately yelled at the first person in front, "1 portion per person. Don't you understand? How dare you come after you have eaten? Those of us in the queue haven't even tasted it yet. That's right. Get out of the way quickly, and let the people behind buy it." Bah! Heartless people. Everyone knew that as long as the cook in front stopped her action, it meant that you had been here and could not buy it anymore. They were also puzzled. How did the other party remember and recognize each person so accurately? It was really amazing. So every time they met those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, the cook didn't need to do anything. Others would scold and spit at them and drive them away, because they were afraid that the store would close if they were slower. Sure enough, the people who were scolded quickly covered their faces and ran away, for fear that if they walked slower, they would be eaten alive by these people. Chapter 17. The breakfast shop of Zhang's store lasted for 3 hours and then closed. The people who were still waiting outside the windows suddenly wailed, but no one dared to make trouble. Those who didn't eat could only sigh in their hearts that they would come earlier tomorrow. Jiang Jun threw everything to the cook, and she pretended to bring back a bag of buns from outside in the early morning. When Chen Hong walked out of the bedroom, she said, "Aunt, look at the food I brought you." Chen Hong's nose twitched, and said in shock, "Buns?" Then she said, Shaoling, "Where did you get the buns?" Jiang Jun said without leaking a single word, "I was walking on the road, and someone stuffed it into my hand. I didn't even see the person clearly, but I think it should be someone who is grateful to me. I saw the delicious buns in my hands, so I hurried back, fearing that I would be hated by others. Auntie, do you want to try it? She did save many people a few days ago, and she did not lie." Chen Hong looked at Jiang Jun suspiciously, but was soon tempted by the smell of the buns. She sighed, "You have to do more good deeds. Otherwise you won't be able to eat these buns." Jiang Jun just smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Hong ate a rich breakfast, her face full of aftertaste. When she was cleaning up the dishes, she couldn't help but sigh, "It would be even better if we could eat spicy crayfish." But she could only think about it. They were not near the sea, and fresh shrimp meat could not be delivered, and the one stored before had already rotted. Chen Hong's casual words left a mark in Jiang Jun's heart. She thought she could take out the seafood in her refrigerator and eat it. Jiang Jun's breakfast shop was very successful on the first day. Although she didn't make much money, she was still very satisfied. The loss caused by the monster's arrival was huge. The upper class was worried that the monster might come again, so they made drastic changes to the base. Jiang Jun walked on the street and saw umbrellas erected in the air everywhere. Air raid shelters were being built. The air raid shelters that could be seen everywhere made it convenient for people to retreat and hide in time. The erected protective umbrella will block the monsters from coming at the critical moment and squeeze out time for everyone to survive. It's not that no one is desperate, but if they want to survive, they have to fight these monsters. Teams like Jeongjoon's were also requisitioned by the base, and the base gave them a lot of wages. This alone is enough to see the base's determination. They spent a lot of effort and materials, and worked non-stop to transform the base, making everyone full of hope. They believe that the next time the monster comes, they will definitely have the strength to resist. Jeongjoon completed her task and went home with a thermos cup. She had lunch at home. Chin Hong sometimes cooked some small meals, but the food they stockpiled began to decrease. She felt that she had to find a way to get the supplies out of the store in a logical way. When Jeongjoon returned home, she did not find Chin Hong. On weekdays, when she just returned home, Chin Hong had already been waiting at home. She thought that something might have delayed her. She put the thermos cup on the table when she entered the door. She rolled up her sleeves, put on an apron, and prepared to show her skills. Knock. 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 There was a rapid knock on the door. Jeongjoon put down the kitchen knife in her hand. I am coming. She opened the door and saw Lu Hong, who was panting and anxious. He hurriedly grabbed her arm. Sister Ling, go and see. Aunt Chin is in trouble. Jeongjoon's face turned grim, and she took the tang sword from the shoe cabinet without caring that she was still wearing an apron. Let's go! On the way, Lu Hong led the way with an anxious look on his face. And then he took the opportunity to tell the whole story. Chin Hong's daily work tasks were not heavy, and she originally thought that she could go home as soon as possible after finishing the work. But who knew that something happened? Chin Hong was about to leave after completing the task when she was stopped by someone. Seeing that the other party was the notorious Doomsday squad, she could not easily offend them. So she stopped and asked, What's the matter? The other party first glanced at Chin Hong with disdain, and then said shamelessly, You have nothing to do. Just do our half. Of course, I won't let you do it for nothing. He took out a small bag of beef jerky from his pocket. See? As long as you finish it, this bag of beef jerky will be yours. He looked at Chin Hong with contempt, thinking that this person would definitely agree. He had tried this trick many times. Just when he was so excited that he didn't have to work, Chin Hong's words interrupted his fantasy. Sorry. I have to go back. You can find someone else to trade with. Puff, his teammates beside him, sneered. His teammates mocked. LVN. I think you should do it yourself. I don't know how you got to this point, after being so sneaky all day. It's so embarrassing to be on the same team with you. LVN's face darkened. He didn't expect that a native of the small world would reject him and make him lose face in front of the person he hated the most. He looked at Chin Hong with a sinister look. He had to teach this person a lesson, or he would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Moreover, this was just a small world. No one would care if an NPC died. In just a few seconds, he had already thought of countless ways for the other party to die tragically. After Chin Hong refused, she did not take the other party's words to heart. Seeing that they were not talking, she prepared to go home quickly. Her niece would be home soon. As soon as she took a step, she knew that there was a cart rushing towards her. She wanted to avoid it, but found that her body could not move. Then he saw himself being knocked away by the cart, thrown to the ground like a rag, and blood instantly dyed the entire ground red. The teammate glanced at Lu Yen with some disgust. For such a person, who would take out his anger on the residents of the small world when he was not satisfied, and whose heart was as small as a needle, he would never choose to cooperate with him unless he had no choice. He just saw the movements of the other party's hands. The low-level talisman used by Lu Yen could bring bad luck to the other party. This kind of talisman bought in the mall has little effect. He saw that Lu Yen seemed to want to put him to death, so he used 4 or 5 of them on the other party. He didn't expect Lu Yen to be so vicious. He just quickly offset 2 cards for Chin Hong and used the lucky charm on Chin Hong. Lu Yen also noticed his action. He glanced at his teammates viciously, but because of his concerns, he had to give up in the end. His teammates sighed secretly. If he had known, he would not have angered Lu Yen. He hurt someone inexplicably, and he felt a little regretful. He just couldn't stand Lu Yan's arrogant attitude. If it wasn't for the person behind him, and if he couldn't fight against the other party at his current level, he wouldn't want to be bullied by the other party. Before he left, he glanced at Chin Hong lying on the ground, and just prayed that she could hold on and not waste his good fortune. Chen Hong was knocked away by the cart and fainted on the ground. Sheng Xiang happened to witness the scene. He didn't have time to think about what happened. He subconsciously ran to Chen Hong and turned to Lu Hong and shouted, "Go and call Sister Ling." Lu Hong immediately ran away, not daring to stop along the way, and ran straight to Jiang Yun's house. On the way, Lu Hong told Jiang Yun everything, even the conversation between Chen Hong and the Doomsday Squad. He just didn't understand why Aunt Chen only had time to turn around, and the car actually hit him straight. Everything was too fast and too weird, leaving no chance for people to react. At that time, he saw the Doomsday Squad looking for trouble with Aunt Chen, and wanted to help her. But before he could get close, a car accident happened, and he felt a little guilty. Jiang Jun did not dare to delay, and followed Lu Hong to the base hospital. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Hong lying on the bed with blood dripping, and the perpetrator outside the door was squatting at the door crying. His face was covered with marks of being beaten by Sheng Xiang. The driver, with a bruised face, defended himself. "I really didn't mean it. I was driving steadily. How could I drive fast when there were so many people coming and going? Who knew that the accelerator would not work and I would accelerate and crash into the car?" He said with tears streaming down his face. "I'm so sorry. Brother, I really didn't mean it." Sheng Xiang yelled at him. "It's not intentional. The person is already lying here. Will he wake up if you say it's not intentional?" The driver seemed to feel that it was useless. He could only endure Sheng Xiang's rage with tears in his eyes. Jiang Jun looked through the glass window at Chen Hong, who was breathing weakly with a ventilator. She felt a little panic in her heart. She hadn't felt this way for a long time. Chen Hong was the best to her when she first came to this world. She always thought of her first, whether it was food or clothing. She was unwilling to burden her on weekdays. She trained alone and wanted to be her pillar. Jiang Jun originally thought that she would be able to stay strong forever, and that she would be able to live well after she left. Everything happened too suddenly, and she was caught off guard. Jiang Jun saw the doctor coming out, and quickly suppressed her emotions, and said calmly, "Doctor, how is my aunt's condition?" After the doctor came out, she took off her mask and sighed. "The patient's injuries are serious, but not fatal. But our hospital is short of drugs, and there is no medicine to treat the patient. So the patient is in danger now. Be prepared." Sheng Xiang and others' eyes turned red after hearing this, and some of them cried the moment they couldn't bear it. Aunt Chen usually took good care of them, and they didn't expect to face the news of Aunt Chen's death so soon. Jiang Yun disassembled all the information and got to the point. "Can the problem be solved with medicine?" The doctor nodded, and Jiang Yun said, "Okay, doctor, please write down the medicine you need, and I will find it." The doctor looked at Jiang Yun in surprise, as if he didn't expect that the other party still didn't give up, thinking that it was her relatives in there. He could understand. He tactfully reminded, "The medicine the patient needs is only available in large hospitals, and the patient can only hold on for 3 days." Jiang Yun remembered that there were only 3 days in her heart. She also understood the doctor's idea, but still replied, "I have a way to get the medicine. You just need to tell me the name of the medicine." Seeing her firm attitude, the doctor stopped persuading her and went back to the office. He took out paper and pen and marked all the medicines needed. Jiang Jun took the prescription list from the doctor. Sheng Xiang and others wanted to follow Jiang Jun, but she rejected their proposal and said, "I'll trouble you to stay and help me take care of my aunt. I can go alone. I will definitely come back within 3 days. Remember to keep my aunt safe. Don't worry." Jiang Jun's strong attitude suppressed Sheng Xiang and others. She went home to get some food and a backpack, and was about to go out with a tang sword on her back. She ran into Wan Qing, the captain of the Flying Tigers, who also knew about Jiang Jun's experience. He gave Jiang Jun a wooden gun he had prepared, and a box of bullets. At a time when resources are becoming less and less, these things are particularly precious. Wan Qing sighed, "Although these things are few, they should be able to help you to some extent. You must be careful on the road. Hospitals are not so easy to enter." Jiang Jun was not hypocritical. He reached out and took it directly. After hearing Wan Qing's words, he thanked her. "Just call me if you need anything in the future. Every friendship now is worth cherishing." So she is not stingy with her promise. Wan Qing patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder with both hands, and said, "Take care on the road, and you must come back safely." Jiang Yun drove the car, said goodbye to everyone, and entered the monster wave without hesitation. No one had any hope for Jiang Yun. 3 days was a very short time. Could she really bring back so many medicines? Everyone thought it was impossible. Chapter 18. After Jiang Jun escaped from a group of monsters, she took the car directly to the warehouse, and then disappeared in a flash. She had to hurry up. Chen Hong was in a bad condition. She had to find the medicine as soon as possible. She first checked the medicines in the warehouse. There were less than 10 kinds. There was still a lot to go. Then she remembered the function of the store. Instant transfer. She was ready to try it. She opened the panel of the store and clicked Instant transfer. It popped up that it would consume 1,000 points, or the energy of the crystal core. The required number of crystal cores was not marked. She thought about it, and took out all the crystal cores from the trunk of the car in the warehouse. She didn't feed all the crystal cores to the store on weekdays, and most of them were still left to exchange for base points. The last time the monster came suddenly. The crystal cores in her car had not been used, and now they came in handy. There were 2 sacks of crystal cores, and there were thousands of them in them. Do you want to consume energy to transfer instantly? Jiang Jun clicked to confirm, and the crystal cores in the bag disappeared instantly, turning into a stream of energy and injecting into the store. Please select a geographic location. A map of the entire planet was displayed directly in front of her, and the area she could choose was within 200,000 kilometers around the store. This was beyond her expectation. She did not expect the range to be so large. She no longer hesitated and directly clicked on the largest Class 3 hospital in the area. Location successful, please wait. The panel disappeared, with a vibration sound coming from the soles of her feet. The store showed a distorted status quo, and then in an instant, Jiang Jun's store had already changed its location. Transfer successful. I saw that the outside had changed drastically. The street in front of the store was no longer desolate. Fish-faced monsters and snake-headed monsters appeared out of thin air. They crawled on the ground. The number was quite surprising. The store was now located in a small supermarket inside the hospital. The food inside had been snatched away long ago. The hospital was also a gathering place for monsters, and this abandoned supermarket became Jiang Yun's store. This tertiary hospital was very large, and there were many monsters. If Jiang Yun wanted to break through and enter the hospital warehouse, it would be difficult. Jiang Jun first looked out the window through the glass, roughly estimated the number of monsters, and had already made plans in her mind. She walked out of the store with a transformed Tang sword in her hand, and smashed the oncoming fish-faced monster with one sword. She went through a lot of hardships to get out of the monster wave. Luckily, she was on the first floor. She planned to go to the pharmacy on the first floor of the hospital first, and maybe she could find part of the doctor's prescription. The store was not far from the pharmacy, but if the monsters were added, it would be a bit difficult. As she slashed down, the monsters were lying all over the ground, and she was also scratched by the monsters to varying degrees. Half an hour later, Jiang Jun finally arrived at the pharmacy. Someone must have been here before. The glass door of the pharmacy had been broken, and there were still a few monsters inside. Jiang Jun leaned against the window and entered from the edge. He held the Tang sword in his right hand and killed all the monsters inside. There were still some blood stains on the ground, and the medicine shelf was tilted. The last person who came here must have been in a hurry. There were still a lot of medicines left. Jiang Jun no longer hesitated and directly took all the medicines in. Before the monsters outside heard the noise and rushed over, Jiang Jun hurriedly searched through boxes and cabinets, looking for the location of the logistics warehouse. Finally, in an office, she found a topographic map. It recorded the hospital's structure in detail, as well as the location of each department, which saved Jiang Jun a lot of time to search. She quickly memorized the layout map, and then quickly folded it and put it in her pocket. Jiang Jun had already put all the medicines in the pharmacy into the space warehouse, and then teleported back to the store. The Chinese and Western medicine warehouse, the medical equipment warehouse, and the logistics warehouse are all in the building behind the outpatient department of the hospital. To reach this building, you need to go through a corridor. This corridor has now become a place where monsters roam. The risk factor increased again. She applied medicine to the wound on her arm, then bit the gauze and tied a knot. Without any delay, she went out again to the back building of the outpatient department. As expected, the corridor was full of monsters. She didn't expect so many monsters to gather in this building. They should have regarded this place as their nest. And Jiang Jun happened to be the intruder. The monsters smelled the fragrance of humans, and quickly turned their heads towards Jiang Yun. Without the sound of the horn, they all rushed towards her. Jiang Yun gritted her teeth and rushed towards them. For 2 days, she kept fighting monsters. When she was tired, she teleported back to the store and continued to fight after she woke up. Her body was covered with wounds, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen. She simply bandaged herself up and continued to fight the monsters without any care, as if she didn't feel any pain. Monsters seemed to come in an endless stream. She almost cleared all the monsters in the entire building before finally arriving at the logistics warehouse. She first cleared the monsters in the building, then closed the door, and then went to the logistics warehouse. The door of the logistics warehouse is a special device, which is difficult for non-staff to open, and it cannot be opened by manpower alone. Jiang Jun took out a bomb from the space. This was given to her by Wan Qing before he left. She didn't expect it to come in handy. Bang! The roar of the bomb sounded in the hospital. The sound spread to the base in the distance. Someone was awakened by the sound, and then said to himself, "Someone is going to die again." Everyone in the base knew that the city hospital had long become a nest of monsters. Anyone who wanted to go to the city hospital to get medicine would be tantamount to walking into a trap and seeking death. It's not that no one wanted to fight in the past, but they all died in the monster's lair. When the people in the base heard the explosion, they all looked over there, and found that it was the location of the hospital. Finally, they all sighed and turned back. I don't know who would break into the monster's lair. Jiang Jun used 2 bombs in succession, and finally blew the door open. The monsters attracted by the sound of the bomb gathered in front of the building door, and were about to break the door. She didn't have time to think. She entered the warehouse, quickly went to the Chinese medicine pharmacy, and then moved the things inside to the warehouse. In the middle, she also encountered medical equipment. She did not hesitate and immediately transferred all the supplies to the store warehouse. After Xiaobai protested, the warehouse could no longer bear it. Jiang Jun put the things in the kitchen, bedroom and other empty places, and finally barely packed all the things in it. She did not have time to sort these things, so she asked Xiaobai to pile them all together, and the medicines were mixed in. If not, her space would not be able to hold so many things. But then she thought that Xiaobai's invisible warehouse could hold a lot of things, so she emptied it all. The next second, the door of the building was hit by a monster, and the door of the logistics warehouse was filled with roars. The footsteps of the monsters came, and the number was astonishing. Jiang Jun quickly teleported back to the store. When a group of monsters entered the warehouse, they looked everywhere but could not find any trace of food, and finally dispersed in confusion. Jiang Jun asked Xiaobai to help her find the pharmacy written by the doctor. She went to treat the wound first. Some debris from the bomb explosion hit her body. She needed to pick out the debris with a needle and then apply medicine. She bandaged the wound, and Xiaobai placed the necessary medicine in front of her. All the medicines written on the paper appeared in front of her, and only now did Jiang Jun relax. She was lucky. The medicines in this hospital were well preserved, and no one entered the warehouse of this hospital after the apocalypse, which allowed her to collect these supplies. Now that the medicine she needed had been found, Jiang Jun looked up and saw the dazzling array of shops. It was difficult to even walk, so she had to find a way to clear out the medicines. She opened the shop's panel and found that the energy consumed by teleportation was based on the distance. No wonder she consumed thousands of crystal cores at once. She chose the location to move again, preparing to move the shop away from the hospital. She placed the shop in a wide open space. Because the distance was short, it only consumed a few hundred crystal cores. She decided to sell the medicine here. Maybe someone was looking for medicine like her, so she just prayed for Chen Hong. Jiang Jun handed this place over to the cook, and she put the medicine in the package and left. Chen Hong was lying on the bed, the ventilator was delivering oxygen, and the faint sound of her breathing could be heard in the silent room. Sheng Xiang sat beside Chen Hong's bed, looking a little anxious, seeing that Aunt Chen was about to collapse, and Sister Ling had not come back yet. He had asked Lu Hong to go to the city gate to wait for Sister Ling, and there was still no news. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Sheng Xiang turned his head immediately, and when he saw that it was the nurse who came to change the dressing, he was a little disappointed. The nurse saw his expression, and sighed in her heart. The patient in the room was seriously ill in bed, and lacked the main medicine, and could not be treated. The patient's relatives went to find medicine in person, and 2 days had passed, and there was still no news. In a short time, even if there is medicine, the patient will not come back. The nurse felt sympathy and admiration for this family. In this era, it is not uncommon for a man to abandon his wife and daughter, and for relatives to turn against each other. It is not uncommon for the family members of patients to abandon their patients because of expensive medicine. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. This is the case. The family members of this patient are willing to go to a very dangerous hospital, which is worthy of her admiration. She hopes that the other party can return safely. Suddenly, there was a hurried sound of footsteps outside the door, and the door of the room was suddenly opened. The doctor and the nurse rushed in from outside and walked straight to Chen Hong's bed. Sheng Xiang immediately stood up and said, "This is..." Before he finished speaking, the doctor smiled and said, "The medicine has arrived. Let's perform surgery on the patient quickly. If we delay for a while, the patient's condition will worsen." Sheng Xiang first showed a look of joy on his face, and then quickly made way for the doctor to move. He looked out the door and happened to see Jiang Yun, who was covered in dust and bruises. He didn't care about the doctor, and ran to Jiang Yun, and asked, "Sister Ling, are you okay? How about letting the nurse bandage you first? Your wound is already bleeding." After Sheng Xiang reminded her, Jiang Yun noticed that the wound on her left shoulder, where a piece of flesh was cut off by the monster, was bleeding again, and the pain came with it. But she didn't care, and turned her head to look at Chen Hong's position. "I will bandage her after Auntie enters the ward safely." Sheng Xiang looked at Jiang Jun anxiously, but he knew that she would not listen to him, so he could only stand by and worry. While the doctor was handling the surgical tools, Jiang Jun asked about Chen Hong's condition in the past few days. "Sheng Xiang, everything was fine. But who knew that within half a day after you left, Auntie Chen's condition suddenly worsened, and the speed was very fast. If the doctor had not arrived in time, Auntie Chen might have." Jiang Jun's face looked a little ugly, and he did not expect Chen Hong's condition to be so serious. Sheng Xiang suddenly remembered something, and he hurriedly said, "Sister Ling, that night, someone brought something to Aunt Chen, saying it was a talisman, and I somehow put the thing on Aunt Chen. Then, Aunt Chen's condition began to improve. That person seemed to be someone who was standing next to Aunt Chen when she got into trouble. If Aunt Chen's condition hadn't suddenly improved, I would have thrown away the talisman." He didn't know him at first, but Lu Hong told him the next day, "You can't ask for anyone from the Doomsday Squad. Aunt Chen's accident must be related to the Doomsday Squad." The Doomsday Squad. Jiang Jun heard this name that appeared many times, and suddenly felt confused. Chen Hong's accident was definitely not accidental. She was busy looking for medicine before, and had no time to check. After Chen Hong is fine, she will definitely check the truth and give Chen Hong an explanation. And this Doomsday Squad is the first one she wants to check. Chapter 19. Chen Hong's operation started on time. Jiang Jun's heart was at ease when she saw her enter the operating room smoothly. Sheng Xiang urged Jiang Jun to treat her wounds as soon as possible. When the nurse treated Jiang Jun's wounds, she found that there were hundreds of scars of various sizes on her body, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen. She looked up at Jiang Jun in shock. She didn't expect that this person could hold on until now. After treating the wounds, Jiang Jun came to Chen Hong's bed, took out the amulet hidden under the pillow, and looked up and down. Her brows were furrowed. She seemed to have seen this kind of thing somewhere. She opened the system mall, and found the amulet accurately, and saw that it said, "Lucky Charm." When she first visited the system mall, she had seen this kind of amulet, but because the price was a bit high at that time, she gave up buying it, but she also remembered it in her heart. The appearance of the Lucky Charm means that someone wants to kill Chen Hong, so this matter is related to the Doomsday Squad. Jiang Jun found Sheng Xiang and others, and asked them about what happened that day again, trying to find clues. Lu Hong happened to witness the whole process. He told Jiang Yun everything in detail. Jiang Yun thought, "Did you feel anything strange at that time?" Strange? Lu Hong's brain was spinning rapidly, and he finally thought of it. Aunt Chen was far away from the cart at that time. According to Aunt Chen's skills, she could have avoided it. But for some reason, Aunt Chen stood there motionless. He thought Aunt Chen could get away, so he didn't take action. He was most shocked when Aunt Chen got into trouble. After the words fell, Jiang Jun suddenly remembered what the driver said. He was driving slowly, but suddenly lost control and hit Chen Hong. Putting the strange things together, Jiang Jun instantly had the answer, but she immediately ended the topic calmly. The next thing was not suitable for them to intervene. and she would not involve them in this matter. Jiang Jun's conversation ended, and Chen Hong's operation was successfully completed. When the attending doctor saw Jiang Jun, he kindly pulled her aside and said, "The medicine you brought is very effective. The operation was very successful. I just don't know if you still have." Jiang Jun suddenly understood and said, "As long as my aunt recovers, I can donate some medicine to you." The attending doctor smiled and said, "How can we let you spend money? Our hospital will buy some from you. We will definitely use the best medicine for your aunt's illness, so that she can recover and be discharged smoothly." The two of them successfully reached a deal, and the attending doctor was also very considerate. He hurriedly asked someone to send the patient to the suite and arrange the most luxurious room. In the next few days, Jiang Jun stayed with Chen Hong, taking care of her daily diet and waiting for her to wake up. One day at noon, Jiang Jun changed Chen Hong's clothes and cleaned her body. After finishing all this, she took a breath and sat in front of the bed. Just as she was about to have lunch, she heard a movement beside her and turned her head quickly. She saw Chen Hong squinting her eyes and looking around. Chen Hong's pale cheeks were bloodless. She raised her eyelids slightly and looked around weakly. Then she asked in confusion, "Where is this? What happened to me?" The scene of her being hit by a car suddenly flashed in her mind. She suddenly looked up and wanted to get up from the bed to check the situation. But because she was too weak, she fell on the bed powerlessly. Jiang Yun hurried forward to help Chen Hong, letting her lean against the wall and lean on the pillow, so as not to touch the wound, so as not to make the condition worse. Jiang Yun said helplessly, "Aunt, don't worry. You are fine now." Chen Hong stared at her with a puzzled look. Jiang Yun told her that she had been in a coma for many days, was seriously ill in bed, and needed urgent treatment, except for the fact that she went to find medicine. She said everything else. After listening, Chen Hong sighed. "I didn't expect that I would actually walk through the gates of hell." She turned to look at Jiang Jun and said distressfully, "Xiaoling, you have worked hard these days. How can this be hard work? It is my duty to take care of my aunt." Jiang Jun took out the rice porridge that had been prepared long ago from the table and handed it to Chen Hong. "Aunt, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" She just took advantage of Chen Hong's days to exchange the lunch box with the food that had been prepared long ago in the space. It happened to be porridge that Chen Hong could eat. Chen Hong did not refuse. She took it and ate a few mouthfuls. Then she had no appetite anymore. Jiang Jun did not force her. She needed some time to adapt after just waking up. Since Chen Hong had woken up, she had to deal with things. Late at night, there were still pedestrians passing by the place called slums in the base. Most of them were looking for fun. There were beautifully dressed women or handsome men on the streets here that attracted their attention. After the apocalypse, there were many ways to get food by selling one's body. In order to survive, humans would do anything. There was nothing to say here. Lu Yen put on his belt neatly and threw a bag of food on the woman. When the woman was naked but still struggling to hold the food tightly, he first looked at her with contempt, and then turned around and left without any regrets. After he left, the woman immediately spat on the ground and said, "Pa! Damn short man. You still have the nerve to look down on me." When he walked out of the door, he took out another pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and in the envious eyes of the people around him, he took a deep puff, and blew a smoke ring at the people around him as if to give alms, and then left with a disdainful expression. Lu Yen came out of the building and prepared to take a detour to rush back. If he went back late, he would be scolded by his brother. So he had to hurry as soon as possible. The road in the slum was a bit difficult to walk, and the dirt on the ground made his face full of disgust. Passing the corner, suddenly a woman in a black long skirt and a veil came towards him. Seeing her graceful figure, Lu Yen couldn't help but let out a frivolous whistle. "Beauty, you have a great figure. Why are you trying to block me? Do you want to have sex with me?" His obscene expression was almost disgusting. You can't be reserved when you meet a beauty. No matter how good a beauty is, you will feel a little embarrassed. Lu Yen didn't waste words. Seeing that the woman was about to leave, he quickly blocked her at the entrance of the alley and approached her step by step. Lu Yen watched the woman being approached step by step into the alley, and suddenly a sinister plan came to his mind. There was no one in the alley, so he just did it here. After all, they are just a group of NPCs. Just let them enjoy themselves. The people living in the slums not far away saw this scene and couldn't help but spit. Why doesn't anyone punish this kind of scum? The scum's thoughts can be seen through his eyes. He wants to ruin the girl again. People in their slums believe in mutual consent. Once this scum came, he forced so many people in succession. Even he didn't like this man. The person next to him hurriedly said, "Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Shut up." The man still had an indignant expression on his face, but his mouth was closed. He knew that if his words were heard by the Doomsday Squad, his life would be gone. Last time, someone said a few bad things and died without warning during the mission. The people accompanying him did not dare to say a word. Everyone agreed that if they said bad things about the Doomsday Squad behind their backs, they would be targeted by the Doomsday Squad in the end. Therefore, even if they hated them to the core, no one dared to speak out. I really want to know when these scum will be retaliated. Here, Lu Yan's evil thoughts grew in his heart, and he blocked people in the alley step by step. His hands were eager to touch the other person's white fingers like mutton fat. He was not discouraged by being avoided, and he teased with others, "Come and let me touch you. I have something good for you." The woman looked at the other person's unconcealed evil desire, and the coldness in her eyes became even worse. She cleverly avoided the other person's hands that wanted to touch her and continued to walk into the alley. Lu Yan laughed non-stop and hurriedly chased after her. Seeing that the beauty was not moving forward, he wanted to embrace her with both hands. Before his hands touched her clothes, he touched something cold. He was a little confused and looked down. He saw a dagger shining in the moonlight. At the end of the perfect arc were the white and tender fingers he had missed for a long time. The pair of soft hands tightly grasped the hilt of the knife, and in Lu Yan's horrified eyes, they instantly stabbed his heart. A cloth was stuffed into his mouth to prevent him from shouting out in shock. The woman in black, Jiang Jun, stuffed the cloth into his mouth, twisted the knife in his chest, and made him whimper in pain and fall to the ground. Lu Yan struggled frantically, trying to break free from Jiang Jun's hands, but the pain in his chest and Jiang Jun's suppression made him powerless. He wanted to take out the artillery from the space and fight back. Jiang Jun frowned and looked at him. She didn't expect that he had the strength to struggle with a knife in his heart. She changed her mind and quickly drew the knife, and then stabbed the other side. He wanted to take out the cannon from the space and fight back, but the sudden pain in his heart made him drop the cannon on the ground and roll to the side. The last chance of survival was lost. Lu Yan looked at Jiang Jun with hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to cut her into pieces. Jiang Jun increased her strength and watched indifferently as the other party gradually lost his breath and became unable to move. After no more movement, she threw the body on the ground with disgust. The feeling of killing after so many years still made her feel uncomfortable. She gently wiped the dagger in her hand. Suddenly, the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded, "Congratulations, host. Unlock the title of Hunter. The prey has been hunted. Will the host pick up the prey's items?" "Hunter?" Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows. "Pick up." There was a sound of clattering, and Lu Yan's points entered Jiang Jun's panel. The points instantly increased to 1530, and her space expanded 3 times, while the opponent's weapons and food fell into Jiang Jun's system space. The artillery dropped by Lu Yan also returned to the space. Jiang Jun clicked on the introduction above and learned that this weapon was just named artillery, and it was touched with fire, which was different from traditional artillery shells. Jiang Jun looked at it casually, and prepared to study it after returning. She looked at Lu Yan's body indifferently, and directly left it here, and turned around and climbed over the wall to leave. After she left, someone found the body, was shocked at first, turned around and saw that there was no one around, and took up the knife and made a few cuts on Lu Yan's body. The next day, a piercing scream instantly resounded throughout the Lantern Festival, waking up all the residents of the slums, and saw the base guard shuttled through the slums. "I heard that there is a body inside." "Even the bottom." He gestured to his body, and then shuddered. The others were shocked. "Do you know who it is? He died so miserably." The man quietly leaned close to their ears and whispered, "From the Doomsday Squad." Someone secretly said, "Retribution? Shut up. Go. Go. Go, don't block here, you'll be taken away and won't be able to get out." The slum was bustling today, all the people gathered at the alley, wanting to see the miserable appearance of the scum. Chapter 20. Base. The news of the Doomsday Squad being killed spread quickly, and became a joke for people to talk about after dinner. People from other teams had long disliked the Doomsday Squad, and now that they could make fun of them, they naturally spared no effort to publicize it. So much so that everyone in the base knew about the tragic death of the Doomsday Squad. Someone was talking about it nearby, saying that he died on a woman, which immediately caused everyone to laugh. On the other side, the captain of the Doomsday Squad was shouting angrily at his teammates. What happened? Didn't you watch out last night? Everyone is gone, and our team is the last to know. Others muttered in their hearts, you usually protect him, so who dares to stop him? Sanghua thought of what Liu Yin had done, and suddenly felt a little angry. He knew that he would die at the hands of a woman sooner or later. He had warned him many times not to go to the slums alone at night. If he hadn't been protected by him on weekdays, he would have been eaten by those people long ago. Now he has become a laughing stock. Sanghua felt uncomfortable when he saw that others were silent. As a tasker, and as the highest level in this world, he believed that he had the ability to organize this group of taskers. But as the development progressed, people in the team gradually left the team, and more people opposed him. In the end, he ordered that anyone who left the Doomsday team must accept his judgment. And the consequences of the trial need not be told to him, everyone knows it well. His series of actions finally suppressed these lone wolf-like taskers. Sanghua put on a hypocritical smile again, as if he was not the one who was angry at everyone just now. Someone tell me, what happened? There was a slight threat in his tone. At this time, someone stood up and told him. Someone in the slums saw LVN follow a woman in black and leave, and he never came back, and then the other party's body was found in the early morning. Sanghua cursed in his heart, a guy who is more likely to cause trouble than to do good. Has he had a conflict with anyone recently? The teammate who was present when Shenhong got into trouble recalled this incident, but he felt it was unlikely because the other party could not know that it was LVN who did it and dared not retaliate against him. So this teammate did not tell about LVN and Shenhong. Other teammates told Sanghua about the people LVN had offended recently. Through their stories, he learned that LVN had caused quite a lot of trouble recently. Basically most people in the base had been offended. Sanghua thought of the other party's style of doing things, and cursed him in his heart. The reputation he had worked so hard to build up was ruined by this idiot. The Doomsday Squad was looking for the culprit, while Jiang Jun was studying the title of Hunter. As the name suggests, this hunter is a hunting tasker. It is mainly aimed at taskers, who do not abide by the rules of the world, and kill people in this small world at will. Some taskers use their powerful abilities to control the lives of people in this small world at will. This behavior is not allowed. But as long as you have this title, you will be forced to punish other taskers in this world. If you don't do it, you will not only have to return the points of the prey, but also deduct the points of the hunter. So this is a mandatory title, which is a big trouble for Jiang Yun, because Jiang Yun saw the taskers who needed to be dealt with. The one at the top of the list was Sanghua, the captain of the Doomsday Squad, and his actions were marked on it. His level is LV-15, but he can do anything in the Doomsday world, such as burning, killing, and looting. He is good at disguise, has strong control ability, and kills other taskers at will. He was hunted by hunters in the previous world, but escaped to the lower world. In addition to him, there are other people who are also members of the Doomsday Squad. Jiang Yun found that the life history of the tasker in this small world would be recorded by the system. It seems that she should be more careful in the future, since she has accepted the title of Hunter. Jiang Yun cannot give up, and can only take the task. She first made Sanghua's name the focus. The opponent is strong, and may have something to save his life. She has to hit him when he is weak. As for the others, she decided to hunt them after this period of popularity. These days, some people found that the members of the Doomsday Squad had accidents one after another. They were all stabbed in the heart and died. Some people sighed behind their backs, saying that they had done something unscrupulous, and finally suffered retribution. The base was happy to see the Doomsday Squad succeed, and they were gloating over their misfortune. The Doomsday Squad was a little anxious. They didn't know why someone would target the Doomsday Squad, and why they, as the taskers, were targeted. Sanghua hid in the room, walking around constantly, and kept muttering, "Why is there a hunter in this small world?" He fled to this small world specifically to avoid hunters. As the wanted man, he knew very well how it felt to be killed by hunters. In order to avoid the hunters, he had been very careful in his behavior in this small world. But he did not expect that he would still attract the hunters. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He could not just sit there and wait for death. The taskers in this small world were all newcomers. As long as he joined forces with them, he might have a chance to escape from this world. He had enough points and all the weapons. He could escape from the hunters. Since he had thought it through, Sanghua put on his disguise again, opened the door, and walked out. Jiang Jun hunted 4 people in succession and gained a lot of points. Some of them were used to upgrade the store, and some were saved for her, which might be used later. Jiang Jun handed the store to the cook. She was busy hunting the taskers these days, and she hardly went to the store to check the situation. She didn't know the recent situation and how the sales were. Jiang Jun's pharmacy had become famous in the Huida base next to the city hospital a week ago. Originally, the Huida base became a monster's nest because of the city hospital, and there was an extreme shortage of medicines. I accidentally discovered that there was a store selling medicines next to the base. This was absolutely unbelievable. Some people went to the store to buy medicines with half belief and half doubt, and used them on their seriously ill relatives. The next day, their relatives recovered. The news quickly spread in the base, and everyone was willing to take the risk to go to the store. Therefore, Jiang Yun's store was absolutely popular in the past few days. The leader of Huida base wanted to meet with the owner of the store, but because Jiang Yun was too busy during this period, she had not returned to the store, resulting in the other party always returning empty-handed. But the leader of the base was not discouraged. He came back to the store every day to ask about the whereabouts of the boss, hoping to make a deal with the boss. He had heard of this store before. That was when he went to the Kota base. He accidentally heard others say that he had the honor to buy something in that store at that time. He also saw with his own eyes that the leader of the Kota base wanted to make trouble, but was blocked by the store. Since then, he knew that this store was not simple. Now that this store has moved here, he naturally cannot miss this opportunity. Today is the 7th day since the Huida leader came to visit. He originally thought that he would return without gaining anything, but he unexpectedly met the owner of the shop. After Jiang Jun changed into a disguise, she heard about the leader of the base from Xiaobai. The other party insisted on coming for so many days, and she also saw his sincerity. She didn't mind making a deal with him, just to sell her unused items. When the leader of the base came again, Jiang Jun walked to the window and greeted him. The leader of the base first looked at Jiang Jun in shock, as if he didn't expect that he would be such a young boss. Then he reacted and said, "Hello." Jiang Jun went straight to the point and said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" The leader of the base saw that the other party wanted to get to the point, and said without beating around the bush, "I want to make a deal with the boss. Regarding the medicine you have, we can offer to buy it." Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Are you sure you can take it?" She threw out another explosive news. "I still have some medical equipment here. Are you sure you don't want it?" The leader was shocked and said, "Medical equipment? Yes. We want it." Their base has no medical equipment. They can't get into the city hospital. All the medical supplies are inside, and the mortality rate after being injured in their base is very high. These medical devices are rare. After the apocalypse, all manufacturers have closed down. If you want to restore the previous level of technology, it will be extremely difficult to make a medical device. Jiang Jun saw the desire in the other party's eyes. She put the pictures of medical devices she brought out from the hospital on the wooden board of the window, and then said, "There are all medical devices on it. If you want it, you have to take out something of equal value." The leader looked at the equipment on it with surprise, and was very glad that he did not go against the store owner, otherwise, these things would not be in his hands. "No problem, you have to let us prepare. Can the crystal core and the gold jade pendant be okay?" Jiang Jun nodded and said, "Sure, you take out the things, I'll evaluate them, and then give them to you." The two discussed the price of the equipment, and then Jiang Jun promised that if they purchased more, she would give them a batch of medicines, and they left with satisfaction after the chat. The next day, the leader came again. He drove to the base, and brought all the crystal cores, and the gold jade pendant stored in the base, 2 cars in total. Jiang Jun's shop hadn't opened yet, so he sat in the car and waited. Since he heard that there was a deal for medical equipment, he hadn't slept all night, just for this batch of goods. With these medical equipment, their base no longer had to worry about medical problems, and the security of the base had also increased a lot. Even the director of the hospital heard that the leader was going to buy a batch of medical equipment for them, and he rushed to the leader's office that night and strongly requested that he be taken with him. He wanted to see these equipment with his own eyes, otherwise he would not be at ease. The dean worriedly said, "Will the boss go back on her word?" Does she really want these goods? How can such a small store hold such huge equipment? The leader glanced at him and said, "Just wait, don't you see that her store is different from others? She must have superpowers, which is beyond our understanding. I just hope that this transaction can be completed smoothly." "Who says it can't be completed?" The two sighed and prayed in their hearts that the transaction could be completed smoothly, so as to avoid any more troubles and accidents in the middle. As the two were worried, Jeong-jun pushed the window open from the inside, pulled up the board, and said hello to the leader in the distance. She happened to be free these days. She had been watching the captain of the Doomsday squad recently, and she was a little tired. The other party should take action in the next few days. She had to finish the work here quickly, and then hunt the captain of the Doomsday squad. She was so busy these days that she was dizzy. When the leader saw the store open, he hurried forward and said, "We have brought the things here as you said. How do you think we should count them?" Jeong-jun glanced at the vehicles parked not far away and asked them to drive the car within 100 meters of the store. After a moment, the things in the car disappeared. They looked at the crystal core and gold that suddenly disappeared in disbelief, and turned to look at the owner of the store. No one expected to see a superpower. The leader took back the shock on his face, and looked at Jeong-jun with a more serious attitude. The director of the hospital was a little curious about how Jeong-jun did it. He walked around the car and the store several times, and wanted to ask Jeong-jun directly, but was quickly stopped by the leader next to him. Jeong-jun asked Xiaobai to count the number, and then move the equipment in the space to the other party's car again, according to the value. After doing all this, Jeong-jun said, "The equipment has been placed in your car. Please check it out to see if it meets your requirements." The leader did not expect that the equipment would be put on the car in a blink of an eye. He turned his head to look at the soldier, and saw that the other party nodded, and hurriedly pulled the dean to check the goods. The dean climbed onto the car to count the equipment, and praised the leader. "This batch of equipment is brand new. It should be a new batch of equipment from the city hospital." The other party did not adulterate it. "Don't worry. I am still a little curious about how the other party uses his ability." He looked at Jeong-jun with regret on his face. "It's a pity that I can't study it." The leader knew that he was a medical madman, and wanted to study anyone he was interested in, but he couldn't let him offend his boss. So he immediately glared at the other party with a warning in his eyes. The dean retracted his gaze, curled his lips and said, "I know. I won't touch her. Even if it's just for this batch of goods. I will worship her as the supreme god, and worship her every day." The leader saw his unreliable look, and immediately shook his head and sighed, not knowing whether the base hospital would be okay if he was handed over to him. After they finished counting the equipment, they hurriedly got out of the car and said to Jeong-jun, Yes, the equipment is correct." Jeong-jun nodded. "That's fine." Half of the equipment in the warehouse was cleared out, and the space of the store was instantly expanded a lot. Jeong-jun was in a good mood. At least, he didn't have to stay in such a crowded space anymore. "Is there anything else you need?" Jeong-jun had to deal with the gold and crystal cores next. The leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "No more for now." Their base was almost empty, so they had to take advantage of this period to make good use of these equipment to make a profit. Since everything was fine, Jeong-jun closed the door of the store directly. She sat on the recliner at the cashier's counter, first glanced at the crystal cores in the warehouse. Feeling Xiaobai's desire, Jeong-jun waved her hand to let Xiaobai upgrade, and there was one bag left for her to move the store. Xiaobai couldn't wait to absorb all the crystal cores in the bag. As the light entered the store, Xiaobai gradually changed. But when Xiaobai changed, Jeong-jun suddenly came out of the store. It seemed that she couldn't go in during the period when Xiaobai was upgrading. Then she just had to complete the task well. In the next few days, Jeong-jun kept a close eye on Sang-hwa, but his watertight standards made it difficult for Jeong-jun to find an opportunity to attack. But if it came to patience, Jeong-jun would never be worse than him. If there was a loophole, she would definitely catch his loophole. Sang-hwa and other taskers wanted to lure the person out, but he didn't expect the other party to be so cautious and didn't fall for it. This made him a little anxious. He felt like there was a knife hanging on his neck. If he didn't find a way to remove it, he would be uneasy. He hadn't slept well for a long time. He was afraid that when he woke up, he would be hunted. He had been careful recently and didn't dare to be negligent. But God would never let people get what they wanted. One night, an accident happened when Sang-hwa was on a mission. Sanghua used to act strong and offended many people. So when his team got into trouble, not only did some people laugh at him, but some people also wanted to teach Sanghua a lesson. In the past, Sanghua often used the strength of his team to suppress others and rob others of their supplies, which made others very dissatisfied. Now that the other party is in trouble, they have to get their money back, because there is a team that Sanghua offended before that is preparing to deal with them together, and they will set up their plan during the time when Sanghua leaves the base. Sanghua had never expected that the first person to come after him was the team he had looked down upon before. Now their team was extremely short of personnel. His teammates were all novice taskers. Very few of them had weapons from the system mall. That meant that they were absolutely at a disadvantage now. Sanghua was so angry. He did not attract the hunters, but attracted these NPCs to rob him. This was definitely a great shame in his life. It was this team that Sanghua looked down upon. During this attack, not only did they take away Sanghua's supplies, but also seriously injured him. There was someone in the team who hated Sanghua. When Sanghua was not prepared, he risked his life and wounded his abdomen. Even if Sanghua reacted instantly, it was too late. The wound had already formed. The man also applied ointment on the knife. He really wanted to kill him. Sanghua's carelessness caused himself to be injured, and also gave Jiang Jun an opportunity. Late at night, Sanghua arranged guards around his villa. After ensuring that everything was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was the weakest. If the hunter came, he would definitely die. He didn't want to die, so he tried his best to stop the person. After a night of fear, he looked at the rising sun outside with red eyes, and finally he breathed a sigh of relief. After a sleepless night, he was extremely tired and had a splitting headache. His lips had already been chapped, and he needed to drink water in time. Sanghua reached out and rang the bell beside him, and asked someone to bring some water in. After a while, the door was opened, and someone walked in. Sanghua gestured to the other person to pass the water to him. He was extremely thirsty, so he didn't notice that the person in front of him was no longer the maid before. Jiang Jun, wearing a maid's uniform, handed the water to the other party, and then looked Sanghua up and down. Seeing that the other party was seriously ill and lying on the bed, she had an estimate in her heart. Sanghua finished drinking the water and handed the cup to the maid. He suddenly looked up at the maid standing next to him. His sixth sense, which was very accurate in the past, made him react instantly. He hurriedly wanted to shout for help. Jiang Jun raised the cup beside him and gestured to him. This was the mute medicine she bought at the system mall. She originally thought of buying poison to solve the problem once and for all. But who would have thought that the system would not sell it? There was no way. She could only settle for the next best thing. Since the other party had already noticed, Jiang Jun did not delay any longer. She attacked, and the other party quickly fought back. His body was seriously injured, and he was unable to move, which gave Jiang Jun a good opportunity to attack. She quickly stabbed him again. Seeing that the other party wanted to take out a weapon from the space, Jiang Jun's knife ruthlessly chopped at his hands. The severe pain made Sanghua's expression distorted, and the hatred in his heart grew. He took out something from the space, held it in his mouth, pressed the button directly, and then wanted to throw the thing at Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun dodged quickly. The bomb exploded directly. She was unharmed, but the other party's face was burned and ulcerated because he didn't have time to dodge. The movement in the house attracted the guards in the villa area. After looking at each other, they quickly went upstairs to check the situation. Jiang Jun also realized the other party's purpose. But since she came, she would definitely not fail. She clenched the knife in her hand and approached again. After several exchanges, Jiang Jun successfully killed the other party. Looking at his unbelievable look, she threw the body directly to the ground. Before the guards arrived, Jiang Jun turned around and left through the window. When the guards arrived, he saw 3 or 4 people lying at the door, and the owner of the house had already been killed. The news that the captain of the Doomsday squad was killed spread throughout the base in an instant, which was absolutely surprising. No one would have thought that the Doomsday squad, which was once so glorious, would have lost people one after another in just a few days. And finally the captain was also killed. Some people sighed that the Wheel of Fate would come, and they were happy to see the death of the captain of the Doomsday squad. It seems that everyone has been resentful of the Doomsday squad for a long time. The members of the Doomsday squad were also disbanded. Some of them had superpowers, and directly joined others, or left the base to go to other places. The Doomsday Squad was not full of scum, so the people of other teams were happy to accept people with strong abilities. Jiang Jun was checking the points in Sang Hua's hand. He didn't expect that he actually had 20,000 points. He didn't know where he got them from. He also had a lot of life-saving things in his hand, but they were not used, and were intercepted by Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun searched his space, keeping some useful things, and prepared to throw away the others. Sang Hua's space was rich in supplies, and his space was also very large, and there were a lot of things in it. It seemed that the other party had robbed others' things, otherwise. How could they have accumulated so much? On weekdays, Sang Hua did hold the supplies in his own hands. Only in this way could he feel at ease. Although his behavior attracted the attention of his teammates, but due to the problem of strength, they all chose to compromise. The items piled up in his space were extremely messy. Jiang Jun needed to sort out the items in it, so that she could save a lot of space. Jiang Jun decided to put some personal belongings in the space set by the system. In case the store suddenly failed to catch up with her one day, she would have to carry some things with her. She spent a whole morning cleaning up all these things, arranging them neatly, and then took out the tonic soup that the cook had prepared long ago from the store. She was going to see Chen Hong. Jiang Jun was a little busy in the past few days, and she went there less often. Now that she had time, Jiang Jun prepared to bring a tonic soup to nourish Chen Hong's body. Hospital. Sheng Xiang was accompanying Chen Hong. He turned around and saw Jiang Jun coming over, and quickly stood up. Chen Hong smiled and said, "Xiaoling is here. Come and let me see what you brought today." Jiang Jun raised the thermos box in her hand and gestured, then said, "It's pork rib soup. Auntie, try it and see if it tastes better than before." She then turned to look at Sheng Xiang, who was about to leave, and said, "You can have a bowl later, too. I brought you one too." Sheng Xiang touched his nose a little embarrassedly. These days, Sister Ling has been bringing delicious food to Aunt Chen, and he has been eating for several days in a row, and he felt a little embarrassed. I don't know where Sister Ling got the meat from. It's so delicious. It makes him drool. Chen Hong also said, "Don't be polite. Xiaoxiang, you have been taking care of me these days. You have worked hard. Come, try the soup. It's hard to refuse such a kind offer." Sheng Xiang no longer refuses, takes it from Jiang Jun's hand, and starts eating. Sheng Xiang chatted with Jiang Jun about the news he heard in the past few days while eating. He whispered, "Sister Ling, do you know that the Doomsday Squad has been disbanded?" Jiang Jun pretended to be surprised and asked, "Why did it disband? Wasn't it fine before?" Sheng Xiang seemed to have found an outlet for venting, and hurriedly said, "In the past few days, members of the Doomsday Squad have been killed one after another. Just today, I heard that the captain of the Doomsday Squad was also killed." Chen Hong swallowed the meat in her mouth and said, "I think this is retribution. You see how arrogant the Doomsday Squad was before. They must have offended a master by accident, which caused the trouble. People should do more good deeds, accumulate virtues, and don't make enemies with others." Then he turned to look at Jiang Jun and Sheng Xiang. "Remember? Don't learn from them in the future. In the end, you don't even know that you have offended someone." Since Chen Hong was hospitalized, she seemed to like preaching. She always kept reminding Jiang Jun about things, fearing that if something happened to her next time, it would be too late. No matter how Jiang Jun persuaded her, Chen Hong seemed determined not to change, and she had no way to deal with her. So when Chen Hong preached, she listened to her patiently. Sheng Xiang shrank his neck beside him. He hated preaching the most in his life. Now he could only sit here and listen to Aunt Chen's words. He cried in his heart. He should not have mentioned this topic earlier. The discussion about the Doomsday Squad will eventually be forgotten as time goes by. However, the arrival of the monsters after the Doomsday will make people remember it for a lifetime, and will not be easily forgotten. The next batch of monsters is coming. Chapter 21. The time for monsters to land has gradually evolved from 3 months at the beginning to 2 months. Half a year, or even a year. There is no regular pattern in the time of monsters landing. This makes the living environment of humans even worse. After the disbandment of the Doomsday Squad, Jiang Jun's monster-killing team gradually stood out and attracted the attention of the people in the base. In the past 2 years, she has led the team to fight on the monster front line without stopping. Not only other teams admire them, but even the military headquarters of the base also treats them differently. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, it was a day off. and Jiang Jun stayed in the bedroom to rest. She wiped the tang sword transformed by the universal knife. Suddenly, the system that had disappeared for a long time appeared again. Its cold mechanical sound came into her ears. Ding! The monster landing mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for surviving for 3 years. Will the host leave the world immediately? Jiang Jun's mind flashed the figures of Chen Hong and Sheng Xiang. She paused and did not choose to leave. Instead, she asked, if you choose to stay in this world, what price will you pay? The host must complete the side quests given by the system. If not completed, the survival mission will be considered a failure. The host's life value will be deducted by half, and the points will be cleared. There were also people who wanted to stay in this small world during the apocalypse survival. But this phenomenon had a very bad impact, and would cause the system mission to be unable to be completed. Therefore, in order to urge the host to actively complete the task, the system gives a very high difficulty coefficient of the side quest. In order to prevent this phenomenon, Jiang Jun's points are all obtained by hunting other people. So she doesn't feel bad about losing them. She still has 38 health points left. Even if she loses half, she can still get them in the next task. She thought again and again, what is the side quest? Host, are you sure you want to stay? Jiang Jun no longer hesitated. Although Chen Hong and others played a big role in the reason why she stayed, she had her own plans. Stay. Host chooses to stay in the mission world. The exit program is terminated. Receiving side missions. Receiving successfully. Side mission 1. Hunt 100 golden crystal core monsters. Side mission 2. The number of people in the base reaches more than 100,000. Choose one of the 2 side missions. If the mission fails, the host's points will be cleared, and the health value will be halved. Golden crystal core? Jiang Jun has never seen a monster with a golden crystal core. I think it is a monster that will come later. More than hundreds of thousands of people in the base? The total number of people in their base is only more than 10,000. This task seems simple, but it is not easy. Jiang Jun did not know that. This small world has been reset countless times. Basically no one can survive. In the eyes of the system, Jiang Jun's choice is definitely the worst. Although Jiang Jun seems to be at ease on the surface, she is actually a little unsure in her heart, and the unknown golden crystal core, she knows that it is not that simple. But since she has decided to stay, she will no longer hesitate. While Jiang Jun inquired about the golden crystal core, he participated in the rescue operation. 10 years after the apocalypse, the number of people in the base has reached about 20,000. Although it has increased and decreased, the number is still growing slowly. In these years, Jiang Jun still hadn't seen the golden crystal core, nor had she heard of any monsters with golden crystal cores. This made her at a loss for the task, and she could only shift her thoughts to the population. In order to increase the number of humans and reach a population of more than 100,000, Jiang Jun did something big. She used the shop to transfer the protective shield production method she found in the simulation room to a scientific research base. With the solid foundation she had laid in the shop in recent years, the protective shield production method she provided was quickly taken seriously. She was not very sure about this protective shield, and could only hope that the technological level of the mission world had reached this level. Jiang Jun's shop was still in operation, and the shop space was gradually expanding. Her strength was also growing. She stayed this time largely because of the shop. She hoped to expand the shop space as much as possible, so that she would have a sufficient sense of security. She did not think that energy-like crystal cores could be found everywhere in the Doomsday world. Of course, in the process of collecting crystal cores, her strength continued to increase, and her experience became richer. Basically, there were very few people who could beat her. This mission world is dangerous, but also an opportunity. She needs to accumulate experience, and seize the time to become stronger, and be fully prepared for the next mission. 20 years after the apocalypse, Jiang Jun finally saw the first monster with a golden crystal core. This monster is really unusual. It has wisdom, and can lead other monsters to attack humans. In order to capture this crystal core, Jiang Jun almost died in the monster tide. Until now, she realized the difficulty of this side mission. She went through hardships to obtain this golden crystal core, and there are 99 more golden crystal cores waiting for her. She must be doubly prepared, so as not to die in this world. Jiang Jun wanted to use high-tech products to deal with the golden crystal core monster, but the system mall was closed to her when she decided to stay in the mission world. In desperation, she turned her attention to the interstellar simulation room. Jiang Jun picked up the math, physics and chemistry that she had not learned for many years. While capturing the golden crystal core monster, she carefully studied the production drawings in the interstellar simulation room and tried to make them a reality. While she was concentrating on studying the production drawings, a good news came. The protective shield was made. Chapter 22. As soon as the news came out, the leaders of the major bases immediately became restless. They were all asking about the source of the protective shield. When they heard that it was made by a small scientific research base commissioned by Zhang's store, they immediately rushed to find the whereabouts of Zhang's store. Over the years, Zhang's store is no longer a strange name. It appears in major bases all year round, selling various materials, as if they are inexhaustible. Some people have tried to blow up Zhang's store and seize the store, but without exception. They failed, as if there was a mysterious power protecting it, and those who carried it out have disappeared without exception. All of a sudden, all kinds of plots and intrigues were suppressed. Once the protective shield was put out, Zhang's shop became famous again among the major bases. The base leaders had already heard that the protective shield could block the entry of monsters. This was like timely help for the bases that had been attacked by monsters for many years. Looking at the enthusiastic base leaders, Jiang Jun was not stingy. She promised to give them a copy of the production drawings and finished products of the protective shield. But they had to give crystal cores in exchange. The base leaders all knew that Zhang's shop was used to trading with crystal cores, so they did not feel strange and nodded in agreement. The current crystal core levels are red, yellow, blue, green, cyan, orange, purple, and gold, with the levels rising in sequence. Jiang Jun asked to trade with the highest orange and purple crystal cores. If they were not enough, he would use other crystal cores to make up for it, according to Jiang Jun's request. Although the major bases felt a little distressed, they finally agreed. Scientists have long discovered that crystal cores contain a magical energy. It is rich in energy, and has replaced energy sources such as oil and natural gas. It has quickly become the most favored reserve material for major bases. But compared with the protective shield, they still know how to make choices. This transaction was completed smoothly, and Jiang Jun obtained a lot of crystal cores. Now the store's warehouse has expanded to 10,000 square meters. The space is large enough. She is not planning to expand it anymore, so she stores all the energy crystal cores for emergency use, after the protective shield was successfully made. Although Jiang Jun was not very sure about the population of more than 100,000 in the base, she was relieved. Next, she focused on fighting against the golden crystal core monster. In the 30 years of the apocalypse, Jiang Jun has been traveling all year round, looking for golden crystal core monsters everywhere. But during the Chinese New Year, she will still return to the base to spend the new year with Chen Hong. Chen Hong got married in the 8th year of the apocalypse. They have a son and are close to Jiang Jun. During the spring festival, Sheng Xiang would bring his wife to visit his home. Sheng Xiang's wife was the captain of a team. They got to know each other through fighting. When they got married, Chen Hong joked that she had considered Sheng Xiang as her son-in-law. Chen Hong's words scared Sheng Xiang to death. He quickly said that he had never had any improper thoughts about Sister Ling. With Sister Ling's fighting ability, he could not control the situation, which made everyone laugh. When Chen Hong saw Sheng Xiang coming over, he urged Jiang Jun to get married, which made her laugh and cry. She immediately ran to the kitchen to help. 43 years after the apocalypse, Chen Hong passed away. Jiang Jun came from another place to attend the funeral. Chen Hong lived to be over 70 years old, which was considered a happy funeral. They set up a banquet according to tradition, which was considered to be the end of her life. Before Jiang Jun died, she continued to hunt monsters. The crystal cores she hunted were as high as a mountain. She finally completed the task assigned by the system. The 100 golden crystal cores were completed. The base continued to upgrade the protective shield to block the monster's attacks and allow the population of the base to reproduce. In the past few decades, Jiang Jun witnessed the separation and death of her friends. Ruan Qing was killed by a monster when he was on a mission. He didn't even have a complete body. She built a monument for him and occasionally swept his grave. Sheng Xiang was old, and his body broke down before hers. He also died before her. Lu Hong died in a monster tied to protect Sheng Xiang. The team formed at that time left one by one. Now Jiang Jun is the only one left. Do you want to leave the mission world? Leave. Jiang Jun took a last look at the world she had lived in for decades, then slowly closed her eyes. waiting for the system to transmit. After a dizzy spell, Jiang Yun's feet stepped on the familiar land again. System settlement in progress. Mission: monsters are coming. Completion level S. This main mission is completed. 1,000 points are obtained. The title of Hunter is obtained. 1,000 points are awarded. Side missions 1 and 2 are completed perfectly. 10,000 points are awarded. Host mission is completed perfectly. Infinite continuous firing cannon is awarded. Please check it out. Host. It was the first time that Jiang Yun saw such a rich points reward. It seems that her adventure to stay in the world this time, it is not bad. She then clicked on the personal panel. Host, Jiang Yun. Level, LV1. HP, 331, 31 plus 300 points, 127410, upgradable. Among them, there are more than 20,000 points obtained from other taskers, and the points she had left before, the number is correct. At first glance, she was a little surprised to see so many points. Then the panel popped up again. Do you want to upgrade? Jiang Yun glanced at the panel. Upgrading requires points. Levels below LV10. Each upgrade costs 1,000 points, and above LV10. Each upgrade costs 10,000 points. She chose to upgrade, and stopped at level 5. Then opened the mall. Thinking of buying some useful things. Browsing the system mall, Jiang Yun actually found an item. Star Moon Sword Technique. From the world of cultivation. This sword technique can sense the energy between heaven and earth, so that the blade contains the power of stars and moon, and can cut through the sky and the earth. Practicing this sword technique, it is said that it can cut through space and break through all obstacles. Look down again. Price, 50,000. This sword technique has a level limit, and it must be above level 10 to buy. Jiang Yun had no choice but to upgrade the level to level 10, and then click to buy without hesitation. This set of swordsmanship looks a bit mysterious, but there is only this one swordsmanship book in the system mall, and the rest are all sword manuals. Jiang Yun urgently needs a swordsmanship book, so she made up her mind to buy it. There are 67,410 points left. She looked at the points, and did not continue to upgrade. She decided to save the points for emergency use. After processing the system, Jiang Yun stepped out of the bedroom and walked into the store. Through the glass, she clearly saw that the outside was peaceful. There was no more screaming of monsters, and no more panic shouting of people. Everything was so peaceful and tranquil. She took a deep breath, walked slowly to the door, opened the lock, and welcomed new customers. There were fewer things in the store, but basically she filled them up, and they would not attract attention. Although some products came from the monster world, because they had lived in the monster world for so many years, the materials in the monster world were scarce in the early days. However, with the development of technology, the upgrade of the protective shield, some of their factories have started to operate, and the materials are gradually sufficient. Jiang Yun also stored some in the space. But some of the things are strange, such as compressed fish meat, compressed pig trotter bones, and other monster food. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, people found that some parts of monsters are edible. Their meat contains rich energy, can strengthen the body, and is very delicious. The edible parts of these monsters are made into compressed food. Because of their low price and excellent taste, they are popular in major bases for a while. Jiang Yun stored a lot of compressed monster food, thinking that after returning to reality, she would try to strengthen her body. Jiang Yun was dealing with the store issue, but he didn't know that Doomsday Square was in a big commotion. Doomsday Square. Above the screen in the lobby of the central square, green fluorescent fonts appeared on the task panel. The constantly flowing fonts attracted the taskers who were rushing by, and all stopped in front of them. Looking up, it said, "The Monster Advent world has been successfully repaired, and is now closed and no longer open to the public." All the taskers looked at the task panel in shock. The monster world is basically a small world that newcomers must go through. Its main purpose is to train newcomers and let them quickly adapt to the Doomsday world. And now, the monster world is the same as survival in the tunnel a week ago. One is closed, and the other is suddenly upgraded. This puzzled all the taskers. They really want to know what happened in these two worlds. Why did the two worlds suddenly change? Chapter 23, City of Ice and Snow. The tasker posted a group post, trying to find clues. Take a look at the restored monster world. Once the post was posted, it quickly attracted the attention of other taskers. OP. As we all know, Monster World has always been used as a trial area for novices. It has been reset countless times in a row. Who would have thought that? The nearly destroyed small world actually recovered. OP has a bold guess. A week ago, the tunnel survival world in the novice area was upgraded. There was a week gap between the two, which was most likely done by novices. The one who appeared is a big shot. 1L. Is the OP crazy? How can you have such a ridiculous idea? 2L. The OP is too ridiculous. 3L. Just a word, only novices will do a task once a week. I think the OP's guess is possible. OP. I am based on my many years of experience. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do, spreading hands. 5L. The OP is dreaming. As for those novices, good thing you didn't piss your pants. You're still thinking about repairing the world, really? You're dreaming. 6L. Bah. Aren't you from the novice area above? I think you pissed your pants yourself, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. The floor was already crooked, and he started cursing instantly. This post attracted many taskers. But after reading the original poster speculation, everyone agreed that the original poster was daydreaming, and instantly scolded the original poster to a new height. While everyone was busy scolding the original poster, a new post quietly emerged. 215L. Have you noticed that Sanghua on the hunting list has disappeared? It is said that he ran to the monster world. I don't know if he has any contact. This post instantly entered the submerged floor without causing any waves. The monster world is a low-level area. Taskers below LV10 cannot enter the Doomsday Square. So even if these taskers quarrel, they cannot find a tasker from the monster world to prove their case. Not to mention that Jiang Jun has no loopholes except for the store. Jiang Jun didn't know that the Doomsday Square had quarreled for her, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. The store opened again, and Jiang Jun thought about getting more goods. Her space stored a lot of gold, silver and jewelry, and she thought about taking out some of the storage materials. Jiang Yin disguised himself first. Then after several twists and turns, took his freshly issued ID card, found the black market, and exchanged the gold bars in his hand for cash, which amounted to 1 million. After avoiding the people who were secretly following him, Jiang Yin rented a warehouse with the money, and then went straight to the vegetable market, the fruit shed, and the slaughterhouse. He spent more than 100,000 yuan successively, and bought apples, bananas, dragon fruits, oranges and other fruits, cabbage, green vegetables, lettuce and other vegetables, and transported them to the warehouse one by one. There were also pork, beef, chicken, fish, shrimp, crab and other meats from land and sea, some frozen, some fresh, and Jiang Yin took them all. The warehouse was used as a turnover point. She secretly moved to the store. To conceal her tracks, she drove out of the warehouse every night, pretending that the goods had been shipped out. She also purchased 4 or 5 flavors of barreled noodles from the internet, as well as instant rice, self-heating hot pots and other convenient edible products, compressed biscuits, military biscuits, and high-calorie foods such as chocolate. There were also nearly 100 boxes of solid alcohol blocks, alcohol lamps, solar flashlights, life-saving kits, and some fire-making tools. She put all these things into a package, thinking that they should be suitable for trading during the next mission. There are dozens of tons of oil in Jiang Yin's store warehouse. Thanks to the popularity of crystal cores in the last world, oil and other energy sources were basically idle, most of which were purchased by her. The only thing that is urgently needed is medicine. Although there are medicines stored in Jiang Yin's store space, the more medicines, the better. Common medicines, anti-infection, anti-cold, anti-diarrhea over-the-counter medicines, band-aids, gauze bandages, sterilized iodine cotton swabs, and other medical materials for wound dressing. Jiang Yin bought all that he could buy. When Jiang Jun finished everything, the system task came again. Task: Ice and Snow City Survival Time, 5 years difficulty, difficult opening time, 2 p.m. on September 17th. 2035 reward, 3,000 points September 17th, which is today, was released on the same day, so there was less time for preparation. Jiang Jun was not panicked. She followed her usual habit, first checking the items in the system space, and then looking at the store warehouse, although she had the store as a backing. As for the system space, she would be a fool not to take advantage of it. So she filled the system space. The full of supplies made her calm down instantly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Jun was teleported again. Teleported successfully. There was a stinging feeling on the back of her head. Jiang Jun touched the position unconsciously. The sticky touch was transmitted to the palm of her hand, making her frown, open her eyes, staring at the blood on the palm of her hand. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the mission world, it was the scene of the accident. She was receiving memories in her mind, and some flashing pictures let her know why she was injured. The original name was Jin Yuqing. Her parents died in a car accident when she was in high school, leaving only a house and hundreds of thousands of inheritance. She was young. Because she had no parents, she was taken in by her uncle, but her uncle's greedy family cheated her of half of her inheritance, and she was forced to live under the roof of others in their home. When she was in college, she had a relationship and thought that they could get married. But she was cheated by her boyfriend. After the breakup, she found out that she was pregnant. Then she took a leave of absence from school and went to the countryside to give birth to the child. After giving birth to the child, she was reluctant to leave the child and was afraid of being talked about at school. So she simply dropped out of school and settled in the countryside. For the sake of the child, she asked for the house left by her parents. After buying the house, she moved away from her uncle's family and came to the countryside to raise the child alone. On an ordinary day, she was installing energy-saving lamps alone. But she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The back of her head hit the corner of the table, and she fainted instantly. She was the only one at home. After a long time, the original owner stopped breathing. Jiang Jun covered the back of his head, took out the original owner's mobile phone, called an emergency number, told the other party the address accurately, hanged up the phone, took out gauze, iodine, and other first aid tools from the space, and bandaged it simply. Before the ambulance arrived, Jiang Jun cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground that looked a bit scary. Half an hour later, the unique sound of the ambulance sounded in the village, which was rare in the countryside, and all the elders and villagers gathered together. Why is the ambulance here? What's going on? Go and see, whose family is injured. Most of the villagers were very free, and when they saw the ambulance coming, they all went up to watch. They saw the back of Jiang Yun's head was red, and worried voices rang out from the crowd. Xiaoqing, how did you get hurt? Oh my, this wound is serious. An old lady saw the gauze on the back of Jiang Yun's head was soaked, and she was a little flustered. She couldn't bear to see blood flowing out. This is too careless. Hurry up. Hurry up. Get him in the car. Another old lady hurriedly urged the paramedics, making the paramedics a little helpless. This is really too careless. Everyone sighed. Jiang Jun was confused by the enthusiasm of the villagers. She didn't react for a while. Her mouth twitched before she could wrap her mind around it. She quickly responded. She instantly remembered the original owner's child. The original owner's son was now 5 years old and was attending the village primary school. School had not yet ended. Jiang Jun could only ask the neighbors to help take care of him. Neighbor Anchen quickly responded, Xiaoqing, don't worry. I will help you pick up Xiaofeng later. Don't worry. You will definitely take good care of the child. After Jiang Jun was taken away by the ambulance, her first feeling was that she would never call an ambulance again. She had really used up all the embarrassment in her life. It was really embarrassing in front of the whole village. Jiang Yun was transported to the county hospital. Because of the heavy bleeding, the hospital originally wanted her to stay in the hospital for a while, but she refused, and after the doctor simply bandaged her, she quickly left the hospital. This mission did not show how long it would take until the end of the world. The situation was a bit strange, so Jiang Yun decided to prepare supplies immediately, according to the name of the mission. She could easily know what supplies she needed to find. She left the hospital at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before she left, she took out the original owner's bank card. She first rented a car, then went to the mall to buy down jackets, fleece jackets and pants, cold-proof clothing, and other warm clothes. Both adults and children bought. Considering the fragility of children, she mostly picked clothes for children, and prepared warm clothes for children from 5 years old to teenagers, which was very thoughtful. Pure cotton quilt, down quilt, blanket and other warm bed pillow sets, and went to the home appliance department to buy radiators, electric heaters, oil-filled heaters, kerosene heating stoves, and other warming equipment. Fortunately, it is winter now, and the weather is getting colder. Her buying behavior did not attract the attention of people around her. Jiang Jun used the rented car to transfer the goods to the space. She looked at the gradually darkening sky and thought of the original owner's child. She hurriedly drove the rented car back to the village. It was dark, and the villagers had already started eating. Jiang Jun returned home. There was no one on the road, and no one noticed her. She parked the car and moved the things she bought from the county town from the space to the west room. She hurried to Aunt Chen's house next door, took the child back, rejected Aunt Chen's strong retention, and took Jian Feng back home. The original owner spent 30,000 to buy the land, and then built a small building by herself, because she wanted to integrate into the village as soon as possible. And the style was similar to that of most people in the village. A 2-story building, a small yard of more than 10 square meters. Some vegetables were planted next to the door, and the cellar left by the previous owner was also kept by her, and transformed into a basement, where she usually stored some sweet potatoes, and other food grown by the villagers. Jiang Jun pushed the door open and entered the living room. Jian Feng skillfully moved a stool and sat in front of the table. Then he turned to face her and asked, "Mom, what happened to your head?" Jiang Jun looked at his worried eyes, and was a little uncomfortable with the role of mother for a while. So she said awkwardly, "It's okay. I just bumped it accidentally. I went to the county hospital and got it bandaged. It just looked a little scary, but it's not serious." After that, she quickly changed the subject and said, "What do you want to eat in the evening? I'll make it for you." Jian Feng is young, and his emotions come and go quickly. Although he realized that his mother's injury was a big deal, after seeing Jiang Jun's indifferent attitude, the panic he felt in the afternoon because of his mother's injury also disappeared in an instant. Hearing his mother say that it was time to eat, he quickly named the dishes. He had originally wanted to go into the kitchen to help his mother cook, but he was pressed on a stool and was not allowed to enter the kitchen. Jiang Jun looked at her new son, who was watching cartoons in the living room. She felt a little worried. She had never taken care of a child before. Even when it came to Chen Hong's son in the previous life, she only teased him. She sighed in her heart and said, "Let's take it one step at a time." Jiang Jun had no talent for cooking, so she could only ask the cook to make the dishes that Jian Feng requested, and then she would serve them out. During the meal, Jiang Yin accepted Jian Feng's compliments on the food with a guilty conscience. Winter is coming soon. The thin air at night is cold, which makes people shiver. Jian Feng is young and now sleeps with the original owner. Jiang Yin first got used to the sleeping child in her arms. Just in case, she put the newly bought radiator in the house and turned it on. After everything was ready, Jiang Yin gradually fell asleep. Late at night, the night sky was covered by dark clouds. The water vapor in the air changed. The temperature dropped, and the clouds gradually condensed into snowflakes, and then fell silently on the ground. When everyone was sleeping, a cold weather was coming. Jiang Jun felt a chill in her dream, and her mind instantly became clear. She first touched Jian Feng beside her, tucked him in, and then quietly got out of bed, took out the quilt from another room, turned on the heater, and adjusted it to the highest setting. She measured the temperature before going to bed, and it was still above zero. A few hours later, the temperature dropped rapidly to below zero. She checked it with a thermometer, and it was already minus 10 degrees. She opened the window, and heavy snow was falling outside. A thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground. The village was dead silent, and even the barking of dogs disappeared. Jiang Jun had anticipated the moment the system did not report the Doomsday time. When she was shopping in the county, she felt the temperature dropping silently, as if it was meant to catch people off guard. She remembered that most of the people in the village were elderly. If the temperature suddenly dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero at night, the elderly's physical condition would be unbearable, and tragedy would occur. She wrapped herself in a down jacket, put on down shoes, and after being armed, she opened the door and went to Aunt Chen's house next door. From the original owner's memory, she learned that there were 2 elderly people in Aunt Chen's family, both of whom had cardiovascular diseases and were over 70 years old. The sudden drop in weather would cause their cardiovascular system to burst, which was very dangerous. Doors in rural areas are basically iron doors. As long as you knock, there will be a loud sound. Jiang Jun did not stop. Bang! Bang! The iron door made a series of noises when Jiang Jun shook it, which sounded particularly loud in the dead silence of the village. "Aunt Chen, open the door quickly!" Jiang Jun shouted. "I'm coming! I'm coming!" The sound of a door opening came from inside, which should be the door of the living room opening. "It's too cold." Jiang Jun heard a muttering from inside through the iron door. "Who is it? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night?" After seeing Aunt Chen open the door, Jiang Jun said bluntly, "Aunt Chen, go and check on the two elderly people at home. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw that the weather suddenly cooled down. I remembered that I heard that if the temperature drops suddenly, it is the most dangerous for the elderly." Aunt Chen originally frowned because she was woken up. After hearing Jiang Jun's words, she felt the sudden drop in temperature and hurriedly said, "You are talking about." "Really?" Seeing Jiang Yun nod, she turned around and shouted loudly into the house, "Gongzi, go to your parents' room and take a look. Don't let anything happen." Sure enough, 1 minute later, Uncle Chen came out of the living room with disheveled clothes and a panicked look. "Angzi, call an ambulance quickly. Your parents are almost out of breath." Aunt Chen hurriedly took out her cell phone from her pocket and dialed 120. Uncle Chen stood aside and turned around anxiously. After Jiang Yun suggested it, he hurried into the room to take out the heater and turned it to the highest temperature. Jiang Yun stuffed the prepared hot water bottles into the arms of the two elderly couples, trying to warm their bodies. The noise from Aunt Chen's house instantly alarmed the neighbors in the village. When they woke up, they found that the temperature had dropped sharply. They quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. After hearing what Uncle Chen had just yelled, if there were elderly people or children at home, they should check the situation quickly. The temperature outside had dropped to -15 degrees Celsius. The snow was getting heavier, and the cold wind was about to blow people down. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Aunt Chen said the hospital couldn't come. There was no ambulance, and they had to go to the town clinic by themselves. The lights at every household in the village were turned on, and the road in the center of the village was crowded with people. If there was an elderly person with a sudden drop in body temperature, they would be carried to the hospital in a car. Jiang Yun's rented car was also lent out, and she had children at home, so she didn't go to make trouble. The next day, the heavy snow continued, and the temperature dropped to -19 degrees Celsius, as if it had entered the Arctic overnight. The cold wind was biting, and it was hard to guard against. Jian Feng rubbed his eyes after waking up. He was awakened by the noise in the village at night. He thought something big had happened and cried non-stop. Jiang Jun had to work hard to coax him to sleep. Jian Feng's plump little hands stretched out from the warm quilt. After feeling the cold air, he immediately shrank back into the quilt. It was also the first time for Jiang Jun to take care of a child. She learned the skills of coaxing children from the original owner's memory. Therefore, on her first morning in this world, she witnessed the little brat's skills of staying in bed. After breakfast was prepared, Jiang Jun woke him up. First, he pretended to sleep. Then he played tricks. And finally he lay in bed without moving, refused to cooperate with dressing, and if forced, he would pretend to be wronged and cry. She looked at Jian Feng, who was curled up, and felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. Jiang Jun knew from her memory that the original owner doted on her children, and basically granted them whatever they asked for. This led to Jian Feng learning to read adults' expressions since he was a child. She stared at the bulging quilt expressionlessly, and lifted it without any motherly affection. Then, in the sound of Jian Feng's howling, she quickly put clothes on him. The temperature in the house was not too low. She turned on both heaters and radiators, so there was no need to worry about Jian Feng catching a cold. Jiang Jun finally realized the haggardness of being an old mother. It took a lot of effort just to eat a meal. It seems that she will have to remind the system next time not to find her this kind of identity again. Outside, the sky was full of snow and wind, and the cold wind was bleak. Looking around, the roof and the ground were covered with snow, and the snow on the ground was still increasing. Jiang Jun glanced at her mobile phone, and the news of the kindergarten suspension came. The kindergarten is suspended. She looked at Jian Feng, who wanted to cheer, and said, "But you study at home. I will supervise you." Jian Feng's face fell instantly. He wanted to watch cartoons, not study. Under Jiang Jun's oppressive gaze, Jian Feng sat at the table honestly, took out his books, and wrote his homework seriously. Jiang Jun's plans were all disrupted because of the child. She looked at Jian Feng, who was pretending to be bumbling and trying to get away with it, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. It seemed that she couldn't go to the store. Chapter 24. 1 month later, the snow outside the window fell like catkins, lightly pressing on the ground. Looking into the distance, the white snow wrapped around the village. The white snow set off the houses. It was a beautiful scene, but no one appreciated it. The continuous rain and snow made the people in this city a little restless. Not only were the people trapped in the city anxious, the discussion about this snowstorm on the internet never stopped. Why hasn't the snow stopped yet? It's been a month. Why is it that only S City has continuous snowstorms? Is it because it's in the north? I'm in the north. It's cold here, but there's no snow at all. I'm further north than S City. Netizens are both worried and curious about the snow in S City. Even experts can't explain the strange situation in S City. This situation has led to various speculations about the storm in S City on the internet. Some are conspiracy theories, saying that some country has changed the clouds above S City, causing continuous rain and snow. Some are calling for environmental protection, energy conservation and emission reduction, saying that this is nature's punishment for us, and retribution has come. At the critical moment, the government came out to release news, telling the public that the troops were trying every means to rescue people trapped in the snowy area. For a month, traffic in S City was paralyzed. The snow caused the ground to freeze, and it was impossible to pass. The plane could not take off, and the air rescue was abandoned. For shuttle, the blizzard clouds would cause the plane to crash directly. Because of the difficulties in S City, there was a wave of enthusiastic donations on the internet, and the enthusiastic citizens worked together to help the residents trapped in S City. Jiang Jun looked at the reports about S City on the internet, and thought that even if he donated money, the supplies could not be delivered to S City. The blizzard blocked everything, and the villagers had not gone out for a month, and they were about to run out of food and ammunition. When the temperature just dropped, almost half of the elderly in the village died in the low temperature, and the extreme temperature drop in S City is still a topic on the internet. The death of the old man attracted the attention of his family members, who lived far away in the city. They took their family members to the city overnight, hoping to avoid the cold weather. But some of them stayed in the village, not taking the snowstorm seriously, thinking it would pass quickly. The people who were taken away were glad to have escaped, and were not trapped in the blizzard. The trapped people were not discouraged and tried every means to resist the cold weather. And Chen sometimes sighed in Jiang Yun's yard. Her son wanted her to leave in another place. But the two old people in the family seemed to have let it go after experiencing life and death. They were determined to stay in the village. She had no choice but to stay and take care of the two old people. No one expected that the snow would last for a month. And it was getting heavier and heavier, with no sign of stopping. Her son had been calling her these days, and she was worried that something might happen to them. Jiang Jun also wanted to leave S City, but when she arrived at the airport, she was prompted by the system that she could not leave S City. In desperation, she could only return, since she couldn't go back. Jiang Jun also vaguely guessed what would happen next, so she began to decorate the courtyard, the basement and the bedroom, trying to resist the cold. Trapped by the blizzard, the workers could not reach the place. Jiang Jun simply took all the materials home in the snow and wind, and then handled them herself. She had worked on the construction site when she was young, so she was quick and skillful. The village had difficulty in getting electricity, only during the day, which allowed people to cook and charge. At night, the temperature was low, and it was even more difficult, and the electric heater could not be used. Jiang Jun directly installed a stove in the bedroom. With a vent, the space was small, and the heat collecting effect was strong. Jian Feng did not go out for nothing now, staying in the bedroom, warm, while the strong wind and snow outside made his face hurt. To be on the safe side, Jiang Yan also renovated the basement, put a simple bed and a cabinet in it, filled the cabinet with food, quilts, fleece jackets and other warm clothes and quilts, and took out the first aid package from the space and put it in the cabinet. The coal briquettes for the stove were also put aside for safety. Jiang Yan braved the wind and snow to go to the coal briquette factory, and specially stocked up several carts of honeycomb coal. Since the use of electricity, coal has been abandoned, and she bought it smoothly. To prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, Jiang Yan pressed a vent, leading to the ground. Having a coal stove was not enough. She also installed a generator and diesel in the basement, and placed radiators, electric heaters, and other heating equipment in the basement. After everything was ready, Jiang Jun looked at this simple shelter and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After she locked the door of the basement, she was greeted by a cold wind, which made her face red. She quickly pulled up her scarf and wrapped it around her face, then put on her hat and walked straight through the yard and into the house. The thick curtain in front of the door prevented the wind and snow from entering. Jiang Jun pushed open the curtain and went into the house. She shook off the snow on her body, took off her scarf, and her breath floated in the air. When Jian Feng saw his mother coming in, he quickly turned off the TV and sat at the table with a serious face. Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Jian Feng flattered. Are you tired? Mom? Do you want a glass of water? Jiang Jun glanced at him and instructed him. Go and see if the power bank is fully charged. There were frequent power outages, so she prepared a power bank at home. Jian Feng ran to the socket happily and reported the news to Jiang Jun. There is another one flashing. Jiang Jun nodded, then unplug it. The power will go out soon. These days, she has fully understood the ability of this naughty child. The original owner doted on her, but Jiang Jun did the opposite. Recently, Jian Feng has been tortured and has become much more obedient. She took out food from the refrigerator and prepared to cook. When the original owner built the house, it was built in a rural style, so the kitchen was next to the gate, and cooking had to go through the yard. The kitchen had a wood stove and a gas stove. Although Jiang Jun sometimes asked the cook to help with cooking, she knew that this was not a solution, and she would occasionally cook on weekdays to practice her cooking skills. She took the ingredients and rushed to the kitchen in the wind and snow, turned on the light, but saw that the light flashed twice and then went out. She sighed and lit the candle she had prepared in advance. After dinner, the setting sun was still there, but the village was filled with cold wind and snow. All the villagers stayed at home, unwilling to go out and get cold. After Jiang Jun coaxed Jian Feng to sleep, she quietly walked out of the bedroom. She went into the store, first counted the things in the house, and then looked at the environment outside. The place where the store was moved was even more remote. Looking into the distance, there was only a mountain in front of them, and there were only dilapidated houses around them, and land covered with snow. The wheat seeds that had been planted were heavily pressed under the snow. This should be an abandoned village. No one lives here. Even if Jiang Jun wants to go out to collect some supplies, it is a bit difficult. She once went out and found that the nearest supermarkets were far away, and they were just small shops. The things sold in them were snacks that children in the village loved to eat. Jiang Jun didn't intend to waste energy to move stores casually, so she occasionally came in to count the goods in the store, and then left. This time was no exception. The goods on the wooden board were not missing, and no one in the wilderness would come here to buy things. Jiang Jun didn't care about selling goods. Today, she was going to experiment with the protective shield she brought from the last world. The protective shield was small, about the size of a palm, with a red button on the top. She pressed it lightly, and the small protective shield enveloped Zhang's store, forming a transparent circle of light that could roughly cover the ruined village. The snowflakes in the protective shield were significantly reduced, but they did not disappear completely. This world has restrictions on protective shields, and does not allow her to use them to solve problems. Otherwise, Jiang Jun would have taken out the protective shield to protect S City, and Snow City would not have been formed. Due to system limitations, Jiang Jun could only set up a small protective shield, which barely protected the shop for about 5 kilometers. Any more would be beyond the system range. After ensuring that the protective shield was feasible, Jiang Jun left. The next day, after a month, someone came back from outside in the village in the snow. The idle villagers talked about this incident with great relish. According to Aunt Chen, the man was the youngest son of Aunt Wu at the west end of the village. He wanted to come back before the heavy snow, but was trapped in the city. He didn't work and had no salary. Even eating was a problem. The child was stupid and couldn't stand it in the city, so he came back in the snow overnight. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. I don't know how he got back to the village in the snowstorm. Now even the army can't get in. Aunt Chen took Jiang Jun to watch the fun. She happened to have nothing to do, so she followed with Jian Feng in her arms. The snow in front of Aunt Wu's house at the west end of the village was shovel clean. There was a group of people standing outside the door. They all stretched their heads and looked inside. They saw a young man shivering with cold in the house. Aunt Wu hurriedly wrapped the blanket around the young man, then stuffed a bowl of ginger tea into his hands, urging, "Xiaoming, drink this bowl of ginger tea quickly." She was a little angry and said, "Look at you. How dare you come back in this weather? Are you not afraid of accidents on the road?" The young man, Yuan, took the ginger tea handed over by the original owner's mother, blew on the rim of the cup, and said in a trembling voice, "I won't do it again in the future." Yuan thought that this mission was really difficult. He was trapped in the city as soon as he entered. The original owner had just graduated and had not found a job yet. He didn't even have a penny, and was trapped in the city. penniless and trapped by the snow. He could only stay in the relief center. But after a month, a riot broke out there. People robbed money, food, and clothes. It was a mess. He couldn't stay there any longer and thought of the original owner's hometown. Aunt Wu happened to call him. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to the original owner's hometown. With his experience in the Doomsday world, Yuan had some thrilling journey. But he finally arrived safely. Yuan licked the edge of the bowl with his lips. The warm ginger tea flowed down his throat into his stomach. He immediately got goosebumps on his body and felt much more comfortable. The villagers wanted to know the situation outside. After seeing Yuan, they asked one after another, Xiaoming, what's going on outside? Is the road out of our village easy to walk on? Xiaoming, did you meet the army on the road? Xiaoming, why are you back? Is there a shortage of food in the city? And Wu was annoyed by their questions. Xiaoming just came back. Didn't you see that he was shaking all over? Let Xiaoming warm up first. Wu Yiming, also known as Yuan, reached out his hand to calm the anxious villagers, and then answered their questions slowly. The situation in the city is terrible. The place where I live is in chaos. People are robbing things. The road outside the village is very steep. If you are not careful, you will be in danger. I didn't meet the army. Maybe they missed me. Or maybe they couldn't get in at all. After listening to Yuan's words, the villagers felt mixed emotions. They couldn't get in or out. The only one who successfully got in said it was dangerous. What should they do? Jiang Jun stood outside the door and listened to the whole process. He thought, I am afraid that the army failed to enter S City and the supplies failed to arrive, which led to the chaos in the city. She glanced at Yuan, who had risked his life to return to the village from the city, and thought that he was brave enough to travel alone in such weather. He might have someone to rely on. Yuan sensed a gaze and looked up tremblingly, only to see a woman of the same age holding a child. Looking at him, he smiled at her politely, not awkwardly. He muttered in his heart, you're so old and already have a child. You're getting married too early. Chapter 25. And Wu's house was about to be trampled down because of the return of her youngest son. The villagers could not hide their emotions and asked Yuan all sorts of questions, which made Aunt Wu a little upset, so she drove him out of the house directly. Jiang Yun followed the large group out of Aunt Wu's house again. Aunt Chen and several other aunts pouted at Aunt Wu's family. Suage-One is such a jerk. It's so hard for her to come back from outside. What's wrong with asking a few more questions? I think Suage-One is so proud. Didn't she see that her only son came back from outside in the snow? She must be so happy now thinking that her little son is filial. Knows to worry about her. And came back from outside specially. Aunt Chen rolled her eyes. Wu Suage-One has been showing off recently. A few days ago, she told me that her son was preparing for a rainy day. The day before the temperature dropped, he asked her to prepare food and warm clothes, saying that the temperature would drop soon. I really looked down on her. For such a coincidence, she can flatter herself and say that her little Ming is a prophet. She is almost praising him to the sky and keeps praising him. The other aunts have a deep understanding of this. They have been devastated these days. Whenever Aunt Wu comes, she will definitely mention this matter, which makes them all scared. Jiang Jun, who was listening, felt a little strange when she heard this. How could he be so familiar? Could she be so lucky to meet the tasker? She had some doubts in her heart. Besides, it was almost impossible to arrive smoothly in the snowstorm. But if there was a system command or guidance, it would be possible to arrive at the village in the snowstorm. In order to prove her guess, Jiang Jun had been observing the man who was suspected to be the tasker for the past few days. And then she found that he was really a good person, worthy of the name. Jiang Jun often saw him helping others, either shoveling snow, or helping people walk, or helping people carry things. Jian Feng had been bribed by the other party recently. He had won over the children around him in less than a week. She admired the suspected tasker very much. She didn't expect that there was such a kind-hearted person. After seeing that the other party was so kind-hearted, Jiang Jun felt relieved and paid less attention to him. After another month, the people in the village began to get anxious, and the food was gradually eaten up, making it difficult for them to suppress their emotions. Suddenly one day, the village chief became anxious and asked for opinions on going out of the village to find food. Every household was short of food, and they knew that if they waited any longer, they would die. Therefore, few people objected, and the matter was approved. The time to go to the county town was set for 3 days later. They would gather at the village gate and be told to prepare everything. The village chief sighed. Once we go out, we don't know whether we will live or die. Jeong-jun also heard about this. Because her family was an orphan and a widow. No one reminded her. And no one thought she could participate in the search for supplies. Jeong-yun was not willing to sit and wait for death. She went to the village chief overnight, explained her purpose, and hoped that the village chief would agree to her participation in this trip. The village chief originally wanted to find the supplies and distribute them to the mother and son. Who would have thought that she would want to participate in this trip? She wanted to refuse. But after seeing Jeong-yun's determined eyes, she couldn't say it. In the end, she could only agree to Jeong-yun and asked her to arrange a place for the child, as it would be inconvenient to take care of the child on the road. Jeong-yun nodded and agreed, and then left. She had already arranged where Jian Feng would go. She gave the child to Aunt Chen to take care of. Aunt Chen knew that she followed the team to find supplies and felt sad. She thought, isn't this suffering? She promised Jeong-yun that she would take good care of the child. But she was a little worried about Jeong-yun's safety. She kept reminding Jeong-yun to be careful and run away if she saw anything wrong. The next morning, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the village. They were going to go to the county to find something to eat. When Jeong-yun arrived, she found that Yun was there too. She was a little confused. She turned around and asked the people next to her, and found out that because Yun had had this experience before, the village chief decided that Yun would lead the team through the snowstorm. They had no experience, and didn't know which way was safer. Their village was surrounded by mountains, and they would die at the foot of the mountain if they were not careful. At this time, with Yun, who had more experience, leading the team, they felt a little more at ease. After all, Yun was able to come back from the heavy snow. And it was not just luck. After everything was ready, Jeong-jun followed the team away under Jian Feng's reluctant gaze. The road was extremely difficult. The cold wind and snow hit our faces, cutting our cheeks like bayonets. Everyone walked in the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. They looked at the snow-covered forest, feeling a little uneasy. Yun led the team through the forest, circumventing the mountain, and took the path to the national highway. It was easy when we reached the national highway. This path was a little bumpy. Everyone walked carefully and hard in the snow, for fear of getting stuck in the snow. Although the white snow scene was beautiful, no one had time to appreciate it. They only focused on their feet, and wanted to leave here as soon as possible and reach the national highway. Under the leadership of Yun, the group quickly found the national highway. It was much more convenient to walk on the national highway than in the forest. The flat national highway made everyone speed faster. They came out in the morning and arrived at about noon. They were relieved. This road was not so dangerous. If Yun knew what they were thinking, he would definitely teach them a lesson. If it weren't for the map he exchanged with the system with points, they might have been trapped in the forest. After arriving at the county town, the road became wider and wider, but crooked cars were parked on the road. The city looked a bit chaotic, and no one could come out to maintain order. Some store doors had been broken, and the things inside had been robbed. No one expected that the county town would be so chaotic. And they were still thinking about buying some food to take back. It seemed that the army did not deliver the supplies to S City, which led to the residents trapped in the snow and wind taking risks in order to survive. The people in the team frowned at the surrounding shops. After thinking for a while, they still walked into the broken shop, as if they wanted to find some useful things or food inside. Everyone began to look for food consciously. They agreed to meet at 2 p.m. Jeong-yun also found a shop, trying to find some food and daily necessities. These shops were obviously robbed, and the ground was a mess. Jeong-yun searched for a while, and finally found a few bags of biscuits and a few bags of seeds. She put them all into her bag. By the afternoon, everyone showed up. They were carrying large and small bags, with food and clothes in them. They searched almost the entire street, and barely found some food. Now the warm clothes had been snatched away, and they only took summer shirts. They planned to take them back, and asked their wives to trim them. Maybe they could wear them to keep out the cold. After everyone arrived, Yun gave an order, and everyone set out again. But this time the destination was their village. Chapter 26. The snowflakes flying all over the sky, like cacans, are beautiful and annoying. Jeong-jun and others were wrapped in the cold wind, and walked with difficulty in the blizzard. The villager at the end lifted the scarf wrapped around his cheek, and shuddered after feeling the chill outside. It's getting dark, and the blizzard may be more severe at night. Should we continue to move forward? Yuan looked up at the sky, and the dark clouds splashed in the air like ink, and quickly dyed the sky black, as if foreshadowing the coming of the blizzard. He frowned, thinking that he could return smoothly. But the weather changed suddenly. It seemed that he had to be more careful next time. Yuan suggested stopping first, and waiting for the blizzard to pass before moving forward. Then he saw the only woman behind him said seriously, "We can't stop. We must leave immediately. Otherwise, after the blizzard, we are likely to be trapped here. We must hurry to leave here." Someone frowned and objected after hearing this. How could it happen? It's just a short break. The blizzard will stop soon. If we walk in the blizzard, wouldn't it be more dangerous? Others also nodded in agreement, thinking that they should rest for a while and accumulate physical strength so as not to be exhausted. The woman who was speaking, Jiang Yuan, had a serious look on her face. She looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky and had a bad feeling in her heart, which prompted her to suggest returning as soon as possible. Yuan looked at Jiang Yuan's heavy face and increasingly serious expression. He originally wanted to rest for a while before setting off. He looked at the distant sky again. Under the inky black clouds, there seemed to be a storm brewing. His sixth sense told him that he should listen to this woman. Therefore, he thought carefully and said, "Let's hold on for a while. We will be in the village soon. There are still a few kilometers to go. Think about our wives and children at home. They are still waiting for us at home." As soon as Yuan said this, everyone was quiet. Compared with the inexperienced Jiang Yuan, they believed Yuan's words more. Because Yuan had experience. When Yuan spoke, the complaints of the crowd stopped for a while, and everyone walked forward with difficulty on the snow. In the sky were dark clouds brewing a blizzard, and on the ground were people walking with difficulty. They prayed in their hearts that the wind and snow would come later, so that they could get home faster. The fast and dense snowflakes fell from the sky, instantly blinding the villagers' eyes. The whiteness blocked people's sight, making it more difficult for them to move forward. But no one complained, and Yuan urged everyone to hurry up. Otherwise it would be too late. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the land. The villagers were almost blown away by the wind. Everyone held hands and held on to the people around them, just as everyone was trying their best to resist the howling wind. A roar suddenly came from behind them. They saw that the foot of the mountain where they were before was being buried by the snow that collapsed from the mountain. If they were a step slower, they would be buried underground. Yuan looked at this scene with a changed expression, and hurriedly shouted, "Run! Run quickly!" They were not far from the avalanche. But if they didn't run, they would definitely be buried by the snow. Yuan's voice woke everyone up. Everyone ran as fast as they could, trying to race against the avalanche. The snow and ice were raging. The people running in front successfully avoided the avalanche, but those who fell behind were not so lucky. The snow on the mountain stopped falling, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan led everyone to dig out the villagers who were still alive. No one dared to shout loudly, for fear of causing a second collapse. The cold snow froze people's hands and made them numb all over. But they still had to dig people out of the snow. Fortunately, they were rescued in time. 2 of the 4 people buried under the snow were successfully rescued. They quickly wrapped the people in clothes, poured the hot water in the thermos into their frozen purple mouths, and only breathed a sigh of relief after the people's breathing calmed down. When Jiang Jun asked everyone to speed up this time, no one objected. They all knew that walking in the wind and snow was very dangerous. So they hurried on their way. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. Near midnight, everyone finally returned to the village. Their families were waiting for them at the village gate. The dusty people finally felt the long-lost warmth under the reception of their families. Some were happy and some were sad. Some died in the avalanche. Their families burst into tears. They didn't expect that the pillar in their home would collapse like this. How would they live in the future? The strong wind and snow along the way made everyone feel cold all over. They drank some hot water at the reception at the entrance of the village. After they felt warm, they rushed home. All the persistence was for the family. Jiang Jun also returned home. She put her things away and took some things from inside. She went to Aunt Chen's house next door. As soon as she walked into the door, she heard crying. Jian Feng's crying echoed throughout Aunt Chen's home. He couldn't suppress his panic without seeing his mother. He remembered that his mother seemed to have changed a few days ago. He vaguely felt that his mother would not want him. So he was particularly well behaved during those days. Jian Feng, who originally thought that his mother would come back soon, stayed at Aunt Chen's home until the night, but still didn't see his mother come back. He suddenly became anxious and said he would find his mother no matter what. His original willful words turned into crying that he couldn't stop. The feeling of helplessness of being abandoned by his mother filled his heart. Aunt Chen looked at Jian Feng worriedly. She didn't know why the child had so many tears. He kept crying and making a fuss. It seemed that he had decided that his mother didn't want him anymore. As soon as Jiang Jun entered the door, he saw the younger one crying loudly, and the older one looked worried. After seeing his mother, Jian Feng stared at Jiang Jun with both eyes, not daring to blink for a moment, with his mouth corners down, looking at Jiang Jun with great grievance. Even his crying stopped. She went forward and picked up Jian Feng, wiped the tears from his face, turned around and said to Aunt Chen with an apologetic face, "I'm so sorry. I was delayed on the road. I didn't expect this kid to be so naughty. I'm sorry to bother you." Aunt Chen waved her hands and said, "Children are like this, crying when they can't see their mothers. Your Xiao Feng is still good." Jiang Yan handed the food she had prepared in advance to Aunt Chen, and said while she refused, "Aunt Chen, if you don't accept it, I won't dare to bother you in the future." Aunt Chen stopped immediately after hearing this, and after hesitating for a moment, she said decisively, "Okay, I'll accept it this time. And you can come to me if you have any problems in the future." When sleeping at night, Jian Feng's little hand still tightly grasped Jiang Yun's sleeve, not daring to let go for a moment, and often got up and looked up at Jiang Yun at night. Jiang Jun knew that Jian Feng was frightened today, so she was extra tolerant of him and paid special attention to him at night to prevent him from getting cold. She had heard others say that children were more sensitive before, but she did not expect that the impact would be so great. It was really difficult to educate children. The next day, Jian Feng became very honest. He stared at Jiang Jun eagerly, looking very pitiful. He just followed her wherever she went. Jiang Jun had no choice but to carry Jian Feng to the village chief's house to check the situation. The village chief's house is in the middle of the village. It can be seen at a glance. When Jiang Jun arrived, it was already crowded with people, who seemed to be discussing something. Sitting in the house was Grandpa Feng, who was smoking a pipe. He was the oldest man. Basically, everything was discussed with him. The village chief called him over this time, because there was something important. The village chief said with a sad face, "The news brought back by the team this time is not good. The city is in chaos. We don't have much food. There was an avalanche yesterday, which blocked the foot of the mountain. Our village was directly trapped. There is a shortage of food, and we are trapped in the village. If this continues, I am afraid we will all be in danger." After hearing the words of the village chief, the villagers below exclaimed. They did not expect the situation to be so serious. They all began to worry about the future. The discussion was going on in the house. Even Jian Feng shrank into Jiang Yun's arms, as if he was frightened by the expressions of the crowd. The village chief shouted, "Be quiet." The house was still full of noise, and people were arguing. Grandpa Feng, who was sitting on the bench, held a pipe in his right hand and knocked it hard on the table. Dong! Dong! This sound was more effective than the village chief shouting. The originally noisy villagers suddenly fell silent, and the sound of the falling tree could be heard. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Grandpa Feng spoke calmly. "I have been a farmer all my life, and I haven't learned anything. But I can still farm. Since there is no food, can I farm? You have all been farming for your whole lives. In the past, all kinds of weather, rainy seasons, droughts and floods have never troubled you. Can this little snow knock you down?" Grandpa Feng saw that everyone had calmed down and thought about the problem seriously, and he felt relieved. He had to give people some hope so that they could survive. He looked at the snow outside and sighed in his heart, hoping that the crops could be planted. Otherwise the lives of the entire village would be ruined here. Grandpa Feng restrained his expression and commanded, "De Quan, we can't plant outside, so we can plant inside the house. Go and collect all the fertilizers and seeds left at home, and plant them together when the time comes." The village chief, De Quan, quickly responded, "Okay, uncle, I'll go there later. The house at the west end of the village is uninhabited, so dig it up and plant the land directly. Build the house tightly. Remember not to let in air, and think of ways to raise the temperature, so that our seedlings won't freeze to death when the temperature drops." Grandpa Feng's series of arrangements instantly aroused the motivation in everyone's hearts. They turned despair into motivation. And under Grandpa Feng's command, they began to collect seeds, fertilizers, and other things from each household. There were also bricks that were not used for building houses at home, which were also requisitioned for building houses. The house at the west end of the village had been uninhabited for many years, and was in a very dilapidated state. The villagers spontaneously cleaned up the house. It was freezing cold outside, and the cold snowflakes fell on people's shoulders. But the villagers did not despair. They all had high hopes for the newly built planting land. The hope that it would bear fruit one day became their motivation to survive. And the enthusiastic atmosphere gradually infected Jiangyun. She brought Jian Feng to join the team. The children were picking up stones and pulling up dead grass. The adults were moving bricks and discussing the seeds to be planted with a smile on their faces. At this time, Jiangjun had decided that the people in this village were too optimistic. In order not to disappoint them, Jiangjun decided to help others and lend them a hand. Chapter 27. Snowflakes fell, like a mountain pressing on the roof. The villagers climbed up to the roof in the wind and snow, and used snow rakes to clear the snow. If left alone, the roof would collapse within 2 days. Jiangjun blew a breath on his stiff fingers, and after feeling a little warmth, he used the snow rake to push the snow off the roof. Looking into the distance, in the early morning, every household was clearing snow, and the villagers stood in the sky, calling out loudly. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Xiaoqing got up so early. After hearing this, Jiangjun hurriedly answered loudly, "Yes, if the snow is not cleared, the roof will collapse." The loud voice echoed in the village, dispelling the chill in everyone's heart. In the past few days, the planting area in the west of the village has been opened up. The villagers who were originally worried gradually smiled. Jiangyun felt the joy of the villagers and smiled unconsciously. After a simple breakfast, Jiangyun took Jian Feng to the west of the village to help the villagers plow the land. The ground was frozen and the soil was hard. If it was not plowed a few more times, the seeds would probably not germinate. The men were laying bricks to build a greenhouse. The women were plowing the land, and the children helped pass bricks and tools from time to time. Anshin sighed, "It's been many years since we worked together." In the 1960s and 1970s, this was the scene. She saw that Jiangyun's technique was wrong, and quickly corrected him, "Hold it like me. It's fast and labor-saving." Anshin looked at Jiangyun's tender white hands, and sighed in her heart, "Worthy of being a person from the city. Her rough hands can't compare with others." Jiangyun imitated Aunt Chen, holding the hoe tightly, and soon mastered the trick, and followed Aunt Chen to renovate the land. Cabbage, radish, winter vegetables, and other cold-resistant vegetable seeds were neatly stacked aside, and barley, broad beans, potatoes, and other crops were placed in the corner. The villagers worked overtime to build the greenhouse, and finally completed it after 4 days. In order to allow the plants to get sunlight, the roof of the greenhouse was covered with a transparent film. Some people in the village had greenhouses, so they tore down their greenhouses and placed them on top, because the temperature was too low. In order to increase the temperature and prevent the crops from freezing to death, the walls were covered with thick foam. In the end, there was really no other way, so they tried every possible way to get a heated Kong, thinking that burning a pit might increase the temperature. The villagers tried every possible way and used all their skills to finally build this greenhouse. After the greenhouse was built, the villagers carefully planted the seeds, and the seeds of hope were buried deep in the cold soil. Jiangjun took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and secretly placed a small protective cover around the greenhouse. The protective cover would block the invasion of the cold wind and preserve the villagers' last hope. In the following days, the villagers were so afraid that the greenhouse would melt. They braved the wind and snow and went to the greenhouse to take care of it. Even if they just took a look, they would dispel the coldness on their bodies. Time goes by day, and the spring festival is coming soon. Even the heavy snow can't stop the joy in people's hearts. The whole village is full of joy. The village is preparing to celebrate the new year together to dispel the panic caused by the heavy snow. Jiangjun has also been dragged to help by Aunt Chen these days. After feeling the joyful atmosphere in the village, she is a little worried about the store. The store is located in the deep mountains. The location is hidden, and almost no one comes and goes. The system chooses this location, which makes Jiangjun very difficult. The store is located deep in the Chanlan Mountain. Shanli Village is at the foot of Chanlan Mountain. Shanli Village is remote, and has only one road to the outside world. After the snowstorm, The road was blocked and they were trapped. The rural areas originally had some food stored, and they were not worried about rescue. However, as time passed, there was no sign of rescue, and everyone began to panic. As the wheat seedlings froze to death, the food decreased, and the temperature continued to drop. Gradually, people in the village froze to death and starved to death, and the situation became more and more serious. One day, someone risked his life to go hunting in the mountains, and suddenly brought food from the mountains. Once the news spread, it immediately shocked everyone. The villagers began to try in the mountains, and then they all brought food down from the mountains. With a sweet taste, people followed suit. Food appeared in everyone's hands intermittently. Food came easily. Some people became greedy. But before everyone could do it, food ran out. For several weeks, no one brought food down the mountain, and the increasingly severe snowstorm made everyone panic. The head of Shanli village came up with a plan. He called on the villagers to offer sacrifices to the mountain god, in order to ask for forgiveness from the mountain god. Most of the villagers here are feudal and superstitious. When the head of the village said this, some villagers were tempted. They had already enjoyed the free food, and were unwilling to lose the free food every day. The village chief gathered the villagers at the village committee, and voted to choose the sacrifice. All the villagers were in a panic, afraid that they would be chosen. Chenro's family was chosen. The villagers voted for Chenro intentionally or unintentionally, because the village chief secretly said that since it was a sacrifice, it should be the most beautiful in the village. And Chenro was the only choice. The moment Chenro was chosen, her inner defense collapsed. She did not expect that the villagers who were close to her in the past would come up with such a method, trying to sacrifice her to please the imaginary mountain god. The villagers looked reluctant, but they were looking forward to it. Fear suddenly crept into Chenro's heart, and she unconsciously stepped back. She tried to save the situation by saying, "Uncle Zhang, you came to my house to borrow something a few days ago. I was just thinking about when to visit your house. What are you doing?" Chenro forced a smile and looked at the other person and said, "Aunt Song, my mother was still talking about you a few days ago. It would be bad if my parents knew about this. Don't you think so?" Aunt Song's husband saw his wife's reluctant expression and was about to speak. He immediately grabbed Aunt Song's clothes and glared at her. Aunt Song quickly lowered her head to avoid Chenro's pleading gaze. Chenro kept calling out the names of her neighbors, trying to arouse their sympathy. But she knew in her heart that since she was deceived into coming to the square today, and none of her parents had arrived, she already knew that this was a long-planned thing. Seeing no hope, Chenro turned around and wanted to run, but the surrounding villagers immediately stepped forward to catch her. In an instant, her pretended strength collapsed, and tears flowed down her cheeks. The village chief Zhang Zishi stepped forward and said sanctimoniously, "Xiao Ro, Shanli village is now trapped in the wind and snow. I have to think about the whole village. It's cold today. The food is running out, and life is getting harder and harder. Do you want to see the villagers starve to death? The mountain god has great magical powers. After you go up the mountain, you will definitely have endless food and endless wealth. Xiao Ro, you must think about your parents. Don't commit suicide, it will serve the mountain god well. And maybe you can come back in the future." Chenro understood Zhang Zishi's implication, and was filled with hatred. She said viciously, "Bah! A false mountain god." She glanced at the villagers who were watching coldly, and sneered, "My fate today will definitely be your fate tomorrow." As early as when she heard the village chief holding her parents hostage to threaten her, she had already given up resistance in her heart. She knew that it was difficult for an ant to shake a big tree, and that personal strength was ultimately limited. But she was unwilling to accept this. The reason why her family was chosen for the sacrifice must be the work of the village chief Zhang Zishi's family. There was always a dispute between their family and the village chief's family. Zhang Zishi had a son who was a well-known gangster in the village. He was always stealing and doing nothing. Who would have thought that he would take a fancy to Chenro and want to marry her? Chenro was the most beautiful girl in the village and had no trouble finding a husband. So when Zhang Zishi proposed marriage, Chenro's parents refused. After that, Chenro's reputation was slandered for a while, and Zhang Zishi's shadow was behind her. Shanli village was remote, and the village chief was hereditary. Otherwise, how could a narrow-minded and short-sighted person like Zhang Zishi be chosen as the village chief? Chenro's parents were locked up at home, and she was put in a thin long skirt by the unscrupulous villagers and forced up the mountain. The snow on the mountain was over the knees, and it was very difficult to walk. Chinro's mouth was frozen purple, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Qin Dazhuang, who was walking beside her, looked reluctant and took off his cotton coat and put it on Chinro, which was considered to relieve the unstoppable cold. Chinro smiled and looked at Qin Dazhuang with gratitude. Qin Dazhuang was a butcher in the city. He was very strong. When the wind and snow came, he happened to go home to see his mother and was trapped in Shanli village. Qin Dazhuang looked at Chinro's beautiful face and felt sympathy in his heart. He wanted to help her when she ran away, but he was powerless. He couldn't go against the whole village under the general trend, not to mention that his mother had to live in the village. Now, he would help as much as he could. Qin Dazhuang sighed in his heart and handed her the hot water he brought privately. The water just taken out of the clothes was still warm. Chinro held it against her cheek. The slight heat made her feel extremely warm. She opened the bottle and swallowed a few mouthfuls quickly. Zhang Zishi looked at Qin Dazhuang's actions and said with a sneer on his face, "Dazhuang, are you being gentle to women?" Although Chinro's face turned purple due to the cold, she looked very charming against the backdrop of the snow. Zhang Zishi glanced at her and said, "You know what? Mr. Qin's daughter is really pretty." Feeling sorry for her, Chinro heard his comments and gritted her teeth at his appraising look. She wished she could kill Zhang Zishi on the spot. Qin Dazhuang pushed Zhang Zishi, making him stagger and fall on the snow. The thoughts in Zhang Zishi's mind instantly vanished, and he glared at Qin Dazhuang and said, "What are you doing?" Qin Dazhuang said indifferently, "Hurry up and leave, and don't talk too much here." Zhang Zishi was angry, but he couldn't do anything about him. Qin Dazhuang was strong and capable, and he couldn't offend him, but he couldn't let go of his face, and the two sides were deadlocked for a while. The villagers nearby hurried forward to negotiate, and then Zhang Zishi was given a way out. He then walked ahead, cursing. They did not walk far, and only prepared to leave the person at the place where they first got the food. When the mountain god came to inspect, he would naturally take the person away. After tying the person under the tree, Zhang Zishi urged everyone to hurry down the mountain. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. It's so cold today, and my wife is waiting for me at home." The other villagers understood, and immediately made a joke with Zhang Zishi. Qin Dazhuang took advantage of the fact that everyone was chatting and not paying attention to this side, and secretly put the knife that had been hidden long ago into Chinro's hand. Chinro felt the heat of the blade, ignoring its sharp edge, and tightly grasped it in her palm. She knew that this was the key to her escape. She immediately looked at Qin Dazhuang with gratitude, and then, when others looked over here, she quickly lowered her head and leaned weakly against the tree. When the villagers went down the mountain and no longer saw their traces, Chinro moved her frozen hands and used the blade left by Qin Dazhuang to cut the rope non-stop. While cutting, Chinro's hands were also injured, but she didn't care. Blood dripped from her fingertips onto the snow and instantly smudged, like plum blossoms, becoming the only color in the white snow season. Fortunately, the rope that tied her up was not strong. Chinro spent half an hour to cut the rope, broke free from the rope, and climbed up from the ground. Her bloody palm prints were particularly clear in the snow. The sky was getting darker. The blizzard would come at any time. She had to find a safe place to hide. She looked down at the rope on the ground, bent down to grab it, and then resolutely walked into the mountains. She couldn't go back to the village, not to mention causing trouble for her parents. If she went back to the village, she would be discovered accidentally, and she would be doomed. She could only fight desperately. There might be a glimmer of hope in the deep mountains. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chinro's legs were already numb from the cold. She moved forward with her willpower. She had been to the mountain before. She remembered a cave. Her father had told her that when he was a child, he got lost in the mountains and stayed in a cave for a night to avoid being killed by wild beasts. Chinro only remembered the approximate location. Now the ground was covered with snow, and it was extremely difficult to find the cave. Her rigid body moved instinctively. The cold had already made Chinro lose consciousness. Her dysfunctional body kept falling and getting up. Just when she was desperate, she seemed to have an illusion. The fierce cold wind suddenly stopped, and the dilapidated house appeared in front of her. In a trance, she saw someone wearing a black robe walking from a distance. The next second, she lost consciousness. She had only one thought in her mind. The black color was so bright. It should be a person, not a monster. Even if it was a monster, Chinro was not afraid. Even if she was dead, she would be stiff. she would definitely taste bad and hard. Even the monster might not even bother to eat her. With this thought, Chun-Ro fell into a coma. Jiang-jun was sorting food in the store. She took a break and looked out the window. Unexpectedly, she saw a woman wearing a thin dress walking in the snow. She was still dressed as before, wrapped in a black robe, with a fox mask on her face. Before she got close, the woman fell to the ground. Seeing that she was freezing cold, Jiang-jun quickly carried her to the old house next door. She took out the generator, electric fan, and quilt, etc. After turning on the electric fan, the whole room quickly became warm. She took off her clothes, took out the bathtub, which was already filled with warm water, and immediately put her in. As her temperature rose, she kept adjusting the temperature in the bucket. Fortunately, she was determined and had a strong belief in wanting to live. After rewarming, Jiang-jun quickly wrapped the person in a blanket. The warm wind blew on Chun-Ro's body, making her feel like she was back in her mother's arms in a half-awake state. Jiang-jun changed her clothes, poured hot water, applied ointment to the frostbitten parts of her body, and injected antibiotics. Fortunately, she was well prepared. Otherwise, the other person's life would not be saved. The next day, light shone into the house through the window and fell on Chun-Ro. Her eyelids moved slightly, and she opened her eyes in a moment. After feeling the warmth, she was dazed for a while, and then looked around vigilantly. After seeing the surrounding environment, she was stunned for a moment. The surrounding environment was no longer freezing cold, but a long-lost warmth. Since the blizzard, she had never felt such warm air again. The roar of the generator sounded in her ears. The whistling wind outside blew the door frame swaying. The warm red light of the electric fan shone on her body, and the warmth grew. She moved slightly, and the frostbitten part of her body felt painful, which made her wake up instantly. She looked at the yellow-brown adobe house, with spider webs entangled in the corners and dust everywhere. Such a simple arrangement made her feel very at ease. The generator and heater that don't fit in with the environment make this place a warm home. Suddenly, the shaky wooden door was pushed open, and a person walked out. Chun-Ro looked at the person warily, and the other person's voice seemed a little surprised. "You woke up so soon." Wearing a black robe and a mask, Chun-Ro instantly became alert. She didn't know what the other person was up to, and even the warm environment couldn't let her relax. Jiang-jun closed the door casually, walked into the house, and put the porridge on the tray in his hand next to Xiao-Ro, not caring about the other person's vigilant eyes at all. The fragrant lean meat porridge made Shiro drool. She restrained herself and turned her eyes to Jiang-jun. She suppressed her hunger and asked, "Who are you? I have no ill intentions. Otherwise, I would not have brought you here to heal you. You are hungry now, so you must feel uncomfortable. Eat this food first, and we can talk in detail later." Jiang-jun sighed. Since he had saved the person, he should send him to the west. He couldn't let him starve. This girl was almost dying of hunger, but she could still control herself and not grab the food. She really admired her. When Jiang-jun saw her tentatively reaching out, he moved the bowl towards her, then got up and walked out of the old house. After a while, Jiang-jun went in again. Seeing Chun-Ro put the bowls in order, she sat down on one side. Without waiting for Jiang-jun to ask, Chun-Ro took the lead in telling her own experience. No matter whether the other party was good or bad, Chun-Ro was willing to believe Jiang-jun for the bowl of porridge he gave her. Chun-Ro told her own experience. Jiang-jun did not expect that the cause of the incident was her temporary kindness. She was careless and ignored the greed of people in the Doomsday. After Jiang-jun understood the cause and effect, she sighed deeply. Now the snowstorm has become a disaster, and it is difficult for human beings to survive. The evil thoughts of human beings that were originally bound by social laws have emerged. Her temporary kindness caused this girl to suffer such hardships. Because of her guilt, Jiang-jun took extra care of her food and prepared all the medicines. 2 days later, although Chun-Ro was not fully recovered, she was able to get out of bed. During these 2 days in bed, she missed her parents very much. When she was arrested, she did not see her parents, so she must have been trapped by the village chief and others. Now that her injuries are getting better, she has to go down the mountain to check on her parents. As soon as Jiang-jun arrived at the store, she saw Chun-Ro standing in front of the store window wearing the super thick military coat she gave her, and she seemed to have something to say. When the eye-catching black robe mask appeared, Chun-Ro said, Thank you for the past few days, boss. I am fine now. I cannot repay you for the food and medicine I spent on you. After saying that, Chen-ro felt a little ashamed. She ate and lived here for free and used the store owner's precious medicine. Now the mountain is blocked by heavy snow, and the medicine is priceless. Even the village chief's house has the remaining medicine from before, and now there is very little left, and it is impossible to buy it even if you want to. Thinking of this, Chen-ro could not hide her guilt and said, if there is anything I can do, I can work like a cow or a horse, and I am willing to do anything. But before I went up the mountain, I had not seen my parents. They might have met with an accident. I want to go back to see my parents first. Chen-ro did not see the expression on the mask, nor could she estimate Jiang Jun's thoughts. She was worried that Jiang Jun would suspect that she was eating and drinking for free. So she explained again, I will never run away secretly. I will always remember your kindness to me. As long as I am sure that my parents are safe, I will come back to repay the food and medicine. Jiang Jun looked at her cautious appearance and couldn't help laughing. The food and medicine were nothing to her, but they were not free. Now that Chen-ro could think of repaying, she suddenly had some ideas in her mind. Now the shop is trapped in the deep mountains, and its operation and sales are restricted. Now a human just happened to break in. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun took a step back and let the shop behind him. Chen-ro followed Jiang Jun's action and looked back, with some confusion in her eyes. My shop is in the deep mountains, isolated from people, and I want to sell the goods in this shop. Now you are the only one who broke in. I want to cooperate with you. What do you think? Chen-ro was shocked. When she first came here, she saw the shop for the first time, and it appeared in the deep mountains. It was weird, but Chen-ro didn't want to think too much and tried her best to ignore it. Now she heard the shop owner say that he wanted to sell the goods to the outside, and she wanted to dissuade him. There are constant natural disasters, and the situation is unclear. It is safer to hold the supplies in her own hands. Chapter 28. Chen-ro looked at the shop in front of her and hesitated for a moment before agreeing. This is not difficult for me. Now the snowstorm has become a disaster, and there is no grass growing everywhere. These grains are very easy for me to sell. Not to mention, you are giving others a way to survive by giving them food. I have no reason to refuse. Although Chen-ro did not understand the meaning of the shop owner's move, she stood firmly on the side of the shop owner based on her contact with him in the past few days, and thinking of the warm time during this period. Chen-ro's promise made Jiang Yun feel relieved. They had been trapped in the mountains for the past few days, where there was no one around, and it was even more difficult to achieve the sales required by the system. Jiang Yun took Chen-ro to the room that had been prepared in advance. The originally dilapidated adobe house had been transformed into a warehouse by her. Dozens of bags of rice and flour were piled up in the corner. Alongside them were peanut oil, soy sauce, and other side dishes, snacks. Everything was available. When Chen-ro suddenly saw the spicy snacks that she had not seen since the snowstorm, her mouth could not help but drool. When Chen-ro was salivating over the food, Shanli village had been snowing heavily after the sacrifice, and the food was exhausted. The villagers were panicking and resentful, and conflicts gradually arose. Chen-ro's parents were locked up in Zhang Zixu's basement. It was pitch black in the crackless underground, and there was no sunlight. They could faintly hear sobbing. With a click, the sunlight instantly rushed in from outside, and an old lady was seen holding a lunch box in her hand, which contained only simple pickles and a steamed bun half the size of a palm. When she heard the crying inside, she couldn't help but sigh. Ling, don't cry. Be careful not to hurt your eyes. I asked Wen Chong to go up the mountain to look for Xiao Ro, but he didn't find her. Maybe she is still alive. Chen's father and mother were locked tightly beside a pillar. When the incident happened that day, they were trapped here by Zhang Zixu's plan and could only watch their daughter being dragged up the mountain. Thinking of her daughter, Chen's mother wiped her tears and took the meal from old lady Lu. She had to fill her stomach to have a chance to escape from here. When Chen's father saw that Chen's mother finally ate, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Old Mrs. Lu had no children, no worries, and was not popular in the village. So the village chief Zhang Zixu dared to use her, only giving her one meal a day, and letting her look after Chen's father and mother. Zhang Zixu didn't know that old Mrs. Lu had a lot of contact with Chen's father and mother on weekdays, and she conveyed a lot of news from the outside to Chen's father and mother by delivering meals. Old Mrs. Lu looked at Chen's mother with pity, and then told them the news in recent times. Since the sacrifice, the village has never seen the mountain god distribute food. Every household has tightened their belts to make ends meet. The food supply is decreasing bit by bit, and the snow is still falling. Now the villagers are in a panic. After a pause, she laughed and said, "Even Zhang Zishi can't save himself." Father and Mother Chen stopped eating and looked up at Old Lady Lu. Old Lady Lu said slowly, "Before the snowstorm, Zhang Zishi's family had not sold any grain. This is known to everyone in the village. Now every household is on the verge of starvation. So they thought of borrowing some grain from Zhang Zishi. However, Zhang Zishi is stingy and would not give a penny. Now the villagers are increasingly complaining about Zhang Zishi. You just wait. There will be chaos in the disaster year. The village will soon be in chaos. It's chaos." The old lady collected the dishes and chopsticks that Chen's father and mother had finished eating, and left without looking back. Chen's father and mother looked at each other and made a plan. The next day, a snowstorm came. The fierce wind seemed to want to scrape people's skin. The whistling wind blew past the ears and almost blew people away. The originally thick snow piles increased a lot. Jiang Jun was busy dealing with the snow. Fortunately, she had been paying attention to dealing with the snow piles on the roof in the past few days. She didn't have to get up at night to remove the snow like the villagers. When she was sweeping the snow, Jian Feng was no longer lying in bed like before. He had already run to the greenhouse to check the vegetables he planted. Recently, a piece of land in the greenhouse was reserved to teach children in the village to grow vegetables, which is another kind of kindergarten teaching method. Rural children have to take charge of the family early, not to mention such a severe winter. Jian Feng is much more sensible than before, and knows that food is not easy to come by. Unlike the thriving greenhouse here, the situation in Shanli village has become more and more serious due to the snow disaster. The hungry and cold villagers went out to find food in the wind and snow. Some people never came back after going out and were directly frozen to death outside. The shortage of food made it difficult for everyone to keep up with nutrition. Everyone was pale and thin, and their bodies were depressed. To make matters worse, they were unable to deal with the snow on the roof. At night, many roofs were crushed by the snow. The crying and wailing spread throughout Shanli village, making those who heard it cry. When the villagers of Shanli village were helpless due to the snowstorm, the village chief Zhang Zishi was roasting meat around the stove, holding a bowl of hot soup in his hand, leisurely enjoying the snow scene outside, and expressing his opinions from time to time. "This snow is so white. Life is so comfortable," the village chief's wife worriedly said. "If this continues, our food will soon be gone." Zhang Zishi scolded. "Don't worry about us here. Get out of the way, and bring me another bowl of soup." The village chief's wife glanced at Zhang Zishi unhappily, and then looked at her son, who was just eating and waiting to die, and had a bad feeling in her heart. Recently, rumors about his family in the village have intensified. The villagers look at her with more and more strange eyes, making her feel a little uneasy. After the snowstorm, the family relied on Zhang Zishi, and her status in the family became increasingly humble. Even her son looked down on her. The two of them often went out late at night, and did not know what they did behind her back. Occasionally, there were blood stains on her clothes, which made her heart tremble. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, and 2 rays of light shone through the gaps, and shone on the white snow, immediately making the dark night have a beam of light. After the wind and snow, the whole village got a moment of peace. The hungry villagers wrapped themselves tightly in the blankets and fell into a deep sleep. It seemed that only in this way could they break free from hunger and be liberated. In the silent night, a few people suddenly appeared out of place, sneaking around the village, and then disappeared in a remote alley. Looking carefully, it was not difficult to find that Zhang Zishi was among them. He appeared in the alley with his son, muttering from time to time, "The wife is so slow. If it weren't for him, we would have left long ago." After that, he asked suspiciously, "Has your mother discovered it recently? You didn't leave any loopholes, did you?" The son of the village chief felt guilty and said impatiently, "Dad, hurry up. If you don't hurry up, there will be no share for us in the end." Zhang Zishi glared at his son and warned him a few times. His son was very angry at his look, so he could only suppress the scolding in his mouth. There is an abandoned house at the edge of the village. It looks inconspicuous. The yard is full of dead trees. Snow is pressed on the branches. When the wind blows, it falls on the ground and leaves a mark. The stone door made of bricks and earth has a gap. which is only enough for one person to pass through. Zhang Zishi and his son go in and find the underground entrance along the corridor skillfully. After looking around, they quickly close the door. After going down the stairs, the road is clear. There are many blood stains on the ground. The two of them go straight to the destination without looking around. There is a strange fragrance in the air. The two can't help swallowing. Zhang Zishi was the village chief and had great authority. Everyone was waiting for his arrival and sharing the food. Some people flattered him as soon as they saw him. There were few deaths in the past few days, and they were all frozen to death. The taste was not very good. Since you are here, shall we start? There was a fire in the dark underground, and a big pot was boiling on it. Next to it was a body with blood flowing out. The flesh and blood on it had long disappeared, only bones were left. Including the two village chiefs, there were about 7 or 8 people in the basement. They were all well-known gangsters in the village, and were good friends with Zhang Zishi. Nowadays, food is scarce, and they have no idea of storing food. When the snowstorm came, they almost starved to death. They survived with the help of Zhang Zishi. Gradually, people in the village starved to death. And one of them came up with an idea. When the villagers were not prepared, they dragged the bodies to a remote house, cooked and ate the bodies directly with firewood they picked up. At first, some people felt guilty. But as the disaster continued and they became hungry, some people abandoned their last conscience and joined them. Zhang Zishi joined by chance. He saw that his former friends were greasy every day and seemed to never lack food. He became suspicious and soon discovered that they were eating human flesh. His family was not short of food, but he was curious when he saw human flesh. After tasting it once, Zhang Zishi could not restrain his love for it. Now he felt uncomfortable if he did not eat it for a day. Lu Laitu said with emotion, "The meat of this dead body is so good. How delicious the living one must be." Zhang Zishi glanced at him, although he did not speak. But he gradually had some inappropriate thoughts in his mind. Lu Laitu knew that Zhang Zishi had made up his mind when he saw his appearance, and turned to look at the others, secretly hiding his calculations in his heart. They had had enough of the frozen meat, and had long wanted to taste the freshness of it. However, they did not dare to do anything because of Zhang Zishi's pressure. After they shared the food, they put away the tools used in the crime, and threw the bones outside. They would be buried in the snow tomorrow morning. No one would know what happened here. Jiang Jun, who was hiding in the dark, took in everything, looking at their departing backs. He felt a little disgusted. There are always some people who are crazy and have broken their conscience in the Doomsday. Chenro looked at the bones with blood on them, and then thought of the fate of the corpse. She felt sick and retched continuously. Jiang Jun brought Chenro to check the situation in Shanli village, and found her parents. Who would have thought that the village chief and others were sneaking around? Following them, they discovered this matter. Chenro gritted her teeth and said, "This group of damn bastards. Since they have done such a cruel thing, now it seems that they are not satisfied and are ready to attack the villagers. We must not let them succeed no matter what." Although the villagers did not save her and stood by and watched when she was sent to the mountain by the village chief, her conscience told her that she could not watch the villagers being killed by the village chief and others. Jiang Jun glanced at Chenro and said, "Next, you have to solve this problem. And then, I can hand over the goods to you with confidence." Chenro knew Jiang Jun's plan, and she didn't want to disappoint her. She promised to let Jiang Jun see the results in the next few days. After Jiang Jun handed the matter to Chenro, he went back to the mountain. Chenro thought of a person, and she immediately had an idea in her heart. Although the person was weak in the village, he was strong and could cooperate with him. She walked through the village and found his yard. In the quiet night, she didn't dare to knock on the door easily, but prepared to climb over the wall from the haystack next to her. He would wait for her to start to act. And then the door was opened, and a handgun was pointed directly at her. Chenro quickly raised her hand and took off her hood. Qin Dazhuang held the handgun and stared at Chenro vigilantly. He did not dare to relax. There were many disturbances in the village in recent times, and his mother at home still depended on him. If the food was stolen, she would have no choice but to wait for death. Although he was a little confused when he saw Chenro, he was still vigilant and did not dare to underestimate the other party. Since he could survive from the mountain, he must have some ability. Qin Dazhuang's hand pressed against Chenro's head and said, "What are you going to do?" Chenro's heart trembled slightly. She had never thought that Qin Dazhuang actually had a wooden can in his hand. But when she thought of the village chief and others, she made up her mind and said calmly, "Uncle Chin, I have something to cooperate with you." Seeing that the other party did not believe her, Chinro lowered her voice and said, "I am the only one here. Since I can come back from the mountain, I must have something to rely on. And I don't believe that you have not discovered that the village chief and others are eating human flesh. Don't you want to do something? Are you going to let the village chief and others do what they do? One day it will be your turn. Don't you think about the safety of Grandma Chen?" Qin Dazhuang knew a little about the behavior of Zhang Zishi and others, but he did not dare to fight because he was alone. Now when he heard Chenro mention this matter, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. He looked around vigilantly, then pulled the person into the yard, put away his hand and motioned her to follow him. And the two came to a woodshed. Chenro told Qin Dazhuang everything she had seen and heard, and told him the location of the bones. If he didn't believe it, he could go and check it out. Qin Dazhuang was shocked. He had never expected that Zhang Zishi and others would be so bold that they would actually want to attack a living person. People are greedy. If this goes on, his and his mother's lives will eventually be in danger. He hesitated for a moment and said, "What are your plans?" Chenro said with a firm look, "Since we want to expose the crimes of Zhang Zishi and others to the villagers, we must not let this behavior spread in the village. To be honest, I have a plan." She hesitated and chose to cooperate with Qin Dazhuang because he was as isolated and helpless as she was. His powerful force was her guarantee. After thinking for 2 seconds, she said without hesitation, "I have a batch of grain that I need to sell urgently. Let's start with this batch of grain. Let the villagers trust me, and then we can go after the village chief. This way, it will be easy to deal with him." Qin Dazhuang frowned and said, "You have grain?" It was so cold today. Where could Chenro get the grain? This news was even more unbelievable to him than the news that Zhang Zishi and others had cannibalized people. Chapter 29. Chenro did not explain the reason to him. "I can't tell you where the food comes from, but if you agree, you will definitely be rewarded." Qin Dazhuang looked at her suspiciously. His heart was very tangled, but he still couldn't believe it. "Let me see the food first." Qin Dazhuang didn't dare to make a rash decision. As long as he agreed, Chenro would be relieved. As long as he could see the food, the follow-up would be easy. "You go to the mountain tomorrow morning. I will wait for you at the place where you left last time, and you will see the food then," she added, "but I can only take out a part of it." Qin Dazhuang had no objection, and the two agreed on a time. And Chenro quietly left his house. Late the next night, Qin Dazhuang handed his mother over to his neighbor Dongli, who was close to him. Dongli was his childhood friend, and they had a very good relationship. He told Dongli that he was going out to find food, but Dongli did not ask a word. "Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Chen's mother." Dongli patted Qin Dazhuang's chest and promised to complete the task. He originally wanted to tell Qin Dazhuang to be careful, but he did not say anything in the end. He went into the house and took out the knife he had hidden. Because of the frequent thefts in the village, he often sharpened the blade. The blade was already smooth and sharp, and it could cut mud like iron. From the surface, it can be seen that the owner cherishes it. He stuffed the knife and the food he had prepared into Qin Dazhuang's hands, and watched him leave silently. After Dongli's wife comforted Chen's mother in the inner room, she came to him wrapped in a thick cotton coat, and stood in the house, looking at Qin Dazhuang's figure in the snow. "Can Dazhuang find food this time?" Dongli's wife knew that food was in short supply, and she had no hope that Qin Dazhuang could find food. After Dongli closed the door, he sighed. "Don't care whether he can find food or not. People always have to have some hope. Don't you understand Dazhuang's current situation? Qin Dazhuang's family didn't grow food in the first place. Chen's mother couldn't afford to grow food. Qin Dazhuang was away from home all year round. His family rented the land to Dongli in the early years. Now that the snowstorm has come, his family has no habit of storing food. Seeing that they are about to run out of food, no matter how dangerous it is, Qin Dazhuang can only fight hard. With food, there is hope," Dongli muttered to himself. Seeing him mumbling, Dongli's wife frowned and pulled him into the house. Now his family's food is only decreasing, and she is afraid that the head of the family will lend it to Qin Dazhuang on his own initiative. With his family's food, it is not known how many meals he can eat. Now there are countless people starving to death or freezing to death in the village. Every time this happens, she feels that their days are not long. She only hopes that Dazhuang can find some food. and it will be good to live a few more days. Qin Dazhuang is walking on the road with difficulty, facing the wind and stepping on the snow. When he is tired, he takes out the water cup on his chest, drinks a few sips, and then continues to move forward. It was late at night, and only the light of a flashlight was lit in the deep mountains. The darkness enveloped Qin Dazhuang, forcing him to look around frequently. Fortunately, he was familiar with the mountains. Otherwise, he would have been lost in the forest in the dark. When Qin Dazhuang was searching for Chen Rou's trace, he suddenly heard a roar, which came from far away. He saw a snowmobile coming from a distance. He was alert at first, and then he saw a familiar figure in the car. He looked at Chen Rou in the car in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party had found a snowmobile. When the car stopped in front of him, he saw the full of food behind the car. His mind was blank, and he walked straight forward involuntarily. Qin Dazhuang was so frightened by the scene in front of him that he was a little inarticulate. It was the first time he had seen so much food since the snowstorm. He was caught off guard. Chen Rou understood Qin Dazhuang's feelings. She was also in the same state at that time. After experiencing the snowstorm, they knew better than anyone how precious food was. Brother Chen, this is only part of it. I have proved these food to you. The next step is for you to cooperate with me to find my parents and deal with Zhang Zishi and others. Qin Dazhuang quickly calmed down. Although he wanted to know the source of these food, since he had promised Chen Rou, he would never go back on his word. You don't have to tell me. I will come as agreed. Qin Dazhuang looked at the grain and came up with a plan. I have a way to deal with Zhang Zishi. In the early morning, the snowflakes rarely stopped working day after day. The weak sunlight shone through the dark clouds on the ground, which gave people a glimmer of hope. The villagers trapped in their homes gradually walked out of the house and started a busy day under this rare sunshine. Just as they were removing the snow from the roofs and roads, and were shrouded in endless despair, a surprised voice suddenly came from afar. Xiao Rou, Uncle Zhang, holding a broom, stared at Chen Rou in surprise, stepped forward to greet her, looked her up and down, and lowered his voice. You kid, come with me quickly. You came down from the mountain, right? Come with me. Don't let Zhang Zishi and the others see you. Uncle Zhang pulled Chen Rou into the house to hide her. Aunt Song on the other side looked haggard and no longer had her usual demeanor. But she did not stop Uncle Zhang anymore. Just swept the snow silently. Xiao Rou, don't be stupid. Seeing that he couldn't push her, Uncle Zhang was anxious. I didn't save you at the beginning because I had no choice, and I couldn't confront Zhang Zishi in person. I'm happy that you can come down safely. Now you just need to hide well. I promise to keep you safe. Chen Rou shook her head. Uncle Zhang, I understand your good intentions, but I didn't go down the mountain to avoid Zhang Zishi. While the two were talking, Zhang Zishi got the news and rushed over. His angry figure could be seen from a distance. Xiao Rou, you dare to escape from the mountain without permission. Aren't you afraid of offending the mountain god? You are going to implicate all the villagers in our village. After hearing Zhang Zishi's words, some villagers' faces suddenly changed, and they looked at Chen Rou with a little complaint. Uncle Zhang was furious. Zhang Zishi, what do you mean by this? It's not enough to send Xiao Rou up the mountain. You even want to control people going down the mountain. You are sending Xiao Rou to die. Why don't you send your son up? Aunt Song's face changed, and she quickly grabbed Uncle Zhang, fearing that Zhang Zishi would implicate him and turn his anger to them. Zhang Zishi just glanced at Uncle Zhang, and then moved his eyes to Chen Rou, and ordered, tie him up for me, and send him to the mountain. Otherwise, we can't bear the anger of the mountain god. Lu Litu was eager to move forward, but he was stopped by Qin Dazhuang after taking 2 steps. Xiao Rou was able to come back from the mountain. It's hard to guarantee that it's not the will of the mountain god. Otherwise, how could Xiao Rou come down from the deep mountains alone? The onlookers looked at each other. Zhang Zishi had ignored the villagers in the village recently, and watched the villagers freeze to death and starve to death. They had already complained in their hearts, and their eyes were full of suspicion when they looked at Zhang Zishi. Uncle Zhang took advantage of the victory and continued, that's right. Maybe our Shiro is blessed. Since Shiro left, our village has never been peaceful. There have been thefts and deaths. I think we shouldn't have sent Shiro to the mountain. Uncle Zhang knew the pain points of the village now, and it hurt them deeply. Since Shiro was sacrificed, food and people have disappeared. People in the village have frequently died of freezing and starvation. People have robbed food and people have turned their hatred into resentment. There have been constant frictions between neighbors, and there have been frequent thefts at night. So now people are in a panic, seeing others looking at him with regretful eyes. Chenro snorted in her heart, but showed weakness on her face, which made everyone regretful. The look she gave Zhang Zishi was no longer fearful as before, but full of condemnation. Zhang Zishi was furious, but he couldn't show it. He was so angry that his chest hurt. He wanted to kill Chenro with his eyes. He was on guard against everything, but he didn't expect Chenro to appear and interrupt his plan. Chenro spoke at the right time under the condemning eyes of everyone. I came down the mountain this time on the orders of the mountain god. The mountain god saw that the villagers were trapped by the snow, isolated from the world, and suffering from hunger and cold. He felt pity for me and sent me down the mountain to bring food for everyone. Everyone was surprised. Even Zhang Zishi looked at Chenro in surprise. No one had ever thought that there was really a mountain god on the mountain. And he asked Chenro to bring food. Seeing everyone's overjoyed look, Chenro changed the subject, but in order not to encourage human greed and unearned gains, the mountain god must exchange these foods for goods. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. They had never expected that the mountain god would even ask for a reward. The idea of taking advantage was immediately shattered. Some villagers seemed unwilling to give up, and wanted to ask Chenro to ask the mountain god for leniency. Uncle Zhang immediately knew what these people were up to. The mountain god is willing to give us food, which is already the greatest gift to us. We are not the kind of people who eat and drink for free, and we will never let the mountain god down. It is good to have food. Greed will only bring disaster. Uncle Zhang knows this. He will not indulge the villagers' lazy habits. Everyone was a little disappointed, and they stopped talking immediately. Instead, they calculated how many valuable things they had in their hands could be exchanged for food. Although they had not seen the food yet, they already believed in Chenro, and even told the family members next to them to go back and get gold and silver jewelry. They dared not take money. These banknotes can only be used in the mortal world, and the mountain god would definitely not look down on them. Zhang Zishi sneered. Chenro will lose his tongue if he talks big. You asked the villagers to exchange food with you for no reason, and I didn't even see the food. You have to let us see the food first, otherwise, when the villagers exchange with you, you won't be able to produce food. It will be a waste of energy. He glanced at Chenro and saw that she was calm and composed, seemingly not worried at all, and he was even more convinced that she was deceiving everyone. The villagers stopped and stared at Chenro. Obviously they had heard what the village chief said, but some people took advantage of the inattention and hurried home to get things. Chenro smiled slightly. The food has been prepared long ago, and it is in my yard. Just follow me. Everyone followed Chenro to her door. But when she reached the far door, she stopped, turned her head, and stared at Zhang Zishi coldly, with hatred unconsciously revealed in her eyes. But my parents are still missing, and I believe the village chief should know the whereabouts of my parents better than me. As long as I can see my parents, I will open the gate and exchange food with everyone. While Chenro was speaking, someone was eager to climb into the yard, and he didn't care even if he was scratched by broken glass on the wall. When he saw the scene in the yard, he was stunned. Food, he murmured. Food, the yard is full of food, the yard is full of food. The man danced and showed the scene in the yard to everyone, making everyone eager to go into the yard to check. The villagers crowded and wanted to climb into the yard. Chenro looked at the scene indifferently, and did not stop them. Just when everyone climbed up the wall and wanted to jump into the yard, they were stopped by an invisible force. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Chapter 30. The villagers were frightened by the scene, and looked at Chenro with fear. Even Chen Dazhuang looked at her in surprise. The strange scene confirmed the existence of the mountain god to everyone, and no one was careless anymore. This protective shield was prepared by Jiang Jun in advance, just to prevent the villagers from rioting. Jiang Jun's casual move, but Chenro instantly became her fan. Such a strange power can only be possessed by gods. She was naturally not afraid of the villagers with the artifact in her hand, so she was so bold to leave the food at home. As long as you hand over my parents, I will trade food with you. Chenro's cold voice echoed in the air, and immediately broke the enthusiasm of everyone. Someone knew the inside story and hurriedly urged, Zishi, hand over her parents quickly. When Chenro's parents were arrested, he saw Zhang Zishi lock them up. Now there is food in the yard, and he is only one step away from getting food. Naturally, he no longer pays attention to Zhang Zishi's warning, and takes the lead in revealing his deeds. Jiang Zishi saw that everyone was looking at him. Even though she was so angry, she could only force a smile. We had no choice but to lock up Wufu and his wife. No choice? After I was sent to the mountain, you never released my parents. You want to kill the three of us in the Chen family. Shinro wanted to eat Jiang Zishi alive. The villagers looked at Jiang Zishi with different eyes. Although they sent Shinro to the mountain, they still had friendship in their hearts. They had not seen Guofu and his wife for a long time. So they thought they went to the mountain to find their daughter. Who would have thought that they were locked up by Jiang Zishi? Zishi, why did you lock up Guofu? They have never done anything to harm the world. This is your fault. Zishi, release them. You can't mess around anymore. Zishi, why did you lock up Guofu and the other guy? Release them. Release them. Jiang Zishi felt the gazes of the crowd. His face was gloomy, his heart was filled with malice, and the desire that had been suppressed suddenly emerged. The villagers with fangs and claws were like delicious food, and he wanted to peel off their skin, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. Jiang Zishi's terrifying eyes frightened everyone, and they all stepped back in fear. The people who were waiting on the side knew where Chen's parents were imprisoned, and they took the lead in leading a group of people to break into Jiang Zishi's house, and brought Chen's parents out from the basement. Chen's parents were surrounded by a group of people, and came to the door of their house. As soon as they appeared, they saw their daughter who had disappeared without a trace. They burst into tears, and cried in front of the door, while holding their lost daughter. Shinro saw her parents, who were skinny, and looked nothing like before. She was extremely sad, but she could only suppress it. She comforted her parents first, and then handed them over to Uncle Zhang and others to take care of them. Line up one by one. Shinro stared at the restless villagers, turned to Chen Dazhuang and said, Brother Chen, come and help me record. Everyone looked at Chen Dazhuang with envy, as if Chen Dazhuang was about to rise to the top, and they wanted to replace him. But they also knew that if they didn't speak up to help Shinro at that time, Shinro would not trust them at this time. So they had to put their minds aside and turn their eyes to the food in the yard. Like a hungry dog, wishing to take the food for themselves. With the help of Chen Dazhuang, the villagers finally did not make trouble. And coupled with the mysterious power that Shinro had shown before, no one dared to make trouble now. Shinro's transaction went smoothly, while Jiang Jun made a new discovery. Not long ago, someone in the village went into the mountains to hunt, looking for hibernating animals in the snow, but accidentally found a crystal stone, which was in the shape of a hexagonal body, sparkling, with snowflakes flowing in the middle. Under the sunlight, it had a slight blue light, and its extraordinary features could be seen at a glance. The villagers brought it back to the village chief, and Jiang Jun also knew the function of this snow crystal with a reminder of the system. Snow crystals exist in the extremely cold world, have abundant energy. One crystal can be compared to several crystal cores in the monster world, and are extremely rare, and snow crystals can be exchanged for points with the system. One snow crystal is equivalent to 1 point. Jiang Jun has not yet realized the preciousness of snow crystals. While Yuan on the other side screamed in his heart, he did not expect to be so lucky. Snow crystals are special crystal cores that are rare in 100 years. In order to obtain snow crystals, the taskers participate in the extremely cold world all year round, but they only encounter a few small worlds with snow crystals. Unexpectedly, he encountered it. As long as he collected enough snow crystals this time, he would have hope of upgrading. Jiang Jun had no idea what Yuan was thinking. When the snow crystals appeared, not only the Doomsday system appeared, but also her shop. First, Jiang Jun was introduced to snow crystals, and then the uses of snow crystals were explained. Snow crystals, as a kind of energy, can not only help shops quickly upgrade and expand their areas, but are also one of the cores of making weapons. Snow crystals can easily convert all energy. As the purest energy crystal, it has strong inclusiveness, and has its unique role in any occasion. Until then, Jiang Jun realized the preciousness of this light blue snow crystal. She looked at the snow crystal in the village chief's hand and asked, "Where did you find it?" The village chief explained, "Agwe found it in a cave. The cave was covered with ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. If it weren't for the fact that this crystal was particularly eye-catching, Agwe would not have entered it." Agwe was a villager who went up the mountain to find prey. A teenager of 16 or 17 dared to go up the mountain and look for food in the snow. The village chief could only shake his head and sigh when he heard about this. And he did not dissuade him, because no one in the village had the ability to help others, and they had to rely on themselves to survive. When Jiang Jun heard about this, he put it in his mind and prepared to find a time to go up the mountain to check. However, Yuan was impatient and went to the mountain with Agui the next day to look for snow crystals. Yuan and Agui went up the mountain several times in succession, but never saw the cave again, which made him doubt the existence of the cave. After searching in vain, he had to give up. After Chenro received the news about the snow crystal, she proposed to the villagers that the snow crystal could be exchanged for 10 kilograms of rice, which immediately attracted the villagers of Shanli village to go up the mountain every day, just to find the snow crystal that was like food. The food brought back by Chenro filled Shanli village with high spirits and motivation. For a time, the phenomenon of freezing to death and starvation in the village no longer occurred. However, the bloodthirsty desire caused by cannibalism was difficult to satisfy. Zhang Zishi and others stared at the passing villagers like hungry wolves, causing the villagers to panic. One day, Lu Lidu could no longer control the desire in his heart that was like ants crawling around, and instigated Zhang Zishi and others to take action. When several people planned to implement it, they were caught on the spot by Chenro and others. There were also villagers accompanying them. When they saw the bloodstains on the ground, a big pot in the middle, and the remaining bones next to it, they all turned their heads to vomit. This bloody and cruel scene has been an indelible shadow in Shanli village ever since. Zhang Zishi and others were eventually burned to death by villagers on a bonfire. Shinro felt indescribably funny watching this scene. The snow lasted for half a year before it gradually stopped. The villagers of Fengshou village relied on greenhouse planting, and with the help of Jiang Yun, they finally had food supply, alleviating the difficult situation caused by food shortage in the village. One day, the snow suddenly stopped, and there was no snow for 2 consecutive days. When people checked, they saw that the snow had melted. They were overjoyed and ran around to tell others. Jiang Jun heard about this and walked out of the room. Seeing the snow on the roof begin to melt and drip down the eaves, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the snow began to melt, everything seemed to become full of life. The seedlings in the plantation also flourished, adding a touch of green to this white world. The melting snow, the muddy roads, the sudden drop in temperature, and other trivial matters were all forgotten by everyone. They looked at this scene with joy, and then walked back home quickly, took out shovels, snow rakes and other tools to shovel the snow spontaneously. For a while, Fengshou village was in full swing. For several days in a row, the snow that blocked their village was cleared away. When the passage was opened, the villagers of Fengshou village and the soldiers who were shoveling snow outside looked at each other in surprise. Both sides were stunned. No one had ever thought that there would be someone on the other side. They were all stunned for a moment. The village chief had seen a big scene before and hurried forward. "Comrade, are you here to rescue us? Thank you for your hard work. Aunt Wu, bring a cup of hot water to the soldier comrade to drive away the cold." The village chief interrupted, and everyone reacted and greeted them warmly. Those who brought water, and those who brought stools. "Fellow villagers, don't worry, we all have water with us." The raging scene startled the soldiers, and they hurried to stop it. "Who is the village chief here?" A man walked out from behind the soldier, wearing a military coat and holding a shovel in his hand, and asked with sweat on his forehead. When the village chief saw the soldier saluting him, he knew that this was the leader, and hurried forward. "I am the village chief of this village. What is the current situation of your village?" The leader stared at the villagers of Fengshou village, and wondered in his heart. As far as he had seen the trapped villages in recent days, none of them was like them. Everyone's face was full of smiles, and they were in high spirits, as if they had not experienced the hardships of the snowstorm. "Thank you for your concern. Our village is fine. No one has frozen to death or starved to death." The village chief was particularly proud when he talked about this. The leader looked at the village chief suspiciously, suspecting that he was cheating, and turned to signal the soldiers next to him to ask other villagers. "No one has frozen to death or starved to death. This statement is false. In the villages he has seen in the past few days, everyone's face is full of despair, and cannibalism due to hunger is more common. Although the villagers of Fengshou village are a little thin, they do not look like disaster victims compared to those skinny people who are starving to death." The leader asked him how he got the food, and the village chief answered truthfully. "Plantation? You grew plants in this icy land?" The leader was shocked when he heard this. The country had wanted to grow food this year, but after many attempts, only a small amount could be grown. This small village actually had a plantation and could grow food. When the leader saw the ordinary houses and the vegetables full of life in the house, he asked calmly, "How did you grow vegetables?" The village chief touched his head. How could he answer this? Vegetables? Aren't they grown? How to grow them? Just keep the temperature in the house and sow the seeds, the village chief explained. The leader choked. I don't know if the village chief is pretending to be stupid or really stupid. In these days of ice and snow, it is already a strange thing to be able to grow vegetables. After a week of inspection, the leader found that Fengsho village was not affected by the disaster. Even if the houses collapsed, there were no casualties. When the subordinates reported the casualties in the village, even though the leader had guessed it in his heart, he was still shocked that no one was injured in the village. The leader reported the matter of Fengsho village, and it soon attracted attention. The superior immediately sent experts to Fengsho village for research, and they must find out the reason why vegetables can be grown. Chapter 31. Recently, more and more experts and soldiers have come to Fengsho village. Jiang Jun knows this very well. The abnormality of Fengsho village will definitely attract the attention of the upper level. However, the protective shield she set up is not detectable by ordinary people. I am afraid that they will get nothing. She took the opportunity to collect intelligence from the army, and finally got news from the outside world. That day, not only did the village suffer a sudden drop in temperature, but the world faced the same situation. Then a blizzard hit, the industry stopped production, water and food were cut off. And all parts of the world could not escape the disaster. There was still food in the countryside. And the situation in the city was even more serious. The city was closed due to heavy snow, and was isolated from the outside world, but the population was large, and the food was not enough to sustain the survival of the city. The food supply was decreasing and not increasing, which made the people panic. For a time, there were frequent incidents of burning, killing and looting, and killing for food. A piece of bread could cause looting, and the social order was completely collapsed. Your village is better than the city. Thinking of the current situation in the city, and comparing it with the enthusiastic villagers of Fengsho village, Kong Wei was not only moved, he had come all the way, and rescued countless villages, all of which were ruins, and corpses were everywhere, and they had never been as warm and hospitable as Fengsho village, and they still retained the simplicity and kindness before the end of the world. Kong Wei looked at Jiang Yun with envy. It's icy and snowy here. The ground is frozen. Not to mention plants. Even many insects on the surface are frozen to death. And your village can still grow vegetables. Jiang Yun smiled and said, I said Fengsho village has good feng shui. It seems that I chose the right place when I moved here. Kong Wei raised his eyebrows. Oh? You are not a local villager? Jiang Yun then told him about having a child out of wedlock and moving to the village. This matter cannot be hidden. As long as the villagers ask about it, it will be exposed, and the other party will suspect and investigate. It is better for her to tell them directly. She pretended to sigh. I moved here just to escape the rumors. Now I have been here for 5 or 6 years. Fortunately, I stayed in the village. If I were in the city, we would have died long ago. After she finished speaking, she showed a lingering fear on her face. Kong Wei secretly observed for a while, but found nothing wrong. He chatted with Jiang Yun for a while, and then left unwillingly. Kong Wei was ordered to investigate the situation in the village. There was no abnormality for several days, which made him doubt that he was too suspicious. How could a village in a remote corner be mysterious? After Kong Wei left, Jiang Jun calmed down for a long while and went home, thinking of the miserable situation in the city described by the other party. She knew that the outside environment was bad. She felt a little heavy in her heart to explore. Although her supermarket had a lot of goods, it would always be in deficit in the long run. Not only did she have to stock up, but she also had to become stronger. If she stayed in Fengsho village, she could pass the customs smoothly, but it was not the result she wanted. On the other side, the villagers looked at the soldiers coming and going, and a sense of security arose spontaneously. Therefore, when the soldiers asked, they not only cooperated unusually, but also took the initiative to explain. Seeing the soldiers staring at the vegetables in the plantation, Anshin exchanged a glance with Aunt Wu next to her, stepped forward to pick a handful of green vegetables, and handed them to them, saying, Young man, take them home and eat some. Anshin looked at the soldiers with pity, thinking that they must have suffered in the snowstorm with their pale and thin faces, and were stunned by the sight of green vegetables. Come to my house. I have some meat left recently. Young man, Do you want to try it? My cooking skills are much better than this aunt's. And Wu pushed Anshin aside, and quickly took the soldier's hand and took him home. Anshin snorted coldly, turned around and saw another young soldier who seemed to be in a daze. She immediately smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work during this period. I still have some food left at home. Let's go back and eat something." She pulled the young soldier without saying anything. The young soldier came to his senses and quickly refused. "Auntie, we have already eaten when we came here. No need to bother." He stared at the flourishing vegetables in the plantation and couldn't help asking, "Auntie, did you grow all these vegetables?" "Yes. It took a lot of energy from our village. At that time, the food was almost gone. It was our clan leader who was wise and righteous. He thought that we farmers had been farming for a lifetime, but we could still starve to death in the end. He mobilized the whole village to build this plantation together." Anshin couldn't help but feel proud when she talked about the plantation. Seeing the soldier's interest, she told him everything about the plantation, exaggerating and showing off. Seeing the young soldier's surprise, she felt even more proud. The harmonious coexistence of the military and civilians satisfied both sides. One side was testing, the other side was showing off. For a while, no one noticed anything was wrong. Jiang Yin occasionally interjected, hiding her merits and fame. Fengshou village has been overcrowded recently. Soldiers, researchers, and villagers gathered together. The village, which originally accommodated nearly 100 people, suddenly had nearly 1,000 people. The villagers didn't know what was going on. They all looked at each other and were worried. Could it be that something big happened in their village? Civilians cannot easily come into contact with soldiers. So many soldiers suddenly poured in. Even the most insensitive villagers knew that something big must have happened in their village. Changde quietly went to the village chief's house to inquire about the news. "Village chief, when will these officers leave?" The village chief was worried, but did not show it on his face. He only said, "These officers said they were going to do research. We don't understand. We should be busy on weekdays. Don't get involved." Changde was unwilling. "The officers have occupied our plantation. What will we eat in the future?" "Village chief, go and find out. When will this end?" In the past few days, the officers who came and went built a base next to the plantation. No one was allowed to enter within 100 meters. This made the villagers a little dissatisfied. Why can't they enter the plantation they built? If they don't enter, what will they eat? Although there were dry rations provided by the army, the hard texture was not good, which inevitably made the villagers dissatisfied. Changde wanted to discuss with the village chief, but he didn't know the situation either. He was angry. "Don't make trouble. Go home quickly." You can tell from his expression that he is going to make trouble. Now it is different from the past. Officers are stationed around, guarding the area strictly. Now looking for trouble is just looking for death. The village chief scolded him. Changde could only reluctantly give up the idea in his mind. That day, Jiangyan had just finished his meal when he saw Anshin coming into the house with a happy face. She said before she arrived, "Xiaojian, our village is really great. There is a big happy event." Anshin was wrapped in a cotton coat. Her cheeks were rosy with excitement. And she was the first to keep the secret. "Guess what? What's going on? What big happy event makes you so happy?" Jiangyan poured a glass of water and handed it to Anshin, and was very knowledgeable. "Of course it's a great joy. I heard from those officers that our village was originally a volcano. But it was a dead volcano. But for some reason, the temperature in our area is much higher than other places. So our plantation can grow vegetables. They said they would build a base here." Anshin took a sip of water and continued. "This is a great joy. Everyone knows that you can have food if you follow the army. In the future, our place will be taken seriously, and our village will definitely be different from before." When Jiangjun heard this, he understood a little bit. In the past half-month, the army has inspected the surrounding area and found nothing unusual in Fengshou village. However, it is an indisputable fact that vegetables can be grown in this village. Now is a time of food shortage. If you find a good piece of land, you must plant food. And because of her intervention, the Fengxing mountain area where Fengshou village is located is covered by a protective shield. And the area that can be planted has increased a lot. So the establishment of the base was within her expectations. Jiangjun, build a base? Then how do we arrange the people in our village? Anshin smiled and said, "How else can we arrange it? Of course, we still live here. They dare not drive us away. They just divide it into residential areas and planting areas, and do the same as in the city. At this point, Anshin said worriedly, I heard that we are building a safe zone, and I don't know what the situation is in this safe zone. At first hearing this, it is a good thing that the safe zone has food and accommodation. So why worry? It is because the safe zone will definitely relocate its population in the future. Once outsiders join, there will inevitably be disputes. Anshin also said that the residential areas in this safe zone have not yet been completed, and the houses in the village will be requisitioned in the early stage. At that time, there will be many conflicts, which will be very annoying. Now that the snow has stopped, the villagers want to contact their relatives outside. There will be more and more people in our village. You orphans and widows should be careful. You don't know the details of those who come from outside. Don't hurt yourself, Anshin warned. Jiangyan knew her good intentions and agreed with a smile. After Anshin finished talking about the matter, she stood up and was about to go home. Anshin, wait a moment. These are the vegetable dumplings I made. Don't dislike them. Take them back and taste them. She took the vegetable dumplings from the cook. Since she came into this world, Anshin has taken care of her. She can only repay her with food. Jiangyan packed 7 or 8 vegetable dumplings and stuffed them into Anshin's hands. Anshin was shocked. These vegetable buns are hard to come by now, let alone white flour. When they were trapped, they had no food left. They had eaten all the white flour. They had to fill their stomachs with coarse grains. Sometimes they had to chew tree bark. Not to mention these vegetable buns. Vegetables are hard to come by, let alone make into vegetable buns. She wanted to refuse, but she really wanted to taste them. Then I'll take it. If you have any problems in the future, come to me. After some hesitation, Anshin gritted her teeth and took it. Xiao Jian was still young. This food must not be leaked. She repeatedly reminded him, nowadays, there are natural disasters and man-made disasters. There is a shortage of food. People often eat each other. You must hide the food at home. Don't be so stupid. Otherwise, it will be easy to get into trouble. Anshin kept talking to her, reminding her not to show off her wealth, which made Jiang Jun laugh and cry. Anshin is not an outsider. Since I came to our village, I, an orphan and a widow, still need your care, so that I can live smoothly in the village. I also treat you as a relative. Jiang Yun's words touched Anshin's heart. The soothing words made her feel distressed. When she returned home, she thought about being better to Xiao Jian in the future, so as not to waste the child's kindness. As Anshin said, in addition to the army entering Fengshou village, there were many strangers, and these strangers were arranged to live among the residents of Fengshou village. Some residents did not want outsiders to live in, and they had friction with the army, making the villagers in chaos and quarreling. The army had to give in. They were outsiders, and they could not forcibly occupy the houses in the village. So the two sides sat down to negotiate and finally reached an agreement. Chapter 32. The military distributes a batch of food to the villagers every month, as rent for the loans. Now that food is scarce, some villagers are dissatisfied, but they have to endure it for the sake of food. Jiang Yun's house was also requisitioned. Because she was an orphan and a widow, there were few rooms left, so only the disadvantaged groups lived in. She couldn't refuse openly under the general trend. Her building is 2-story, each floor has 3 rooms. She and her son live on the second floor, and they argued that the second floor was never rented out, and the first floor was for outsiders to live in. Even so, it attracted a lot of opinions. The 3 rooms on the first floor were divided among 3 households. One was an elderly couple, about 60 years old, living on the west side. On the east side lived a pair of sisters, who were not much different in age. They carried packages and hid in the house as soon as they entered the door. On the north side lived a couple with 2 children. As soon as they put down their luggage, they talked to the elderly couple about this and that, asking for information. The wife of the couple pulled the old woman and said, "My wife and I are from the neighboring province Z. We originally had several houses. Who would have thought that a snowstorm would drain our family's wealth? We just moved to a room in the safe zone." After that, she looked at the room critically. "With this condition, even my shabby house in the suburbs is better than this. I don't know what's so good about this safe zone." The elder sisters Wasi happened to go out to dig some snow to melt some snow water for her younger sisters were on to drink. She happened to hear this and couldn't help but sneer. "The safe zone is not good. Then you should move out. There are so many people outside trying to squeeze in." The wife said angrily, "What are you talking about? Little girl, Shuasi snorted coldly and ignored her. She spoke sourly and looked down on others. If you have the ability, don't enter the safe zone. The old woman said awkwardly, harmony brings wealth. We will be neighbors in the future. Don't quarrel over trivial matters. The wife glared at Shuasi, and then turned to ask the old woman how their family entered the safe zone. It is not easy to enter the safe zone nowadays. If the family does not have a background or food at home, it is not easy to enter the safe zone. Their family spent all their money to get a place. I don't know how this old couple, at such an old age, got into the safe zone. Isn't this a waste of places? She was disdainful in her heart. But she looked kind. Grandma Fong's children are promising. It was not easy to get you two old people to the safe zone. When Grandma Fong heard her mention her son, she couldn't help but feel sad. It was also because of my son's life that we had the opportunity to enter the safe zone. After some inquiries, I learned that Grandma Fong's son died in the disaster relief and was posthumously named a martyr. The couple had only one son, and he sacrificed his life for the country. The government couldn't bear to see the couple alone, so they arranged for them to live in the safe zone and receive food subsidies. The wife felt a little jealous when she heard this. They had spent all their money and food to get a shabby room, but this old couple only lost a son and entered the safe zone, and they also received food subsidies. She was really envious. Jiang Jun listened to the general situation on the second floor and learned a little about the situation of the residents on the first floor, then went down to greet everyone and explain the situation of the house. The second floor is where I live. If you have nothing to do, don't go up to disturb me. The east room outside is a shared kitchen. You need to prepare your own food. The dining table in the middle of the living room is specially placed by me. You can use it, but if it is damaged, you will have to pay with food. The public space in the house must be kept clean. You can arrange the rules by yourselves. Jiang Yun did not wait for others to respond, and said quickly, no one should disturb each other on weekdays. The house in the safe zone is being built. You may move out in a while. Don't make trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for driving you away. The husband muttered, we have all paid food. You have no right to drive us away. Jiang Yun pretended not to hear it. Whether she could drive people away or not, she would know when the time came. She did not want to argue with others, and went back upstairs after giving instructions. At night, the snow melted into the water and seeped into the ground. The temperature did not rise, but dropped sharply. This was not a good sign. It was thought that the temperature would rise and the snowstorm would gradually disappear. Everyone was looking forward to returning to normal society. However, when night fell, the drastic temperature difference caught everyone off guard. The temperature dropped to -50 degrees. Alarm! Alarm! The meteorological department detected that a large-scale cold air was about to hit. Everyone should take out cold-proof and warm clothes as soon as possible. Repeat. Take out cold-proof and warm clothes as soon as possible to ensure that the environment is warm and suitable. The military alarm sounded through the sky at night. The weather forecast predicted that the temperature would drop sharply in the second half of the night. Everyone took out cold-proof equipment and was ready. Curses were heard one after another in the village. Everyone did not dare to be vague. They quickly wrapped themselves in the fleece clothes and quilt stored at home, stuffed the hot water bottle into the clothes, and then hid in a small space. Jiang Jun took the lead, and the batteries prepared earlier came in handy. He plugged in the electric heater, wrapped Jian Feng in a blanket, and then the two hid in the closet. The narrow environment caused the temperature to rise rapidly, and it became warm in a short while. Jian Feng hid in the closet. There was a sun lamp on the top of the closet. Although the light was weak, he could see things. He was a little panicked, and buried his head in his mother's arms, trembling. Mom, there won't be any danger outside, right? Jiang Jun gently patted his back with her palm, and soon calmed his panic. Just stay here tonight. You'll be fine when you wake up tomorrow. Don't worry. Mom is here. When Jian Feng calmed down, Jiang Jun had the energy to check the wardrobe she had arranged. She removed the partitions of the wardrobe, and placed the small battery in the corner of the wardrobe. A small electric heater was placed on top of it. The interior was just big enough to accommodate the two of them. When the alarm sounded, she immediately put the insulation cotton inside to prevent the temperature from dissipating too quickly. Now she only needs to worry about how long this battery can last. With this small battery, she may have to get up several times in the middle of the night to replace it. Otherwise, if the temperature drops, The child may not be able to bear it. Fortunately, she has enough batteries in her space. The next morning, a few snowflakes were floating in the air, falling down one after another. The sun also came out from the clouds, shining on the ground, and the temperature rose again. People came out of the cold bed with fear, poked their heads out to check the situation outside, and were instantly shivered by a gust of cold wind. The temperature was lower than yesterday, but they were somewhat relieved that they could see the sun during the snow. The electricity used in the safe zone now is basically wind and solar energy. Fortunately, they have the habit of storing electricity. The temperature dropped sharply in the first half of the night, and they turned on the heater with that little electricity, and finally survived. However, when the army checked every household, they found many people who had frozen to death. They did not keep warm at home and only relied on the electricity at the base for warmth. The temperature dropped sharply in the second half of the night, and the power outage made it inevitable that they would not be able to escape. Such freezing to death was everywhere. When they encountered such a situation, they could only lament that they had given early warning. But some people still did not take it seriously. After a discussion and condemnation, they cleaned up the bodies, and the next group of people were waiting to enter the safe zone. The sudden drop in temperature, the flying snow, and the harsh environment of ice and snow could not prevent the establishment of the safe zone. In order to build the safe zone as soon as possible, the military began to recruit people, and the salary was to cover 3 meals a day. The 3 households in Jiang Yun's building responded to the call and went to work. She did not get involved in the matter. The villagers in Fengshu village all had a piece of land of moderate size. On weekdays, these grains were enough for her to eat. Not to mention that she had a piece of land in her yard, which was surrounded by her, and where she also planted some vegetables. Snowy and icy weather was the most unsuitable for work. Just look at the 3 households in her yard. They went out early and came back late every day. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Frostbite on hands and feet was light, but the frozen body was extremely fragile. If you were not careful, you would get fractures and injuries. Nowadays, medicines were scarce. Where could you get medicine if you were injured? 3 meals a day were only enough for one person. If you wanted to store food, it was wishful thinking. The younger sister Zhuoran of the first floor sisters accidentally fell while carrying stones, resulting in a broken leg. Now she is resting at home. Zhuoran looked at the little food left at home, and for a moment she blamed herself. If I had known earlier, I would have been more careful and avoided the Liu family, so I wouldn't have fallen and ended up like this. When she mentioned the Liu family next door, Zhuoran was filled with hatred. If the Liu family hadn't followed her and instructed their children to make trouble nearby, she wouldn't have fallen and injured her leg. Now the burden of the family falls on her sister, and she hates them so much. Shuasi recalled the smug expressions of the Liu couple, and gritted her teeth and said, "They thought that by driving you away, they could get the position of porter. I think they are wishful thinking. The position of porter is rare, although it is a bit tiring. The meals are rich. Usually, men do this dirty and tiring work, but they are stronger than ordinary people, and they just snatched the quota." The Liu couple was not selected, and could only do some logistics. There was less work but less food, which made them extremely dissatisfied, and they would make trouble for them from time to time. They were not characters who could be looked down upon because they could enter the safe zone. Now that they were bullied, they would be cowards if they swallowed their anger. Don't worry about these things. Just rest assured to recover. I have my own ideas about the Liu family. Shuasi comforted her sister, but she had already thought of a way to teach the Liu family a lesson. Chapter 33. 5 days later, the Liu family returned home like a lost dog. The wife of the Liu family wiped her tears and cried, "Damn it, I lost my job. What will happen to food in the future? We have 2 children. How can we live in the future?" The husband of the Liu family frowned. "You worked well before. Why are you fired today?" The wife of the Liu family was reminded by her husband, and then she remembered the strangeness, turned her head, and glared at the room of the sisters. "I was wondering why you didn't say anything recently. You were waiting here." The wife of the Liu family was furious, and knocked hard on the room of Zhuasi and the others, as if she wanted to break the door. "You 2 bitches. Come out here. We lost our jobs because of you doing something bad. I told you that you 2 have bad intentions and are conscienceless. You are worthy of being bitches. I think you got your jobs by doing something shameful." After saying that, she spat in front of the door, and her voice became even sharper. When the Fong family came back, They saw this farce and immediately stepped forward and said, "What's going on? We can talk it over if we have something to say. Why are you cursing at me?" The Lu family's wife shook off Grandma Fong's hand and said, "Grandma Fong, we treat you well, don't we? Do you dislike my family like that bitch from the Shua family? You push and shove us when we need to borrow something, afraid that others will take advantage of you. Your two families have a good relationship, so you secretly can't stand us getting along well. I think you are also responsible for my family losing our job. This is really a case of misfortune comes from the sky while you are at home." Grandma Fong also understood the reason after hearing this. She was so angry that she trembled and was speechless for a while. Grandpa Fong saw this and said angrily, "How can you talk like that? Your family can't afford to eat on weekdays, but we are the ones who help you. My husband and I, who are in our 60s, have some leftover food to lend to you. Although it is a loan, it is no different from giving. Instead of being appreciated, you are complained about. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Lu's husband tried to smooth things over and said, "Grandpa Fong, don't argue with her. She is so angry because she lost her job. It was so hard to find a victim. But after being screwed by his own wife, he could never find another one." Grandpa Fong snorted coldly, "I don't think you are angry. But you just said what's in your heart." He turned around and scolded Grandma Fong. "This is a family of ungrateful people, and you still save money to give them your son's compensation food. I think you are crazy. A bunch of ungrateful people. You have the nerve to ask for the old man's food," Grandpa Fong said, and then dragged his wife back to the house. The Lu family was immediately furious at this sentence. "Who are you scolding? Old man who relies on his age to bully others. Living is a waste of food." Shuasi took off the hat on her head, shook off the snow on her shoulders, and heard the Lu family's scolding when she entered the door. Gloating, "It seems that the work is too easy, so you have the leisure to scold people here." The wife of the Lu family was not happy about work. This word was extremely sensitive. She cursed, "Shua family. Is it you who caused us to lose our jobs? Damn it. I think you two are crazy about work. Your sister deserves to break her leg. You are a useless cripple. You are a waste of food." With a slap, Shuasi's slap landed on the face of Lu's wife. Lu's husband reacted and wanted to beat her up. She took out a sharp knife from her back and pointed it at the two of them. She sneered, "It is not illegal to kill people in this world now. Even if the army is in charge, the worst that can happen is that I will be driven out of the safe zone. I am not afraid. Just talking about the work, what are you two thinking? Everyone in the room knows that my sister broke her leg. You two have no responsibility at all? Your two children followed my sister to steal. Who doesn't know? Did anyone see your son set a trap that day, just waiting for my sister to fall?" Shuasi snorted coldly. There must be clues left when people do things. It was worth it for her to check everything. Finally found the witness. After a moment of panic, Lu's wife calmed down and thought that the Shua sisters were deceiving her. "What are you talking about? Can you blame us for your sister's fall?" Shuasi said forcefully. "You know it well. I'm saying this. You have to compensate for the losses caused by my sister's injury. Otherwise you will be kicked out of the safe zone." Upon hearing this, Lu's husband refused to admit it. "Compensation? I think you are dreaming. You want to sue the army? Then go ahead. We don't admit that it was not us who did it. If you want us to compensate, it's impossible." Shuasi had long expected that the Lu couple would behave like this, and turned around and headed towards the army, determined to fight for the truth. When Jiang Jun led Jian Feng home from school in the snow, she just found out that there was a commotion in her family. Anshin happened to be there, and she told her everything in detail. Anshin said, "I think your tenants are not easy to deal with." In a blink of an eye, the incident has been reported to the army. There are all the evidences. After asking, "We know that it was the Lu couple who did it." The army said that this matter cannot be tolerated. Otherwise, if they continue to do this in the future, people will be panicked and lose their focus on work. The final result was that the Lu couple had to compensate the Shua sisters with 50 kilograms of food. This 50 kilograms of food was not a small amount. It was the Lu family's food for half a month. It was like cutting meat to compensate the Shua sisters. They would not bear a grudge, and the two families would become enemies. When she thought that the two families were in Xiao Jian's yard, Anshin felt very sympathetic to Xiao Jian. This yard would not be peaceful in the future, and there would be more commotion. Jiang Yin frowned at first when she heard this, but then relaxed. "I'm on the second floor, and I don't interact with them much, so I stay away from them." They won't get into trouble with me. Even if they do, she has a way to deal with them. And Chen touched Jian Feng's head and saw that the child was much more obedient than before. She sighed. Nothing can be avoided. It's always better to be careful. I think the two children of the Lu family can trip up the sister of the Zhua family. They are not good people. Don't let Xiao Feng be bullied. Jiang Yin agreed and took out a pound of chicken from the bamboo basket beside her and handed it to Aunt Chen. I exchanged vegetables for chicken from the army. You can eat these with your uncle. It's a bit of meat. Aunt Chen was shocked when she saw the chicken. Since the snowstorm, people were almost frozen to death. How could they take care of animals? Only the army could raise chickens, ducks, fish and other meat poultry. When she saw the chicken, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly refused. Take it away quickly. I can't take it. You exchanged the meat with great difficulty. Why should you give it to us? I know you are kind, but you should also take care of yourself. You still have Xiaofeng. Give him more food. We are old and don't need to eat this meat. Aunt Chen was very tough and unwilling to accept it. Jiang Yun had to give up. That night, Jiang Yun made a chicken stewed with mushrooms regardless of the weird atmosphere in the house. The aroma spread everywhere, making people salivate. She was not afraid of being coveted. She bought the meat from the army in a legitimate transaction, just to taste some meat. The Lu family had just paid compensation for the grain. And then, they saw people eating meat upstairs. The aroma was so tantalizing that she almost tore the cloth in her hand. The youngest son of the Lu family smelled the fragrance and cried, "Mom, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." The wife of the Lu family was pestered so much that she gritted her teeth and raised her hand to hit him. "Where can I get you meat? If you have the guts, go pester your father." Seeing her daughter getting in the way, she scolded her. "What are you doing here? Go cook quickly. Don't you see that the whole family is hungry? How can you be so tactless? Let me support you. You are all troublesome. Get out of here." The daughter shrank away. The wife of the Lu family pointed out and cursed. Other people are almost eating tree bark. But there are still people who can eat meat with peace of mind. They are really selfish. Neighbors don't even move around. They guard their 1 acre and 3 mu of land, just for fear that others will take advantage of them. Nowadays, people are really becoming more and more selfish. They don't even have basic morals. Shuasi came out of the house and sneered at her. "This is so sour. If you want to eat meat, go and get it yourself. You expect others to give it to you. You are also blackmailing me morally. Big sister is really going too far. Our life is much worse than yours. Why don't you be more moral and compensate us with more food?" Lu's wife choked immediately. "You are interfering in everything. Am I talking to you? Are you interrupting me here?" Shuasi choked. "What's the matter? I just said. What can you do to me? I am seeing injustice. What do you think?" Lu's wife was so angry that she felt distressed. She could hear her sons crying in her ears. She immediately took out her anger and twisted his ears, scolding, "Why are you crying? You just cry every day." Then, she slammed the door and went back to the room. The child's louder crying and the curse of Lu's wife came from the room. Shuasi heard the sound and hummed a song back to her room. She felt much better. Jiang Jun heard the farce on the first floor clearly. She originally wanted to go down to deal with it. But the thunder was heavy and the rain was light. It stopped in a moment, so she didn't feel like going down to deal with it. Jian Feng's mouth was dripping with oil as he ate. He was looking forward to the rare smell of meat. He had been pestering her since noon. Now he was very satisfied and whispered, "Mom, can I still eat meat in the future?" After being trained by Jiang Jun, Jian Feng's temperament was different from before. After the snowstorm, he had endured the cold and hunger. Now he gradually realized the importance of food. Jiang Jun gave him the vegetable garden in the yard to plant. Now he treasured it very much. The vegetables he planted in exchange for meat this time included some of the vegetables he planted. Jiang Yun chewed the meat, swallowed it, and said, "Plant the vegetables in your yard. When they are ripe, you will have meat to eat again." Jian Feng remembered the meaty aroma left between his lips and teeth, and vowed to plant the vegetables in the yard. Shanli village was covered by a blizzard, and the temperature was lower than other places. The snow stopped a few days ago, and the villagers finally got in touch with the outside world. Compared with other villages, Shanli village was really lucky because Chenro could provide food in the village. Even if it was little, it saved everyone's lives. However, greed is insatiable. The villagers of Shanli village actually joined forces with outsiders, to besiege Shinro's house, trying to take the food for themselves. Fortunately, Shinro intended to develop his power, and made some preparations in secret, so he did not succeed. Shinro then led his power to the county, and developed a small base in the county, named Jiang's Base. When this name came out, the followers were puzzled. Jiang did not match the name of the boss. Shinro firmly decided on this name, and everyone had no choice but to obey. Although Jiang's Base is small, it is full of hidden talents. Each of them is good at both literature and martial arts, especially good at doing business. The exchange of Jiang's Base is well known all over the world, and it attracts all major bases to go there. The exchange has everything you can't think of. Just talking about the precious seeds and scarce chickens, ducks and other poultry. Other bases have fought each other. Some bases saw that Jiang's Base was weak and had no one behind them, so they wanted to launch an attack and take down Jiang's Base. Who would have thought that before they could take action, they were expelled from Jiang's Base that night, and then blocked outside the door by a transparent wall. Once this happened, other bases knew the confidence of Jiang's Base. How could they be afraid of invasion by outsiders when they had such weapons? Overnight, other bases went to Jiang's Base one after another, and were determined to find such weapons. Some bases found Shinro, and wanted to buy weapons secretly, but she sent them away. Chapter 34. With the snow crystals purchased from Jiang's Base, Jiang Jun finally had the energy to move the store to the foot of the mountain. Now he temporarily lives in Jiang's Base, hidden in various stores, little known to the public. Occasionally opening the store for business is also to complete the system's tasks. On weekdays, there is a cook to deal with customers, so she is happy to be idle. There is a small room next to Jiang's store. As soon as she entered, the hot air hit her cheeks. Shinro shook off the coldness and breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Dazhuang followed closely behind, followed by an elegant middle-aged man. As soon as he entered the room, he was shocked by the hot heating. Is the temperature in this room so high? The middle-aged man's name is Wensu. He joined the team halfway. At that time, Shinro was short of people, especially the other party was a doctor who had worked for more than 10 years. Doctors are scarce nowadays. After the investigation was fine, Shinro accepted the other party. This was the first time she brought people to this room. Shinro got straight to the point. Dr. 1, what do you think of building a hospital in the base? Wensu had just recovered from the heat, and thought he had misheard Shinro's words. He turned his head and looked at Shinro, and frowned. Hospital. Although our base looks good, it is not easy to build a hospital. Just the medical equipment and medicines are extremely precious nowadays. If there is no support from these materials, that hospital is just a paper talk. Shinro nodded, and then said after a moment, don't worry about the problem of drugs and medical equipment. I have my own way to solve it. I want to know if you can set up a medical team within a month. Although Wensu didn't understand why Shinro wanted to do such a thankless task, he had just joined, and it was not appropriate for him to interrupt too much, so he thought for a moment and said, I can try to contact my master and senior brothers and sisters, see their willingness, and then recruit some nurses, and it will be successfully set up within a month. Shinro smiled and said, that's good, you start the action first. If they agree to come to the base, we will send someone to pick them up, so they don't have to worry about the difficult journey. After Wensu and Shinro discussed the relevant matters of the hospital, they took the initiative to leave space for the two. Recently, the base has received several letters with cooperation intentions, including letters from the government. She did not dare to make a decision easily, so she wanted to discuss it with Qin Dazhuang before making a decision. Shinro took out an envelope from her bosom and handed it to Qin Dazhuang. After he read it, she said, the government wants to trade seeds with us. What do you think? After Qin Dazhuang finished reading the letter, he roughly understood what happened. The government should have doubts about the grain seeds of the Jiang base. It is so cold today that it is difficult for humans to survive, let alone maintain the normal growth of grain crops. Since the establishment of the Jiang base, the proportion of grain is increasing, which means that the Jiang base has its own planting area and can maintain mass production. This is the most important thing. Qin Dazhuang knew her concerns, fearing that the mysterious person behind her would be exposed. However, regarding the construction of the base, the other party first required them to use half of the base to grow food, and later on, the beef and mutton were also transported by the other party and required to be raised. Qin Dazhuang felt that the mysterious person seemed to be playing an unpredictable chess game. He avoided talking about it and only said, you can ask the boss. She may have some plans. He had met the mysterious person of Zhang's store several times with Chenro, the so-called boss, and knew that she was not as obsessed with storing food as ordinary people. Chenro thought of her boss's usual style. The other party would most likely cooperate with the government, so she didn't need to worry. Chenro asked about another matter, regarding the construction of the underground city. What progress have you made? Speaking of this, Qin Dazhuang was a little worried. Although the boss gave me the structural diagram of the underground city, it is extremely difficult to implement it. We can't even find a professional construction worker here. How can we develop the policy of the underground city? Chenro suddenly had an idea. We lack talents here, but the government does. Qin Dazhuang raised his eyebrows. This might be a way. Jiang Jun only found out a few days later that the government was going to trade with the Jiang base. The fish finally took the bait, and it was worth her efforts to build a base. The most powerful forces nowadays are the government and the army. They should have realized the importance of snow crystals very early. Although they don't know their specific uses, they definitely have a lot of storage inside, and Jiang Jun's purpose is here. Just trading seeds is far from enough. Jiang Jun is ready to add more chips. You reply to the government, ask them if they are willing to buy the protective shield, but only snow crystals, and let them bring the price. After Chenro conveyed Jiang Jun's words to the other party, the head of the government immediately held a meeting. After the content of the meeting was sent to the leaders of all parties, it immediately aroused discussion among the people. But due to the presence of the number one leader, no one dared to make a loud noise. The number one leader raised his hand, signaled everyone to be quiet, and then said with a serious expression, "What do you think about this reply letter?" As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at each other, and couldn't help but talk about it. The instruction manual of this protective shield proved that it was different and ahead of its time. However, someone questioned, how could this protective shield be invented? Others also agreed that the appearance of the protective shield broke their original plan, and the authenticity of this protective shield was even more difficult to verify. But one person remained silent. He stared at the word protective shield on the document, and gritted his teeth and said, "The technology involved in the protective shield is very broad, but it is not impossible to achieve. It depends on whether the product the other party brings out is real." Instantly, everyone's eyes were cast on him. Some people wanted to refute, but when they saw the other party's appearance, they immediately swallowed their words. This person is Guru, a leader in the scientific community. The many technologies he studied broke through the foreign blockade of domestic technology, created a unique technology field in China, and cultivated generations of scientists. Guru said with a fiery look, "Because of the snowstorm, I also thought about making a protective shield to keep the snow out. But this technology is limited by the times, and we can't achieve the ideal state no matter what. So the initial progress of the protective shield has been shelved. We can't find a breakthrough point. If we can get the other party's protective shield, we may be able to take the research one step further." He paused for a moment and said, "But the premise is that their protective shield is real." The little leader sitting in the corner had the honor of entering the Jiang base, and witnessed a magical thing with his own eyes. He felt that he should tell it. The young leader coughed and said, "I have seen something magical before. I wonder if it can be used as a reference." The young leader's words instantly aroused everyone's curiosity, and they all signaled him to speak quickly. He faced everyone's gaze and said with a stiff face, "A month ago, a riot broke out at the Jiang base. Someone intended to attack base Chief Qin, but was blocked by a mysterious force. No one could get close. I was discussing cooperation with base Chief Qin at the time. I happened to see this scene and remembered it in my heart. Now it seems that base Chief Qin should have a protective shield in his hand. It should have helped base Chief Qin escape at that time." The other leaders didn't know whether they should be shocked that Mr. Gu actually started to study the technology of protective shields, or shocked that the Jiang base was the first to possess this technology. If so, the protective shield of Jiang's base can be said to have solved their urgent needs. But this matter is not without its strangeness. Jiang's base has breakthrough technology, and the source of this technology is unknown. The other party is mysterious, but they are willing to trade with them with their advanced technology, and they specifically ask for snow crystals, which means that the other party already understands the preciousness of snow crystals and their uses. Compared with this, their situation is instantly at a disadvantage. The other party has almost everything they want: food species, protective shields, and the uses of snow crystals. No one dared to disturb the thinking of the number one leader, because this decision might lead them into the trap of the other party. After weighing the pros and cons, The number one leader knew that the other party might have a trap. But who let the other party have such bait? He could only bite his teeth and jump to agree to the other party's deal. Jiang Jun, trap? Don't think too much. I just want your snow crystals. Is this the game of politicians? One head has 10 minds. Thinking too much. After Guru finished the meeting, he rushed to the laboratory and asked his researchers to prepare for the experimental products. He wanted to study this protective shield as soon as possible, and no one could get ahead of him. Although this world is rich in snow crystals, the quantity is still scarce. So the government is willing to exchange 10,000 snow crystals, which is the maximum amount they can offer. The two parties settled the payment and were very satisfied. Chen Dazhuang also took advantage of this transaction to ask the government for several construction engineers. The other party has excellent experience in national construction, which really solved Chen Dazhuang's underground city construction. The construction of the underground city in full swing naturally attracted the attention of the government. The government had already started underground construction when the snowstorm came, in order to prevent the ground temperature from dropping suddenly and being no longer suitable for living. However, their plan was only preliminary. Unlike the Zhang's base, which had a complete plan and policy. According to their investigation, the underground city plan included all aspects, like a small base, including the laying of underground heating pipes, equipment to prevent low temperatures, residential areas, breeding areas, and planting areas. The plans were extremely complete, as if humans would live underground in the future. This conjecture gave the government, which had not paid much attention to it, a deep chill. The Zhang's base had advanced technology, so it must have some speculation about the future. Maybe humans would move underground to live in the future. Thinking of this, the government felt that it was necessary to act immediately. All the intrigues were put aside. The most important thing now was the survival of humans. Under natural disasters, all humans must work together to overcome the difficulties. Chapter 35. The government first traded with Zhang's base with snow crystals and exchanged their underground city structure. They were pleasantly surprised to find that there were not only the composition, but also the production drawings of the equipment, which included some advanced technologies. This composition was obtained by Jiang Jun from the store system upgrade, which has the functions of defense and attack. It is not just an underground city. If the investment is sufficient, it can also build a small country. Jiang Jun decided to sell this underground city to the government after careful consideration. Otherwise, Chen Dazhuang would not be allowed to hire government officials. The appearance of the ice and snow world plus snow crystals means that this world will have to endure even colder weather. It is not enough to rely on her own strength, and she also needs the help of the country. The construction of the underground city began. The government first renovated Fengshou Village. Fengshou Village has a superior geographical location. There is a volcano below, which will not erupt easily. The temperature is suitable and more friendly to plants. After considering many factors, Fengshou Village was finally chosen. More and more people poured into Fengshou Village. They seemed to have noticed the government's actions and came to seek refuge. The government was in need of people, so they took all the laborers for their own use. The huge investment of manpower and material resources was the reward for the results. The underground city was built in just half a year. During this period, the temperature continued to drop. The outdoor temperature had reached more than 70 degrees below zero, making it difficult for humans to survive outdoors. A week after the underground city was built, a sudden snowstorm instantly brought people into a desperate situation. No one had expected that the temperature would drop drastically after slowly dropping, and the two were caught off guard. On that day, everyone went out to look for burnable wood as usual, trying to bring it back to relieve the cold air in the house. The original heating supply could not be supplied due to the lack of coal, and the use of electricity was even more limited, because in order to avoid freezing to death, people went out to look for opportunities. Jianyan was one of them. She took Jian Feng to the village to find some firewood to burn at home. She told him, "Don't run around. We'll be home soon. I have some firewood at home." Jian Feng's ears were red from the cold, and his fingers also had frostbite. Even if he had medicine, Jianyan couldn't take it out openly. She could only apply some medicine to him secretly to prevent his hands from rotting. Lu's wife was standing aside, muttering, "You came out when you have firewood. What's your intention?" Jiang Jun glanced at her, snorted coldly, "Why can't you come out when you have firewood? You are looking for trouble for no reason. My family can't tolerate a big Buddha like you." Lu's wife was furious and said, "How can you talk like that? We can hand in the food and come in. It's not up to you to leave or not. Lu's husband saw that Jiang Jun was unhappy and quickly scolded, "Stop talking. Shut up. You bitch." Then he smiled at Jiang Jun again. Jiang Yun had no time to care about them. Looking at the woods in the distance, she clearly felt the temperature drop. And in the central area of the woods far away, someone was running towards this side frantically. Frost spread from the northwest, and wherever it passed was like ice. Jiang Yun immediately picked up Jian Feng and ran towards home, shouting, "Run quickly! The cold wave is coming!" Others reacted and hurried to follow. Jiang Yun was the first to enter the basement that had been prepared long ago. Others noticed her movements and hurried to follow. Jiang Yun did not refuse or drive them away. After waiting for people to come in, she quickly closed the door. The frost was about to spread into the basement. She shouted, "Hurry up and turn on all the heaters. And light the coal stove." The Zhou sisters took the lead. They reacted quickly, turning on the stove, adding coal, and lighting the fire in one go. The power storage was also quickly turned on, and all the surrounding electric heaters were turned on to the maximum. The temperature rose instantly, and the frost began to retreat. The crisis subsided. It was not until then that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, they realized that the landlord actually hid a basement, and there were a lot of supplies in the basement. Some people carefully kept silent, while others could not hide their jealousy. The husband of the Lu family looked at the supplies in the back, and said with envy, "No wonder you eat delicious food every day. It turns out that you have hidden so many supplies, and you don't share them on weekdays, and you don't interact with your neighbors." Shuasi rolled her eyes. "People brought you to the basement, which saved your life, but you only care about other people's supplies, and didn't say thank you at all. It's the first time I've seen someone so ungrateful so quickly." The husband of the Lu family froze, and then smiled. "Of course, I have to be grateful. Xiao Jian, thank you for bringing us to the basement." But he still looked at the supplies in the basement greedily and said, "You see, we are trapped here, and your supplies are a waste. You might as well help us. And don't be so formal with neighbors." The husband of the Lu family's words aroused great contempt from everyone, and the wife of the Lu family ignored the eyes of others and followed suit. As soon as his parents opened their mouths, the Lu family's son could not wait to rush to the sausages. The junk food that he would not even look at before the end of the world actually made him feel like a vicious dog. When his hands covered with frostbite were about to touch it, Jian Feng blocked it and said angrily, "What are you doing?" The Lu family's son said fiercely, "Get out of the way." After that, he turned around and shouted to Lu's wife, "Mom, I want to eat sausages. You hurry up and drive them away. These are all mine." Jian Feng's neck was red with anger, and when he saw the other party reaching for it, he said, "Stop it." Jian Feng was fortunate to be trained by Jiang Yun, and he was no longer the same as before. When the Lu family's son rushed forward to push him, he took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness to hook his feet and flipped him to the ground. After Lu's son fell to the ground, he was stunned for a while. Then he reacted and burst into tears. The quiet basement suddenly became very noisy and harsh. People from other courtyards also came to Jiang Yun's basement. Seeing the tenant being so unreasonable, they felt sympathy for Jiang Yun's situation. When Lu's wife saw her son fall to the ground, she quickly helped him up with heartache and accused him in a vicious voice. "What is this for? There is so much food. What's wrong with my son eating a little?" Jiang Yun had expected this phenomenon, and she didn't plan to eat all the food by herself. But Lu's wife's attitude could not be tolerated. Jiang Jun said calmly, "You are not the only one in this basement. Besides, it is so dangerous outside. We are still trapped here. We should save our food." Other people who were indifferent said immediately after hearing this, "Lu family, how can you let your son take it carelessly? There are more than one family here. What will happen to others if you eat it?" Others also echoed, which made Lu's wife unable to continue speaking. She hid aside like a stray dog. "That's right. There are natural disasters and man-made disasters now. People have stored food with great difficulty. You can't just take it casually no matter what you say. We are still trapped here. These foods are for public use. You can't just embezzle them." Listening to these disgusting words that are taken for granted, Shuasi sneered, "This is really funny. Sister Jian took us to her basement and let us use these equipment for heating for free. She didn't think about gratitude, but only thought about the ownership of these foods. This is really killing the chicken to get the eggs." She promised, "Sister Jian, I won't take these foods for free. Leave an IOU. If you have any problems in the future, come to me. As long as I don't violate the bottom line, I will help you. Once she said this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought they could get it for free. But once Shuasi said this, they had to show some sincerity. Even if you want to get something for free, you have to pretend to do so on the surface. Yes. You can't let Xiao Jian suffer a loss. You have to pay back whatever you eat here. If you can't pay it back, just write an IOU. You have to remember others' kindness in the future. Life is not easy now. Xiao Jian may only have this little food. Write an IOU. Don't think of eating and drinking for free. Someone muttered, you have saved so much. What's wrong with taking some out? Shuasi looked at the other person directly and said bluntly, then take out your food and share it with everyone. I think you are willing to do it. When the temperature rises, remember to go to his house to get food. The man choked, I don't have so much food at home. Shuasi sneered, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The man stopped talking instantly. Jiang Jun looked at Shuasi gratefully, accepting this favor. Shuasi nodded and turned to look after her sister. Jiang Jun took out a bucket of instant noodles from the kitchen cabinet and said, some of them are stored in the early days, and now they are trapped here. I am willing to share these things with everyone, but it does not mean that I will give them away in vain. It would be best to have an IOU. I will not ask you to pay back the food, but you must remember my kindness in saving you. I don't want to save an ungrateful person. She was alone and weak, she could not monopolize the supplies, and she had anticipated this phenomenon when she took the people to the basement. An IOU did not have much impact on them, so everyone agreed to this suggestion. The basement was small and crowded. There were about a dozen survivors in the house. They basically ran in behind Jiang Jun. They each occupied an area and curled up in their own position. The temperature became lower and lower in the next few days. Even the electric heater supplied by the power storage device could not prevent the invasion of cold air. Everyone was shivering. Fortunately, Jiang Jun had prepared a lot of quilts. As the temperature dropped, some equipment was frozen, and everyone started burning coal for heating. Some honeycomb coal in the corner relieved the cold. The food that was originally thought to be sufficient suddenly became a little scarce. Everyone lived frugally, tightened their belts, and prayed that they could get through this sudden drop in temperature as soon as possible. A week later, the temperature rose, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just in case, they waited for 2 more days, and finally decided to go out to check the situation. After opening the basement and walking through the stairs, they immediately saw the snow piles outside the house that were taller than people. The temperature was a world apart from before. They were frozen stiff after staying outside for less than an hour. After they cleared the snow and saw people, it was already a few days later. Only then did they realize how lucky they were. Chapter 36. Almost half of the people in the village were buried in the snow and had no chance of survival. They either starved to death due to lack of food or froze to death due to low temperatures. The government came out only 2 days earlier than them, and is now doing its best to rescue more people. All the people who have been rescued have been placed in the newly built underground city. Even though some equipment is not complete, no one complained. The underground city alone can isolate the cold air, which has made people rush to enter the underground city. When everyone arrived at the underground city, a small number of survivors had already gathered underground. There were people queuing up at the table next to the door to receive supplies. After they went forward to register, they received basic supplies. Jiang Jun was a native of Fengshou village, so she had a separate house. The other tenants who followed behind her looked at her enviously. Although it was a separate room, it was actually a bit small inside. There were only 2 people in his family now. If there were more people, it would be very inconvenient to live in such a room. But it was better than a big bed. After packing up everything, Jiang Yun took Jian Feng to the supplies department and found that a certain amount of contribution points were required to receive the supplies. Now the only way to get contribution points was to go outside to rescue the survivors. Jian Feng's face was already red from the cold, but his eyes were no longer as ignorant as before. He said firmly, Mom, I also want to go out and participate in the rescue. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative to adapt to the environment, he would be abandoned by the environment one day. He couldn't live under protection forever. Jiang Yun understood his urgency and didn't stop him. People who were weaker than him were struggling to survive. In order to adapt to the cold outside, Jiang Jun took a step-by-step approach. He let him stay outside for 1 hour on the first day. and then gradually increased the time. An adult can only stay outside for 2 hours at most. Otherwise he will get frostbite all over his body, and his body will suffer from hypothermia, and he will die if he is not careful. This sudden drop in temperature caused the world's population to drop by more than half. All people began to move underground, and only the government or Zhang's base had underground cities. So people from all over the country began to migrate to the government or Zhang's base. Due to this disaster, food became more scarce. Today, humans live underground. The temperature difference between the surface and underground is about 100 degrees. The harsh environment seems to kill people. Even those who survived the cold wave found it difficult to migrate to the government base or Zhang's base. At this time, the function of the protective shield was demonstrated. The government once again used snow crystals to buy a protective shield, formed a special rescue team, and went to various parts of the country to rescue survivors. Not only did the government base take action, but Zhang's base also began to look for surviving humans around. Now there is nothing more precious than humans. Jiang Jun trained Jian Feng during the day, and went into the store to check the situation at night. The transaction with Shinro was also carried out on time. With the construction of the base, and the breeding of animals and plants, the Zhang's base is now self-sufficient. Occasionally, Jiang Jun would exchange some things from the Zhang's base. She now has enough snow crystals. One snow crystal can allow her to transfer twice. She looked at the supplies behind her, and an idea came to her mind. Under the vast snow scene, it is hard to imagine that anyone can survive. But humans have unlimited possibilities. The tall buildings were buried in the snow, and in a corner where no one cared, a small human suddenly ran through the snow. He held the package tightly in his hand, and his red fingers showed that his skin was in critical condition. The temperature began to drop, and the cold penetrated his skin through his clothes. He had to speed up his pace. Turning the corner, he saw an entrance, and he immediately went in. The people who had been waiting inside took his package, and the others put blankets and clothes on him, and then hugged him and walked down together. Caillou, warm up quickly. Stretch out your hand. I'll apply the medicine to you. Your hand will swell up in a while. The middle-aged Lu Hong applied the frostbite medicine he had prepared long ago on his hand. After Nie Caillou's temperature rose, he quickly stuffed the hot water bag into his arms. Nie Caillou was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. We have already searched the surrounding area. There is basically not much food. I can stay outside for 5 hours now. I can try to go to a farther place to find food. Lu Hong frowned and said, No. If you go to a farther place, no one can guarantee that you can come back. If you don't come back on time, your life cannot be guaranteed. Caillou, don't run far away. Let's think of other ways. That's right. The temperature outside is so low. What if something happens accidentally? I can stay outside for 3 hours now. I will go with you later. Lu Hong put away the medicine, left this sentence and left. Lu Hong barely survived due to hypothermia. Everyone advised him to rest for a while, but Lu Hong firmly refused. He knew in his heart that they found this underground mall by chance when the cold wave came. There were not many supplies inside. If they could not find supplies, they would be trapped to death here. There were about 30 people in the underground mall. Most of them were children around 10 years old. Since the snowstorm began, they had been hiding here. When the cold wave came, their parents were out looking for supplies, and could not escape death. As an elder, Lu Hong had to protect these children no matter what. Come out and see. Something is falling from the sky. A prickly-haired boy rushed in and shouted. Lu Hong hurriedly asked, What happened outside? The prickly-haired boy scratched his head. There is a drone spinning in the air, dropping paper from time to time. Dropping paper? And drones? It's freezing and snowy now. How can drones fly? Lu Hong felt more and more that something was wrong outside, and he told everyone to stay where they were. I'll go out and check the situation first. If I don't come back in an hour, you'll hide quickly. Understand? Nie Pingyu also felt that something was wrong outside. Uncle Lu, I'll go out with you. Lu Hong was worried about his injuries, but Nie Pingyu was determined, so he had to compromise. After the two took measures to keep warm, they looked at each other and walked out of the underground city exit carefully. When they went out, the drone had disappeared, leaving only the leaflets on the ground, scattered around. Lu Hong looked around vigilantly, quickly picked up the leaflet from the ground, and stuffed it into Nie Pingyu's hand. After returning to the underground mall, Nie Pingyu took out the leaflet. And after roughly browsing it, his expression was somewhat unbelievable. Uncle Lu, do you think what is written on this leaflet is true? Lu Hong looked at him doubtfully, reached out to take it, and saw that it was written on it. Hello fellow survivors. For the survival and reproduction of mankind, Zhang Store will distribute rescue packages to fellow survivors at 12 o'clock tomorrow in the Central Square, in the hope that you can survive until the arrival of the rescue army. The current location of the rescue army is also marked on it, and there is a map on the back of the flyer, which contains the location information and route map of the 2 largest underground bases in the country. And the description of the underground base on it is extremely detailed. But it is unbelievable. They can't believe that there is such a beautiful base. Lu Hong was dumbfounded and asked, are there really troops coming to rescue us? Are the soldiers here? Are we saved? Uncle Lu, will we not freeze to death? When the children heard that the army was coming to rescue, they immediately surrounded Lu Hong and asked him questions excitedly. They looked so excited that they seemed to have full trust in the army. Nie Kaiyu and Lu Hong looked at each other. They didn't think the army would come to rescue people. Maybe it was a trap set by someone. But in front of the children, they chose to remain silent and didn't break their fantasy. Granny Zhang said helplessly, children, stop bothering your Uncle Lu. They have other things to do. After hearing this, the children immediately stopped asking questions, but their eyes were still looking at Lu Hong expectantly. In desperation, Lu Hong could only say, you go back first. Uncle Lu and your brother Nya will go out to check the situation tomorrow. They will definitely say hello to the soldiers for you. The children left with satisfaction. Nie Kaiyu frowned and said, do you want to go to the Central Square tomorrow? Go! By the way, check the situation and see how many people are still alive around us. The Central Square is not far away. Lu Hong felt that even if it was a trap, he was willing to go and take a look. Nothing is more important than supplies. He wants to see what supplies the other party is distributing. Whatever he can get back is good. The next day, the Central Square. The area that should have been bustling and lively was deserted. The white snow covered the earth. A head could be vaguely seen in the corners. Everyone was watching. Now the sun was approaching noon. The Zhang Store mentioned in the flyer did not appear. They sincerely suspected that they had been deceived. How could such a good thing happen in this world? Is this flyer fake? I think someone is fooling us, letting us freeze in the snow. Those hiding in the building, hiding in the corner, or hiding in other places, all began to talk and discuss leaving. Didn't we say 12 o'clock? It's not here yet, wait a little longer. Old Zhang, do you really believe it? When did you become so naive? Get out of the way, Old Zhang. Don't believe it, I'm just waiting until 12 o'clock. Nie Kaiyu looked at the empty Central Square and said, Uncle Lu, are we still here? Wait until 12 o'clock. Lu Hong glanced around. I didn't expect there were so many people hiding there. It's worth it this time. The slowly moving sun finally reached noon, and everyone stared at the Central Square area without blinking. The square, which was originally deserted, had a house suddenly appear out of thin air the next second. Look! What is this? It just appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 37. Old Zhang, am I blind? Why do I see a house built in the Central Square? Go away, you are not blind. Not only is a house built, there are words written on it. Let me see, the name is Zhang's shop. Old Zhang was shocked. Oh my god, this Zhang's shop actually appeared. On the other side, Nie Kaiyu was also shocked. This Zhang's shop really appeared. How did it suddenly appear? Is there really magic? Lu Hong slapped him on the back of the head. Wake up, didn't you see that everyone else ran over there? Hurry up and catch up. Whether it was true or not, everyone started moving towards Zhang's shop. And when they got closer, everyone felt something was wrong. Why is the temperature wrong? Do you feel the temperature has risen? Really? The wind doesn't seem to be so stinging anymore. Pinch me. Lao Zhang. Why do I feel this is so unreal? After Lao Zhang felt that the temperature was wrong, he immediately took off a piece of his clothes and rushed forward. When his companion saw this, he immediately said in surprise, Are you going to die? Put on your clothes quickly. Lao Zhang said in surprise, Quick! Take off your clothes quickly. It's really not cold here at all. The people who were still hesitating on the periphery ran forward quickly, and they instantly felt the unusual temperature around them. When everyone was amazed at the abnormal temperature, the small speaker hanging next to Zhang's store sounded. Relief supplies will be distributed soon. Please line up in an orderly manner. Each person is limited to 1 copy. Don't take more than you want. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The small speaker played in a loop, bringing everyone back to their senses. They remembered that they still had supplies to collect. Now everyone has seen the unusualness of Zhang's store. Even if they are stupid, they know not to make trouble. Therefore, they all lined up in front of the store very obediently. Soon the store's sales window opened, and a woman with a pretty face stood behind the counter. She held a package and said in a cold voice, "There are the most basic supplies in it, including food, frostbite medicine, special cold-proof clothing and other items. Everyone is warned not to fight for them. The government army will come to rescue in the near future. These supplies are only distributed in advance in case of emergency. Once it is discovered that someone is fighting for other people's rescue supplies, the underground base will not allow this person to enter." After she finished speaking, everyone looked at the rescue package in her hand with burning eyes. Some people carefully took note that they could not snatch supplies, while others mocked and disagreed in their hearts. After the woman, the cook, informed them of all the precautions and usage methods, she began to distribute relief supplies. After Lu Hong and Ye Kaiyu received the supplies, they hurried back to the underground mall and took the children to the central square. The temperature around the store was suitable, so they did not have to worry about the children getting frostbite. Everyone ran around and led others to the store to receive relief supplies. Some people wanted to take advantage of the situation and get another one, but they were all found out by the cook and thrown aside. Those who refused to change their ways were seriously injured. Since then, no one dared to try again. Everything was going on in full swing. Jiang Jun's measures made the army feel relieved. It turned out that many survivors could not survive until the arrival of the army. Many of them either froze to death or starved to death. Even if the rescue army rushed, it would always be a step late. Jiang Jun's rescue package largely guaranteed people's basic survival, ensuring that they could survive until the arrival of the rescue army. Thanks to Jiang Jun's help, the number of human survival increased a lot. When the government heard about the magic of Zhang's store, they immediately understood the people behind Zhang's base. But they all tacitly agreed not to ask about the situation of Zhang's base. Occasionally, they would try to trade high-tech products with Zhang's base. Although they were rejected, they still persevered. The other players who stayed in this ice and snow world clearly felt the difference of this world. They originally wanted to accumulate snow crystals in this world, but they did not expect that the government would limit the number of snow crystals, and that privately storing snow crystals would be punished. Snow crystals, as an energy item, are restricted by the state. The people in this world seem to have an unusual trust in the state. They almost all handed over the snow crystals to the state. The main reason is that the government confessed to the public that their underground city needs a lot of snow crystals to support it, in order to ensure that humans are not harmed by the cold wave. Therefore, if the tasker wants to obtain snow crystals, he must go outside to find them. However, in the cold environment outside, even the tasker cannot guarantee that he can come and go safely. Yuan stayed in the comfortable underground city, and couldn't help but sigh about his identity as a villager of Fengshu village. Because of this identity, he doesn't have to run around outside like other taskers. Now he has more than 20 snow crystals in his hand, which is a great harvest. After a while, when the task is completed, he can exchange these snow crystals for points to prepare for the next task. I don't know how other taskers are doing. Anyway, this game is the most comfortable he has ever had. I feel like he is being led by others invisibly. Is there a big boss in this game? Because of the blockage of information, the magic of Zhang's store has not been spread to the outside world, so the players don't know that someone is distributing relief supplies. Otherwise, they would definitely say, the boss is awesome. Yuan looked at the little time left, and decided to take advantage of the last few days to collect more snow crystals. It just so happened that the base had a constant temperature suit, which was specially made for people who went out to find supplies. Although the constant temperature time was short, it was better than nothing. Wu Tsuajuan had been living a comfortable life recently. Her family was assigned a separate room, and her son was also promising. He often went out with the team to find supplies, and brought back a lot of good things. And Chen now also has a position, working in the administrative department arranged by the government. She usually registers foreign survivors, and is very busy. There is a special school in the underground city. Jian Feng usually attends classes for half a day, and the rest of the time he goes out with the team. He has become a man now, and no longer cries like before. The villagers of Fengshu village now feel as if they were in another world when they were trapped before. Life is getting better and better. Humans always find ways to survive. The Liu couple was driven out because they instructed their son to steal government supplies. Their daughter became an orphan. But fortunately, she was adopted by the government and had enough food in order to repay the Shua sisters for helping them out. Jiang Jun secretly arranged good jobs for them. Although the sisters lived in a large bunk bed, their lives were getting better and better. Recently, they are discussing buying a house from the government. Jiang's base no longer needed Jiang Yun's material support. The construction of the underground city there was more advanced than the government's, and she had put a lot of thought into it. So when the system prompted that the task was completed, Jiang Yun stayed for a few more years through the loophole of the store, did the side tasks arranged by the system, collected a lot of snow crystals, and watched everyone's life getting better and better. The scientists in this world are very powerful. In just a few years, they independently developed high-tech products such as protective shields and constant temperature suits, and greatly explored the energy use of snow crystals. She witnessed with her own eyes, human beings went from the ground to the underground, and then from the underground to the ground, technology continued to develop, and human beings continued to grow. After handing over everything, Jiang Jun waited for the arrival of the system. Mission completed, system settlement in progress. Mission, Ice and Snow City. Completion, A. This mission was successfully completed, and 3,000 points were obtained. Statistics in progress. Host name, Jiang Jun. Level, LV10. HP, 824, 324 plus 500 points, 67410 plus 3,000. The next mission will start in a week. Please prepare in advance. Jiang Jun's eyes went dark, and she instantly returned to the real world. She looked at the sky outside, which was still extremely hot, and the long-lost heat made her miss it a little. A few minutes later, she resolutely returned to the room to enjoy the air conditioning. After the last world, a lot of materials were used up, most of which were free aid she provided out of softness. Some people might say that she was a saint, but she was just doing what she should do, helping those who should be helped. Jiang Jun exchanged the looted gold for cash, went abroad, bought a few guns on the black market, and went to a big oil country to store a lot of oil for emergency use. A week is very short, and she knows very little about the next world. So she wrote down all the natural disasters that might occur, and bought all the material she needed. She was also a person who had experienced 2 natural disasters in the world. She had some experience in storing supplies. She added oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and seasonings, pots, pans, and rice, flour and oil. She went to the wholesale market to buy supplies in batches, and then transported them to the warehouse. She couldn't forget about clothes. She forgot to keep clothes in the last world. In the end, she only had 2 sets of clothes to change back and forth. The industry had not developed. Clothes were all handmade. She couldn't buy them because plants were precious. How could they be used to make clothes? In the end, she could only wear constant temperature clothes. She brought clothes and bedding, and also bottled water, just in case there was a virus. She also brought a lot of protective clothing, isolation clothing, masks, gas masks and other products. Medicines were also indispensable. She bought a lot of domestic and foreign medicines, both Chinese and Western medicines. Recently, Jiang Jun became interested in traditional Chinese medicine, bought a lot of traditional Chinese medicine textbooks, and went to traditional Chinese medicine hospitals to learn a lot of knowledge about medicinal materials. After the natural disaster, who would have the heart to make Western medicine? Western medicine was used less and less, and later traditional Chinese medicine became more and more precious and gradually became the mainstream. After getting everything ready, it wasn't long before the game started. Even though there was a cook, Jiang Jun also ordered a lot of ready-made takeaway drinks and juices, which she kept in a static space to satisfy her cravings. She carefully examined the material she had stored, and only felt relieved when she saw that nothing was missing. Then she waited for the system to arrive. Mission, infested with insects. Survival time, 3 years. Difficulty, difficult. Opening time, 2 p.m. September 23rd, 2035. Reward, 2,000 points. Mission transmitting. Transmitting successfully. Jiang Jun opened his eyes and saw a brick hitting him. Chapter 38. Insects are everywhere. Jiang Jun opened her eyes and saw a brick hitting her. She didn't have time to think, so she rolled to the side and dodged the brick. Bah! You bitch! You dare to hide! I'll beat you to death! The pungent smell of alcohol reached her nose, making Jiang Jun frown. The drunk man threw the brick on the ground, picked up the bottle, and staggered towards her. Jiang Jun felt a sharp pain on her forehead. She touched her forehead with her hand, only to see blood staining her fingertips, and the red blood dripped down her cheeks to the ground. The drunk man was still cursing. Peng Fong! I asked you to cook. What kind of food did you cook? I endured it outside. You ate delicious food at home, and you still have the nerve to go to the police? You have lost all my face today. I will beat you to death. The drunk man was the husband of the original owner. The original owner had been married for more than 10 years, and had been suffering from domestic violence. She was always covered with scars and bruises. In order to let her son find a wife and get married smoothly, she endured it for more than 10 years. But looking at her son's face that was gradually similar to her husband's, she realized that her tolerance not only contributed to her husband's arrogance, but also made her son grow up in such an environment and become like his father. Dad, what are you doing? If you want to beat me, do it quickly. Why are you dawdling? I'm waiting for dinner. Zhang Xing is the original owner's son. He shouted impatiently. He didn't care about his mother being abused at home. Not only did he not stop her, but he also urged her to finish beating her quickly and wait for the original owner to cook. Zhang Jiming smiled flatteringly. Dad, finish beating her quickly, so as not to delay Xiaoxing's dinner time. Zhang Xing has accomplished nothing now. After dropping out of school, he has become a stay-at-home. Occasionally, he and his friends form a gangster team and rob students around the school. Zhang Xing was taller than Zhang Jiming, and he was young and strong, and he had a bad temper. He was afraid of him when he took it out on him. Zhang Jiming didn't dare to get angry at his son. He was filled with anger, so he clenched the bottle and threw it at Jiang Yun. His foot was ready to kick her. Jiang Yun dodged the bottle, grabbed his outstretched foot with both hands, and pulled it hard. Zhang Jiming fell to the ground unexpectedly. The broken pieces of the bottle fell on the ground and instantly pierced his buttocks and body. His face was distorted with pain, and he roared, "Bitch!" Jiang Yun got up, passed Zhang Xing, took a tissue from the table, wiped his forehead, and instantly soaked the entire paper. Zhang Xing glanced at her fiercely and said, "Since you've gotten up, then hurry up and cook. Don't waste time here, wandering back and forth and annoying people." Jiang Jun glanced at him with a sneer, grabbed the paper bag, and slammed the door and walked out. "Damn it, eat. I'll see you eat dog shit." The murderous aura revealed in those eyes shocked Zhang Xing's whole body. When he reacted, he saw that the person had slammed the door and walked out. Zhang Xing said angrily, "Damn it, you dared to glare at me." Turning around and seeing Zhang Jiming still lying on the ground screaming, he immediately stepped forward and kicked him again. "Your wife actually dared to touch me. You, a cowardly waste, how dare you let your wife glare at me?" The sound of Zhang Jiming's screams and Zhang Xing's angry curses came from behind the door. Jiang Jun covered her forehead with a tissue. As soon as she went out, she met the neighbor who came forward to check on her. "Sifeng, how come you are injured again?" "I tell you, women, we have to obey men on weekdays. Otherwise it's not a good thing to be beaten all the time." She said in a roundabout way, "You too. How can you go to the police station? It's normal for couples to fight. When the child grows up and gets married, your life will get better and better. The blessings are still to come." The neighbor was the matchmaker of the original owner. She was indispensable in the matchmaking of the original owner's marriage. The original owner wanted a divorce, so she reported the domestic violence to the police station. She originally thought that she could get rid of the domestic violence environment as soon as possible, but who knew that a divorce cooling-off period would restrict her to marriage? And she suffered constant beatings from her husband, and eventually died. Now the whole community does not condemn the domestic violence perpetrators, but blames the original owner for reporting to the police station, affecting the reputation of the community, causing house prices to fall. And now she has to endure this violence and enjoy this blessing that is not in vain. Jiang Jun wiped the blood from her forehead and put the blood-stained paper into her hands in the disgusted expression of the neighbor's elder sister. "Do you want this blessing? Why don't you go to our house and become Zhang Jiming's wife now? Since you like this blessing so much, I will give it to you." Ignoring the dark face of the neighbor's elder sister, Jiang Jun glanced at the inquiring eyes around her and shouted, "If anyone wants this blessing, come and tell me quickly. I will give her the key to my house immediately. Don't be polite, this is a blessing." After saying this, Jiang Jun strode straight to the hospital. This time the mission is insects are infested. It seems to be related to insects. If it is related to insects, then there is basically no safe place in this world, because insects can penetrate everywhere. The first thing to prepare should be various insecticides and pesticides. Since there are insects, food will be the first to be affected, and food reserves are also indispensable. Medicines, oil and other supplies, Jeong-jun will stock up a lot every time she arrives in a world. After treating her wounds, she looked at the little money left in her hand, put it in her pocket, and took a car back home. The house was in a mess, and everyone had already left. She searched the walls and cabinets, and found all the passbooks and bank cards that Zhang Jiming had hidden in the corner, and stuffed them into her bag. She scanned the whole room. Her eyes fell on the mace left by Zhang Xing at the entrance. She was going to give them a gift. She easily took out all the money from her passbook and bank card, and swaggered towards the wholesale market, buying disinfectants, protective clothing, insecticides and other supplies. Ding! Ding! This mission world is a novel world. Do you want to accept the plot? The system waited until now before speaking. Novel? Jeong-jun asked in confusion. Yes. The universe is so big. There are thousands of worlds. And the world formed by novel consciousness is only one of them. And the Doomsday novel among them forms our mission world. Jeong-jun did not ask any more questions, except the plot. This is a Doomsday rebirth article. Himi was betrayed in his previous life, and died together with the other party, and was reborn back to before the Doomsday. She took back the jade pendant that the female supporting role had taken away, and accidentally discovered that it was a space. Through this space, she lived a prosperous life in the apocalypse, and met Su Feibai, the son of the base commander. The two of them eventually got together, and built the base into the largest and most famous base. No mission? She waited for a long time, but did not see the mission window pop up. No. The host only needs to survive in the apocalyptic world for 3 years. Jeong-jun frowned. She did not believe the system telling her that the novel plot had no purpose. But that has nothing to do with her. She will not contact the heroine. It is better to have less trouble than more. She lives peacefully and survives this doomsday. That is the most important thing. When Jeong-jun received the plot of the novel, other taskers also received it. Some taskers began to plan to approach the heroine and take the lead in snatching the heroine's space. Some taskers wanted to hug the heroine's thigh. Some taskers chose to approach the hero in order to get a share of it. Jeong-jun began to collect a large amount of supplies and transferred them all into the space when no one was paying attention. She did not choose to go home, but rented a hotel. In the single suite, the LCD TV was playing news, and the reporter was holding a microphone to interview the farmer. Behind the farmer were crops being bitten by insects. It was harvest time. But these insects came out from nowhere and ate all the crops. How can we survive? We rely on these crops all year round. That's right. Even if we spray pesticides, we can't kill all the insects. Moreover, if we spray too much pesticides, how can we eat these crops? You are a reporter, right? You have to report our situation to the higher authorities. Farming is not easy nowadays. We farmers work so hard to survive on these crops. The farmer surrounded the reporter and complained about the recent crop harvest, hoping that the government would provide them with assistance as soon as possible. Jeong-jun picked up the cup and took a sip of water. It seems to have started. Ding! The ringtone of the mobile phone sounded. Jeong-jun climbed up from the bed, took the phone to answer it. Hello, is this Miss Peng? A female voice came from the phone. This is the police station. Your husband called the police and said that you stole the property in the house. Would it be convenient for you to come to the police station? Jeong-jun memorized the address of the police station, packed up the luggage in the house roughly, and went to the front desk to check out. The police station, Zhang Jiming's cursing sounded throughout the hall, and all the staff avoided his gaze. How do you policemen do things? If you don't arrest people, will it work if you just make a phone call? That bitch ran away with the money. Zhang Jiming recalled that when he came home today, he saw the house in a mess. The refrigerator, TV, and wardrobe were all smashed. The whole scene looked like a burglary. Who knew that after checking, it turned out to be that bitch Peng Fong who did it. She was so bold. She got braver. When the male police saw Zhang Jiming wanted to smash something, he immediately warned him, "Sir, please pay attention to your behavior." Zhang Jiming's anger accumulated more and more, and it reached its peak when he saw Jeong-jun coming from the door. "You bitch! How dare you show up in front of me?" He clenched his fists and was about to hit Jeong-jun. A group of policemen behind him rushed forward to stop him. Jiang Jun looked at him coldly, easily grasped his fist, twisted it back, kicked him to the ground with his screams. She turned around and said with a smile, "I am acting in self-defense. Besides, this is our family affair, so don't bother with it. Regarding the theft of money, you may have heard it wrong. I took my own passbook and bank card. How can it be considered stealing? What's more, the passbook and bank card are opened in my name, so you must have made a mistake." All the office staff in the police station didn't react. Zhang Jiming had already fallen to the ground, and they stayed where they were and listened to Jiang Jun's long output. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to react. A female police officer stepped forward and said, "We may have made a mistake. Thank you for making this trip." Jiang Jun smiled and said it was okay, and turned around and dragged Zhang Jiming out of the police station with one hand. "What are you doing? Let me go! You damn woman!" A young police officer whispered. "Are you going to let him go now? It's a matter between a couple. We police officers can't intervene in this family affair." The female police officer rolled her eyes. "Besides, this man often commits domestic violence, and he deserves to be beaten." Chapter 39. Zhang Jiming still glared at Jiang Jun, with a very arrogant attitude. "Peng Fong, you dare to hit me, believe it or not. Your parents will come and beat you. Your son is not married yet. If you divorce me, it's your son who will be delayed." Seeing that Jiang Jun didn't say anything, he looked impatient again. "I won't hit you anymore. You loosen the ropes on me, and I will forgive you for stealing money." "Jiang Jun, forgive me?" She couldn't help laughing. "What mistakes did I make? You said forgive me? It's ridiculous. Is this son my son? Don't say so much nonsense. Besides, the original owner's parents married their daughter to a well-known domestic violence man for the bride price, and it was none of her business whether they lived or died." Jiang Jun waved the mace in his hand, and the sound of the wind was heard, which successfully made Zhang Jiming's face show fear. "Killing people is illegal. You should think it through." Zhang Jiming looked at the sharp weapon on the mace. His body trembled, and his voice began to tremble. When the mace passed by his ears, he couldn't help but beg for mercy. The center of his pants gradually soaked, and yellow water flowed on the ground, and a fishy smell came out. Jiang Jun looked at him with disdain and cursed him for being a bully. There was a sound at the door. Jiang Jun looked at Zhang Sheng, who opened the door and came in. As soon as they met, his mouth was full of filth. "What are you doing, old man? You're so scared staying here. I see my dad hasn't beaten you in the past few days. I'll let him." He hadn't finished speaking yet. He looked up and saw his dad lying on the ground, and his mom was standing beside him with a mace. He couldn't help laughing and said, "It seems that this rabbit also has a temper. Let me see how capable you are." Jiang Jun shook the mace and laughed suddenly. "You came at the right time. I didn't have to look for you." She washed her hands, looked at the two people lying on the ground with bruises on their faces, squatted on the ground and patted Zhang Xing's face, and laughed at the other's horrified eyes. "Boy, be polite to your mother in the future. This is the price you pay for not respecting your mother. I'll take the money. You can keep this house. Don't try to find me, Zhang Xing. If you want to find someone to teach me a lesson, I will accompany you to the end. But you won't be so lucky next time." After warning the two, Jiang Jun took the mace away. She looked at the bustling and noisy streets. It was hard to imagine that it would become a hell on earth in a while and enter the end of the world. Jiang Jun traded a motorhome with the government in the last world. At that time, the motorhome was difficult to move in the ice and snow, so it was used by the government to trade supplies with me. Now that I have come to the new mission world, the usefulness of this motorhome has become apparent. She found a hidden warehouse and released the RV from the space. The RV was about 4 meters high, with 2 floors. Each floor was an independent suite, including a bed, a bathroom, a wardrobe, etc. Although small, it was fully equipped. The kitchen was arranged on the first floor, with a dining table, a booth, kitchenware, and a refrigerator. There was also a small LCD TV behind the driver's seat, which could be connected to the internet to play movies. The chassis of this RV was high and stable, and it could travel on various complex roads. And because it was given by the government, all performance aspects were taken into account in order to achieve perfection. She also made the original balcony of the RV into a closed one to prevent others from peeping. the water purification tank, hot water tank, and sewage tank at the rear and lower end of the RV all meet the needs of life. Moreover, it uses solar energy to store electricity and has a generator, so the problem of daily electricity consumption can also be solved. When Jeong-joon first took over the RV, she asked Shin-ro to help her prepare defense. It was bulletproof on all sides, and she had a protective shield, so it was basically a perfect safe house. Jeong-joon planned to grow vegetables or raise chickens and ducks on the second floor, because no one lived on the second floor. She folded up the bed, sofa, and table to make room, and bought hydroponic equipment, the most important of which were nutrient solution storage tanks and nutrient solution circulation equipment, as well as planting baskets. There is also a small room on the second floor. She lifted the only bed inside and kept chickens, ducks, and other livestock in it. In order to prevent the smell from escaping, she also made a vent and ventilated at designated times. She kept them on the second floor for a reason, because the upper floor can open a skylight. Originally, it was for enjoying the night view. Now it is just right for her to grow vegetables, so that the vegetables can photosynthesize. Moreover, the skylight is closed, and the upper floor is isolated by glass, which can also prevent insects from invading. Jeong-joon drove it to a 4S store, and waxed it under the amazed eyes of the clerk, trying to isolate insects to the greatest extent. Then she drove to the supermarket for supplies, bought a lot of food and stored it in the car. Others thought she was going on a trip, so they were not surprised. After Jeong-joon made all the preparations, she drove the car to the RV camp, filled up the water tank, and sat in the car to watch the recent news on the LCD TV. On February 17th, most parts of my country will experience large-scale heavy rains. Please take protective measures when going out. She sat on the dining table and picked up a piece of braised beef brisket, and raised her hand to take a bowl of tremella porridge handed to her by the cook. Why can the cook come and go freely in the RV? Because she moved the entire store to the first floor of the RV, originally. The Doomsday system did not agree, but Xiaobai thought that similar ice cream trucks could also be considered stores. He couldn't be old-fashioned, so he excitedly rejected the Doomsday system's disagreement and immediately moved the store to the RV. So although her car is an RV, there is a window on the first floor where she can sell items, and she also puts the sign on the car casually, and occasionally someone comes to buy something, and it is left to the cook to deal with. After dinner, she began to browse the website. Recently, a post was posted online, which caused a lot of heat, because it said that the end of the world is coming and insects will sweep the world. At first, all the comments below were insulting the poster, saying that he was whimsical, spreading rumors and causing trouble, and some even tagged the internet police to arrest the poster. But as time went on, when insects eating crops appeared in major news, mosquitoes were everywhere, and the country began to guide the purchase of insecticides. The whole network began a new hot discussion about this post. Is the end of the world really coming? I feel like it might be true. I've caught a lot of bugs during this time at home. I was bitten by a bug, and then I got all over my body. Picture? Ah, my eyes are going blind. My intensive phobia is coming. Damn it! I shouldn't have clicked on the picture. Ah! Jeong-joon glanced at the Doomsday post. Some people in the comments section believed it, and some didn't. She thought for a moment, and wrote a comment under this post about tips on how to survive the end of the world. After it was published, it instantly became a hot search. When she saw this post, she already knew it was posted by the heroine, so she was willing to lend a helping hand, hoping that more people could survive. When Jeong-joon went out to buy supplies, she clearly felt the changes. Pesticides and insect repellents began to be snapped up crazily, and companies began to produce them in large quantities, and then circulated them in the market. The number and variety of insecticides and insect repellents on the market increased. She took the opportunity to buy some, and then waited for the end of the world. There are only 2 minutes and 46 seconds left until the end of the world. There are more than 2 hours left. After midnight, the whole world will usher in the end of the world. The drizzle of rain fell from the sky, dropping on the ground and seeping into the soil. The store in the RV camp is still in business. Its lights shine like signals in the dark night. Many people are still having open-air picnics in the RV camp, with awnings and folding chairs, lying on the chairs and enjoying the rainy scene in the night, which is the most beautiful at ordinary times. After midnight, all the lights began to flicker. Tourists looked around in confusion, and some held umbrellas to ask staff about the situation. Suddenly someone screamed, "Bugs! Bugs! Ah! Ah! I'm covered with bugs. Ah! Where did the bugs come from? Ah! Everyone started screaming. Their arms, hair, and bodies were covered with bugs, which made people's scalps numb. Someone found the source of the bugs, looked up and shouted, "Look! It's raining bugs! Get back to the car! Don't stay outside! Go! Go back! Don't get off the car! Quick! 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 Take off the outer layer of clothes! Don't bring them into the car!" Everyone took off their coats, threw the coats covered with bugs on the ground, quickly closed the door, and rushed into the bathroom to wash. Jiang-jun could hear the screams of terror from other RVs while sitting in the car. Everyone began to collapse. Why did bugs suddenly rain outside? Is the world really coming to an end? The world began to panic. Under the flashing lights, they kept making phone calls. Screams and collapses came one after another. Some people called the police and firefighters. But all the lines were busy. They could only stay in the small RV and wait for dawn, praying that the rain would stop. People who stayed in the RV at least had a closed space, while people living in the city or the countryside, they were already terrified of bugs falling from the sky, and they had to be on guard against bugs crawling in at all times. They got up at night to block the sewer pipes, closed the door tightly, and stayed alert all night, for fear that insects would get in from other places, and sprayed insecticides and repellents overnight, to guard against every blind spot. The next day, the government held a press conference overnight, and the top leader stood in front of the camera with a tired face, but his eyes were very firm. The moment of national crisis has come. Now is the time to test us. These insects are not scary. Pick up all the weapons in your hands and drive them all out. Everyone has doubts in their hearts. Why do insects fall from the sky? Is it nature's revenge on us? We are as confused as you are. But we will gather researchers as soon as possible to find out the reason and give you a satisfactory answer. Please rest assured. Now, everyone take out your paper and pen and write down the above words carefully. The insects in the rainwater are red nematodes, also known as water earthworms. They are brown-red in color and invertebrates. If such insects appear in your home, immediately use disinfectant to disinfect the sewer. If there is no disinfectant, bleach can also be used. Everyone gathered in front of the TV. They held paper and pen in their hands and quickly wrote down the treatment methods in a notebook. The rescue troops will distribute relief supplies and disinfectants as soon as possible. Please wait patiently. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, please call the hotline below. Jiang-jun turned off the TV, came to the driver's seat, and prepared to go to the next destination. Chapter 40. The ground was full of bugs, the wheels rolled over their bodies, the soft red nematodes burst and sprayed all around, the tires were instantly in a mess. The RV moved through the deserted city, as if it were walking on flat ground. The sound of the red nematodes falling to the ground was numbing. A closer look revealed that the red nematodes multiplied rapidly after landing, in just a moment. They had covered the surface of the street. Jiang-jun sat in the booth, holding the map. She said, "Cook, turn right ahead and leave the city." She was going to walk around, find some supplies, and by the way, go to the heroine's base. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. As a robot, the cook, in addition to being able to cook, also has the most basic driving skills. So this world is a very leisurely world for her, and she just hopes that no one will disturb her. She looked up through the window and saw that the vegetation in the city had been bitten bare by insects, not to mention the crops grown in the countryside. She frowned, and it seemed that the food in this world would be very tight. She just hoped that the scientists in this world could find a way to grow food as soon as possible. The RV began to move slowly, and some were intercepted in the middle. Most of them were wanderers in the city, with nowhere to hide, and covered with red nematodes. Jiang-jun did not stop the car. She just threw disinfectant and a few bags of bread from the window, and then drove away. She looked coldly at the people behind her, who rushed to grab the goods like hungry wolves. After experiencing the apocalyptic world, she knew that you should not trust people's kindness too much. Sometimes your kindness will become an accomplice for others to bully you. The government launched a rescue, but the amount of supplies and disinfectants could not meet people's needs. People began to panic and worry that they would become food or culture dishes for red nematodes. All the supermarkets and restaurants were robbed. People tried every possible means to scramble for food supplies. The rule of law gradually became a decoration. Jiang-jun overturned the last man and kicked him hard. He covered his abdomen and lay on the ground in pain. This was the third group of robbers she had solved. During this journey, whenever someone saw her RV, they would be cautious at first. But when they learned that there were only women in the car, they would choose to attack. Jiang Jun slapped the protective clothing on his body, and red nematodes fell from his body like rain. She tied up all the people, threw them in a corner, and let them crawl with red nematodes all over their bodies. Then she walked into the gas station supermarket. There were worms crawling on the food in the supermarket, and the packaging bags were bitten to pieces. She didn't dislike it at all. She cleaned the worms and stuffed them into the packages, filling up all the oversized packages. She also took 4 or 5 barrels of oil from the back and filled up the RV. She didn't like water now, so she didn't touch the mineral water, but only took some empty bottles and buckets. Jiang Jun paused with the bucket in her hand, and heard a faint sound beside her ear, as if someone was in the warehouse behind. She quietly put down the barrel, picked up the weapon, and cautiously pushed open the door of the warehouse. Behind the door, women and children were curled up. They looked at Jiang Jun with fear in their eyes. There were also women who looked at her calmly and stood in front of the children. "Take whatever you want. We will never resist," the woman said calmly. "They are all children and old people. They can't beat you. It's wrong for us men to rob you. Please let us, the old and weak, women and children, go." Jiang Jun smiled coldly, looking directly at the other party, and said, "How can you guarantee that your children will not retaliate against me when they grow up?" The woman looked at her husband, who didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "I can't guarantee it. I just ask you to let us go." After that, she pulled the others to kneel in front of Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun swept the warehouse and filled the bag. She ignored the man who was kneeling beside her and threatened her. She would not kill all the old, weak, women and children. But the other party used this to threaten her. She didn't know whether to admire the other party's courage, or the other party thought that she was so good, thinking that she could escape. "I really don't understand. You already own a supermarket at a gas station. Why do you still rob others? It seems that people are always greedy. You are very smart, but people always fall." Jiang Jun glanced at the woman, and after saying this, he left the gas station with the package. After seeing the people leave, the woman suddenly fell to the ground with weak legs. "Auntie Chen, are you okay? Help Xiao Chen up quickly. I'll go outside to see how De Shuang and the others are doing." The children quickly helped Chen Ping up, let her drink some water, and the old man inside went outside to check the situation. "De Shuang, are you okay?" De Shuang's mother helped him up with tears in her eyes, and hit him hard a few times. "I told you not to rob. Why didn't you listen?" De Shuang spat out the rag in his mouth. "Mom, I'm fine. Go and see how much stuff is missing." "Damn it. I didn't expect this woman to be so powerful. She won even if she beat 10 people. That man didn't kill him. Don't worry. Go quickly." He slapped the bugs on his clothes, and then stroked his bald head. After he sent his mother away, he untied the others, sat aside, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and sniffed it. "What do you think of that man? That RV is not small, and there are a lot of supplies inside." Lu Dazhuang shook his clothes. Chen Ping said unhappily, "Don't even think about it. The other party dared to drive out in a motorhome. They must be very powerful." "Didn't you see that they beat you down?" Lu Dazhuang said worriedly. "What can we do? The supplies in this gas station are not enough for us to eat, and there are still a lot of hungry babies waiting to be fed." Chen Ping frowned and said, "Do you know the base mentioned on the radio a few days ago?" "Base? The base that claims to be all-round defense against insects?" Lu Dazhuang mocked. "You want to go? Who knows what's going on inside? Don't hand in a lot of food again, and you can't even get in the door." "Don't be stupid." They had thought about joining the base before, but without food, who would accept them? In the base, food is needed everywhere. They have many people and little food. They finally got enough, but who knew that it was embezzled by the staff inside, and finally they didn't even get in the door of the base. He didn't have a good impression of the base. Chen Ping said angrily, "Didn't you find the route that person took?" "I took a look at the map she was holding. It was the route map of City A." Lu Dazhuang then realized, "You want us to follow her? She just robbed someone, and we're just following her. This is a joke." Lu Dazhuang was reluctant. Chen Ping hit him. "What time is it? Why do you need face? Following her at least gives you security. Besides, how far is City A?" She dares to go there alone. She must be very powerful. We have enough cars, food and oil, but we don't have a guide, Chen Ping reminded him. Besides, you robbed her. She didn't kill you. At least it shows that she is not a vicious person. Lu Dazhuang regretted it as soon as he mentioned this. Originally, he saw that the other party was driving a motorhome, and it was a woman, so he wanted to get some supplies from it, but who knew that he was beaten down by the other party as soon as he stopped her. It was his first time to rob, and he did it so badly. He was the first person to do it. Don't think about it. Let's pack up the supplies in the supermarket quickly. Maybe we can catch up with her car. Chen Ping made the final decision. Jiang Jun dared to enter the RV after vacuuming the supplies to kill insects, in order to keep the car clean. She was always careful not to bring insects into the car. Now all her water comes from the water source in the store. Now the water on the ground has become turbid due to insect rain, and drinking water has become a big problem. Even if it is filtered water, it is difficult to guarantee its clarity and non-toxicity. In order not to make herself look special, she disguised herself with a mineral water bottle. Now the cleanest water is only the water in the mineral bottle. When Jiang Jun was ready to go, the people at the gas station moved the luggage to the truck, and then followed the axle marks of her RV and slowly caught up with her. The cook drove quietly in the driver's seat, and Jiang Jun sat on the sofa seat to enjoy dinner. Boss, there is a car following us. Should we speed up? The cook's voice came from the front. Jiang Jun stood up and quickly recognized the people who robbed the gas station through the rear window. Just drive at the original speed. She glanced at the car behind her and saw that the other party had been keeping a safe distance, and she understood their actions. After Jiang Jun finished washing up, she no longer cared about him. As night fell, there was almost nothing to be seen in the darkness. The huge RV was moving unimpeded in front, and 4 or 5 cars or trucks were following behind. Lu Dazhuang yawned. What if she doesn't stop? We can't drive with her all night? You and I will take turns driving. Tell the people behind us to take turns driving. We must follow her closely. If we lose her, we won't be able to find the way back, Chen Ping reminded. Besides, don't you find that she is very familiar with the route? Yes. This road is really smooth. Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but sigh that the woman was amazing. The next morning, Jiang Jun woke up and saw the car behind him was still following closely. He ignored it and finished his meal. Then he picked up the telescope and began to observe the surroundings. Boss, there is a child lying on the road ahead. According to observation, there are signs of life. Should we get out of the car and move? The cook stopped the car and scanned the child's chest on the ground. Data flashed in her eyes. A boy about 16 or 17 years old was lying in the middle of the road. He was covered with red nematodes all over his body. He lay motionless on the ground like a corpse. The red nematodes continued to reproduce on his body, eating his clothes and skin. Jiang Jun got out of the car in a protective suit and walked to the boy. Endless despair seemed to spread from his body. Anyone could see that he was seeking death. Boy, get up. You're blocking the road. Her voice sounded a little hoarse through the protective suit. The boy raised his half-bitten face and looked at Jiang Jun with a sinister look. After a pause, he slowly rolled from the road to the side of the road, and then more red nematodes crawled towards his body. Jiang Jun sighed, took out disinfectant and bleach and sprayed them on him. After a while, red nematodes fell from his body one after another, and the boy glanced at her, as if blaming her for meddling in other people's business. She didn't care what the boy's attitude was. She took the dry food and threw it on the boy roughly. If you want to die, die far away. Chapter 41. Lu Dazhuang looked at this scene in confusion. Is this lady so soft-hearted? Chen Ping urged. Don't worry about it. The car is about to leave. Hurry up and catch up. Lu Dazhuang asked. This kid looks quite young. Why don't we go down and rescue him? What rescue? Don't you see that he is trying to commit suicide? Chen Ping scolded and sighed. It's better to die now than to live. Living is suffering. Lu Dazhuang thought about it. That's the reason. So he drove to catch up with the RV in front. The boy lying on the ground attacked by the red nematodes. His eyes were fixed on the moving RV in front of him. His fingers moved slightly to hold the backpack thrown by Jiang Jun, and then he slowly climbed up from the ground, and the red nematodes that had originally besieged the boy, when he sat up, they all crawled around and fled. Heh! The RV finally stopped at a small gas station near night, and Lu Dazhuang and others who followed behind immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to drive, they would be exhausted, and finally they stopped to rest. The RV had not moved since it stopped. Lu Dazhuang and others waited for a while. Seeing that the other party had not moved, they got off the car with confidence and prepared to go to the gas station to check the situation. This gas station seemed to have been abandoned. There was only a small supermarket next to it. At first glance, the house was locked from the inside, and they knew that there was someone inside. Lu Dazhuang and others looked at each other and said, "Xiaohu, go and check the situation. Xiaohu is young, and he can relax people's vigilance the most. He is also very smart, so it is most appropriate to let him check the situation." "Okay, uncle." Long Xiaohu received the task and ran towards the supermarket excitedly. After a while, Xiaohu came back to report, "There are people inside, but they dare not respond, seemingly afraid that we will steal their things." Chenping frowned. "It seems that we can only go to the gas station next door to rest. Bring disinfectant, kill the bugs in the gas station, set up the tent, and rest here for a night." After they marked the area, there was movement in the RV. The window on the right side of the RV was opened, the parasol and the table slowly stood up, and the supplies they had swept from their gas station supermarket were placed on it. Lu Dazhuang and Chenping looked at each other, completely confused by her behavior. Xiaohu saw the word shop and sales written on it. He took advantage of no one's attention, ran under the car, and looked up at Jiang Jun grandma. "Are you selling something?" Jiang Jun's eyes twitched. Her body was not young, but she was not so old that others would mistake her for a grandma. She glanced at him coldly. "Call me auntie." It was not until the other party was a little scared that she casually said, "What do you want to buy?" Xiaohu's mother was sick recently. They didn't have painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs for her mother. He heard adults say that his mother didn't have much time left, so he dared to come here to try. "I need painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs." Xiaohu swallowed his saliva, staring at Jiang Jun, as if afraid that she would say no. "Yes, I do, but I can't give it to you for free. What do you want to buy it with?" Jiang Jun took out a box of medicine and put it on the counter under the other party's excited expression. Xiaohu took out a gold ring from his pocket, tiptoed and put it on the table, his eyes full of reluctance. "Is this ring okay?" Jiang Jun took it and looked at it. "Yes. Not only can you buy this box of medicine, but also some other things. Do you want food?" Xiaohu controlled his eyes from looking at the food on the table, and shook his head quickly. "No. Just one box of medicine. Can I take the others next time?" Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows. "Of course. As long as you can find me." Xiaohu took the medicine and hid it in his clothes, turned around and ran away quickly. It was pitch black inside the large truck, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Xiaohu climbed over the edge of the truck and entered the interior. He skillfully passed through the people lying in the truck and arrived at his mother's location. He carefully woke her up. "Mom, I have something for you." Xiaohu's mother's cheeks were hot, and she said with hot breath, "Why did you come in again? Get out of the car quickly. What if you get infected?" Xiaohu leaned close to her ear and said, "Mom, you are saved. Look what this is." Xiaohu's mother forced her eyelids to take a look, and quickly stuffed her hands into the quilt, saying nonchalantly, "Where did you get it from?" Xiaohu told her about his experience in the RV. Xiaohu's mother was shocked, but then she remembered, "Does your Aunt Chen know about it?" Seeing him shaking his head, she immediately said, "Go and tell your Aunt Chen about this. The matter of the RV and the medicine could not be covered up, so why not take the opportunity to do someone a favor?" Xiaohu was smart and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and ran out of the car to find Lu Dazhuang and Chenping. Under the instructions of Xiaohu's mother, he explained the situation fluently. Lu Dazhuang and Chenping were shocked. They thought the owner of the RV was stinging the law enforcement, so they didn't dare to investigate easily. They didn't expect that the other party was actually doing a deal. The two looked at each other. If the other party was willing to take out the materials for the deal, it meant that she had absolute confidence and was not afraid of being cheated by others. Then her strength had to be reevaluated. Fortunately, they didn't go too far at that time, and the other party also spared them. Now they think that it was like an egg hitting a stone, and they didn't know what they could do. The two couldn't help but feel ashamed. Jiang Jun lay in front of the window, looking at the two people dawdling below, and was the first to speak. "What do you need?" Lu Dazhuang touched his head, smiled and said, "I saw it said sales. What are you selling?" Jiang Jun patiently explained, What do you need? I'll help you see if there is any. Lu Dazhuang blurted out. Do you have it in the wooden warehouse? Jiang Jun's mouth curled up. What do you think? He robbed her a few days ago. And today, he wants to blackmail her. I can't give it to you even if I have it. Lu Dazhuang laughed. Just kidding. Can you change some medicine? We have some patients in the truck who need treatment. Seeing Jiang Jun agreed. Chen Ping immediately reported the name of the medicine and looked at her expectantly. Jiang Jun took out half and handed it to them. I haven't forgotten about the robbery. I'll give you half of it. Just take it as a lesson. The two handed her the gold they had prepared in advance, and stood by her side hesitantly before leaving. Jiang Jun looked at them in confusion. Chen Ping, I'm Chen Ping. And he's Lu Dazhuang. We both ran away from City C. I saw you holding a map of the base in City A before. And you also heard on the radio that it was safe there. Are you going to City A? Jiang Jun nodded. Chen Ping said excitedly, Can we follow you? We will not disturb you. As you can see, most of our team are old, weak, women and children. Even if there is a problem, we will solve it by ourselves and will not trouble you. We are very sorry for robbing you before. We were really forced to do so. If we didn't rob others, others would prey on us. I am not trying to excuse our behavior. If you want to punish us, we will never resist. Chen Ping saw that Jiang Jun was slow to respond, and she did not hold any hope in her heart. She lowered her head with a dim look in her eyes. Jiang Yun glanced at Lu Dazhuang because of his name. After listening to Chen Ping's words, she looked at her with a little appreciation, retreating to advance, to win her greatest sympathy. She didn't hate women who fought for the greatest benefit for herself at the end of the world. Jiang Yun nodded and said, Okay. Remember what you said? Chen Ping and Lu Dazhuang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded like pounding garlic. Back at the gas station, when the two were about to distribute to other people, they heard the roar of a car outside, and quickly realized that something was wrong, and quickly ran to the door and picked up the telescope to check the situation. On the dark road, there were two cars coming towards them, their high beams shining straight into their eyes, without any restraint. The other party is coming aggressively. Be prepared, Lu Dazhuang said fiercely. The others picked up axes, knives and other weapons and lined up, watching their arrival vigilantly. When the two cars drove past the RV, the person inside whistled, This car is good. I want it. No one can snatch it from me. Fuck you. You are so cowardly. Can you drive this car? The girl in the house is good. This time I will play with her first, and then I will eat what you leave. Bah! You are dreaming. But it's not certain whether that broken thing can be inserted. Arrogant words came out from the car unscrupulously. They haven't won yet, but they have already started to discuss the spoils. Their behavior is very arrogant and makes people angry. Two cars drifted and stopped at the gas station. Instantly, the ground was covered with insects and mud. The people in the cars didn't care. They got out of the cars with a swagger. One of them even carried a disheveled woman and began to ravage her without paying attention to anyone. There were 8 men and 2 women in the 2 cars. The men were all burly and strong. Their sleeves were covered with scars. They seemed to have experienced many battles, and would not be underestimated. The women stood aside trembling until they were thrown into the circle roughly. The leading man wearing sunglasses pulled out a pistol from his waist, twisted it between his fingertips, and suddenly shot at Lu Dazhuang and others. Lu Dazhuang shouted loudly, Get down. Get out of the way. There are bullets. The man in sunglasses fired a shot and stopped. Are you going to continue fighting with us, or surrender? Be sensible, or I'll kill you all. Lu Dazhuang looked at the other party angrily. His eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. But because the other party had a gun, he could only swallow his anger. Chen Ping warned him in his ear, Calm down. Now is not the time to be impulsive. The 2 criminals, who were holding back, and had long coveted the RV, came to the bottom of the RV. Beauty. Don't you invite us in? I think you are lonely. Do you want your brothers to accompany you? All kinds of obscene words came out of their mouths. Jiang Jun glanced at them, and ignored them. Seeing that she was not afraid, the criminals began to speak harshly. Hurry up and open the door for me. Otherwise, Grandpa will kill you. If you don't open the door now, you can't escape from our hands when we go in. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, they were angry. Seeing that there was a window next to the RV, they wanted to use it to climb in. As soon as he put his hand on the window, a sharp pain came instantly, and a section of his arm fell to the ground, and the blood from the wound instantly spurted out in all directions, and the red nematodes instantly gathered as if they had caught food. "Ah, my hand!" The gangster screamed miserably. This scream instantly diverted the attention of the other gangsters, and the scene suddenly became silent. "Who allowed you to touch my car?" The cold voice came from the RV, and it was particularly clear in this empty place. Chapter 42. "You bitch! How dare you cut my hand?" The man with red eyes glared at Jiang Jun fiercely. The other gangsters also instantly shifted their targets to Jiang Jun. "Weakling, I'm not saying you're a weakling. You can't even be a woman. How dare you come out here?" The man with the broken arm angrily said, "Get lost. I just accidentally fell into the trap of this woman. You have guts. If you have guts, kill her for me." The other gangsters laughed at the two men. They didn't care about the injured people at all. They were originally vicious people. They could only trust themselves. If one person was missing, they would have to share one less supply. The leader glanced at the RV. "It seems we have to deal with this woman first. Smash this car for me." The leader gave an order, and everyone attacked Jiang Yun's RV. Jiang Yun held the Tang sword transformed by the universal prop, turned over and jumped off the car, cut off the hand of the gangster wielding the gun with a sword, turned around and ran straight to the leader. The leader raised the wooden cannon, sneered at her, looking for death. A bullet attacked Jiang Yun. She dodged it with a skillful backflip, bent her body and chopped at the leader, when the other party ducked his head to dodge, turned the Tang sword with her palm, and quickly stabbed the other party's heart when the other party had no reaction. After finishing off this one, he turned around and chopped off the next one. With the leader dead, the next one was not to be feared. Jiang Jun, holding a Tang Dao, swiftly slashed off one person after another until all the gangsters fell to the ground. When Lu Dazhuang, holding his wound, and Shen Ping arrived, he stood there in a daze, watching Jiang Jun swiftly slash off the gangsters, leaving no room for him to intervene. He had thought she was very powerful, but he had never thought she was so powerful that she could even dodge bullets. Jiang Jun looked at the two coldly and said, "Throw the body somewhere else. As for the other two women, you can handle them. Don't disturb me unless necessary." After saying that, he turned back to the RV. Lu Dazhuang quickly asked people to carry the body away, and then looked at the RV in awe. He was holding the wooden warehouse in his hand, and was a little unresponsive. "This wooden warehouse belongs to us," Shen Ping said carefully. "Sister Peng means that we can deal with the wooden warehouse?" The two remembered that Sister Peng said not to disturb her, and the table boards on the windows were put away. She should be resting, and it is not appropriate to disturb her at this time. Lu Dazhuang touched the wooden warehouse lovingly. He just mentioned the wooden warehouse today, but he didn't expect it to come as soon as he said it. Jiang Jun's act of slashing people instantly caused a sensation at the gas station. Even the supermarket, which had been closed, opened a crack, and someone ran out to ask Lu Dazhuang's team about her. Therefore, when they set out the next day, the team behind them increased significantly, because after seeing Jiang Jun's heroic deeds with their own eyes, the supermarket also decided to follow Jiang Jun to the A City base. Living in a gas station is not a long-term solution. They have abundant supplies, so why can't they fight for a place in the base? Lu Dazhuang stroked the wooden warehouse in his hand, and couldn't let it go. When they asked Jiang Jun about the wooden warehouse, they were told that they could trade with her, so he spent a lot of supplies to buy it. It's hard to find a wooden silo nowadays, and it's a great honor to get one. "Brother Lu, let me touch your wooden silo." "Go! Go! Go!" Lu Dazhuang pushed his brother away with a look of disgust, and carefully hid the wooden silo in his clothes. Shen Ping looked at him with amusement, and then looked at the convoy behind through the rearview mirror. "More and more people are following us." What did Sister Peng say? After they came out of the gas station, someone followed them, and the team became larger and larger. Even if Jiang Jun didn't drive them away, they felt a little uncomfortable. They informed the people in the supermarket of their destination, and also told them about the situation of the A City base, and successfully persuaded them, which led to the formation of the rear convoy. Now, as they walked along the way, some people gradually saw hope and followed them, and the convoy became larger and larger. Lu Dazhuang was also embarrassed. "I never expected that there would be so many cars on the road. If I had known this, I should not have persuaded people to join." They persuaded people at that time because they thought that there was strength in numbers, and if they encountered danger, they could have more protection. No one thought that having more people would also be a trouble. Shen Ping sighed, and could only look at the back and worry. She couldn't drive all the people away. She seemed to see a figure out of the corner of her eye, and wondered, "Isn't that guy still following us?" Lu Dazhuang said in surprise, "Still following us? This guy is really amazing. How far is it?" "It must be dozens of kilometers." This is what happened. The boy Jiang met on the roadside had been following the car since they met, and he was hiding aside when fighting with the robbers. Fortunately, he was not harmed. After that, no matter how fast they walked, he would always be there behind them. He was always there. Lu Dazhuang and Shen Ping had to admire each other's perseverance. They stopped their cars to give him a ride, but were rejected, as the other party kept his eyes on the RV. They knew the boy's purpose. Shen Ping looked at the boy with sympathy. His road was long and difficult. Sister Peng was not a person with overflowing sympathy. When night fell, the RV in the front began to slow down. When everyone looked forward, they saw a small village on the side of the road. They knew instantly that this was where they would stay today. The car rolled over the ground, and the sound of insects breaking had long since ceased to stir up any ripples in everyone's hearts. They skillfully put on protective clothing, held disinfectant in their hands, found a house, and began to clean the red nematodes in the house. A protective line was drawn in the living room with powder to protect everyone from the invasion of red nematodes. The team began to divide their areas and finish dinner with caution. After dinner, they turned their eyes to the RV. If you look closely, you can see greed, desire, expectation, and gratitude in their eyes. Human emotions are so complicated. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang opened the window on the right, took out the sign, and rang the bell beside her. The store opened for business. Everyone quickly held their backpacks tightly and rushed to the RV. They lined up in front of the RV in an orderly manner, completely ignoring the crawling insects under their feet, and only stared at the front. One person only has one chance. Think about what you want to exchange in advance. After Jiang said the opening remarks, she started her small shop business. There were people who tried to pick a fight with her, but they were all scared away by the monster next to her. The monster was the boy lying on the roadside looking for death. He followed the car silently. When Jiang opened her shop, he would stand aside and stare at the buyers. When someone spoke wildly or was dissatisfied, he would go up and bite the other person viciously. He was dirty and full of terrifying momentum. He looked at everyone with no emotion in his eyes, which made anyone feel a little numb. Now the team is terrified of him and dare not provoke him too much. So the team in front of the RV is so peaceful, and no one is causing trouble. After the transaction, Jiang cleaned up the table and window, and threw the dry food and bottled purified water to the diligent boy next to him. And the inconspicuous purified water attracted the envious eyes of the team members. Now because of the pollution of insects, all water sources are not drinkable, and there will be odor even if filtered. Now only bottled water is the most precious, because it has not been polluted and is the purest water. Then he remembered the boy's weirdness, and hurriedly retracted his gaze, not daring to look him in the eye again. The boy squeezed the dry food and purified water in his hand, and stared at Jiang with a dull look. Under his gaze, Jiang snapped the car window shut. He tore open the package, took a bite, and the dry and tasteless taste was as boring as his life. He unscrewed the bottle cap, took 2 sips of water, and swallowed the dry and boring taste into his stomach along with the water. He looked at the RV, and saw the back of the RV owner through the window. He retracted his gaze after a while, and then he found a place next to the RV and kept guarding beside it. The next day, when Jiang woke up early, she saw bloodshot eyes of the boy next to her, and guessed that he had not slept all night. To be honest, since she met him, she had never seen him close his eyes, and she didn't know how he had so much energy. Jiang glanced at him, and looked away before looking at him. Suddenly, she felt a burning gaze behind her. She closed the car window as if nothing had happened, and physically blocked his gaze. In the morning, the sky gradually darkened, and the air was filled with water vapor. It seemed that a rain was coming. Everyone closed the windows and looked at the sky with worry, fearing that the sky would pour out insects again. But things went against our wishes. At noon, the late rain finally fell, and with it came a new round of insect rain. Can't we live anymore? Why is it raining insects again? Someone covered his face and started crying, as if complaining that God was leaving him no chance to escape. Did you see it? The insects are bigger than before. Hurry up and seal the hole. Don't let the insects get in. Antidote and insecticide. Don't hide them anymore. Take them out. The green fat insects fell from the sky and slowly crawled towards the house. Everyone was terrified in an instant and could no longer care about so many things. They took out the prepared bleach and scattered them around. The green fat worm crawled to the door, bewildered for a moment, then turned around and crawled out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Car! Car! Someone shouted in panic. The exhaust hole of the car. The worm can get in. Everyone reacted at this time. Someone said in surprise, "You didn't block it." The radio said that the exhaust hole should be blocked, otherwise the opening will be blocked and the car will be scrapped. They urged, "Hurry up. Who didn't block it? Go quickly, the car will be scrapped by then, but no one will take you." The people in the living room were panicking and thinking whether their cars had been blocked because of the protective cover. Jiang Jun's RV was not invaded by worms. She sat in the car and looked at the crowd running to save the car. Dark green insects landed on them, looking from a distance made their scalps tingle. If someone had intensive phobia, they would probably faint on the spot. They shook off the green fat insects all over their bodies, pushed their breasts to push the vehicle to a safe area, and escaped. The boy next to the RV had long disappeared. Luckily, she had thrown him a protective shield before, which could keep him going for a while. People hid in the house, waiting for the insect rain to stop. They didn't know where the road was, and whether there was still a place in this world where humans could survive. Insects everywhere in the mountains and plains occupied their world. How could they resist the power of nature? Jiang Jun handed the RV to the cook and headed to the trading area built in the D-City base. After the green insect rain, the convoy was ready to go to the next base. The closest one was the D-City base. The D-City base was established by a group of businessmen. They had a lot of supplies in their hands, and the most precious thing in the Doomsday was supplies. Therefore, the businessmen had the right to speak. In order to gain the greatest benefits, they cooperated to build this base. Now the D-City base has become the largest commercial trading area, where many forces gather, just to get a share of the pie. This is where the hero and heroine meet. The heroine takes out the vegetables and fruits in the space for trading, but attracts the peeping of others. After the transaction, the heroine is robbed and is seen by the hero. The hero saves the beauty and attracts the attention of the heroine. Jiang Jun passes by here, and the team members are unwilling to move forward. No one knows what the road ahead will be like. If they encounter insect rain again, what should they do? They wanted a stable residence. They did not want to be displaced. Now that they had come across the D-City base, they wanted to stay here. After Lu Dazhuang arranged the team members, he and Chen Ping followed Jiang Yun and witnessed this legendary trading area. The D-City trading area was outside the base, surrounded by iron sheets. Reinforced concrete walls and insect repellent powder was sprinkled all around, trying to keep the insects out. However, the endless insects always broke through from the outside, making it hard to guard against. The bodies of red nematodes and green manure worms were scattered all around. Shouting, bargaining, quarreling, etc., one after another. If you ignore the bugs under your feet, they seem to have returned to the peaceful era before the end of the world. Come and take a look. Look! The expensive cosmetics before the end of the world are now on sale at a low price. Does anyone need nutritious and healthy insect cakes? Instant noodles? Compressed biscuits? Discount? Sir, these are super thin and close-fitting. These are the only ones left. If you want them, I'll pack them all for you. The voice of the vendor next to him caused Lu Dazhuang to look sideways frequently, and he was beaten by Chen Ping before he became much more honest. Jiang Yun carried a bag in her hand, paid the vendor and found a corner, threw the supplies on the table, and prepared to spread them out. Sister Peng, we'll help you. Lu Dazhuang quickly pulled open the tablecloth and arranged the stools. Sister Peng, Sister Ping, and I will go shopping around first. If you have anything, just call us. Chen Ping looked at the shampoo, shower gel, facial mask and other flashy items on the table, and could guess how bad Jiang Yun's business would be in the future. She smiled awkwardly and said, "We'll leave first." Jiang Yun waved her hand, and the two left. She sat on a stool, neither shouting nor hawking. There was no one in front of the stall, but she didn't care. She would quote the price when someone asked her. The vendor next to her saw that her business was bleak, and complained, "Who dares to use water nowadays? I don't think you can sell any of this." Water is more precious than people nowadays. Water everywhere has been polluted. Even if it has been filtered, it still contains a lot of impurities. It is not enough to drink. Who dares to use it for washing? Even the vendors themselves drink the second-level turbid water, which is not as good as the first-level pure water, but much better than the low-level insect egg water. The vendor was a young man. He advised, "Sister, next time you set up a stall, you should sell some food. That way, your business will be good. If you can get food that can be preserved for a long time, you will make a fortune." He looked at the busy dry food area next to him with envy. If you can get a few bottles of purified water, that would be great. He gave Jiang Jun a thumbs up. After Jiang Jun sent the customer away, he replied, "Thank you for reminding me. This bottle of shampoo is a thank you gift for you." The vendor waved his hand and said, No, it's a small matter. I can see that you are new here. We don't allow private transactions here." The two talked happily. Lu Wang, the vendor, saw people running around nearby and was puzzled. He grabbed one of them. "What happened? Why are you all pushing over there?" The man wondered who was so tactless to stop him. He looked up and saw Lu Wang and immediately said with a smile, "Brother Lu, Brother Song found someone selling vegetables and is gathering people to check it out. Brother Lu, we are all brothers, so don't get involved." Lu Wang snorted coldly. "Check it out? I'm afraid they are going to rob." The man knew he was in trouble, so he smiled and said, "Brother Lu, look at what you said. Our brother Song is not that kind of person." "Hey, Brother Lu, stop it. We are just joking. Don't be angry." The man hurriedly followed Lu Wang, fearing that he would ruin Brother Song's good deeds. Lu Wang ran towards the crowd without looking back, leaving the crowd behind. There was a woman in the middle of the crowd, wearing a black sweatshirt. There were fresh fruits and vegetables in front of her stall, which made people salivate and greedy. However, there was a charged barn in front of the stall, and no one dared to take the lead to die. Those who had plans were watching. Fresh fruits and vegetables. Does anyone need them? The woman's calm tone revealed murderous intent, and no one dared to move rashly. Chapter 43. The woman didn't care about other people's gazes. The fruits and vegetables on the stall were quickly sold out. Others who missed the chance were extremely upset. Lu Wang noticed Song Ming's intention and quickly stood in front of him. He warned in a low voice, "Stop it. Didn't you see that people like you were watching? Why are you the first to come out? If you want to be a cannon fodder, just say so. Don't involve the brothers." "Bah! You are the cannon fodder. So many fresh fruits and vegetables. Are you willing to give up just like that?" Song Ming said, unconvinced. "Lu Wang, you have the life to seize it. Do you have the ability to keep it?" Song Ming paused, knowing that Lu Wang was doing this for his own good. A woman suddenly appeared, and she had fresh fruits and vegetables that were rare during the Doomsday. A discerning eye could tell that there must be a trap, but if he gave up, it would be like cutting meat with a blunt knife. He asked himself that he did not have the strong strength of other teams. How could he possibly get a share? I was afraid that it was really as Lu Wang said. I was afraid that he would become cannon fodder in the end. After Song Ming calmed down, he stood aside with Lu Wang and watched the battle. Jiang Jun looked at Song Ming in surprise. "I never thought that someone who was blinded by interests could still wake up." The system's voice sounded. "Found the heroine." She retracted her gaze and turned to examine the woman in front of the stall. The heroine, he me, according to the plot. She should now encounter the villain, who was arrogant and blatantly robbed her supplies and smashed her stall. The hero appeared, and then taught the villain a lesson, and the relationship between the two began to develop. And now, until the end of the transaction, the destined hero finally arrived, and a heroic beauty was also with him. The male protagonist Jin Qian looked at Himi with the same eyes as others, full of interests. He stepped forward and introduced, "I wonder if you are interested in making a deal with our base." Himi looked up and recognized that this person was Jin Qian, the only son of the head of the A City base in her previous life. She ignored him and packed up her stall to leave. Jin Qian stopped him and said, "If you cooperate with us, your safety will not be a problem. I believe that no one in our city base is willing to be our enemy." The businessman who originally had ulterior motives and was looking for an opportunity suddenly looked regretful. The A City base now has a wide range of influence. No one is willing to wade into this muddy water. Fruits and vegetables are indeed precious, but it is not worth it to be an enemy of the A City base. Although Himi originally planned to go to the A City base, Jin Qian's purpose was obvious. which was to ask for the method of growing vegetables and fruits. This was her secret, and there was no way to trade with him. So in Jean Qian's eyes of winning, she refused. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Besides, she was now exhausted by some inexplicable kindness. Her words immediately caused an uproar. No one expected her to be so ignorant. But it also gave other people with ulterior motives an opportunity. They planned to kill and rob people once they got out. Qiu Hong, the woman next to Jean Qian, sneered, "Your kindness is taken for granted. Mr. Jean, don't bother with her." Qiu Hong was so angry that her teeth itched. In order to prevent the hero and heroine from meeting, she had prepared for such a long time, but she never expected that it would still fail. "Mr. Jean, she is unwilling to cooperate, and we can't force her." Qiu Hong interrupted with a smile. Jean Qian cursed in his heart that he was stupid. Qiu Hong said this, if he continued to pester the other party, it would be unreasonable and bullying. Even if the deal fails, we still have friendship. Even if we don't cooperate, if you encounter difficulties, you can come to our base for help. Jean Qian smiled again. After he said this, if others wanted to target him, they would be giving no face to the A City base. And those who had evil intentions stopped for a while. Himi accepted the other party's kindness and handed the apples and vegetables that were originally left to the other party. "You can try it. If it tastes good, you can buy it from me next time we meet." After Himi handed it to the other party, she turned around and left. The journey was smooth, and no one dared to stop her. When Jiang Jun passed by her, he could clearly feel her suppressed emotions, and her vigilance towards others had reached a new level. It seemed that the heroine had encountered a lot of things. The crowd watching the excitement dispersed, and Lu Wang saw Jiang Jun was also there, and greeted him. "How is your business? Have you sold any?" Jiang Jun, "No one is interested." Lu Wang comforted, "I told you a long time ago that those products are not good. Don't look for these useless products when you look for supplies in the future. Otherwise you will lose a lot." Jiang Jun and Lu Wang were not worried about the stall being robbed. On the one hand, Lu Wang had already sent his younger brother to guard it. And on the other hand, one of them sold electronic products, and the other sold toiletries. So no one was stupid enough to steal. When the two returned to the stall, they saw a familiar figure standing in front of Jiang Jun's stall. That was the culprit who caused the commotion before. Himi took a bottle of shampoo and asked, "Who is the boss?" Lu Wang didn't expect that there would be a sucker. He raised his hand and pointed to the side. "The boss is here." Jiang Jun skillfully promoted. "Wouldn't you like a set of facial cleanser and conditioner? There is a discount for a package of 3. Himi wanted all of them. The two quickly completed the transaction, and Jiang Jun had an extra vegetable in her hand, which was far more valuable than her product. "I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you the extra vegetables." Himi had a good impression of this boss. He never looked at her strangely from beginning to end, and made sure she felt comfortable. Jiang Jun thought she had plenty of vegetables in her RV, so there was really no need to give her any. Himi didn't give her a chance to refuse. She stuffed the shampoo and other things into her bag and left in style. Lu Wang stared at the vegetables in his hand and drooled. Jiang Jun's eyes twitched. He tempted, "You want vegetables?" His eyes lit up. "You want to give them to me?" Jiang Jun rolled his eyes. "You wish. I saw you tinkering with a machine before. Let me take a look, and I will sell you vegetables at a low price." "Machine?" He hesitated, and then realized, it's just a land device. "What's so good about it? I'll show it to you right away." Jiang Jun took the device from him. From his detailed description, he knew that this device was a semi-finished product and had not yet been put into use. But it could build a network area in a small range. After hearing this, she was surprised. Due to the interference of insects during the Doomsday, most areas have lost power, and the wires and ropes have been chewed up. In addition, due to the magnetic field, the communication facilities have long been useless. Lu Wang revealed that he was a technology geek before the Doomsday, and he spent all day studying electronic equipment and other technological issues. Therefore, he had various equipment hidden at home. But after the Doomsday, they all became waste and worthless. Jiang Jun was very interested in his equipment and suggested, "If you make a finished product, I can exchange any materials you want. Not to mention these vegetables." Lu Wang glanced at her in surprise. "You are so powerful. How come you have fallen to selling toiletries here? You want this regional network equipment?" "Sure. I will work overtime today to make it for you." He readily agreed. seeing his eyes fixed on the vegetables in her hand. Jiang Jun curled her lips and said, "These vegetables will be considered as a deposit. The remaining payment will be given to you when you see the finished product tomorrow." Lu Wang thought she was joking and didn't take it seriously. He took the vegetables and turned around to clean up the stall and said goodbye to Jiang Jun. "Come here and wait for me at the same time tomorrow." Lu Wang waved and left. Jiang Jun soon met Lu Dazhuang and Chen Ping. The two went there with high expectations, but returned in disappointment. Lu Dazhuang scratched his head and laughed and cried. "We didn't find the items we liked, so we came back." It was because of the lack of supplies in their pockets. Although the two had food, they were reluctant to take it out for trading. In the end, they went around and returned empty-handed. Chen Ping changed the subject. "How is Sister Peng's business?" "Not bad, at least 3 bottles were sold." Jiang Jun smiled. Chen Ping was relieved. "That's really good, Sister Peng. You can change something else next time. Maybe the business will be better." Jiang Jun just smiled and said nothing. Everyone was silent for a while. Chen Ping spoke first. "Sister Peng, thanks to your care along the way, we were able to come to the D-City base." Lu Dazhuang said with embarrassment, "It was our fault that we robbed you at the gas station. If you need anything, or want us to help, just tell us. We will do our best to help you." Chen Ping hesitated for a moment before saying, "We have decided to stay at the D-City base and settle the team. They don't want to travel a long distance, and we can't force them. Sister Peng plans to stay at the D-City base for a long time." "How long? Can we help you with something during this time?" "Make up for our mistakes." Chen Ping quickly added, "If you feel offended, then just pretend I didn't say anything." Seeing her being so cautious, Jiang Jun sighed and said, "No one is perfect, not to mention the end of the world. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. I will stay here for 2 to 3 days, and you two can just stay with me." Jiang Jun's RV was parked in the exclusive RV parking space in the trading area, and next to her was a more luxurious RV. For a moment, her RV was mixed in with them, and it was inconspicuous. After Lu Dazhuang and Chen Ping sent her back, they politely declined the supplies she sent and left as if they were escaping. The next day, at the same time, Jiang Jun brought the two to the stall of yesterday and waited for Lu Wang to come while selling items. "Sister Peng, I'm sorry for waiting. I brought out the finished equipment you need. You come and inspect it." Lu Wang waved his hand, excitedly came to Jiang Jun, and handed the equipment to her. Jiang Jun carefully inspected it under the curious eyes of Lu Dazhuang and Chen Ping, and then nodded to him with satisfaction. Lu Wang said proudly, "I also got you 4 accessories. As long as the distance is no more than 1 kilometer, you can make real-time calls." Before the apocalypse, no one was interested in such a product. After the apocalypse, only Jiang Jun was willing to try to use it because its function seemed useless. Jiang Jun didn't care about the other people's eyes looking at her as a fool. She took out the supplies that had been prepared long ago from behind and stuffed them into Lu Wang's hands. Lu Wang looked at her in confusion, thinking that the reward had not been paid. Why did he stuff another bag of things into his hand? He lifted a corner of the black plastic bag and looked inside. Practical supplies such as sausages, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, etc. shocked him, and he quickly closed it and clenched his mouth. He took a deep breath and said in disbelief, "Is this my reward?" Jiang Jun smiled and said, "It's worth the money. The equipment is worth the price." Lu Wang thought to himself, "This is really a pie in the sky," which made him confused. Chapter 44. It had just rained not long ago. Everyone rushed to take pots and pans, ran to high places, waved their hands, and took a refreshing bath. This rain was like a sweet dew, relieving the dry people. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the insects on the ground dried up quickly under the sunlight, and their bodies piled up on the ground. Himi looked at the jubilant people, but there was no joy in his heart. Just like the quiet night before the storm, after this sunny day, mankind will usher in the true end of the world. The world was like hell. Screams for help seemed to echo in her ears. What she saw was devastation, rivers of blood burning, killing and looting. Himi had to speed up and reach the A-City base before everything started. She shook off the vehicle following her, stepped on the accelerator, and sped forward. 2 hours later, a double-decker white RV suddenly appeared in front of her. What surprised her was that there was a young man sitting on top of the car. He looked up at the sky. The bumps of the car did not throw him off. Himi looked at his back and felt familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. Because of this young man? She followed the RV and drove slowly on the road. As night fell, Jeong-joon found a place to park the RV and prepare dinner. The car that was following behind her slowly stopped beside her. The other party saw her through the window and looked a little surprised. When Jeong-joon saw the other party following behind her, she knew it was the heroine. But she didn't know why she came. Since she was seen, she couldn't hide in the car. Even if the sky cleared and the insects died, she didn't let down her vigilance. She put on the protective clothing she had prepared and got out of the car to meet the heroine. Himi was surprised. "It's you. Aren't you from the D-City base?" "No." She shook her head. "D-City base is just a temporary stop. My destination is a city base." Himi looked at her vigilantly. Some time ago, she met a lot of strange people. Someone robbed her of the pendant, causing her to almost miss the Utopia space. Someone followed her and said he wanted to be her little brother. After she refused, he wanted to kill people and steal the treasure. Fortunately, she was well prepared and killed the other party. Along the way, she met many people who had other intentions towards her, so she was particularly vigilant. When she heard that the other party had the same destination as her, she couldn't help but have some suspicions. Jeong-joon ignored her suspicious look and just wanted to end the topic quickly and get back to the car. Himi quickly noticed the other party's impatience and remembered her purpose. She hurriedly asked, "Who is on the roof of your car?" "Roof?" Jeong-joon frowned. Himi saw that the other party seemed to be unaware of the person on the roof of her car. So she described the person she saw. Jeong-joon's face darkened in vain. The damn brat actually ran onto the roof of the car when she wasn't paying attention. She was wondering where he had gone, but it turned out that he was right in front of her. "The man I saved on the road a while ago, what do you want to do with him?" Jeong-joon was puzzled. What is there about this young man that is worthy of the heroine's attention? Himi shook his head. "Actually, it's a bit dangerous to see someone on the roof of the car, so I spoke up to remind you." "Liar." Jeong-joon didn't expose her. They exchanged a few polite words and returned to their respective cars. She glanced at the roof of the car, and the man had already run away. One day, when the two were halfway along the road, 3 cars appeared behind them, and the people in the cars seemed to recognize Jeong-yeon's RV. "Sister Peng, how are you?" Lu Wang stuck his head out of the window and waved to Jeong-yeon. She sat by the window, opened a small gap. "Are you going to the A-City base?" Lu Wang smiled and said, "A customer spent money to send a batch of goods, and we took over when we had nothing to do." Song Ming drove and shouted, "Sit tight." Lu Wang ignored him, turned to Himi behind him, and said, "The girl that Jean Qian is protecting? Are you going to surrender to a city?" Himi glanced at him and said coldly, "I have a name." "Himi? Whether I surrender or not, what does it have to do with you?" Lu Wang didn't care about her attitude at all, and only said, "Shao He, this is your ignorance. Buddy is on the same line with you. You took out so many fresh vegetables with great fanfare. Anyone can be greedy. We don't care about you tempting us. How can you not give me face? How about making friends?" Himi was laughed at by his unreasonable words and stopped talking. Lu Wang said leisurely, "Young people are hot-tempered." He teased her, "Look at this wilderness. It's a good time to rob the rich and help the poor. Our brother Song is still thinking about your fruits and vegetables. Do you want to surrender?" The brothers behind him laughed and echoed, "That's right. That's right. Fruits and vegetables are good things, each worth 1,000 gold. Himi was amused by the other party and mocked him. "Robbing the rich and helping the poor? If you have the ability, use it. I want to see who will be the first to eat in my wooden warehouse." The two teams joked and laughed. A few days of journey passed quickly, and the A-City base was ahead. The A-City base is the largest base so far. Before the apocalypse, Jean Dehui, as the head of the corps, took the lead in establishing the base with his troops and stationed them here, providing a shelter for the people after the apocalypse. In order to meet the housing problem, they chose the abandoned industrial area, which has a wide field and various accommodation houses, and can accommodate more people. There is also a newly built villa area next to the industrial park. It was originally planned to demolish the industrial area and build a villa area. Now the project has only been half implemented, but it has been delayed due to the apocalypse, which finally benefited Jean Dehui. Although this place is not as lively as the D-City base, it is recognized as the most stable base. People can get paid through labor to meet their daily needs. The streets and living environment are also cleaner than the D-City base. Before entering the base, you need to pay for food, calculated per person. Each person gets 10 kilograms of rice, which is quite favorable compared to other bases. Jiang-jun and the cook paid a total of 20 kilograms. After the two paid, the cook went to park the car in a special area. Lu Wang and others looked at the cook in surprise. Beautiful woman, why did you hide in the car all the time? Why didn't I see her along the way? Lu Wang asked the doubts in the hearts of others. Jiang-jun explained, she doesn't like to go out. She only wants to stay in the car. The staff member next to her came over and interrupted their conversation. What kind of room do you need? We have shared rentals, or whole units for sale. The staff led everyone to the rental area and showed them the rooms. Jiang-jun looked around and didn't find any satisfactory ones. So she asked, can I live in the RV? The staff member said calmly, of course. You only need to pay the site fee. But the RV must be parked in a special area. I will take you to inspect it. The RV area is not far from the villa area, and the location is open. There are many RVs parked in the RV area. She looked around, and the environment is not bad. After she inquired about the price, she paid off 3 months' rent in one go. Lu Wang and the others rented a 3-bedroom apartment, and they could just squeeze in. They didn't ask for much. He paid a high price to rent a villa, which attracted Lu Wang and the others' attention and envied her. After the matter was settled, the group said goodbye to each other. The A-City base provides a variety of jobs for the people. Jiang-jun found a leisurely job through the employment square, the livestock breeding area, and her main job is to study the breeding of livestock during the Doomsday. She certainly couldn't get into the core area. Her task was to deliver the feed. Even though she couldn't even get in the door, she was still very satisfied with this job. During her free time, Jiang-jun drove her RV around the base, looking at the people coming and going, feeling comfortable and relaxed. After delivering today's feed, Jiang-jun drove the RV to the trading area. After paying the site fee, she opened the window for business. Her business was not good, but her reputation was pretty good, and she had accumulated several regular customers. Sister Peng is here. What good stuff did you bring this time? The vendor next door asked. I just pulled some vegetables from the cart. Want some? Jiang-jun took it out from the bottom and replied in a low voice. The vendor next door's ears moved and immediately stepped forward to take it and put it into his collar while no one was paying attention. Thank you. I'll pay you after we're done. His children have been craving vegetables recently, but vegetables are rare, and he accidentally discovered that his neighbor actually has vegetables, and the price is very favorable, so he made an appointment in advance. If you have any good stuff, remember to notify me in advance. The vendor next door gave Jiang-jun a knowing look, even with the help of neighboring stalls to cover up. Jiang-jun's business can only be said to be average. There is only a piece of store open on the window of the RV, and no items are placed. People pass by, take a glance and don't stop. Jiang-jun took out the local area network she bought, sat in front of the window to study it carefully, and prepared to upgrade it. When she was concentrating, someone quietly approached the RV and hesitated for a moment before daring to approach. He was wearing a gray shirt and a work badge on his chest. He was a technical worker at the A-City base. Looking at the empty table, he was confused and suspected that he was being cheated. Zhang Yu suffers from heart disease. He has finished taking his usual medicine. He has been feeling unwell and pale recently. He was recommended by a friend to try this RV. The friend said mysteriously, the store is very low-key. The boss has everything you want. But be careful not to attract other people's attention. Otherwise the boss will get angry and run away, and you'll be finished. Before leaving, the friend repeatedly warned him, you have to be careful. Don't make the boss angry. He stood in front of the RV and walked to the RV with trust in his friend, boss. Are you still open here? Seeing Jiang-jun looking up, Zhang Yu quickly took out a note from his pocket and put it on the table, and his bright eyes stared straight at Jiang-jun. Jiang-jun picked it up, took a look, and said, what are you going to exchange? Seeing that the other party did not refuse, Zhang Yu was surprised and said, I have some gold and silver jewelry, and 30 food coupons. How much do you think you can exchange? Food coupons are issued uniformly to staff members of the A-City base. 1 food coupon can cover a meal, a pancake, a bowl of soup and a side dish, which is already very rich for most people. He was able to take out 30 food coupons. which can be said to have almost emptied all his savings. Jiang Jun shook his head and said, "No food coupons, let me see the gold and silver jewelry in your hand." When Jiang Yu heard that food coupons were not accepted, he was surprised, but his hands reacted quickly, and put the black bag in front of Jiang Jun. He waited there anxiously. He picked up these gold and silver jewelry. Originally, he still had the idea that society could restore order, but now he no longer had hope. Jiang Jun put away the gold and silver in the black bag. "Wait here." She turned and walked inside. Okay, okay, Jiang Yu said excitedly. After a while, Jiang Jun returned the bag to him. "There is a bottle of medicine in it." Jiang Yu took it with shaking hands, and said incoherently, "Thank you, boss." "You?" Jiang Jun said disdainfully. "Do you need anything else? If not, don't block us here." The neighboring stall looked at the customer with disorderly steps, and smiled. "Your business is good today. Check out." The neighboring stall handed the scraps he picked up to Jiang Jun. "This world has a new energy source, called red iron, a reddish-brown stone, which can be easily dissolved in other substances after smelting. Although red iron is rare, it is not non-existent." He found a small amount of red iron dissolved in steel through various channels. After checking, Jiang Jun accepted his scraps with satisfaction. "This account is settled. If there is red iron in the future, we can trade again." After returning to the RV area, Jiang Jun entered the interstellar simulation room and tried to decompose the red iron. After several failures, she had to give up. Red iron is a special energy source, although this world has not yet studied its use. The teacher in the interstellar simulation room told her about the role of red iron, which is to promote the fusion of two incompatible energy sources, and then transform them into a new substance. This substance can be used in weapon manufacturing. The weapons made from it are invulnerable to water and fire, and can crush most hard substances. "Looks like we need to find some red iron ore," Jiang Jun muttered. The experiment was halfway done, so she had to pause. She had to wait until the red iron ore arrived before she could proceed to the next step. She took out the LAN device from the back and modified it according to the tutorial. She first disassembled the most important chip, and then quickly disassembled the palm-sized communication equipment. Their power sources were all replaced with crystal cores. In the monster world, she learned how to use crystal cores, because she successfully modified them very easily. This LAN relies on crystal cores to transmit signals. Just like zombies can obey orders, humans can also successfully communicate and exchange with each other through their crystal cores. Jiang Jun expanded the scope of the LAN. Although it is impossible to have signals all over the world, it is no problem to generate signals between the entire country. She stretched, put down the equipment in her hand, and returned to the RV. She looked at the dark sky outside and vaguely saw the water vapor floating in the air. She wanted to know the subsequent plot through the system, but was rejected. Regarding the news of the end of the world, the system will not reveal any information to the tasker, and the tasker needs to explore it by himself. She was worried, so she got off the RV and walked around to check. She could clearly feel water droplets clinging to her skin, which was wet. When Jiang Jun passed by the villa area, she saw a person standing in front of the villa area. After a closer look, she found that it was Emi. She walked up and asked in confusion, "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing here?" Emi had already discovered that it was her. After hearing Jiang Jun's question, she looked at the sky with a complicated expression and said, "I always felt that something big was going to happen, so I came out to check the situation. What about you?" "I couldn't sleep. I had insomnia, and I thought about taking a walk," Jiang Jun said casually. Emi pulled Jiang Jun to chat about this and that, from the bottom of the world to the end of time. When the two really had no topics to talk about, something happened. A vortex suddenly formed in the center of the dark night sky, lightning and thunder, and the rumbling sound woke up the whole land. Behind the vortex, it seemed that something was about to pass through the clouds. Danger is coming. Chapter 45. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and dark clouds piled up one after another. With a roar of lightning, the dark night was lit up. People could see the vortex in the sky rising, as if there was a hole in the sky. The thunder roared through the sky, and people hurriedly put on their clothes and looked out of the window. Someone suddenly asked in surprise, "What's wrong with the sky? Is it going to rain? Why is it so rainy?" "Don't sleep. The sky outside is wrong." Jiang Jun looked at the sky. His heart was beating fast, as if it was about to jump out. Something is wrong. This is not an ordinary situation. She looked at Hime next to her. She stared at the sky with hatred on her face. She grasped an axe tightly in her hand. She touched her hand with the other hand and stared upwards with a ready look, as if danger was coming. Jiangjun's brain was working fast. She then quickly pulled out a dagger from between her legs. The dagger transformed by the universal prop was easy to carry and easy to disguise. She held the dagger in her hand and recalled the plot in the book. Unfortunately, the plot given to them by the system was only a rough outline, not detailed. I'm afraid this mission is not easy. When Jiangjun's thoughts diverged, the hole in the sky finally revealed its true face. Black shadows passed through the sky and quickly fell to the ground. In an instant, fat worms and nematodes were lifted up or crushed. In the drizzling rain, Jiangjun finally saw the true face of the flying object in the sky. It was about 2 meters high, unusually strong, about the thickness of 2 fat people. Its limbs and claws raked the ground, and it crawled out of the pit with its tentacles shaking. Jiangjun was shocked. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a cockroach. Hime shouted. Don't be stunned. Kill it before it reacts. Attack the tentacles and abdomen. Jiangjun reacted quickly and cooperated with Hime. She lured the insect monster, and Hime took this opportunity to attack from the rear end, first cutting off its tentacles, and then slashing at its abdomen while it screamed. Hime had fought against the Zerg for many years in her previous life. She knew the weaknesses of low-level Zerg very well. Low-level Zerg were the weakest among the Zerg. As long as their tentacles were cut off, they could attack their abdomens while they were in chaos. The abdomen was the softest part of the Zerg. If they could attack the abdomen of the Zerg, then low-level Zerg would not be difficult to deal with. She returned to the past as soon as possible. The Zerg would still come. When the Zerg came in her previous life, she hid in the basement and luckily escaped. Now she returned to the past. She remembered the scene of being eaten by the Zerg before she died. Her flesh and blood were torn apart by them, and she died in agony. She must strengthen her strength. So the first thing she did was to hunt more Zerg on the day when the Zerg came. Hime regained his consciousness, looking at the alert Jiangjun. Although he didn't know her background, she seemed to be very powerful from her sharp moves just now. Now at a critical moment, Hime did not hide anything. Remember to attack its abdomen. That part is the weakest, and is the key to killing it. Jiangjun raised an eyebrow, and did not ask why she knew so much. He just said, "Thank you for reminding me." Black shadows kept falling to the ground. People gradually realized that what fell from the sky was not pie, but a monster full of dangers. The cockroach-like insects fell to the ground, climbed the walls, broke into homes, and killed and devoured humans to increase their strength. The people who were hiding upstairs also picked up their knives, iron rods and other weapons, and fought against the Zerg with fearlessness. His family and children were in the house, and he must not let the Zerg in. Even if he died, he had to block this door. Everyone cried, wailing that God would not leave anyone away to survive. But no matter how hard it was, they had to wipe their tears and fight the Zerg below. Lu Wang and Song Ming had already discovered that something was wrong. Lu Wang woke up all his teammates and asked them to pick up their weapons and be prepared. The other teammates said that Lu Wang was making a fuss. Unexpectedly, the next second, a cockroach-like insect monster suddenly fell from the sky and attacked everyone without warning. The insect monster's back was extremely hard, and it was invulnerable to swords and guns. All the attacks of everyone failed, and they were helpless for a while. Seeing that someone was about to die at the hands of the insect monster, Lu Wang quickly chopped at its head, and the knife landed on the tentacles, causing the insect monster to scream and shrank back. And Song Ming quickly opened the wooden cannon and hit its abdomen. When he saw the purple-red blood flowing out of its abdomen, he shouted, "Attack its abdomen!" After finding the weakness, the team cooperated tacitly, and it took no time to get rid of the insect monster. The teammate wiped his sweat and said thankfully, "Fortunately, we all have weapons in our hands. Otherwise, when this strange insect came, we would not have reacted in time and would have all died." "Brother Lu, thanks for your reminder." The teammate who said Lu Wang was making a fuss before was bitten by the Zerg and was almost swallowed by it. After escaping the disaster, he thanked Lu Wang repeatedly. After Lu Wang settled the wounded, he looked through the window and saw chaos in the base. The Zerg that fell from the sky roamed the base recklessly. They devoured humans, and the dripping blood dyed the earth black. Jiangjun pulled out the dagger that had stabbed the Zerg's abdomen. Blood flowed down the blade. She pushed the dead Zerg down, wiped the purple-red blood splashing on her cheek, and leaned on the corpse to breathe rapidly. She was now soaked. Rain mixed with red nematodes fell on her body. She could feel her hair itchy and the worms crawling on her body. But she didn't pay any attention to it. Or she didn't have the energy to distract herself from these trivial matters. On the other side, Himi seemed a little crazy when she killed the Zerg. The axe rolled over one Zerg after another, and the corpses were all around her. Jiang-jun looked at her back and began to wonder if she was a little content with the status quo. Himi was scratched by the sharp claws of the Zerg. But she didn't care. If it were her, she might go back to the store to apply medicine. She seemed to rely too much on the store. If she lost the store, how would she survive the difficult and dangerous mission world? Jiang-jun thought a lot. But it was only a moment. After resting for a while, she quickly stood up and jumped forward to avoid the sneak attack of the Zerg behind her. She supported herself on the ground with both hands and stared at the Zerg that attacked her. She noticed that as the Zerg devoured humans, their limbs began to change. She seemed to understand why Himi was frantically killing Zerg. These Zerg were able to evolve. Their tentacles began to become hard, and a protective film grew on their originally soft abdomens. The Zerg opened its sharp teeth and roared at Jiang-jun, seemingly dissatisfied with the human's escape. The hungry belly urged it to eat the delicious human as soon as possible, and instinct made it pounce on Jiang-jun. After Jiang-jun dodged the attack, she was scratched by the sharp claws of the Zerg. Blood flowed down her arm and stained her sleeves. The Zerg's strength increased again, but she was exhausted. There were dangers all around her. The blood attracted more Zerg. For Zergs formed a circle, staring at Jiang-jun with their scarlet eyes. She had no way to retreat. She clenched the dagger in her hand, jumped forward, kicked down the Zerg in front of her, turned quickly and killed one of the Zerg, and was pierced in the abdomen by the Zerg's claws while escaping. Jiang-jun hid behind the car, avoided the Zerg chasing her, and sprayed insecticide to cover up the smell. She covered her bleeding abdomen, quickly treated the wound, applied glue, wrapped a bandage, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after the bleeding stopped. It's not that she didn't think about escaping into the store, but she wasn't desperate yet, and this was just an injury she could hold on. It is better to grow up on your own than to rely on others blindly. Jiang-jun heard footsteps approaching, and held the dagger in his hand vigilantly, bowed and waited for others to approach, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Himi. "Are you okay?" Himi found that Jiang-jun was besieged, and quickly dealt with the Zerg and rushed to her side. Seeing that she was injured in the abdomen by the Zerg, he couldn't help but worry, and rushed to check the situation. Jiang-jun shook his head. "It's okay. You have a lot of injuries on your body. You still need to treat them as soon as possible." Himi's fighting style without regard for her own situation caused her head, arms, abdomen, and legs to have large and small wounds, which looked horrible. So Jiang-jun quickly persuaded her to treat the wounds. "This is just a small wound, it's not a big deal." Himi squatted down to help. "I know a safe place, I'll take you there." The safe place Himi mentioned was a residence, not far from the two of them, but it was in a remote location, and there were no Zerg around, so the two climbed up the stairs smoothly. Himi pried the door open skillfully. There was a sofa and a TV in the house, and there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom inside. "Here, treat your wound." Jiang-jun handed the medical adhesive and bandage in his hand to Himi. Himi raised his eyebrows. This is a good thing. Himi didn't think much about it, because she also carried medicine with her in her previous life. Now in the end of the world, no one knows what will happen in the next second. It's good to have medicine with you after all. The two treated their wounds and slept for a while in the night. After waking up, they searched the house again and finally found chocolate and biscuits. Jiang-jun looked at the chocolate in her hand and glanced at Himi strangely. When the other party was about to notice, she quickly retracted her gaze, knowing that the other party had taken it out from her space. Otherwise, how could there be chocolate and biscuits in this remote house? I'm afraid they had been looted by others long ago. She swallowed the chocolate silently. The bitter and sweet taste on the tip of her tongue made her feel as if she was in another world. She ate the chocolate that she hated before, but now she enjoyed it. It seems that people only cherish things when they lose them. He ate half of it and hid the rest in his pocket. Himi did the same. The two people who both had space were pretending here. Jiang-jun felt a little amused. When they had rested for a while, they decided to go back. Jiang-jun went to find her RV, and Himi went back to the villa. They parted ways from then on. After leaving Himi's sight, Jiang Jun transformed into a tang sword and hid from place to place. When he met the Zerg, he quickly killed them by surprise. Fortunately, it was smooth sailing. When he arrived at the RV, the Zerg around suddenly increased, and it seemed that they all gathered here. Jiang Jun had no choice but to ask Xiaobai to move the store. She took out a backpack from the store, stuffed it with bread, biscuits, instant noodles and other food, and then looked at the RV in the corner, thinking that if she had the chance, she would take it back to the space. Well-equipped RVs are rare, and she would be heartbroken to lose this RV. After leaving, she found an unmanned house and lived in it. She sprinkled disinfectant, which could not only disperse the nematodes, but also cover up the smell of blood, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although she was recovering from her injuries, she was also paying attention to the situation at the base. Chapter 46. Soon, about a week later, a team appeared in the distance. They were well organized and cooperated to hunt the Zerg. Jiang Jun found that Mi and Lu Wang were also among them. She packed her luggage without hesitation and went to join them with a tang sword in hand. Mi was dealing with the Zerg with the army. Seeing Jiang Jun wielding a tang sword in the distance and killing 1 Zerg after another, he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. After 3 days of separation, he really looked at her with new eyes. Lu Wang found Jiang Jun in front and was the first to say in surprise, "Sister Peng, here." Jiang Jun joined the team just like that, and the others just looked away. Joining halfway is not uncommon. The Zerg suddenly descended, the population of the base dropped sharply, now the staff is sparse, the time when people are most needed. And after her neat way of killing the Zerg just now, the others are also happy to see her join. Jiang Jun took the initiative to greet them. "Why are you here?" Lu Wang sighed, "Because the Zerg suddenly came. The base was destroyed, and the losses were heavy. My teammates and I escaped from the Zerg by chance. We met the army on the way and joined the army. Now we live in the military area. The military area is far away from the residential area. It is an independent area. Because they are all well-trained soldiers, they were able to survive from the Zerg. After dealing with the surrounding Zerg, the base commander called on the army to go to the residential area for rescue." Jiang Jun envied, "You are lucky to meet the army." Lu Wang patted his head. Indeed. Our team is relatively good. There are no casualties. Most of the people in other teams have suffered countless casualties." Jiang Jun looked at the soldiers in military uniforms and asked, "The base is going to build another safe zone?" Lu Wang nodded. The base commander decided to expand outward step by step near the military area to establish a safe zone. But the strength of the Zerg should not be underestimated. While clearing the Zerg, the army is also trying to rescue humans. And our teams can follow the army. If we rescue people, we will also be rewarded. While rescuing, the collected materials will also belong to each team. With the army around, personal safety is always guaranteed. So there are people in the military area who are willing to follow the search and rescue. More people mean more strength. Although they are not capable, they are always helpful. Therefore, the base welcomes everyone. Moreover, the base now distributes food according to work. If you don't work, you won't get any food. Moreover, the food distributed by the military district is limited. Only enough for 1 person. Some families are willing to risk their lives to follow the army to search and rescue for the sake of their family. Even if they die, they will get compensation materials from the base. After Jiang Jun got a general understanding of the situation at the base, he followed the army to pick up leaks. Occasionally, he would take action when he encountered danger. In this way, he also picked up half a bag of millet and a few bottles of mineral water. Mi endured for a moment and didn't see Jiang Jun come forward to say hello. So he took the initiative to ask, "Sister Peng, how is your injury?" Jiang Jun waved his hand and said, "I've recovered almost. How about you?" "I'm fine. My injury is not as serious as yours." Mi shook her head. She stood beside Jiang Jun holding a bloody axe, and the others hurriedly moved away from the two of them. After a moment of hesitation, Mi said, "I want to invite you to join our team." She had seen Jiang Jun's strength and wanted to pull her into their team. With her joining, their strength would definitely be improved. Mi introduced, "There are 7 people in our team, and they are all very strong. If you join, it will definitely be even more powerful." Jiang Jun followed her gaze to look at their team, and saw 4 men and 2 women looking at them. Among them were the base commander's son Jin Qian, and the woman she met last time. Her intuition told her not to get involved with him. When Jin Qian and the others saw Jiang Jun looking at them, they knew that he must have proposed to her to join the team. And then, they smiled at Jiang Jun in a friendly manner. Jiang Jun retracted his gaze and shook his head at Himi. I appreciate your kindness. But Lu Wang had invited me before you. And I have already agreed to join their team. I can't go back on my word. Yes. Just now Lu Wang saw that Jiang Jun was alone, and took the opportunity to invite her to join the team. Jiang Jun just said that she had to think about it. Now that Himi invited her again, she didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the protagonists. So she just used this matter to push it away. Himi was a little disappointed when she heard this. If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. Himi returned to the team and relayed Jiang Jun's words. Jin Qian looked regretful when he heard this. I saw that she was quite skilled just now, but I didn't expect that Lu Wang and the others would beat her to the punch. Qiu Hong rolled her eyes. What's so regretful? Our team is already strong. Her joining is just icing on the cake. If she doesn't join, it won't matter to us. Why bother about these little things? Quan Feng looked down on the Aborigines and originally wanted to stop Himi, but because of Himi's firm attitude, he gave up. Now he heard the other party's refusal. He said angrily, since she doesn't want to join, we don't have to rush to join. I just said that she doesn't want to join, and it's useless to invite her again. Himi's face turned pale and blue. She thought it was a trivial matter. Peng Fong had joined Lu Wang's team because she didn't think it through. After Quan Feng said this, it seemed like her fault for insisting on inviting her. Qiu Hong saw that Himi's expression was not right, and hurriedly stepped forward to ease the situation. It's okay. She can't join because of something. It's not a big deal. We don't need to hurt the harmony here because of irrelevant people. Qiu Hong glared at Quan Feng and kept winking at him. Why offend the heroine? Don't forget the space in the heroine's hand. Quan Feng recovered and bowed his head to apologize. I was angry and said something without thinking. Don't take it to heart. Himi pretended that nothing happened, but she thought in her heart that if it weren't for Jin Qian's help, she would not want to join this team anyway. It was too late to quit now, so she had to let go of her thoughts. Jiang Jun followed Lu Wang to their team's residence. There were about a dozen people inside, all crowded together. Lu Wang pulled a woman over, who was about 20 years old, ordinary in appearance, and lively in personality. As soon as she arrived, she took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Zhu Fan. You can call me Fan Fan. I am the doctor in the team. I heard that you have an old injury. I will help you treat it. Jiang Jun quickly learned about the situation of the team through Zhu Fan. Their team was spontaneously organized since the end of the world, except for Lu Wangyu and Song Ming, who knew each other from the beginning. The others joined halfway, so they were not opposed to Jiang Jun's joining. There were about a dozen people in the team, most of whom were men. Women like Zhu Fan did not participate in the hunting operation, but were responsible for taking care of the wounded or logistics and meals. Because Jiang Yun had fighting power and was a wounded soldier, she only had to sit aside and rest. During the meal, she was given 2 insect cakes and a bowl of rice porridge. It was not rich, but looking at the satisfied faces around her, she silently ate up the insect cakes and rice porridge. After joining the Lu Wang team, she was not as busy as she thought. She only had to hand in a part of the materials collected on weekdays, and the rest belonged to her. Jiang Yun adapted well after joining the team and no longer had to worry about other trivial matters. After she moved her shop, she no longer had time to pay attention to it. She handed it over to the cook to handle it, and only notified her when there was a crisis. She followed the team out to hunt Zerg every day to improve her strength. Just when she thought she would be able to safely complete the mission in Lu Wang's team, the system suddenly released a side mission. Trigger side mission. Mission target: go to Jiangdong Research Institute, rescue Dr. Lu and bring out the energy agent. Mission reward: 3,000 points. Mission penalty: deduct 1,500 points. Jiang Jun looked at the mission penalty in surprise, deducting 1,500 points. This mission reward is only 3,000, deducting so much at once. It seems that this side mission is extremely important. But where is the Jiangdong Research Institute? Who is Dr. Lu? What is the energy agent? When Jiang Jun was full of doubts, Lu Wang and Song Ming brought back news from the army. The army had previously called various teams to attend a meeting, and after the two attended the meeting, they could not hide their sorrowful faces. This meeting really made it difficult for them to speak. Facing the expectant gaze of his teammates, Lu Wang had no choice but to say, this time the army issued a mission, saying that they were going to the institute to rescue a doctor, and now they are calling on the teams in the safe zone to join. As long as someone joins, each person will immediately receive 100 kilograms of rice, and if they unfortunately die during the mission, they will also receive a generous pension. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar below. 100 kilograms of rice. It seems that the base is going to bleed heavily. Giving so much food. It may not be as simple as rescue. It is not worth it to sacrifice one's life for 100 kilograms of food. The teammate frowned. He has a wife and children. If he dies in the mission, his family will certainly have no one to rely on. After hearing this, the other teammates did not accuse him of being afraid of death, but turned to ask Lu Wang, did the base say how difficult this mission is? Song Ming answered for Lu Wang, the mission is very difficult. So the reward is also high. The reason why Lu Wang and Song Ming were worried was that the base commander clearly told everyone that this mission was related to the survival of mankind. If Dr. Lu could be rescued, mankind would have a glimmer of hope. But the base commander did not hide the degree of danger of the mission. He told everyone that the research institute had already fallen into the Zerg nest. Low-level and high-level Zerg were everywhere, and it was extremely difficult to even approach the research institute, let alone enter the institute to rescue Dr. Lu. During the meeting, the base commander was firm. Dr. Lu is a great scientist. He has already developed a way to fight against the Zerg. No matter what, we must rescue him. Even if we all die, we must ensure Dr. Lu's safety. As the base commander, I will also accompany you on this mission. Lu Wang told his teammates what the base commander said at the time. And everyone fell silent. It's about the survival of mankind. I didn't expect that one day they would shoulder the responsibility of saving mankind. The base commander accompanied them, which is confirmed that this mission is absolutely the top priority. The teammates suddenly said, what's the harm in fighting once? These Zerg tortured people to death. Now there is finally a way to cure them. Are we just going to give up? I will participate in this mission. I will participate too. I have only one miserable life. I will die for the future of mankind. How glorious. Maybe there will be a martyr's monument for me in the future. You and a martyr. If he participates, I will participate too. I will participate too. Lu Wang looked at everyone with red eyes. They all participated in this mission with the intention of dying. But some people chose to retreat. No one blamed them. Each of them had their own difficulties. Not everyone was fearless of death. Lu Wang's team selected more than half of the people to participate in the rescue mission, and the army also began to prepare. Chapter 47. A week later, at the gate of the safe zone, 7 or 8 military trucks carrying people, followed by dozens of cars, began to head towards the Jiangdong Research Institute in F City. They set out for the hope of mankind, and will eventually bring back the hope of mankind. Jiang Jun sat in the back seat of a Land Rover, and in front of her was the car of He and others. She thought that the male and female protagonists were both there. After all, they were the male and female protagonists, and they always had the aura of the protagonists. Although the mission was not easy, it should not be too dangerous. Although she thought so, she was always uneasy in her heart. The Jiangdong Research Institute in F City is about 200 kilometers away from the A City base. Before the apocalypse, it took about 2 days to drive there. However, after the apocalypse, the journey is more difficult. Not only do you have to find the right route, but you also have to be on guard against sneak attacks from the Zerg. Therefore, everyone dared not relax their vigilance along the way. Sister Peng, this is for you. This is the canned beef sent by the army. After Lu Wang distributed the canned food distributed by the army, he finally sat down next to Jiang Yun. How long will it take to reach the research institute? After Jiang Yun took it, he did not eat it immediately, but put it in his backpack. Most of the other teammates were the same as Jiang Jun. The army was responsible for their meals along the way, and the meals were rich. Canned beef is now a precious food. It is easy to store, and has a long shelf life. Therefore, most people save the canned beef for emergency use. Lu Wang opened the can, put some of it into his mouth with his fingers, and said, "It's still so delicious. It's worthy of being canned beef." Hearing Jiang Jun's question, Lu Wang sighed. There are about 2 days left. The closer to F City, the stronger the Zerg will be. It is said that the Zerg at the Research Institute is stronger, and they are all high-level Zerg. I don't know if we can win this battle, Lu Wang urged. Eat these canned food quickly. Don't die before you even taste the canned food. Jiang Jun didn't answer, but asked, "Did you give the things I gave you last time to the base commander?" She modified Lu Wang's local area network, made it into a small communicator, and entrusted Lu Wang to pass it on to the base commander. Compared with ordinary communicators, it has advantages in hardness and durability. The most important thing is that it can locate in a chaotic magnetic field. It will definitely come in handy in the mission of going deep into the insect nest to rescue the doctor. Lu Wang frowned and said, "I recommended your communicator to the base commander, but it is unlikely that he will carry it. The communicator is a key tool and cannot be replaced temporarily." Even though Lu Wang is positive about Sister Peng's communicator, as a base leader, it is impossible to change the wooden warehouse at the last minute. Therefore, the communicator made by Sister Peng was put aside. Jiang Jun didn't take it seriously. She didn't want the base commander to use her communicator, but just wanted to make sure that the base commander received her communicator. The army continued to march forward day and night. The danger on the road became more and more difficult as they approached. Finally, less than 10 kilometers away from the institute, the army announced that they would station there, and everyone began to set up camp and rest. The next morning, the sky was gray and turbid air enveloped the earth. The officer took out a telescope and looked at the location of the institute. All he saw was gray fog, and his vision was blurred. He turned around and shook his head at everyone. The head of the base frowned and ordered, "Send a reconnaissance team to check the situation and report any danger in time." The reconnaissance team did not dare to get too close to the institute, and only dared to stay nearby and return quickly after a while. There are mostly low-level Zergs near the institute. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the Zergs. If you want to break through from the ground and enter the institute, I am afraid there will be many dangers. If you are not careful, you will be besieged by Zergs. How many Zergs are there in the 2 buildings? The head of the base asked. The institute has 2 buildings, not far apart. One is the test area, and the other is the research area. There is a passage connecting the 2 buildings. If you can reach it from the inside, it is a good method. The scout leader knew what the base commander was thinking. Although the number of Zerg in the research area was less than that in the test area, it was still dangerous, he said cautiously. The number of Zerg in the research area is less than that in the test area, but there are also many high-level Zerg in the surrounding area. If we break through from the research area, we can enter, but we may suffer heavy losses. The base commander gritted his teeth and said, "Don't say anything more. Just break through from the research area. Although it is dangerous, there is always a glimmer of hope. The longer Dr. Liu is trapped, the greater the danger. We are not allowed to retreat now." After the army issued the order, all the teams began to act, spontaneously divided into 3 teams, and broke through from multiple directions. The connecting area between the research area and the test area is located in the east. Jiang Yun's team broke through from the north side of the research area, and the remaining 2 teams broke through from the other 2 directions. Lu Wang, be careful behind you, Jiang Yun shouted, quickly pulled out the wooden cannon and shot at the Zerg that attacked from behind Lu Wang, and then held the Tang sword tightly and chopped hard. The abdomen of the low-level Zerg was pierced by the sharp blade, and blood sprayed all over Lu Wang. He quickly stepped forward to cooperate with Jiang Yun, and slashed again, until the Zerg died. After the crisis was resolved, Lu Wang thanked him with lingering fear, and turned to join the battle. Jiang Yun's chest kept rising and falling. The number of Zergs in the research area was increasing. The situation was not favorable for them. If they did not enter the research area, they would probably die here. She looked around. The Zergs besieging them were all low-level Zergs, and there was no trace of intermediate and high-level Zergs. This was very wrong. According to the news sent by the reconnaissance team, there were many intermediate Zergs near the research area, but they had not found any. Jiang Yun suppressed the panic in her heart and found Lu Wang. After that, she told him about her worries. Jiang Jun said cryptically, "There is something wrong with the Zerg around us. We may have fallen into a trap." After hearing this, Lu Wang was horrified, but he remained calm. He only asked Jiang Jun to report anything wrong immediately. He turned around and hurried to find the officer in charge. Jiang Jun looked at Lu Wang's hurried figure and thought, she underestimated the strength of the Zerg. I'm afraid there are already intelligent leaders among the Zerg. This is a trap for humans. They had the opportunity to break through the siege and enter the research area in one fell swoop, but they were besieged by a large number of Zerg. They had no choice but to hide in a warehouse not far away and fell into the encirclement of the Zerg. Jiang-jun calmly took out a few grenades from the store and hid them in her backpack, in case of emergency. Although it was difficult to explain the source, she would not take this detail to heart when danger came. Although she could hide in the store at the critical moment, she would not choose to escape to the store unless she had no other options and her life was in danger. Now she would save as many people as possible. After a moment, the leading officer said with a heavy face, "Everyone take out your weapons. We have to break through the siege. The research area is right in front of us. We can't give up. Let's go now." Sure enough, when they broke through the siege, what was waiting for them was the intermediate Zerg. They first let the large number of low-level Zerg attack, and waited until they were exhausted before they took action. The strength of the intermediate Zerg was much higher than that of the low-level Zerg, and they wanted to catch them all at this time. However, Jiang-jun would never let them have their way. "Get out of the way!" Jiang-jun yelled. A grenade fell towards the middle-level Zerg, and a painful howl came out of the Zerg's mouth instantly, giving everyone room to break through. "Jiang-jun, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get into the research area." Everyone was startled by the sudden grenade, and reacted to Jiang-jun shouting, and quickly fled into the research area. The leading officer saw that her strategy of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west was effective, and he also took out a grenade and threw it at the Zerg on the other side, buying more time for everyone. The intermediate Zergs were tortured by the flying grenades. Although their tough shells could protect them, the continuous grenades still caused damage to them. The Zerg shell cracked with the explosion of the grenades. Jiang-jun's eyes lit up, and she found a breakthrough in an instant. Because she had a fear of insufficient firepower, she had stored a lot of large offensive weapons, such as grenades. But she couldn't be too arrogant. When the shell of the intermediate Zerg cracked, she found the right time to draw her sword and pierce the shell. The struggle of the Zerg gradually slowed down. The officer in charge also found the flaw of the intermediate Zerg, and commanded everyone to attack the shell. Successfully repelling the Zerg, they retreated cautiously into the research area. Inside the research area, after dealing with the remaining Zerg on the first floor, the officer breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you very much this time. Thanks to you, we found the flaw of the intermediate Zerg." The officer thanked Jiang-yun, but did not ask her about the source of the grenade. In the end times, everyone has some secrets. Jiang-yun accepted the gift from the officer. Canned beef and self-heating rice. They were trapped in the research area, and food was undoubtedly the most valuable. She had no reason to refuse. When everyone arrived at the research area, Jiang-jun checked the personnel. Only half of them successfully arrived at the research area. The rest died on the way. Many people had red eyes. The whole team was a little silent and depressed. Near dusk, the other two teams also arrived at the research area soon. But the casualties were even worse. The team of nearly 100 people originally had only 30 or 40 people left. If they had not discovered the trap of the intermediate Zerg earlier, they would probably have suffered heavy casualties like them. There were not many Zergs in the research area. After they dealt with the Zergs, they decided to rest for a while, and then set off to the experimental area. Jiang-jun's team also lost 5 or 6 people. The atmosphere in the team was a little depressed. Lu Wang took the food from her with red eyes, and held the dry food in his hand without saying a word. Jiang-jun sighed. "Don't think too much. Put their belongings in order. If the mission goes well, you will have to hand over these belongings to their relatives after you get out." Although Song Ming was aware of the danger of this mission, he could not accept the loss of so many people at the beginning. Not to mention the sensitive Lu Wang. Song Ming advised, "This kind of thing is unavoidable. You have to cheer up. The team still depends on you. If you all fall down, what will happen to us? You have to ensure that the remaining survivors can successfully get out of the experimental area alive." Jiang-yun and the others were relieved when they saw that Lu Wang's mood had finally improved. The army sent out about 300 people, divided into 3 teams. The first team, which was Jiang-yun's team, had more than 70 people left, and the second and third teams each had more than 30 people left. A total of more than 150 people survived, with a survival rate of 50%. There were too many deaths, and the leading officers began to worry. Jiang-jun opened the canned beef and the self-heating hot pot, and swallowed them ravenously under the envious gazes of the crowd. The next situation was unknown, and she didn't know if she could come out alive. The most important thing now was to replenish her energy. Moreover, this mission was mandatory, and there might be a tasker involved. She had to deal with it carefully. Jiang Jun lowered her eyelids, ignoring the probing gazes around her as if nothing had happened. She cleaned up the debris and garbage, and then sat in the corner with her eyes closed to rest. If it is not necessary, it is better not to have any intersection with the tasker. Chapter 48. A quarrel was heard from his ears. Jiang Jun opened his eyes and looked towards the stairs. He saw 5 or 6 people surrounding a man. The man was shivering and curled up in the corner, letting the other party take away his supplies. One of them cursed, "Damn, that's all we have to eat." The things in the backpack were scattered on the ground: 2 sausages, a bottle of water, and no other food. They didn't believe it, and turned the backpack inside out. In the end, they found that this kid really only had this little food. "Pa! Bad luck." The leader spat, staring at the trembling man viciously. "Brother, beat him up, maybe he'll hide." The henchman fanned the flames behind him. They took advantage of the officers' meeting to rob the food, but who knew the first person they found was so incompetent, daring to follow them on a mission with such a small amount of food. The leader's anger was ignited by the henchman, and he signaled the people behind him to beat him up, and then turned around to find the next victim. Jiang Jun glanced at them and ignored them. This kind of thing happens all the time. Most of them are lone wanderers. They have no team and cannot be protected. They are often bullied. Stealing food is a minor matter. Sometimes they are beaten to death. Now the mission is important. Some people still want to rob. This kind of thing does not require her to do anything. But some people will not tolerate it. As expected, people who originally stood by and watched became dissatisfied when they saw that they were arrogant. Not only stealing food, but also beating people. The man leaning against the wall warned, "It's okay to steal food. The mission is important now. There are not many people. If you hurt someone, you will be blamed for the failure of the mission." The leader sneered, "I just beat one person. But I can't take the responsibility of the whole team. Don't put all the blame on me." The leader glanced at the food behind him obscurely. "If you want to save this kid, you can. Take out your food. I promise not to touch him." The man, Guangshuanyang, laughed angrily. "Dream on. You steal food from me. I think you want to die." The leader rolled his eyes. "You are just pretending to be rich. If you don't have the guts, don't stand out." Guangshuanyang's teammates said angrily, "Don't be arrogant. If you don't release the people, I will see how you end up when the officers come out." The others remembered the officers at this time, and then looked at the 6 robbers with disgust. "Stop it now. It's not enough to just steal the food, you're going to hit people too. You're so arrogant, you're not going to attack us. Are you? We can't let him succeed. There's not much food to begin with. If we let them take it away, our mission will be in vain." The faces of the people who were stealing the food turned green, and when they saw everyone trying to stop them, they knew something was wrong. In the end, they could only let go of their hands, glance gloomily at the people around them, kick the man, and then left. The man curled up in a corner, his skinny body wrapped in gray-black clothes, never said a word from beginning to end. His messy long hair covered his entire face, and he cowered in a way that displeased everyone. Guangshuanyang looked at the man with disgust. If it wasn't for the situation, he wouldn't have said anything to stop him. The people in this small world are really stupid. Instead of working together, they started a quarrel. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the mission, such a suicidal minion must be stopped from the beginning. Otherwise, there will be more suicidal behavior in the end. Guangshuanyang is a veteran in the mission, and has a lot of experience. Therefore, as soon as he entered the mission world, he found other missioners. They formed a team and relied on the plot to foresee the situation. They first stockpiled materials, and then tried to get close to the male and female protagonists. However, there were other taskers around the hero and heroine at that time. Guangshuanyang was of low level, and did not want to have conflicts with the mid-level taskers. So he avoided them. I didn't expect that this world would trigger a side quest, which was also mandatory. This means that the goal of this quest is definitely the top priority. If it can be completed successfully, the points obtained will definitely be more than 3,000. There is a post in Doomsday Square, which revealed that mandatory quests usually trigger hidden achievements, and the points of hidden achievements will never be lower than the side quest rewards. The intermediate taskers were with the male and female protagonists, and were the second group to enter. As the first group, he had the opportunity to complete the task before the intermediate taskers. Just thinking about it made Guangshuanyang very excited. This mission must not be messed up by the people in this small world. One more person means one more person to die. He might be used as bait in times of crisis. Guang Xuanyang stared at the curled-up man with a hidden look in his eyes, thinking that he had saved his life. The farce in the corridor did not attract the attention of the army. After the break, everyone set out for the experimental area. There is a corridor between the research area and the experimental area. The corridor is about half a kilometer long. It is usually a must-go for researchers. There are wardrobes on both sides for storing items. After passing the security check, you can enter the experimental area by passing through the doors on both sides for disinfection. There are no Zerg gathering in the corridor. It is quiet all around. Everyone stares at the front vigilantly, not relaxing for a moment. They soon come to the last door. The inside is unknown. Everyone looks at this door vigilantly. The officer shouted, "Open the door." There is a manual gate on the side of the iron door. The soldier pushes it up with all his strength, and the door moves to both sides with a rumble. Behind the door were hungry Zergs. They smelled the scent of humans, and were about to open their big mouths full of sharp teeth to the inside after drilling through the gap. They were killed instantly by the sound of the choking bullet. The sound attracted more and more Zergs. They shook their tentacles and attacked quickly. The closed environment not only made it difficult for the Zerg to escape, but also made it difficult for them to walk. The current plan was to quickly get rid of these Zergs. The officer calmly ordered, "Team 1 attack the left side. Team 2 attack the right side. Team 3 follow me to break through the middle." Another Zerg corpse fell. Jiang Jun quickly stood up and stabbed another one. There were many low-level Zergs on this floor, and only a few intermediate Zergs. The current plan was to stop the Zergs from other floors from coming. She kept recalling the floor map when she first came in. The location of the fire escape flashed quickly in her mind. The officer next to her also realized the importance of closing the floor, and his face changed. Without waiting for the officer to remind everyone, Jiang Jun quickly got into the gap. After the officer noticed it, he quickly understood her purpose. He ordered in a stern voice, "Everyone leave the Zerg to the right channel." While everyone attracted the attention of the Zerg, Jiang Jun quickly came to the fire escape. The bright and beautiful shell of the high-level Zerg is the biggest difference between it and the low-level Zerg. There was a reddish-brown high-level Zerg standing at the fire escape. Its wings on both sides were as dazzling as blood, and it crawled on its back. The red compound eyes of the high-level Zerg flashed with wisdom, as if they were waiting for humans to fall into their trap. Jiang Jun clenched the Tang sword and slashed at the low-level Zerg that attacked from all directions. She kept her eyes on the high-level Zerg, fearing that the high-level Zerg would attack her when she was not prepared. The high-level Zerg raised its sharp front legs to attack her, but suddenly retracted its front legs a second ago, looked at Jiang Jun as if it was a pity, and turned away. Jiang Jun breathed a sigh of relief, pulled out the Tang sword that had stabbed into the Zerg's abdomen, and found the right time mechanism to block the fire escape. Because the passage was closed, the Zerg on this floor were quickly dealt with. Jiang Jun's dangerous behavior inevitably injured herself. Her left shoulder was cut by the Zerg, and the pain made her feel more and more uneasy. She kept thinking about the strange behavior of the high-level Zerg just now. She didn't think that the high-level Zerg had mercy on her and let her live. She clearly felt the murderous intent of the high-level Zerg. The other party obviously wanted to kill her. So what was the reason for the other party to let her go? Or all of them? The uninjured people began to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of the Zerg were piled up in the corner. The chief officer fiddled with the communicator, trying to get in touch with the outside world. The electromagnetic sound was particularly loud in the empty corridor. The medical soldier in the team treated Jiang Yun's wounds, and she quickly found the chief officer and explained the scene to him clearly. The officer was silent for a moment and said, "Don't tell anyone else about this. I will report it to my superiors." Jiang Jun returned to the team, and Lu Wang came over immediately and asked, "What happened?" Jiang Jun was not in a position to reveal the news, so he said vaguely, "The mortality rate of this mission is too high. We haven't even found the doctor yet, and half of the people are gone." Hearing this, Lu Wang glanced around and counted the number of people in his mind. As expected, it was almost the same as what Sister Peng said. He frowned and said, "Although I know the degree of danger of the mission, this is..." He didn't say the rest of the words, but the two knew it well. They were afraid that this mission would be more dangerous than what the outside world said, and they were afraid that they would never come back. After receiving this news suddenly, Lu Wang was not in the mood to chat with Jiang Jun, and turned around to find Song Ming. Because of the heavy casualties, The military officer sent a request for rescue to the outside world, and they camped on this floor. Some people slept on the ground, and some people couldn't sleep day and night. Jiang Jun and others were on the first floor of the experimental area. Outside, there were intermediate Zergs waiting for them, and other floors of the experimental area were lurking with unknown Zergs. So they were surrounded by enemies. 2 days passed, and in addition to the continuous consumption of food, there was no news of rescue. The people staying in the corridor inevitably became anxious, and thus conflicts arose. Guangshuanyang went into the research institute. Due to the military command, he could not go to the underground laboratory and could not get the energy agent. He was very anxious. If he waited until the male and female protagonists arrived, he might get nothing. After a period of anxious waiting, they reached a consensus and decided to strike first. After the officer knew their intention, he objected. The situation in the underground laboratory is unknown now. If you go in rashly, you will only lose your life. You can't go down. Guangshuanyang saw that the military was unable to go through. So he questioned, "We have already come to the experimental area. Why don't you let us go in? Is there any secret hidden from us?" The faces of other people watching the excitement kept changing. The people who were lying down stood up instantly and looked over there. Their ears were erected, for fear of missing some internal information. Chapter 49. The officer looked at him calmly and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what you are talking about." Guangshuanyang snorted coldly. "Don't think we don't know. You just want to take the energy pills for yourself, and don't want us ordinary people to get them. So you want to delay time, and when the rescue team comes, we will be abandoned." The people below were in a commotion, and the discussions were one after another, and the eyes that fell on the officer were full of suspicion, and the silence of the officer brought the atmosphere to a climax. "Is there really a secret? What is the energy potion? You don't really want to keep the energy potion for yourself, do you? This energy potion must be a good thing, otherwise how dare you offer such a generous reward?" Everyone instantly remembered the generous reward promised by the base, and believed most of Guangshuanyang's words. The officer's face darkened, and he scolded, "No matter where you heard the rumor from, it is not true. Don't confuse the army here." Guangshuanyang didn't care about his words, and he told all the news like a wheel. "This energy agent is a good thing. It is said that it can give people special abilities. If anyone is willing to join us tomorrow morning, go to the fire escape. With this energy agent, you can become the first batch of people in the world with superpowers, or the strongest. Instead of falling into the hands of the army, you might as well fight it out." The officer didn't know where Guangshuanyang got the news from, but he couldn't let the other party do whatever he wanted. Looking at the eager faces around him, he knew that the situation was irreversible. The bomb that Guangshuanyang threw at everyone's heart could backfire on him at any time. He stopped refuting Guangshuanyang, and only casually said, "There are intermediate Zerg ambushing in the fire escape, and there are countless advanced Zerg hiding deep in the basement. If you have the strength to fight against the advanced Zerg, you can follow Guangshuanyang and others. Otherwise, if you fall into the hands of the Zerg, you may become food and lose your life." The faces of the people below suddenly changed. Some people regained their senses. Although the energy agent is tempting, it is not worth it if they lose their lives. However, some people have been walking on the edge of death for many years and do not care about death. The energy agent that can make people strong is very tempting to them. It is okay to take risks for this. Therefore, they do not take the words of the officer to heart. The officer looked around at the unpredictable crowd, sighed in his heart, and saw that some people still wanted to die. So he stopped persuading them, and asked the guards to distribute food to everyone, and then turned and left. The communicator in the temporary office was broken, and he could not contact the outside world. He was already very worried about this matter, and he had no time to stop them. He just hoped to wait for the next team to arrive as soon as possible. If there was no rescue, he was afraid that this batch of supplies would not last long. After the officer left, Guangshuanyang once again bewitched people, trying to lead more people to the underground, and promised a lot of benefits. Many people in the crowd were ready to move, and they whispered to each other with flashing eyes. Jiang Jun turned around and saw Lu Wang's face full of interest, as if he was eager to try. So he frowned and reminded, "Don't try this unknown energy agent lightly. Don't end up not becoming a superpower, but a monster." Lu Wang sighed. "Even if you become a monster, it's better than being trapped here." Song Ming said, "Guangshuanyang is not so kind. Not to mention the amount of energy agents. Just look at the people he has gathered now. They are not easy to deal with. If the distribution is uneven or conflicts arise, I'm afraid they will be too busy to take care of themselves. It's better not to get involved in this kind of thing. Lu Wang was helpless. Although I have some opinions about the army's concealment of things, I am not stupid enough to cooperate with Guang Xuanyang and others. If I cooperate with the army, I might be able to get a share of it. He looked at Guang Xuanyang and others, and snorted coldly. If I cooperate with them, I'm afraid I will lose my life, and I won't even get a scum. I don't know if I can wait until the rescue team arrives. Lu Wang thought of what the officer chief did just now, and couldn't help but cast his eyes towards the temporary office. Jiang Jun and Song Ming followed his gaze. They also noticed the worried expression of the officer just now. It was unknown whether the rescue team could come this time. The next day, in the fire passage, most people carried their luggage, held weapons in their hands, and stood in the passage with full equipment. Guang Xuanyang stood in front and loudly commanded the people behind him. Not far away from them, there were many soldiers standing. They held weapons and stared at the passage ready to go. Guang Xuanyang and others wanted to leave. No one wanted to stop them, although they took away a small part of the supplies. But without so many people, the remaining supplies would definitely be able to hold on until the rescue team arrived. So everyone was happy to see them leave. However, opening the fire escape passage was an extremely dangerous act. It would not only endanger Guang Xuanyang and others, but also endanger everyone who stayed here. If the Zerg ran in from the passage, they would definitely be hurt. Therefore, the soldiers set up defense lines around them early in the morning, and were determined to kill every Zerg that broke in. Guang Xuanyang looked at the soldiers around him with disdain, and sneered at their cautious behavior. The door of the fire escape was opened, and the first to rush in were low-level Zerg, with their red compound eyes flashing, and their sharp forelegs killed the humans who fell into the trap. The bright red blood slid from its forelegs and dripped onto the ground to form a pool of blood. The human scent tempted them to kill unconsciously. They desperately tried to squeeze into the door, but Guang Xuanyang and others were not vegetarians. They cleverly coordinated their defense and attack, and in a blink of an eye, they saw the Zerg in front of the passage. The 6 robbers joined Guang Xuanyang's team regardless of their previous grudges. Wang Ligong, who was originally the leader, kicked the Zerg corpse in front of him hard, walked up to Guang Xuanyang and smiled flatteringly. Captain Guang, you said we should lock the door directly from the outside and let them stay in it for the rest of their lives. What do you think? Wang Ligong saw him raise his eyebrows, and said, don't they want to stay in there? We just fulfill their wishes. He saw that Guang Xuanyang did not object, and took advantage of the gap in killing the Zerg inside, and found the chain from where he found it, and took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention, and led his younger brothers to lock the fire escape in an instant. And others also came forward to help with excitement. When Jiang Jun looked over, the door was being closed. It was too late to stop them. She could only see a familiar figure through the crack of the door. She was a little surprised. That figure was the man who was robbed by Wang Ligong and others before, and dared not speak. She never thought that he would join Guang Xuanyang's team. Damn it! They have no good intentions, and locked us from the outside. Lu Wang couldn't help cursing. Song Ming and the soldiers, who heard the noise, looked at the behavior of Guang Xuanyang and others. They also looked like cursing. Guang Xuanyang's mind was too vicious. It was clear that he wanted to trap everyone here to death. After Jiang Jun dealt with the Zerg, he walked forward and looked through the gap. Don't worry. Their chains are not strong. If you think of a way, you can open the door. The door of the fire escape is a fireproof door. The doors on both sides have handles. They just wrap them with chains. There was nothing piled behind the door. Everyone was relieved after hearing this. They were not in a hurry to open the door. They cleaned up the insect corpses first to prevent them from rotting and smelling. Jiang Jun sat in the corridor to rest, and shared the few remaining biscuits with Lu Wang. The two of them ate the biscuits in silence. After finishing, Lu Wang licked the crumbs in his hand with care. He clapped his hands and stood up, although the rescue team has not arrived yet. We can't just sit there doing nothing. I'm going to exercise. Do any of you want to go? The uninjured people in the team had long wanted to vent. Upon hearing this, they all responded. Lu Wang led them to find a corner and started training. The training slogans and the sweaty teammates attracted other people. They couldn't help but cast their eyes on Lu Wang and others, and unconsciously wanted to get closer. Gradually, more and more people gathered around, and the sadness that had originally filled everyone's hearts disappeared, leaving only laughter. Even though it didn't last long. It was good to be able to get a little relief in such a dull environment. After being trapped here for a week, everyone's hearts were inevitably filled with despair. Even the chief officer was extremely anxious these days. Did the second team have an accident or the base had given up on them? This thought kept lingering in his mind. He kept looking in the direction of the rescue. Finally, one day, there was a noise outside, and the sound of firing ammunition came one after another. The people trapped here heard the sound, raised their greasy heads, and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw military green uniforms appearing among the Zerg, and they couldn't help but stand up excitedly. The rescue team is coming. I see it. I see it. The rescue team is coming. Hurry up and pick up your weapons. We will support them from the inside. The chief officer commanded his men to set up a battle formation to welcome the arrival of the rescue team. The rescue team was unstoppable, and the Zergs that surrounded them fell to the ground with the rise and fall of their swords, or the sound of the bullets. The strength of this rescue team should not be underestimated. The chief officer opened the iron gate to meet them, and the rescue team quickly entered the safe area, led by Jin Qian, and behind him were Mickey Hong and others. Jin Qian was wearing a military uniform, which was stained with a lot of Zerg green blood. His face was extremely handsome, and his upright figure was particularly eye-catching standing in the middle. Behind him was Emi, who was wearing a jacket. She was different from before. The straight flat haircut attracted Jiang Jun's attention frequently. She was envious of her heroic appearance. Jiang Jun thought to herself that she would also cut her hair into a flat head when she went out in the future, but she thought that most people could not support such a style, so she gave up. The handsome men and beautiful women were bright and eye-catching, and the teammates following behind them had a unique aura, and the killing was frightening from a distance. Jiang Jun hid in the back, looking at the scene in front silently. Even when he looked at Emi, he just nodded slightly, and did not speak or come forward. Chapter 50. The officer came forward with a warm face, telling the bitter history of the times they were trapped, and mentioned that Guangshuan Yang and others had left the team. The officer said, "Fortunately you came in time, otherwise we would have run out of food and would have to eat insects next." Jin Qian frowned. "Uncle Wang, don't worry. When my father saw that he couldn't contact you, he knew that you must be trapped, so he asked me to bring you enough supplies." Army Commander Wang was Jin Dehui's subordinate, and knew Jin Qian, so the two did not say much. After the handover of supplies, he explained in detail the matter of Guangshuan Yang leading the team. When hearing Guangshuan Yang mention the energy agent, the teammates behind Jin Qian's eyes flickered, and they looked at each other. Jin Qian frowned. He was told that there was an energy agent under the laboratory before he set off. Where did Guangshuan Yang get such detailed information? Commander Wang seemed not to notice the changes in the people opposite him. He said calmly, "I don't know about the energy agent either. It's just that there are Zergs all around. And there are quite a lot of them. I'm afraid there are countless high-level Zergs underground. I should have persuaded them more at that time." Jin Qian comforted him. "Uncle Wang did the right thing. They are determined to go down. If you stop them, you may be blamed." Commander Wang pretended to be sad. The two chatted about the outside world for a few more words. After a while, he left and handed over the temporary office to Jin Qian's team. "Jin Qian, who is Guangshuan Yang?" Qiu Hong and others shook their heads. Although they were taskers, they could not fully understand the situation of taskers in this small world. Therefore, not many people knew about Guangshuan Yang. He frowned. Only a small number of people knew about the energy agent. It is possible that someone in the base deliberately leaked the information that Guangshuan Yang got. Jin Qian thought that someone in the base leaked the information, and he was furious. But he could do nothing. He had entered the research institute, and could not contact his father from the inside. So he had to put aside all his concerns. Jin Qian thought, the energy agent is very important. We can't let them find it first. We can't stay here for long. We will set off to the basement tomorrow. Qiu Hong and others naturally agreed. They didn't want the other party to find the energy agent first. He frowned slightly at the hasty plan. But seeing that other teammates agreed, she couldn't stand up to refute them. She could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart. The next morning, the sun shone a ray of sunlight on the ground. The Zerg didn't like the sun, so the Zerg around the research institute gradually dispersed. Occasionally, 4 or 5 Zerg could be seen strolling leisurely, while others lurked in the shadows, waiting for the stupid humans to take the bait again. The first team enjoyed the rare food and helped the second team to deal with the wounded. They were busy but not tired. They had been trapped here for half a month. They wanted to contact the outside world. While taking care of the wounded, they could also find out some news from the outside world. The temporary base was attacked by the Zerg. They were extremely cunning and set traps to lure humans into the trap, causing heavy losses to the temporary base. The team originally planned to be sent was delayed. The top leaders of the base wanted to retreat from this rescue operation, but they were reprimanded by the base commander Jean Dehuey, who shouted that they could not lose to the Zerg, not only for themselves, but also for the sake of human descendants. If they retreated for such a loss, it would inevitably fuel the Zerg fireworks. Jean Dehuey immediately ordered his son Jean Qian to go to the institute again. His behavior instantly boosted the morale of the base members, who were originally in a depressed state. Many strong people were willing to join Jean Qian's team to participate in the rescue, which increased the chances of success for the rescue operation. Someone tentatively mentioned the energy agent, and found that the members of the second team were not aware of it. Looking at their puzzled expressions, others did not spread Guangshuan Yang's affairs. For a while, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Jean Qian explained their plan to Commander Wang yesterday. Commander Wang knew that the other party had a mission, and did not stop him. He suggested, "There are also strong people in our team. You can take them with you, so that you will be protected when the time comes." Jean Qian accepted Commander Wang's suggestion, and asked the first batch of people who were willing to go to the basement. About half of them participated, which was more than he expected, but there is strength in numbers, so he did not refuse these people to join. The doctor is located on the 10th floor underground. They need to clear the Zerg in the fire escape. There are not many Zerg in the stairwell, but if they pass through it on a large scale, it will undoubtedly fall into a trap. They must clear the remaining Zerg layer by layer. Jean Qian and others cleared the way in front, while Jiang Yun, Lu Wang and Song Ming hid in the back to clean up the battlefield. They piled up the bodies of the Zerg in a laboratory, and cleaned up for their teammates to pass smoothly. Only 3 of Jiang Yun's team stayed. The others wanted to go down with them, but were strongly rejected by Lu Wang. The danger of this mission was beyond his imagination, and he didn't want the whole team to be destroyed. Lu Wang smiled and said, "It's really comfortable to do logistics. You don't have to face danger. It's really easy to move a body and clear the passage." Song Ming said, "Easy? Get out of here quickly. After cleaning this floor, we have to go to the next few floors. We will be busy next." They are not only cleaning up the Zerg. There are experimental data on each floor. They must find the experimental data and move the experimental data to the first floor and hand it over to Commander Wang. It's easy, but it's really troublesome. It's better to fight the Zerg. Jiang Jun was too lazy to pay attention to them. She threw the worm corpse into the utility room at the corner, wiped the sticky blood on her hands, and then went to the next floor. She spoke slowly. "Tell me, where did the high-level Zerg we saw in the passage go?" They had already cleared the 3 underground floors, which were almost all low-level Zerg or a small number of intermediate Zerg. And the high-level zombies they met on the first floor had never missed a single appearance from beginning to end. The teasing of Lu and Wang came to an abrupt end. They had long been full of doubts in their hearts, but they did not dare to think too deeply. The high-level Zerg spared their lives on the first floor, which did not mean that they would still spare their lives if they went deeper. Lu Wang whispered, "Didn't Commander Wang tell Jean Qian about this?" Song Ming shook his head. "Impossible. Commander Wang had no reason to conceal this matter. It can only be said that they did not take the advanced Zerg seriously. The unpredictable advanced Zerg gave them a creepy feeling that is still vivid in their minds." Lu Wang said cautiously, "Let's be careful next time. They are sure to defeat the advanced Zerg, but we don't have their strength. We can't take anything lightly." "Jiang Jun, do you have enough bullets?" Lu Wang and others checked their equipment, making sure that they had all the ammunition ready, then went to the next floor with worry. Jean Qian and his companions, who were at the front line of the battlefield, had been fighting for several days, which gradually exhausted their energy. Now they had cleared the 4th floor underground, which was still far from the 10th floor underground. The further they went, the slower they cleared. The number of intermediate Zergs was increasing, and they had no way to clear them all. The initial idea was too simple, and clearing the entire floor was nothing but a pipe dream. Jean Qian also realized this, and his brows were furrowed. The important thing in the institute was not only the doctor on the 10th floor underground, but also a lot of data materials. The deeper they went, the more important the data below was. Jean Qian was unwilling to give up the plan of clearing the floor, But wasting too much energy on clearing the Zerg would reduce the strength of the team. Xiao Hong noticed Jin Qian's mood and knew what he was thinking. She scoffed at the practice of cleaning every floor. The most important thing for her was to get the energy pills. But now she was wasting time here. Although she was dissatisfied, she never showed it. Xiao Hong, Captain Jean can let others clean up the Zerg in the corridor. We will sneak into the basement to rescue the doctor first. We don't know whether the doctor is in danger. The longer the time is delayed, the more dangerous the doctor's life will be. Quan Feng raised his eyebrows and agreed. Captain, just leave these Zergs to others. They are all strong and their strength should not be underestimated. We don't need to protect them behind us. We should give them more opportunities to practice. He has long been impatient to deal with these Zergs. If he was not bound by the male protagonist, he would have run away by now. Shi Zhuangya sneered at them, but did not say anything. She would be happy to get the energy pill sooner. He hesitated and said, but Xiao Hong rolled her eyes. Oh, we will come back immediately after rescuing the doctor. It will be easy to clean up the Zerg by then. There are no buts. She glanced at Himi with a little jealousy. She had coveted the space in the heroine's hands for a long time. But the system repeatedly warned her that it could not be taken away. Otherwise, she would never have the time to master the space. She had the space in her hands, but she didn't even think about using it to save her teammates. This heroine seems to be unworthy of her reputation. Not only is she unkind, but she is also very selfish. Xiao Hong is very disdainful of her. Himi frowned. She didn't know where Xiao Hong got her malice from. If she wasn't a teammate, she would have wanted to teach her a lesson. Quan Feng interrupted. Captain, what do you think? Jin Qian finally put the mission first and accepted their proposal. When they went to the 10th floor underground to rescue the doctor, Jiang Jun and others ran to the front line to deal with the Zerg. Song Ming looked at the panting Lu Wang and laughed. Is it easy? Lu Wang wiped the blood on his forehead and laughed. Good boy. You dare to laugh at your elder brother. Jiang Jun took a sip of mineral water, carefully put it into the backpack, and sighed. Others can easily deal with the Zerg, but we had a hard time killing one. It seems that there is still a lot of room for improvement in our strength. Her strength is not weak, but compared with the teammates around Jin Qian, it is far behind. Lu Wang patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't be discouraged. Although you are not as good as them, you are stronger than me, and can beat two of me. Jiang Jun was speechless. Don't take yourself as a unit of measurement.